Vhumad God chapter 2972 to chapter 3055. Although the other party was powerful, he should be on par with them. Even they, who had the royal bloodline, did not dare to enter, but the other party dared to try. Did he want to die? Oh, Brother Yan, you want to enter the valley? Husinyan asked with a smile. Yan Nantian did not say anything. His expression was solemn, and his body exuded a mysterious aura. Mysterious runes surged out of his body and surrounded him. Soon, he arrived in front of the valley. If he took another step forward, he would enter the valley. Those people's hearts were in their mouths. Previously, Xianxia city had cast a crimson phoenix, but it was burned to ashes by the terrifying divine fire in the valley. It was conceivable that the divine fire in the valley was enough to threaten them. They did not know where Yan Nantian got his confidence from to fight against those things. Could it be that he had a treasure in his hands? Did he have a sacred artifact? They did not know. Yan Nantian's expression was extremely solemn. He stared at the divine furnace in the valley. Buzz, a piercing light burst out from his eyes. He formed a seal with his palms, and mysterious runes rushed into the sky one after another. As soon as the runes appeared, the world changed. A violent energy rushed out, causing the Fire Dragon King and the others to tense up. Vhumad also felt that the blood in his body seemed to be melting. Xianxia's expression changed drastically. Oh no! What's that? They quickly retreated to the back. In the dark, the Crimson Dragon King and the others also changed their expressions and quickly retreated. Fortunately, they were not close to the valley. At this moment, only Yan Nantian was left in front of the valley. There were 9 mysterious runes flashing around him. Are those Daoist runes? Feeling the shocking power, the Archean prodigies trembled. The Fire Dragon King and the others were extremely solemn. They stared at the 9 ancient runes. They shook their heads slightly. To be honest, they did not understand what those runes were. Judging by the aura, they must be Daoist runes. It was too terrifying. Even they felt like they were being penetrated. However, the other party was not a saint. How could he use Daoist runes? Daoist runes were condensed and manifested by the laws of heaven and earth. They were used by saints. Unless, of course, the other party had the legendary born Taoism aptitude, which allowed them to fuse with the Taoism since birth, allowing them to cast Taoist patterns even before they became a saint. However, they had never heard that Yan Nantian had such a constitution. Damn it, this guy actually has such a trump card. Once these 9 talismans that were close to Tao patterns appeared, they might really be able to allow the other party to enter the valley. Sure enough, the 9 mysterious runes revolved around Yan Nantian, providing him with great power. Yan Nantian took a deep breath, then took a step forward and entered the valley. As soon as he entered, countless divine flames appeared in the valley and surged toward him. Fortunately, these 9 mysterious runes were too terrifying. He had actually managed to block the attacks of the mysterious flames. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart beat wildly. He went in, this guy actually went in, heavens, could it be that he could really obtain the illusionary divine furnace? Even Vhumad's expression changed. Yan Nantian also heaved a sigh of relief. Clearly, he wasn't too sure before. However, the current situation allowed him to settle down. In the next moment, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile as he walked forward again. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, Yan Nantian gradually walked toward the center of the valley. The distance between him and the illusionary divine furnace was getting closer and closer. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. In the dark, the Crimson Dragon, Morong Qingqing, and Xianxia's eyes were wide open. Among them, the Crimson Dragon was extremely shocked. His head kept shaking. Xianxia, who was next to him, was very worried. She said, "Big strange dragon, you're not going crazy, are you?" Morong Qingqing also asked through voice transmission, "Could it be? What did you find?" The Crimson Dragon gasped and also said through voice transmission, "Damn it, that's not a Tao pattern." If it's not a Tao pattern, what is it? Emperor pattern. He actually knows the Emperor's talismans. Damn it, he has indeed obtained the inheritance of a great emperor. Emperor pattern. Are you saying that those are the talismans left behind by a great emperor? Morong Qingqing was also extremely shocked when he heard that. Shen Jingzhou's little face was even more dazed. The Great Emperor was the existence at the peak of the martial arts path. It was the dream of all warriors. No one knew exactly how strong the Great Emperor was. After all, no one had seen it with their own eyes. However, from the records in the ancient books, they knew that once a great emperor appeared, he would reign supreme and sweep across the universe. No one in the world was a match for him. It could be said that he was the strongest person. He could easily kill countless saints. He could turn the world upside down with a raise of his hand. One could imagine how terrifying the talismans left behind by such a person were. It was no wonder that he could resist the mysterious flame with only 9 talismans. This Yan Nantian was too amazing. They wondered which great emperor's inheritance he had obtained. Morong Qingqing's expression was solemn. Shen Jingzhou's little face turned pale. Wouldn't that mean that he was invincible? As soon as this talisman appeared, even a saint would not be able to break it. This was simply an invincible position. However, the Crimson Dragon shook his head. The true Great Emperor's talismans were naturally unparalleled in the world, but Yan Nantian was only a young man. How could he display a complete Emperor's talisman? I think he must have only comprehended a trace of the Emperor's talisman and evolved these 9 talismans. If these 9 talismans were the true Emperor's talismans, not to mention this valley, the entire Sky Flame City would probably be destroyed. So that's how it is. Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingzhou finally understood. Yan Nantian must have obtained the Great Emperor's inheritance and comprehended some of the Great Emperor's talismans. At this moment, the techniques that he displayed had indeed surpassed them. Do you think he can succeed? Morong Qingqing was nervous. Shen Jingzhou even said that if he went, those people would not let him go. When the time came, there would be a great battle. They wondered how Big Brother Lin Xian was doing. They were very worried about Lin Xian's situation. There was no hurry. They would wait and see. Although he had the Great Emperor's inheritance, his strength was still too weak. He was not a sage yet. Sky Flame City was too mysterious. More importantly, the flames on the Void Wave Divine Furnace were too terrifying. They wondered if Yan Nantian would be able to obtain it. The Crimson Dragon's eyes flickered. Everyone else held their breaths. The Flame Dragon King stared at it for a long time and screamed. I know. This is an Emperor's talisman. Huamuzhen and Feng Yunshua's pupils shrank when they heard this. Emperor's talisman. No wonder it had such terrifying power. This was not a Dao talisman. Dao talisman was something that existed in heaven and earth. It was something that sages comprehended and used. However, talismans were different. Talismans were created by experts based on their own experience or Dao talismans. However, different experts created different talismans with different strengths. The talismans created by the Great Emperor were definitely terrifying and mysterious. A single talisman could probably kill a sage. This was the peak of the Great Emperor. The members of the immemorial theocrats were shocked. He didn't expect Yan Nantian to be so powerful. He even had Great Emperor runes. Huamuzhen's eyes flickered, and his face was extremely gloomy. The 9 Great Emperor runes blocked the mysterious flame. Yan Nantian must have other tricks up his sleeve. Perhaps it was passed down by the Great Emperor. If that was the case, he might really be able to obtain the Great Void Divine Furnace. Huamuzhen's eyes were filled with anxiety and gloominess when he thought of this. Because before this, no one could do anything, so they just let it be. But now? Yan Nantian had such a trick up his sleeve. Should he make a move? To be honest, he definitely wanted to make a move. After all, the Great Void Divine Furnace was extremely precious. However, if he made a move now, he would fall out with Yan Nantian. Even the Fire Dragon King, Feng Yunshu, and the others would not hold back. They would definitely make a move. At that time, there would be a huge battle. It would be great if he could obtain the Great Void Divine Furnace in the end. If he couldn't obtain it, he probably wouldn't even have a chance to obtain the Heavenly Fire. After all, if he made a move, these people would no longer be in the alliance. Moreover, it seemed that Yan Nantian was very confident. However, whether he could succeed in the end was still unknown. Therefore, Huamuzhen's mind was filled with thoughts. On the other side, the Fire Dragon King and Xianxia also had solemn expressions. It seemed that they were also struggling. Huaxinyan had a sinister smile on his face. No one knew what he was thinking. In the dark, the Crimson Dragon and the others were all waiting for an opportunity. In the valley, Yan Nantian walked forward with the help of the 9 great runes. However, he stopped in the end. This was because there were terrifying flame runes flashing in a 10-mile radius around the Great Void Divine Furnace. From the top of the cauldron, it spread out in all directions, forming a terrifying formation. This should be the 8 Desolation Divine Fire formation that Vhumad mentioned. This formation was so terrifying that even Yan Nantian didn't dare to casually step forward. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. This was because when he took a step forward, the 9 great runes on his body cracked. This made him know that he couldn't go any further. However, it was already very difficult to reach this place. Next, he had to use another method. Having obtained the Great Emperor's inheritance, he didn't just have the Great Emperor's talisman. Yan Nantian took a deep breath. His body glowed brightly as he formed one ancient seal after another. In the next moment, the void above the valley swirled and turned into a vortex. A mysterious hand that was as long as a hand emerged from the vortex and grabbed at the illusionary divine furnace. Seeing this scene, Xianxia frowned. No, if he could grab it from a distance, he would have snatched it long ago. He had unleashed a blood phoenix phantom before, but it was burned to ashes as soon as it reached the valley. Even though Xianxia was only using his palm, his fate was likely to be similar to that of the Crimson Phoenix. He would probably be burned to ashes in an instant. However, in the next moment, Xianxia's eyes widened in disbelief. He discovered that the mysterious palm did not shatter. Instead, it moved downward and enveloped the illusionary divine furnace. Damn it, how is this possible? Not to mention him, even the Fire Dragon King and Vhumad's pupils shrank. It seemed like the other party's methods were indeed mysterious. Huaxinyan and Yan also stopped smiling. Their expressions became solemn. The ancient Chaos Hand, I didn't expect you to obtain the inheritance of the ancient Chaos Great Emperor, the ancient Chaos Great Emperor. The Fire Dragon King and the others looked solemn. They naturally had a deep understanding of the human race's great emperors. The ancient Chaos Great Emperor was a very terrifying one in the past. In the dark, the Crimson Dragon King and the others were also shocked. They finally figured out which great emperor's inheritance Yan Nantian had obtained. Could it be that he was really going to get it? Xianxia murmured. The Fire Dragon King's eyes shone with a cold light. He was already prepared. As long as Yan Nantian took the illusionary divine furnace and left the valley, he would make his move. He wouldn't let the treasure fall into the hands of others. On the other side, Vhumad sneered. It was impossible. He was too greedy. He shook his head. Although Yan Nantian had displayed powerful strength and even used the ancient Chaos Hand, he didn't think that the other party would succeed. His understanding of the illusionary divine furnace was deeper than others. With such a terrifying divine fire, perhaps even a saint wouldn't be able to stop it. Not to mention the other party. Sure enough, in the next moment, a large crack appeared on the ancient Chaos Hand. The illusionary divine furnace was overflowing with flames as if it was going to burn everything. Yan Nantian's face was incomparably pale. His eyes were filled with deep shock. He didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to catch it. Instead, he would be injured by the other party. Thinking of this, he sighed in his heart. It seemed that it was impossible to completely take away this mysterious and terrifying illusionary divine furnace. However, he wouldn't give up. Since he couldn't take it away, he would open it in front of everyone. He wanted to see what kind of treasure was in the illusionary divine furnace. In the next moment, he grabbed the cauldron of the illusionary divine furnace. With a boom, the ancient Chaos Hand erupted with a terrifying aura. It directly grabbed the top of the furnace and then pulled it up forcefully. At this moment, Yan Nantian was like a great emperor who had awakened and displayed terrifying strength. The 9 runes beside him were constantly shining. While resisting the attacks of the divine fire, they were frantically absorbing the spiritual energy here to provide Yan Nantian with power. Boom! 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 The ancient chaos hand unleashed its might. The top of the illusionary divine furnace rumbled and a crack appeared. Seeing this scene, Vhumud's pupils shrank. Damn it. Could it be that he could really open the illusionary divine furnace? Thinking of this, his heart thumped wildly. The others also looked solemn. It seemed that there was hope. Even if they couldn't take away the illusionary divine furnace, it was still extremely good to snatch the treasure inside. The crimson dragon who was hiding in the dark was also extremely shocked. This Xianxia was really terrifying. Usually, he hadn't seen him fight many times. He didn't expect his methods to be so terrifying. It seemed that he had to be more wary of him in the future. Open, in the valley, Xianxia roared. The 9 runes on his body erupted at the same time. They were like 9 suns. The ancient chaos hand also became solid. It was as if the real hand of a great emperor had descended from the sky. It directly lifted the top of the illusionary divine furnace. With a boom, the illusionary divine furnace let out an earth-shattering sound. A desolate aura rushed out in all directions. A terrifying pressure shrouded everyone's heart, causing their souls to tremble. However, their eyes were fixed on the front. They wanted to see clearly what was inside the illusionary divine furnace. However, the illusionary divine furnace was too mysterious. It was chaotic inside. It was as if it wasn't a furnace, but a real world. They couldn't see clearly at all. In this chaotic void, there was a fiery red light that streaked across and circled above the illusionary divine furnace. It carried a terrifying flame energy and a thick fragrance. This fragrance was simply too astonishing. Even the Crimson Dragon King and the others had never seen it before. What was that? A divine pill. They widened their eyes because they realized that the fiery red light kept changing, but it looked like a pill. A pill from the Great Void Divine Furnace. It had existed for countless years. This was an immortal pill. These people were stunned. Their breathing quickened, and their eyes turned red. They wanted to snatch it immediately. After all, Skyflame City was extremely mysterious. Even the great emperors could not see through its mysteries. It was rumored that this was a huge city that fell from the celestial world. The pill inside was definitely an immortal pill. Brother Yen, let me lend you a helping hand. At this moment, the Fire Dragon King laughed loudly. His eyes shone with a cold light. The dragon blood on his body surged, turning into a fire dragon shadow that roared in the sky. That fire dragon was extremely valiant and extraordinary. It extended a dragon claw and grabbed towards the valley. It wanted to grab that fiery red immortal pill in its hand. Humph, let me give you a helping hand too. Vhumud also attacked. The fire Qilin on his body shone brightly. Qilin arm, with a roar, endless bloodline power formed a Qilin arm in front of him and grabbed at the immortal pill. On the other side, Xianxia shouted. She did not say anything, but she also attacked with all her might. The phoenix shadow rushed into the sky. This time, it was much more terrifying than the blood phoenix. They attacked aggressively. It seemed like they wanted to snatch the immortal pill that had just appeared. Vhumad also made his move. The 4 top skyprides attacked together. In the valley, Xianxia snorted coldly. He had used all his strength to open the Great Void Divine Furnace and obtain such an immortal pill. How could he give it to others? With a roar, the 9 runes around him shone brightly. He was about to counterattack. However, at this moment, his pupils shrank. Not good. He quickly retreated. The Great Void Divine Furnace in front of him reacted to the attacks of the 4 top skyprides. There was a loud boom. A terrifying force burst out from the Great Void Divine Furnace. Together with the 8 Barren Divine Fire Array, it exploded and swept out in all directions. Boom. Boom, the attacks of the 4 top skyprides shattered in an instant. The Fire Dragon, the Qilin arm, the Phoenix Shadow, and Vhumud's powerful attack were all turned into ashes. The ancient chaos hand was not spared either. It shattered in an instant and turned into nothingness. It was simply too powerful. It was simply not something that they could withstand. The Fire Dragon King, Xianxia, and the other 3 were injured. They retreated and vomited blood, their faces pale. Yan Nantian, who was in the valley, was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. In an instant, he was engulfed by the endless divine fire. Damn it, did I fail? Huamuzhen gritted his teeth in anger. Feng Yingxue and the others also had ugly looks on their faces. That strike just now had made them tremble. Fortunately, they were outside the valley. Otherwise, they would likely end up in an extremely miserable state. Thinking of this, they looked ahead at the valley that was surrounded by endless flames. Was Yan Nantian killed? Even though he had the monarch talisman, they did not think he could survive the attack. Unless a true great emperor had awakened. In Morong Qingqing, Xianxia was equally nervous. The dark red divine furnace shook its head. Damn, what a pity. A descendant of the earth had been killed just like that. Whoosh, just when everyone thought that Yan Nantian had been burned to ashes by the divine fire, the void outside the valley split open and a figure appeared. It was Yan Nantian. However, his face was abnormally pale, without a trace of blood. He's not dead, everyone was dumbfounded. Even the Crimson Dragon was stunned. What's going on? How did he do it? Logically speaking, even a sage would not be able to withstand such a terrifying divine fire. How did he survive? Could it be? The Crimson Dragon looked at the valley. In the valley, the terrifying divine fire slowly disappeared. A broken talisman slowly floated down from the sky. The ancient Chaos Talisman. You actually have such a thing, Huaxinyan also screamed. The Fire Dragon King and the others were also shocked. No wonder he could survive. They had heard of the ancient Chaos Talisman before. It was equivalent to a death substitute talisman. In times of crisis, Yan Nantian would probably use such a precious talisman to save himself. Indeed, Yan Nantian's face was extremely gloomy, as if blood was about to drip from it. He felt a pang of meat. The ancient Chaos Talisman was extremely precious. Even he did not have many of them. Every time he used it, he would have one less. It was a life-saving measure. No matter how big the crisis was, once he used the ancient Chaos Talisman, he would be able to escape. Originally, he thought that he might not be able to use it in this lifetime. But who would have thought that in this mysterious valley, he would actually use up an ancient Chaos Emperor talisman? What was worse was that he did not obtain any treasures at all. The ancient Chaos Talisman. You're actually the successor of the ancient Chaos Emperor. At this moment, a cry of surprise came from the sky. Then, a figure descended. Zhang Wushuang. At this moment, Zhang Wushuang was in an extremely sorry state. His black hair was disheveled, his body was bleeding, and his armor was broken. Yan Nantian snorted and looked at the other party. Then, he was stunned. Not only him, but the Fire Dragon King and the others were also stunned. What's going on? Zhang Wushuang was injured. What was he doing? Zhang Wushuang seemed to be seriously injured. Could it be that he had activated some supreme array again? Otherwise, he would not be so injured. Let's see where you can run to. Just as they were shocked, a cold voice came from the sky again. Buzz buzz buzz, endless dragon shadows wrapped around a figure and quickly descended. It was Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian was like a sword god. He was murderous and unstoppable. He pointed the blazing Qilin sword at Zhang Wushuang. What? It's this kid? Could it be that Zhang Wushuang was injured by this kid? That's impossible. The Fire Dragon King and the others were stunned. They stared at Lin Xian in disbelief. This shouldn't be. Zhang Wushuang was just an ant. How could he be so powerful? Zhang Wushuang was at the same level as them and was extremely powerful. However, although this human kid was powerful, they did not take him seriously. From the beginning to the end, they did not even look at each other in the eye. But now, the ant in their eyes had actually managed to injure geniuses of the same cultivation level as them, and from the looks of it, he had been chasing after him. Damn it, how could this be? What was going on? Huamuzhen and the others looked gloomy. They tried to recall the geniuses they had sent out. Because they had been watching the battle, they thought that they would know what had happened if they called those geniuses over. Whoosh, a few figures ran over from afar. It was Liang Luo. Soon, Huamuzhen and the others looked extremely gloomy. It was really this kid who had injured Zhang Wushuang. Moreover, this kid had hidden his strength, which was far beyond their imagination. Damn it, this made them restless. They did not expect another peerless enemy to appear. Lin Xian stared at Zhang Wushuang. At the same time, he stared at Yan Nantian. He was really shocked. It was rumored that Yan Nantian had obtained the inheritance of a great emperor. He did not expect it to be confirmed today. Moreover, it was Great Emperor Ancient Chaos. He had seen how Yan Nantian tried to snatch the Void Divine Furnace. However, Yan Nantian did not succeed in the end. However, this did not mean that Yan Nantian was weak. On the contrary, Yan Nantian was ridiculously strong. One had to know that the Fire Dragon King and the others could not do anything. However, Yan Nantian did it. Moreover, he almost succeeded. Was this the successor of the Great Emperor? He was indeed terrifying. Originally, Lin Xian had assumed that only Leaf Dao Denier and Dustless would be a match for him among the humans. However, it seemed that Yan Nantian was really terrifying. His skills were probably above Wu Dao's. Damn brat, don't you go too far. Zhang Wushuang roared in anger. Even now, Yan Nantian still dared to point his sword at him. This made him very embarrassed. Lin Xian retracted his gaze from Yan Nantian. He then looked at Zhang Wushuang in disappointment and sneered. Why? Did you think that someone would back you up just because you came here? You're still fighting the #1 genius? What a piece of trash. You need someone to back you up, forget it. A piece of trash like you is not worthy of my help. Lin Xian retracted his sword. Zhang Wushuang was so angry that he vomited blood. He really could not defeat Lin Xian now. Moreover, he was injured. It was not good for him to use his trump card now. Hence, he snorted and stared at Yan Nantian with a gloomy face. He swore that he would not let Yan Nantian go as long as he had the chance. Lin Xian ignored Zhang Wushuang. He did not attack again. After all, Zhang Wushuang was not the only one here. The Fire Dragon King and the others were also here. If he wanted to attack, these guys would definitely attack. There was another reason as well. The Fire Spirit Pearl that he had previously absorbed was actually reacting to him. He had already absorbed the energy in the Fire Spirit Pearl. However, the Fire Spirit Pearl did not shatter. It was like a sparkling crystal that remained in the mysterious small sword. At this moment, the Fire Spirit Pearl vibrated again. Something must have triggered the Fire Spirit Pearl. Was it the Void Divine Furnace? Or the mysterious Heaven Fire? Lin Xian did not know. However, he felt that this might be an opportunity. Therefore, he did not intend to attack again. On the other side, the Flame Dragon King and the others also had gloomy expressions. They looked at the great Void Divine Furnace in front of them, shook their heads and sighed. If even Yan Nantian couldn't get it, then they probably wouldn't have a chance either. Therefore, these people either left the valley and returned to the fiery lake to prepare to break the formation and seize the heavenly flame. Otherwise, they would walk to the side and search for other king medicines. Some even sat down cross-legged to recover from their injuries. Lin Xian also came to a secluded place and sat down cross-legged. From the looks of it, he was recovering his strength. In fact, while he was recovering his strength, he was also sending a voice transmission to tell her about the Fire Spirit Pearl in his body. The Crimson Dragon was also surprised. It seemed like the Fire Spirit Pearl was indeed related to something here. He just didn't know. Which one was it? Lin Xian asked. Ruzalong, do you have the confidence to break these formations? The Crimson Dragon took a deep breath. It wasn't impossible to crack it, but it would take some time. It might take 1 or 2 years, or maybe 8 or 10 years. After all, you know that these formations are unusual. Lin Xian sighed after hearing that. Even the Crimson Dragon said so. It would be even more difficult for others to crack it. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise. He found that the Fire Spirit Pearl in his body was suddenly covered with dense patterns. He had seen these patterns before, but he had been absorbing energy back then and didn't pay attention to them. Now, it seemed that there might be another secret. He studied it carefully and found that it seemed to be a formation. Thinking of this, Lin Xian said, Ruzalong, protect me secretly. He closed his eyes, and his soul entered the space inside the small sword to study the Fire Spirit Pearl. The others didn't know at all. they all thought that Lin Xian was recuperating. As for those people, they began to walk in all directions. For a moment, the surroundings were eerily quiet. Gradually, Vhumad and the others came to the fiery lake again, preparing to crack the heavenly flame formation. The Fire Dragon King and the 3 ancient royal family elites were busy. Everyone was trying to crack the formation. Around the fiery lake, runes were everywhere, and flames were intertwined. It was a strange scene. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 3 days had passed, and no one had any clue at all. However, they didn't give up. They knew that it was impossible to crack it in a short time. However, these people didn't give up either. Vhumad and the others were even more solemn. They used all that they had learned in their lives. On the other side, Lin Xian also opened his eyes, revealing a trace of ecstasy. Excited, he was really too excited. In the past 3 days, his soul had entered the mysterious small sword to study the fire spirit pearl. He found that the patterns in the fire spirit pearl were actually formations. To be precise, there were 2 formations. One was called the Heavenly Flame Formation, and the other was called the 8 Barons Divine Flame Formation. Not only were the 2 formations recorded in it, but it also recorded the methods to crack them. This made Lin Xian wild with joy. Weren't the Heavenly Flame Formation and the 8 Barons Divine Flame Formation the 2 formations to protect the Heavenly Flame and the Void Divine Furnace? Outside, Vhumad and the other top prodigies had used countless methods, but to no avail. However, he had actually found a way to crack it. He was too excited. It seemed like it was time to make a move. However, it was impossible for him to brazenly attempt to breach the 2 spirit formations. Because even if he cracked it, the treasures might not necessarily be his in the end. Although he was a top prodigy, there were too many opponents. If the 3 supreme ancient theocrats joined forces, he wouldn't be able to fight them. Therefore, he had to think of a way to let these people kill each other first, and then he would be the fisherman to reap the benefits. Lin Xian transmitted the news to the Crimson Dragon, Xianxia, and Xianxia. When the 3 of them heard, their hearts beat wildly, especially the Crimson Dragon, who was trembling with excitement. Do you really have a way to crack it? Lin Xian nodded, but how to do it was still a problem. Xianxia sighed, Brother Xian, I think it's better to choose one of them. It's not realistic to get both. Indeed, Lin Xian wasn't too greedy. As long as he could get one of the treasures, this trip would not be in vain. Xianxia blinked her beautiful eyes and said, when Yan Nantian opened the Void Divine Furnace, there was a ball of fiery red light shining. In the end, it turned into an immortal pill. According to my perception, the red pill's aura is very similar to the heavenly flame in the flaming lake. Therefore, I guess that the red pill must be related to the heavenly flame. Perhaps it has some components of the heavenly flame. What? There's such a thing? Lin Xian was shocked when he heard that. Even Xianxia and the Crimson Dragon were shocked. To be honest, they only knew that the red pill was mysterious and contained terrifying power. However, they did not know if it had anything to do with the heavenly fire. Of course, they did not doubt Xianxia's words, because they knew that Xianxia had an innate spirit body. Such a spirit body was very sensitive to power. Perhaps Xianxia was the only one who could sense it among all the elite prodigies present. In that case, Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He had an idea. Why don't we give up on the heavenly fire? Firstly, the pill contained the heavenly fire. Vhumad and the others were studying the heavenly fire. It seemed that they wanted to seize the heavenly fire. If we break the array now, they would definitely go crazy and fight for the heavenly fire. When they fight, we can take the opportunity to break the 8 Baron Divine Fire Array and get the Void Sky Divine Furnace. Even if we can't take the furnace away, it would be great if we can get the pill inside. After all, the heavenly fire was good, but the Void Sky Divine Furnace was even more mysterious. There might be other treasures inside besides the red pill. However, what if they fight here after breaking the array? We can't go to the valley and take the Void Sky Divine Furnace. Xianxia frowned. Lin Xian smiled mysteriously. It was fine. Fire Qilin Cave had been plotting for a long time. Vhumad was powerful, and they knew Skyfire City very well. If they could get the heavenly fire, they would definitely leave. Don't forget about the teleportation array in the garden. They would definitely use that teleportation array to leave. Therefore, there would be a big hunt. After they leave, we just have to seize the Void Sky Divine Furnace. Lin Xian's plan was very good. Morong Qingqing and the others nodded when they heard it. Alright, let's do it. Lin Xian could not take the initiative to attack. After all, it would be too obvious. Therefore, he told the Crimson Dragon the way to break the array. He told the Crimson Dragon to do it secretly. After all, they were covered by the mysterious feathers, and no one could see them. Then, let's get started. Lin Xian transmitted his voice. Then, he went outside the valley again, pulled out the fire Qilin sword, and kept bombarding the valley. He wanted to create a commotion to attract the attention of those people, so that the Crimson Dragon could proceed quietly. As expected, Lin Xian's side began to attack the valley. All sorts of terrifying divine abilities and martial arts were displayed. Rumbling sounds rang out as flames filled the air. Sword Qi danced in the air, attracting the attention of Vhumad and the others in the distance. Damn it, what is this brat trying to do? Was he crazy? Humph, did he think that he could break the 8 Barons' divine fire array just because he could defeat Zhang Wushuang? What an idiot, these people sneered disdainfully. However, they did not know that beside them, the Crimson Dragon was quietly cracking the formation. Lin Xian's solution was obtained from the Fire Spirit Pearl. It was very profound and mysterious. He only needed to change the arrangement of some runic patterns to break the array formation. Therefore, the Dark Rainbow Divine Dragon's operation could be said to be silent. 1 spot, 2 spots, 3 spots, there were a total of 49 spots. In the end, the Crimson Dragon cracked them one by one. When the last one was cracked, the Crimson Dragon hurriedly left with Morong Qingqing and the others. Not long after they left, a white mist suddenly appeared around the fiery lake, followed by a series of deep voices. The entire ground began to tremble. Damn it, what happened? Vhumad and the others were shocked. At first, they thought that something was wrong with Lin Xian's side. However, they realized that it was not the case. There was a problem with the fiery lake around them. Could it be that the formation had been opened? They were extremely shocked. Impossible, they had been searching for so long, but they could not find any clues. How did the formation break? Could it be that someone was lucky and accidentally triggered the mechanism to break the formation? The Fire Dragon King's eyes flickered. After all, it was not only the top prodigies who were cracking the formation. The other prodigies of the 10,000 ancient races were also cracking the formation. There were so many people. Perhaps 1 or 2 of them were lucky enough to encounter it. However, now was not the time for them to think too much. The array formation around the flaming lake let out a rumbling sound and quickly disappeared. The fiery lake appeared in front of everyone, and a monstrous and terrifying aura rushed toward them. It was as if they were facing the divine fire in the valley again. It was finally open. The prodigies of the Fire Qilin cave were excited. The prodigies of the other 3 royal families were also wild with joy. Xianxia, Vhumad, and the others were excited. At this moment, everyone stood up and stared at the fiery lake in front of them. Attack! Vhumad was the first to roar. His body flashed, and a Fire Qilin appeared and rushed over. Wherever it passed, the world trembled. A terrifying power surged in all directions. Damn it, how dare you! Xianxia shouted. Her arms danced, and she struck out the Phoenix seal. The Fire Dragon King, Zhang Wushuang, and Huaxinyan were not willing to be left behind. They all displayed their powerful abilities. Get lost! At the front, Vhumad roared and spat out a bronze pagoda. As soon as the bronze pagoda appeared, a terrifying aura spread in all directions. With a gentle sound, a terrifying sound wave swept across all directions. Buzz, the space shattered, and thousands of runes bloomed. Not good. Seeing this, the Fire Dragon King and the others' expressions changed. That was because the bronze pagoda was too terrifying. The runes on it were terrifying. It was the work of a sage. Those runes were carved by a sage, and they were far more powerful than ordinary weapons. Therefore, in an instant, they were blasted away. Damn it, this guy has been preparing for a long time. He must be plotting against us, Xianxia screamed. She felt that the formation was not activated by chance, but by Vhumad. Previously, the other party had been pretending and did not break the formation directly. Instead, he waited for these people to be exhausted, anxious, and lost their confidence before breaking the formation. The other party was well prepared. At this moment, the bronze pagoda was the best proof. The Fire Dragon King gritted his teeth. On the other side, Xianxia let out a long roar. His body emitted a dazzling light. 9 mysterious runes shrouded him and emitted a terrifying aura. Emperor runes. At this moment, Xianxia once again used the Emperor runes and quickly walked forward. As soon as the Emperor runes appeared, they blocked the power of the bronze pagoda. I won't let you get the heavenly fire. Xianxia's voice was cold as if a great emperor had been revived. In front of him, Vhumad sneered. The Qilin head let out a sinister laugh. Who do you think you are? Are you really a great emperor who has been revived? You're still too young in front of me. As he spoke, he opened his mouth and spat out third-grade flying swords. Each of them was as red as fire and emitted a terrifying aura. Not good, it's a forbidden artifact. Seeing this, the Fire Dragon King's eyelids twitched wildly. Vhumad laughed sinisterly. One of the flying swords grew larger and became 100 feet long. It slashed forward and broke through the flaming lake. Another flying sword circled around him. The last flying sword flew toward Xianxia and exploded midway. Damn it! The forbidden artifact's power was no weaker than a half-step sacred artifact. Dodge it, they dodged one after another. Forbidden artifacts were very powerful, but they could not last long. Generally, they would break after a few uses. Although it was inferior to a half-step sacred artifact in this aspect, it was extremely terrifying in other aspects. For example, its sudden burst of power or the effect of self-destruction was very terrifying. Even Xianxia, who had the great emperor's talisman, did not dare to resist it. This energy was comparable to the self-destruction of a half-step sacred artifact. Therefore, he moved quickly. Boom! Boom, boom. The void around the flaming lake quickly shattered. Other than Vhumad, no one dared to stay here. Vhumad had already opened the flaming lake. In the lake, there was a fist-sized flame that emitted a monstrous aura. Heavenly fire, Vhumad smiled when he saw the flame. He knew that it was the flame of his dreams. Because the aura emitted from it was too terrifying. It was like the king of all flames. Even his body was trembling and cracks appeared. His own strength could not suppress the heavenly fire at all. However, the bronze pagoda above his head could. It was the work of a sage. The bronze pagoda cast a spell, and thousands of auras hung down like divine chains, enveloping the heavenly fire. Then, it kept the heavenly fire. Let's go. Vhumad laughed loudly and flew in the sky. He called out to the prodigies of the Fire Qilin cave and quickly left. Around him, the Fire Dragon King and Xianxia's eyes turned red when they saw the scene. Especially Xianxia, she screamed. How dare you? Stay, she screamed crazily. At this moment, she did not hold back. 2 pairs of phoenix wings appeared on her back. As she whistled, ice sealed thousands of miles. The entire space froze. The Fire Dragon King also turned into a fire dragon. He kept roaring, and his dragon claws tore the void apart. However, he was forced back by the Rainbow Pagoda. Vhumad was extremely powerful at this moment. His speed was also very fast. Get out of here, he shouted loudly, turned into rolling flames, and fled. The prodigies of the Fire Qilin cave followed closely behind. All of them were extremely excited. This was great. They had finally obtained the heavenly flame. Damn it, stop them, don't let any of them go, Xianxia screamed, and the Fire Dragon King roared as well. Zhang Wushuang, Xianxia, and Husinyan also quickly followed. Their target was Vhumad. For a moment, many figures were tumbling in the sky. In front of him, Vhumad turned his head and revealed a ferocious smile. You want to hunt me down with just the likes of you, go to hell. As he spoke, he let out a roar and the third flying sword beside him flew out again. This was also a forbidden artifact, and it exploded with a loud bang. Boom! Boom, the terrifying energy cut off the space and blocked everyone. By the time the energy dissipated, Vhumad had already led the people of the Fire Qilin cave out of the cave. Damn it, Chase. I must catch up to him, I can't let him escape. Behind him, the Fire Dragon King, Xianxia, and the other skyprides roared crazily. They killed their way out as if they had gone mad. Damn it, I was tricked by the Fire Qilin cave, they would not allow Vhumad to escape, ha 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 ha. Vhumad took the lead. He stepped on a fire cloud and flew quickly. Beside him were the skyprides of the Fire Cloud Cave. These people were also extremely excited. They had finally obtained the heavenly fire. Next, they could leave this place. According to the ancient emperor's memories, there was a teleportation array ahead that could teleport them away. Previously, Vhumad had also sensed that although the teleportation array had not been used for a long time, it was undamaged. It could be activated at any time. After using the teleportation array to leave, they had completely shaken off the people from the nest of 10,000 dragons and the Divine Emperor Ridge. At that time, they could calmly go and seize the Qilin Eye. As for the Void Divine Furnace, they had given up this time. However, they had obtained 2 of the 3 treasures of Heavenly Fire City. After returning, the Qilin Crown Prince would definitely be very happy. Thinking of this, they were wild with joy. However, at this moment, a scream came from behind. It turned out that a palm had descended from the sky and directly slapped 2 prodigies of the Fire Spirit Cave to death. Damn it, the ancient Chaos Palm. Seeing this scene, Vhumad's face darkened. Needless to say, it was Yan Nantian who had made a move. The other party was really powerful. As expected of someone who had obtained the inheritance of a great emperor. What should we do, Lord Seventh? Should we kill them? The eyes of the prodigies of the Fire Qilin cave beside him were bloodshot. They had never been hunted down like this before. Vhumad gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. There was no need to care about these people. Let's hurry up and fly. All of you, burn your bloodline power. We must leave this place as soon as possible. So what if 1 or 2 prodigies died? As long as they could leave this place, they would be safe. Without their guidance, it would be a problem for the remaining people to leave Heavenly Fire City, let alone obtain the treasures. As they were returning along the same path, the speed of Vhumad's group was very fast. They did not encounter any obstruction at all. Not long after, they arrived at the garden from before. Not good, there was something wrong with that garden. It was very likely a teleportation array. Behind them, the Fire Dragon King and the others' expressions changed drastically when they saw the scene. They had felt that it was suspicious previously. Vhumad had stood under the rockery in the garden for a long time. At that time, they were suspicious. They had investigated, but they did not find anything. Now, it seemed that there was indeed a problem. Hurry up and don't let him leave. The Fire Dragon King roared angrily. Fire Dragon descends, he used a great divine ability. Phoenix soars the 9 heavens, Ancient Chaos Divine Fist, Apocalyptic Blade, Divine Blade of War. Those top prodigies attacked crazily, trying to destroy the entire garden. As long as the array was destroyed, he did not believe that they could not escape alive. You want to stop me? It's not that easy. Vhumad laughed sinisterly, opened his mouth, and spat out another treasure. It was a disc array. It quickly expanded in the wind and directly merged into the void. Then, the array was activated and enveloped the entire garden. Haha, with my Divine Sun Universe array, you can stay outside. Vhumad and the others laughed crazily. That was an extremely powerful defensive array. Those below the sage level could not break it at all. Those people wanted to stop them. It was purely wishful thinking. As expected, those peerless divine abilities bombarded the array's light screen, producing earth-shattering sounds. The array's light screen trembled, but it did not break at all. Seeing that, the prodigies of Fire Qilin Cave all laughed loudly. Behind them, the Fire Dragon King, Xianxia, and the others had gloomy expressions. Damn it, he brought so many treasures. Naturally, they had heard of the Divine Sun Universe array. It was an extremely famous defensive array of Fire Qilin Cave. They did not expect Vhumad to bring it here this time. Is it that powerful? Open! Divine Fist of War. Zhang Wushuang waved his fist, and countless golden fist shadows bombarded the array, producing clanging sounds. Even though the void had been shattered, the spirit formation remained completely unscathed. Zhang Wushuang's face turned hideous. The other skyprides also looked cold. Let me try. Huaxinyan walked out, and mysterious runes appeared in his eyes. Around him, balls of flames danced as if they could burn everything. It was the earthly blaze. He had such a strange flame. Xianxia and the others exclaimed. It was a terrifying flame that was born from the earth, and it was very difficult to subdue. They did not expect it to be refined by him. Sure enough, when the flame appeared, the surrounding void distorted. Many skyprides trembled as they looked in front of them in fear. Poof, the earthly blaze landed on the array and burned rapidly. Soon, it spread throughout the entire space. The array shook violently, but it resisted in the end. Damn it, how could it be so strong? Huaxinyan frowned when he saw this. In the garden, Huamuzhen and the others still came to the array. He looked at the exasperated faces of the people outside the garden and laughed proudly. Idiots, the Divine Sun Universe array was an extremely strong defensive array. No one below the sage level could break it. You people should stop dreaming. Huamuzhen laughed. I'll miss you after I leave Skyflame City. I hope you can escape successfully within 100 years. Huamuzhen was overjoyed. Without his guidance, these people would not be able to leave. Hearing this, the Fire Dragon King and Xianxia's faces darkened. When they entered the fourth area, Huamuzhen had provided them with the method to break the array. They worked together and spent a lot of effort to break it. Now that they did not have Huamuzhen's guidance, it would be much more difficult for them to leave. Damn it, thinking of this, Xianxia screamed and attacked again. An ice sword fell from the sky, and it could destroy the world. It slashed on the array, but it did not break it. Humph, you bitch, you keep going against me. Who do you think you are? Now, just stay here obediently. When I'm in a good mood, I might come back to collect your corpse in 100 years. Huamuzhen's arrogant voice sounded again. Hearing this, Xianxia was so angry that she vomited blood. Ah! How dare he insult her like this? This drove her crazy. Damn you, Huamuzhen, I'll kill you. Kill me? Stop dreaming. Huamuzhen sneered. Do you think you have the strength to do so? Be good and stay here. I'm going to leave. Huamuzhen was very proud of himself. After returning this time, he would definitely be rewarded by the Crown Prince. At that time, his strength would advance by leaps and bounds again. As for these people, they were trapped here. What could the other party use to kill him? At the thought of this, he called the prodigies of the Fire Chilan Grotto to stand on the array formation. Then, he formed a seal with his palm. 9 divine crystals flew out of his sleeves in different directions, providing a tremendous amount of energy. Activate the formation. With a cold shout, Huamuzhen's body exploded with light. One after another, mysterious runes struck the formation. Oh no, I can't let him go. Xianxia, the Fire Dragon King, and the other top skyprides attacked like crazy. However, it was still blocked by the array formation. Although cracks had appeared on the formation, it did not shatter. On the teleportation array, Huamuzhen and the others smiled. Goodbye. He was about to leave this place. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. The surrounding prodigies of the Fire Chilan Grotto also looked at each other. What was going on? Why weren't they teleported away? Damn teleportation array, activate, Huamuzhen shouted coldly. He thought that the divine crystals he threw out were not enough, so he threw out 9 more and merged them into the array formation. The teleportation array made a buzzing sound, but in an instant, the light disappeared again. They were not teleported away. Damn it, what was going on? How could this be? Huamuzhen's face was gloomy, and the expressions of the prodigies around him changed drastically. Could it be that there was a problem with the array formation? That was impossible. Huamuzhen had personally checked before. The array formation was intact and could be activated at any time. Moreover, he had done it very secretly. He did not believe that these people could see through it. Judging from the situation when these people chased after him, they really did not know that there was a teleportation array here. In other words, these people could not have destroyed it. But why could the teleportation array not be activated? How could this be? Lord Seventh, what should we do? The surrounding prodigies of the Fire Qilin Grotto also turned pale. Could it be that this array formation was broken? That was impossible. Although many tens of thousands of years had passed, so many killing arrays had been used before. This array formation should not be broken. Their faces were also gloomy. What exactly happened? Damn it, I don't believe it. It must be that the array formation had not been activated for a long time, so the energy required was relatively large. His eyes were bloodshot. This time, he threw out 49 divine crystals. Those divine crystals were like small suns, blooming with vast energy and enveloping the entire array formation. This time, the energy should be enough. Vhumad gritted his teeth and quickly formed a seal with his palms. Everyone's hearts were in their mouths. However, this time, they still did not teleport away. All the energy was absorbed by the array formation, but they still stayed in place. How could this be? The prodigies of the Fire Qilin Grotto were about to go crazy. They looked at the people outside the array formation, their bodies trembling. Previously, they had completely offended the nest of 10,000 dragons, Divine Phoenix Ridge, and Zhan Wushuang and other top prodigies. If they could teleport away, then it would be fine. However, if they could not teleport away, they would face the anger of so many top prodigies. Would they be able to withstand it? Not to mention them, even their 7th-generation master would not be able to resist. Vhumad's face also turned green. He roared in exasperation. Damn it, you bastard. Open it. He had gone crazy. He roared like a wild dog, but the array formation remained indifferent. Outside the array formation, Fire Dragon King, Xianxia, and the others were also stunned. What was going on? Vhumad and the others were not teleported away. To be honest, they did not quite believe it either. It seemed that there was a problem with the array formation. Xianxia sneered. Everyone was stunned, then revealed a sinister expression. This Vhumad was really courting death. Fire Dragon King sneered. Xianxia was even more murderous. Great, there was finally a chance to kill him with his own hands. Zhan Wushuang and Yan Nantian also snorted coldly. Their expressions were incomparably cold. They attacked together. They would shatter the array formation. Cracks had already appeared on the array formation. Now that they were attacking even more violently, it probably would not last long. 7th-generation master, what should we do? Seeing that more and more array formations around them were broken, the faces of the prodigies of the Fire Qilin Grotto turned green. Vhumad was trembling with anger. Damn it, how did this happen? To be honest, he did not expect that he would not be able to leave after offending so many people. His previous plan was very good. He would seize the treasure, activate the teleportation array, and leave directly. However, he had obtained the treasure, but now, the array formation had failed. No, it can't have failed. Someone must have sabotaged it. Vhumad looked ferocious. He kept feeling that there was a pair of invisible hands behind him that were pushing everything. When the great heavenly fire array was broken, he had some suspicions. Those people thought that he was the one who broke it, but he knew that he did not know how to break the array formation. However, the array formation was inexplicably broken. He previously thought that someone was lucky and triggered the array formation's mechanism. But now that he thought about it, that was unlikely. This ancient great array was so mysterious that it was not something that could be opened by luck alone. However, in just 3 days, the great heavenly fire array was activated. Now that he thought about it, it was indeed very suspicious. Coupled with the fact that the teleportation array could not be activated, that made Vhumad's heart sink to the extreme. He knew that he had been set up. But who was the culprit? Damn it! Could it be that there's a peerless expert hiding in the dark? Who is it? Get out here! He roared like a madman. How dare you set me up? I'll definitely kill you. Fire Qilin Cave will definitely not let you off. However, no one answered. What answered him was only an earth-shattering sound. With a bang, endless light flickered, and the surrounding divine sun universe array shattered with a bang. Fire Dragon King, Xianxia, and the others rushed over. Behind them were the primordial elites of the nest of 10,000 dragons and Divine Emperor Ridge. Oh no! The primordial elites of the Fire Qilin cave were so scared that they were about to cry. Huamuxin's face was also extremely pale. Wait, this is a misunderstanding. Seeing that the other party had arrived, Huamuxin hurriedly roared. They had been set up, and they had to find the person who was hiding in the dark. Misunderstanding, my ass. Feng Yunxue rushed forward with a murderous aura, not giving Huamuxin a chance to speak at all. Previously, the other party dared to call her a bitch and humiliate her. How could she endure it? Buzz, she extended her jade-like hand, which transformed into a divine bird. It carried the divine light of leaf fire as it pierced through the clouds and charged at Huamuxin. It could be said that he did not hold back at all in this palm strike. Therefore, the skyprides around Huamuxin trembled, unable to resist at all. Huamuxin shouted angrily, and a cold light burst from his eyes. A sea of fire gushed out from his body, and his king's domain enveloped the geniuses around him, forming a strong defense. At the same time, he punched out. Boom, the sky was filled with crimson clouds that emanated from his fist, spreading out in all directions. This punch was like a peerless ferocious beast that had broken free from its shackles and charged forward. Clang, when the two collided, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. A terrifying explosion of energy blew those geniuses away. Only the Flame Dragon King and the others were still able to advance. Huamuxin's face darkened. He roared, retreat. The skyprites behind him could not withstand such a ferocious attack. At the same time, he quickly retreated. Now that the other party was going crazy, he had to leave this place. However, he had just retreated. Behind him, a divine blade descended. It was sparkling and translucent, carrying terrifying divine force, cutting off his path of retreat. Buzz, countless runes flickered above his head. A huge vortex appeared, and a godfiend's palm reached out from the vortex, emitting a monstrous aura. It was the Flame Dragon King and Yan Nanshan's attack. Oh no! Huamuxin's pupils constricted. He was the 7th-generation god fiend, and his strength was incomparably terrifying. However, he could not fight against so many geniuses of the same level as him. Therefore, he could only hide now. His body turned into a stream of light. He burned his bloodline power and narrowly avoided such a terrifying killing move. At the same time, he screamed frantically, "Stop! I've been tricked, the array has been tampered with and can't be used anymore. Moreover, I wasn't the one who broke the heavenly fire array, someone did it secretly. There's a peerless expert lurking around us, we have to find that person, or there will be endless trouble." Humph. Hearing that, the Flame Dragon King snorted coldly. Zhang Wushuang, Yan Nantian, and the others also felt cold. They didn't believe such nonsense. Feng Yunxue sneered. Someone tricked you, someone secretly attacked you? Do you think I'll believe you? We have so many experts, but we can't see through them? Could it be that they're saints? Saints can't enter this place. Besides, when you escaped with the heavenly fire, did someone trick you? When you humiliated me in the array, did someone force you to say that? Damn you, Huamuxin, I won't let you go today. Feng Yinshua's murderous aura pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The others also attacked aggressively. Although they were also very confused, they were all burning with anger. They had to capture Huamuxin and torture him. Then, they would think about whether the details were as the other party had said. These people did not hold back. One after another, terrifying divine abilities erupted. Ah, damn it, I'll fight it out with you. Huamuxin screamed crazily. His eyes were wide open, and the blood in his body surged. A huge Fire Qilin phantom appeared and roared at the sky. At the same time, he burned his bloodline power, and the bronze pagoda also rushed out from between his brows. He did not hold back at all and fought against these people. In an instant, a great battle broke out. In the end, Huamuxin used the heavenly fire that he had just obtained. Monstrous flames filled the air. The entire space was enveloped by a peerless power. Other than Yan Nantian, the Fire Dragon King, and the others who fought against it, the other archaic prodigies all retreated frantically, not daring to get close at all. However, the prodigies of the nest of 10,000 dragons and the divine Phoenix Ridge did not stay idle. they all charged towards the prodigies of the Fire Qilin cave. For a moment, the battle was very tragic. While these people were fighting desperately, on the other side, the cave was eerily quiet. At this moment, the cave inside was still like a paradise on earth. The flaming lake that was split open by the saber once again recovered, but there was still no one there. In the entire paradise on earth, only Lin Xian was left. Of course, there was also the Crimson Dragon and the others. They walked out of the mysterious feather. They were finally out. Morong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. Shen Jingqiu looked around curiously. The Crimson Dragon was extremely excited. "Kid, let's start quickly." Lin Xian nodded. There was no time to lose. They had to make a move quickly. Who knew what happened to those people outside? The group of people moved quickly and arrived outside the valley. Looking at the ethereal divine furnace in front of them, everyone's eyes burned with passion. My line, my line. The little white monkey also jumped out, scratching its ears and cheeks anxiously. However, it also knew that the formation ahead was terrifying, so it did not dare to move forward. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He and the Crimson Dragon worked together and quickly broke the 8 barren divine fire formation. Since they already had a way to break it, they acted very quickly. Not long after, the entire 8 desolation divine fire array trembled slightly and then disappeared. Great, it's broken. The Crimson Dragon was overjoyed, and the little white monkey flew over. Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, and Shen Jingqiu also came forward. The void divine furnace, everyone looked at the divine furnace in front of them excitedly. One of the pills inside was refined using the heavenly flame, so its value was definitely higher than the heavenly flame. And that was only one of the treasures. There must be other treasures inside. In other words, the value of the void divine furnace far exceeded the heavenly fire. Hurry up and take it away. The Crimson Dragon set up a formation outside to prevent them from causing too much of a commotion and alerting the outside world. Let Ben Huang try. After setting up the formation, the Crimson Dragon couldn't wait any longer. He opened his mouth and wanted to swallow the void divine furnace. The mysterious runes on the void divine furnace flickered, and a terrifying divine fire spread out. The Crimson Dragon was so scared that he quickly retreated. No, although the 8 desolation divine fire array was broken, the void divine furnace was too terrifying. It would be difficult for anyone below the sage realm to walk. Let's open the furnace. The Crimson Dragon shook his head. He stretched out his dragon claws, grabbed the top of the furnace, and lifted it. However, the void divine furnace didn't move at all. Damn, why is it so heavy? Everyone was stunned. The dark red divine dragon could easily lift 100,000 mountains with just one move. However, the void divine furnace didn't move. That Yan Nantian was really powerful. He could lift the top of the void divine furnace with just one hand. Morong Qingqing exclaimed. Shen Jingqiu was also surprised. She had to admit that the Emperor's divine ability was indeed powerful. Let me try. Lin Xian stood out. His 9-yang divine body shone brightly as he used his full strength. A pair of golden hands grabbed the top of the furnace. Open for me, Lin Xian shouted angrily. His black hair danced wildly, and the entire void trembled. Countless cracks appeared around him. The illusionary divine furnace also began to tremble and rumble. Lin Xian was like a god of war, his power erupting once again. Finally, a crack appeared in the furnace. It was activated. The Crimson Dragon was overjoyed. Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu were also shocked. As expected of the 9-yang divine body. It was indeed terrifying to possess such divine power. Lin Xian's face was flushed red. Activating this sliver was already his limit. He couldn't open it completely. However, he also had a backup plan. Come out, great dragon sword spirit. With a cold shout, a dragon-shaped sword shadow flew out and circled in the sky. Then, it pierced into the gap. Clang, an earth-shattering sound could be heard. Fortunately, there was a formation around them, so it did not spread out. Seeing the great dragon sword's soul enter the gap, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He loosened his grip. His arm was numb. He had to admit that the great void divine furnace was too terrifying. At the same time, he was even more shocked. It seemed that the chaotic ancient technique was incomparably terrifying. The inheritance of the arch was indeed not to be underestimated. He had to pay more attention to Yan Nantian in the future. But now, he put away his thoughts and focused on dealing with the great void divine furnace in front of him. Buzz, he grabbed the great dragon sword spirit with one hand. Then, he pressed it down. He wanted to use the great dragon sword spirit as a lever to pry open the great void divine furnace's cauldron. If it was an ordinary heaven-grade top-tier weapon, it would probably break in an instant. Even a half-step sacred weapon might not be able to withstand it. However, the great dragon sword spirit was different. This was an offensive saint technique between heaven and earth. It would not break at all. Lin Xian did not have to worry. He only needed to use all his strength. Rumble. Rumble, the top of the great void divine furnace finally emitted a creaking sound. The crack grew bigger and bigger, and finally, more than half of it was opened. Buzz, as soon as the divine furnace opened, a red light rushed out of it, emitting a peerless aura. It turned into a pill and floated at the entrance. It was that pill. Seeing this scene, the Crimson Dragon exclaimed in surprise. Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu also held their breaths. Previously, they had seen this pill. The power of this pill was too terrifying. Mysterious runes appeared on Shen Jingqiu's body. She carefully sensed it. That's right, this pill indeed contained the aura of the divine fire. Keep it. Lin Xian took out the 9-story pagoda. It was also a half-step sacred weapon, and he controlled it. He put away the red pill. After doing all this, he heaved a sigh of relief. The Crimson Dragon looked ahead eagerly. Kid, look. Are there any treasures inside? They looked ahead. It was chaos inside, and they could not see clearly at all. Kid, activate your heavenly secret divine eyes. The Crimson Dragon urged. Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret divine eyes and looked inside. In the next moment, he could not see clearly what kind of chaos he passed through. However, he saw that there were many flickering lights inside. He thought that there should be treasures inside. He said that there were indeed treasures, but he could not take them out. Lin Xian stretched out his palm and reached into the chaos, wanting to take out the treasures. However, as soon as he entered, the 9-yang palm cracked, and he quickly retracted it in fear. It seemed that the aura of the wonton was even more terrifying than the divine fire. Did he have to wait for the treasures to fly out? The Crimson Dragon's eyes were red. He muttered something and formed a seal with his dragon claws. He shouted, "Come out, treasure!" However, there was no reaction from the void divine furnace. The Crimson Dragon was so angry that it roared and slapped it with its claws. Damn it! Wuji the Snow White monkey jumped. It was also so angry that it scratched its ears and cheeks and took off the treasure plate on its head. The Snow White monkey used all its strength, and its body emitted a white light. It used the treasure plate to the extreme. Similarly, mysterious runes appeared one after another. Lin Xian also took out the fire spirit pearl from the mysterious sword and placed it on the treasure plate. He did not know what use it would be. However, he had a feeling that the fire spirit pearl should be related to the void divine furnace. As expected, under the effects of the two, a few more rays of light flew out from the void divine furnace. It's coming out, there are treasures coming out. A total of 4 rays of light came out and floated at the entrance. Seeing this, the Snow White monkey waved its claws and directly put away a blue fruit. Then, it was elated, and its big eyes turned into crescents. Other than the blue fruit, there were 3 other things. One of them was a blood-colored lingji. This was not an ordinary lingji. It was even more terrifying than the king of medicine. This was because there were mysterious runes on it that did not look like they were carved by humans. Heavens, could this be natural Tao patterns? The Crimson Dragon swallowed his saliva. He had never seen such a magical spirit herb before. Lin Xian, can you give this blood lingji to me? Shen Jingqiu's beautiful eyes widened. There were also terrifying runes spinning on her body. She had formed a connection with the blood lingji. Lin Xian smiled. Of course, these are all for you. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Shen Jingqiu formed a seal with her palm, and the blood lingji flew to her side and was kept by her. Roar, no, Ben Huang had to choose one too. The Crimson Dragon stared at the remaining two things. At this moment, a roar came with a terrifying aura. Even the blood in Lin Xian and the others' bodies surged. What a terrifying bloodline suppression, what is this? The Crimson Dragon's eyes were red as it stared at the black pill. This thing looked ordinary, but it was actually so terrifying. Could it be the legendary Thousand Beasts elixir? Heavens, Ben Huang wants this thing. The Crimson Dragon waved its claws and kept the black pill. Then I will take the last thing. Morong Qingqing smiled and waved her jade-like hand. Although there was only one left, she was not dissatisfied. In fact, she was very happy. The last thing was a 7-colored lotus. The 7 petals were like rainbows, shining with a mysterious aura. Needless to say, this was also a treasure. Everyone was very satisfied with the treasures they obtained. Next, the little white monkey activated the treasure basin again. Lin Xian used the fire spirit pearl, but it was useless. None of the treasures came out. They knew that they might have used up all their opportunities. However, it did not matter. Each of them obtained a treasure. Moreover, they knew that any treasure in their hands was far more valuable than the Heaven Fire. It could be said that they were the biggest winners in this trip to Heaven Fire City. Lin Xian kept the great dragon sword soul, and the divine furnace slowly healed. Finally, the void sky divine furnace merged into one again. It emitted a mysterious aura and floated there. Are we leaving? Morong Qingqing asked. The Crimson Dragon looked at it and said reluctantly. Oh, this is a peerless treasure. Are we going to leave it here? I really want to take it away. Kid, do you have any other ideas? Lin Xian was also reluctant. To be honest, although he could not take it out now, he wanted to take it away. In the future, when he became stronger, he would definitely be able to get the treasures inside. Therefore, he wanted to get it. After thinking for a while, he said, I will give it a try. Others might not have a way, but he had a way. He had the mysterious small sword in his body. Previously, the mysterious small sword had absorbed the fire spirit pearl. This time, it should be able to take the void sky divine furnace. However, he could not take the initiative to move the mysterious small sword. Therefore, he was ready to take the risk. He reached out and grabbed the void sky divine furnace. The void sky divine cauldron released a divine flame that enveloped Lin Xian. The 9-yang divine body resisted the divine flame, but the divine flame was too terrifying. Cracks instantly appeared on his 9-yang divine body. He roared, damn it, keep it. Just as his body was about to shatter, the mysterious little sword in his body finally trembled. A beam of sword light shot out and enveloped the void sky deity. In the next moment, the void divine furnace disappeared from the valley. Disappeared, the void divine furnace seemed to have disappeared. Morong Qingqing and the others widened their eyes, and the Crimson Dragon screamed. Kid, did you succeed? Lin Xian closed his eyes, and his soul entered the mysterious little sword. Sure enough, he discovered that the Nihility divine furnace had appeared in that mysterious space. This made him sigh in relief. He opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. He had succeeded. Hurry up and leave, don't get blocked by those people. If they find out that it was us who did it in secret, these people will probably go crazy. The Crimson Dragon and the others prepared to leave. Lin Xian nodded and also wanted to leave. However, just as they turned around, a mysterious flame suddenly appeared in the place where the void divine furnace was originally floating. As soon as it jumped, the space in the entire valley instantly shattered. A terrifying spatial power enveloped Lin Xian and the others. In the next moment, they disappeared from the valley. On the other side, the battle in the garden was fierce. Huamuzhen's body was covered in blood, and his body was covered in cracks. He had already been defeated twice, and this was the result of using all his trump cards and burning his bloodline power. Otherwise, he would have been killed long ago. On the other side, the prodigies of the Fire Qilin cave were also on the verge of death. Many of them were injured, and many of them were killed. Damn it, stop. I'm not fighting anymore. I'll hand over the heavenly fire, Huamuzhen was furious. However, if he did not hand over the heavenly fire, he would really lose his life. Not only him, but all the prodigies of the Fire Qilin cave would be killed. He could not bear the consequences. Hearing this, the Fire Dragon King and the others stopped. Vhumad reluctantly took out the bronze pagoda. He divided the heavenly fire into 6 portions and gave them to the Fire Dragon King and the other 5 prodigies. Only then did the other party stop. However, Xianxia looked at him with a cold expression. In the end, she did not make a move. Vhumad heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, he was so angry that he trembled. Who was it? Who was it that tricked him? He decided to go back and take a look. The others also felt that the matter was a little strange. After all, they felt that it was unreal that the heavenly fire array was activated so easily. Therefore, these people also followed Vhumad and returned to the cave. When they entered the cave, they found that it was quiet inside. They first came to the flaming lake and saw that everything was normal. Xianxia sneered. Alright, we've already obtained the heavenly fire. It doesn't matter even if you lied and plotted against us. The others also looked over. Vhumad shook his head. Someone must have tricked me. Let's go to the valley and take a look. There might be something wrong with the Void Divine Furnace. They flew toward the valley. Among them, although the Fire Dragon King and the others were suspicious, they did not think that the other party had the ability to seize the Void Divine Furnace. One had to know that even the successor of the great emperor, Xianxia, could not do anything. Moreover, he only survived after risking a chaotic ancient imperial talisman. It was impossible for others to take it away. Unless it was a saint, and an extremely terrifying one at that. Only then would they be able to quietly take away the Void Wave Divine Furnace. With a suspicious attitude, they flew toward the valley. However, when they arrived at the valley, they were completely dumbfounded. With a clang, the bronze pagoda above Vhumad's head fell to the ground. However, he did not care at all. He stared straight ahead. Where was the Void Divine Furnace? Xianxia also screamed. The pupils of the Fire Dragon King, Xianxia, and Husinyan also shrank. Xianxia's eyes burst with a piercing cold light. The stars in his eyes flickered as if they were the eyes of the martial path, sweeping in all directions. Could it be that he had hidden it? However, under such a terrifying eye technique, nothing could be hidden. He realized that the Void Divine Furnace had really disappeared. Not only had the Void Divine Furnace disappeared, but the 8 Barren Divine Fire Array had also disappeared. As soon as Vhumad entered the valley, he roared crazily. Who was it? Damn it, who was the one who did it? The others were also sweating profusely. The Great Heavenly Fire Array was broken? The 8 Barren Divine Fire Array was also broken by someone. Which expert was it that did this? It could not be the younger generation. No one had such terrifying ability. Even the top young array masters could not do it. The Fire Dragon King and the others shook their heads. They had a deep understanding of how terrifying the 8 Barren Divine Fire Array was. Even the 10,000 ancient races couldn't produce such a prodigy, let alone the human race or anyone else. Who was it? Super expert. There was a super expert hiding in the dark. Damn it, what method did he use to enter? Which faction's super expert was he from? These people went crazy. They felt that not only Vhumad, but all of them had been tricked by the other party. The other party first cracked the heavenly fire formation and made them fight for the heavenly fire. Then, the other party quietly took away the Void Divine Furnace after they left. Thinking of this, everyone felt like they had been played. Especially Vhumad, who spat out a mouthful of blood with a cry. Even he had been injured by it. Who was it? Wait, where was that kid? Where was that human kid? Xianxia suddenly screamed. The others also looked at each other. Yes, where was Lin Xian? If Lin Xian was an ant before, they wouldn't take him seriously. However, the battle between him and Xianxia made them know that this kid was very strong, not weaker than them. However, during the battle for the heavenly fire, he didn't appear at all, and now he disappeared. Could it be that he took the Void Divine Furnace? When these words were said, the others' eyelids twitched. Impossible, no matter how strong that kid is, he's at most on par with us. If we can't take it, what right does he have to take it? Yes, even Brother Yan, the successor of a great emperor, couldn't do anything. How could this kid have such methods? Although he had the 9 Yang divine body and the great dragon sword soul, these two were both offensive and combat aspects. In terms of cracking formations, he didn't have any advantage. In fact, he was even inferior to them. They didn't believe that it was Lin Xian who took the Void Divine Furnace. Because if that was the case, it was too sensational. Yan Nan frowned. If the other party didn't take it, then why did the other party disappear? Could it be that it was the super saint behind this kid? They knew that Lin Xian was related to at least 3 super saints. First, Xia Jiuyo, that was Immortal Palace's old palace master. Second, Lin Zhan, that was the other party's father. Third, Lord Alcohol, had a deep relationship with the other party. What if it was really Lin Xian who had colluded with one of the 3 super sages to take it away? It shouldn't be. The Fire Dragon King and the others shook their heads. Ever since the darkness upheaval, the ancestors of the 3 ancient royal families have been secretly watching the actions of the human race's super saints. If it's one of those super sages, our patriarch will definitely know about it. At that time, he would definitely not let the matter rest. Therefore, it couldn't be them. Who was it? Could it be that another hidden mysterious saint had taken action and seized the Void Divine Furnace? But this kid happened to see it, and then he killed this kid. It was possible. Everyone nodded. They felt that this was also a possibility. Huamuzhen's face was gloomy. No matter who had done it this time, he had really lost. He only managed to obtain 1/6 of the heavenly flame before the Void Divine Furnace disappeared. How was he going to explain himself when he returned? That's right, the Qilin Eye, there was still the Qilin Eye. He had to get the Qilin Eye. Otherwise, the Qilin Crown Prince would not forgive him when he returned. In the next moment, he looked at the Fire Dragon King and the others. You guys don't need to follow me anymore. At this point, he waved his sleeve, and endless runes condensed in the air, forming a map. This is the way out. You guys follow this path. I have other things to do. With that, he quickly left with the people of the Fire Qilin Cave. Damn it, this guy must have secrets that he's hiding from us. Could it be that there are other treasures in Heavenly Flame City? Feng Yinxue looked at the other party's back and gritted his teeth. Should we follow? The other's eyes flickered. These people discussed and decided to follow and take a look. They felt that Huamuzhen must be hiding something. They followed for a while, but found that he had completely disappeared. This made them sigh. Forget it, this guy knows more than us. It's easy to shake us off. Let's go back the way we came. Yan Nantian and the others shook their heads. Everyone decided to return. In the true spirit world, Heavenly Flame City floated in the sky, emitting a terrifying aura. The great sects of the human race and the 10,000 ancient races were waiting nervously. After all, they had sent in so many geniuses. It seemed that Heavenly Flame City would disappear in a month or 2. They wondered how far Huamuzhen and the others had gone. Did they get the Heavenly Flame? Did they get the Void Divine Furnace? Qilin Eye? The eyes of the experts of the Fire Qilin Cave flickered. They still didn't know that the Void Divine Furnace had been quietly taken away by someone else. Huamuzhen had only obtained 1/6 of the Heavenly Flame. As for the Qilin Eye, it was still unknown. If this news were to spread, it would probably shock the entire Fire Qilin Cave. On this day, in a place not far from Skyflame City, the void split open and a few figures fell from the void. As soon as these people appeared, their bodies shone brightly and they instantly recovered. Where is this? A beautiful woman in purple asked curiously with widened eyes. Beside her was a peerless beauty in white, a dark red divine dragon, a snow-white monkey, and a black-robed youth. It was Lin Xian and the others. After Lin Xian recovered his strength, he looked around. Heavenly Flame City, we're out. Sure enough, Morong Qingqing and the others also saw the incomparably huge Heavenly Flame City. They heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they were worried. What about the disciples of the sacred grounds? There should be a way out. Lin Xian's eyes also flickered. Peacock and the other martial artists of the Immortal Palace were also inside. However, he wasn't worried. With so many disciples of the sacred grounds inside, there would definitely be a way out. Lin Xian said, "Let's leave this place quickly. After all, we came out early. If we were discovered by others, there would be a lot of questions and suspicions." At this point, Morong Qingqing took out a mysterious feather, covered their aura, and quickly left. Sure enough, not long after they left, a few primordial kings looked over. What's going on? Why do I feel an energy fluctuation? Could it be that someone came out early? Impossible, it's not time yet, these people shouldn't have come out. Perhaps a demonic beast happened to pass by. They patrolled the surroundings again, but they didn't find anyone suspicious. Only then did the primordial kings withdraw their gazes. On the other side, in the void, Lin Xian and the others heaved a sigh of relief. That was close. These primordial kings were so cautious. Forget it, let's leave quickly. They flew quickly in the dark. Finally, they arrived 5 million miles away. Lin Xian was still worried. He flew another 10 million miles before landing in the forest below. It should be fine. We're already far away from Heavenly Flame City. Those people won't be monitoring here. They heaved a sigh of relief. Kid, where are we going next? The Crimson Dragon asked. Qingqing and the others also looked over. Lin Xian said. The main group hasn't returned yet. It's not good for us to wander around outside to avoid being discovered. How about this? Let's go back to the Immortal Palace to cultivate in seclusion. We've all obtained quite a few treasures. Why don't we take advantage of this time to consume them? Okay. Morong Qingqing and Xianxia nodded. They could also return to the Immortal Palace to cultivate while waiting for the people from their holy land to return. The Crimson Dragon took out the array platform and opened the space gate. The few of them quickly left. Inside the Immortal Palace, the array flickered. Lin Xian and the others appeared, attracting the attention of the head guardian and the others. Palace Master, why are you back? They were extremely shocked. Because they were also paying attention to Skyflame City, but no one came out. Lin Xian said. It's a long story. First, seal off the news. Don't let anyone know that we came out. Yes. The head guardian hurriedly went to seal off the news. Lin Xian brought Morong Qingqing and the others into the Starry Palace. Everyone went into seclusion. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged. First, he recovered his body to its peak state. He took out the 9-layered pagoda. There was a red pill floating in the air inside. Just by smelling the pill's fragrance, Lin Xian felt refreshed. The blood in his body boiled, as if his strength had increased. It was indeed an immortal pill. He was wild with joy. Gulp. He swallowed it decisively. A violent power erupted. Lin Xian closed his eyes and slowly formed a seal. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon, Snow White Monkey, Morong Qingqing, and Xianxia also swallowed the treasures they obtained. Everyone went into seclusion. 1 month. 2 months. At the beginning of the 3rd month, Skyflame City emitted a terrifying energy that forcefully teleported everyone out. Its terrifying figure slowly disappeared into the void. Skyflame City disappeared. The terrifying pressure dissipated, making everyone heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, everyone sighed. They didn't know when they would be able to explore Heavenly Flame City again. The people of the Fire Qilin Cave were extremely excited. They sent out a dozen Archean kings to bring Vhumad and the others back. The nest of 10,000 dragons and Divine Phoenix Ridge did the same, sending out a large number of experts. Leaf Dao Denier, Dustless, Alcade, the Grand Summer Photon, and the others all emerged. Their auras were much stronger than before. Clearly, these people had obtained their own fortuitous encounters in Heavenly Flame City. That was especially true of Leaf Dao Denier. Clenching his fists, he called out to the Yi clan experts. This time, he had indeed encountered a great opportunity. Brother Gu, Brother Wuhua, Brother Xia, I'll be leaving first. Yi Wudao waved at Gu Santong and the others, then left with the Yi clan cultivators. Let's go. Gu Santong and the rest took a deep breath. They had all gained a lot, and now it was time to go back and digest it. The elders of the various sacred grounds all came to receive them. People from Immortal Palace, Peacock, and the others also appeared. People from Purple Afterglow Holy Land and Jade Lake Holy Land also appeared. However, they were extremely nervous. Because they didn't know how Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, and Xianxia were doing. Had they come out, among them, Invincible King from Purple Afterglow Holy Land and Jade Lake Holy Land also frowned after asking around. They didn't see Morong Qingqing and Xianxia in the sky, which made them extremely worried. Whoosh, the Great Guardian flew over and quickly transmitted a message to the two of them, telling them not to worry. The Jade Lake Holy Daughter and Purple Afterglow Holy Daughter were in seclusion in Immortal Palace, and would probably come out after a while. Hearing this, the people from Purple Afterglow Holy Land and Jade Lake were stunned at first, then they heaved a sigh of relief. They knew about the relationship between Morong Qingqing, Xianxia, and Lin Xian. The Great Guardian couldn't be wrong. Well, when the Holy Daughter comes out, please inform us, Great Guardian. They left with the geniuses of the sacred grounds. The Great Guardian also returned to Immortal Palace with Peacock and the others. Everyone was taken away, and the sky was clear again. Fire Qilin Cave. At this moment, the atmosphere was gloomy. When Fire Qilin Crown Prince learned that Vhumad had only obtained 1/6 of the heavenly flame, his face fell. When he learned that the Great Void Divine Furnace had been taken away by a mysterious person, he was even more furious. Trash, a bunch of trash. The Qilin Crown Prince roared in anger, and the entire Fire Qilin Cave shook. Those invincible kings were trembling in fear, not daring to speak. Did you get the Qilin's eye? The Qilin Crown Prince asked in a deep voice. Vhumad and the others knelt on the ground and said respectfully. Reporting to the Crown Prince, we got the Qilin's eye. Hearing this, the primordial kings heaved a sigh of relief, and the Qilin Crown Prince squinted his eyes. As for you, the Qilin Crown Prince's eyes fell on Vhumad, and suddenly, Vhumad trembled. Although he was the 7th-generation lord, and his bloodline power was strong, he was like an ant in front of the Qilin Crown Prince. The Qilin Crown Prince's bloodline power made him unable to resist. Even the blood in his body had solidified. This was the Crown Prince's bloodline power. In the entire world, only the other Crown Princes and Princesses could contend with him. Other than them, no one could contend with him. Reporting to the Crown Prince, Lin Xian also disappeared with the Great Void Divine Furnace. We don't know if he's dead or alive, and I suspect that he has something to do with the disappearance of the Great Void Divine Furnace. What, Lin Xian? The Qilin Crown Prince frowned. This wasn't the first time he heard this name. Lin Xian was arrogant before, but he didn't think that Lin Xian had the strength to get the Great Void Divine Furnace. According to Vhumad, even Yan Nantian, the successor of a great emperor, couldn't get it, so how could Lin Xian do it? At this moment, the primordial king said, reporting to the Crown Prince, we didn't find any trace of Lin Xian outside Sky Flame City. If he wasn't killed, then he must have something to do with the Great Void Divine Furnace. That kid didn't come out? The Qilin Crown Prince's eyes flickered, and he looked at Vhumad again. Alright, you'll be in charge of this. This is a good chance for you to atone for your mistakes, so you must seize it. Don't worry, Crown Prince, I'll find that kid. Vhumad quickly nodded. After handing over 1/6 of the heavenly flame and the Qilin eye, Vhumad immediately led his men and left the Fire Qilin Cave. They headed to the Immortal Palace. They wanted to confirm whether Lin Xian was dead or alive. If Lin Xian was dead, then this matter had nothing to do with him. However, if he was still alive, he definitely knew the whereabouts of the Great Void Divine Furnace. Therefore, as long as Lin Xian was alive, they would capture him at all costs. The group arrived outside the Immortal Palace and shouted for Lin Xian to come out. After the Immortal Palace's guardian heard this, he frowned and reported. There was no need to reply to them. If they dared to attack, activate the array and beat them out. Although the Great Guardian didn't know what had happened, he knew that Lin Xian and the others might have obtained some kind of treasure and provoked the Fire Qilin Cave to hunt them down. After all, Lin Xian and the others came out 2 months in advance. Furthermore, Lin Xian didn't look frustrated at all. Instead, he looked excited. It was obvious that he had obtained a treasure. Therefore, the Great Guardian had to protect the safety of Lin Xian and the others. After the Guardian received the order, he immediately returned. They looked at Vhumad and the others outside the array and said coldly, either get lost or die. You're courting death. Attack. Tear apart their array formation. Vhumad went crazy. The prodigies of Fire Qilan cave behind him quickly attacked. A sea of fire fell from the sky, sizzling as it pierced through the void. The terrifying power surged forward like an avalanche. Vhumad attacked even more fiercely. Boom, millions of fire Qilans roared and surged. The entire world seemed to be torn apart. Stubborn. Activate the array formation. The guardians of Immortal Palace also shouted coldly. They quickly controlled the array disk. Immediately, a peerless array formation erupted, and a terrifying aura enveloped heaven and earth. Streaks of murderous sword light soared into the sky, slashing in all directions with mountain-like pressure. Boom. Boom, boom. The people of Fire Qilan Cave were indeed terrifying. However, Immortal Palace's protective array was even more terrifying. In the end, the prodigies of Fire Qilan Cave were forced to retreat, and the sea of fire in the sky was torn apart. A few other prodigies were pierced by the peerless murderous aura, and their blood dyed the sky red. Vhumad's arm was numb, and he was trembling with anger. Damn it, I don't believe that you won't come out. They gritted their teeth and waited outside Immortal Palace. This wait lasted for half a month. However, there was no trace of Lin Xian at all. 7th generation, should we continue waiting? The prodigies of Fire Qilan Cave had lost their patience. Vhumad's face was gloomy. He reckoned that they could not continue waiting. Moreover, if the other party wanted to use the teleportation array to leave, they would not be able to wait there. Vhumad thought for a moment, gritted his teeth, and said, "Follow me." The group of people soared into the sky and disappeared into the void. 7th generation, should we go back? But what about the Crown Prince? The prodigies of Fire Qilan Cave were worried. Vhumad laughed sinisterly. Let's not go back first. I'll think of a way to get that kid out. Get him out? Everyone was puzzled. They had forcefully attacked Immortal Palace, but they could not get that kid out. What else could they do? Soon, they understood. They even revealed sinister smiles. As expected of the 7th Immortal Palace. His method was indeed mysterious. It turned out that Vhumad went directly to the human city and began to spread the news that Lin Xian had died in Heaven Fire City. At first, everyone did not believe it. Who was Lin Xian? That was Central Emperor. He was the top genius of the younger generation of the human clan. How could anything happen to him? However, the more the news spread, the more it became. It was even described in vivid and colorful ways, making everyone suspicious. Could it be that Lin Xian had really fallen? It was said that he was mercilessly killed by the formation while trying to snatch a peerless treasure. That's not right. Why did I hear that he was instantly killed by a mysterious expert? In short, that kid was really dead. That's right, I remember that outside Skyflame City, I didn't see that kid. Many geniuses from the sacred ground spoke. Everyone was in an uproar. Indeed, ever since they entered Heaven Flame City, they had never seen Lin Xian's figure again. This was really suspicious. After all, they had seen Wu Dao and the other human geniuses. However, Lin Xian still hadn't appeared. Could it be that he had really fallen? This news quickly spread throughout the world. Everyone was shocked. After all, Lin Xian was not an ordinary person. He was the top genius of the human clan, the hope of the human clan. Now that he had fallen, it was definitely an earth-shattering event. When Gu Santong, Wu Hua, and the others heard this, they were speechless. They went to find Wu Dao. However, Wu Dao was in seclusion and could not see him for the time being. What's going on? Let's ask Immortal Palace first. The two of them went to Immortal Palace, but the protective formation was activated. They did not see Lin Xian either. This made them even more confused. Could it be that Vhumad was telling the truth? Many sacred grounds and sects asked Immortal Palace to investigate Lin Xian's situation. However, they were all blocked by the head enforcer. The matter outside was in an uproar. Immortal Palace's people were also discussing it. Peacock and the others were also worried. The head enforcer's face was gloomy. What were these people from Fire Qilan Cave doing? It seemed that the thinking brush was forcing Lin Xian to appear. What were they planning? Could it be that the palace master had really obtained a peerless treasure? The head enforcer did not know. He did not plan to take the initiative to deal with this matter, because he really did not know what Fire Qilin Cave was planning. Everything would wait until Lin Xian came out of seclusion. Immortal Palace activated the Peerless formation and did not see him. The head enforcer was silent. Could it be that Lin Xian had really fallen? News came out one after another. They wanted to go to Immortal Palace to confirm it, but Immortal Palace was silent. Didn't that mean that what Vhumad and the others said was true? This news seemed to have pierced through the sky and quickly spread to the entire world. In an instant, everyone was discussing this matter. Humph, after Vhumad received the news, he sneered. Kid, let's see what you're going to do this time. If the other party was still alive, he would definitely come out. If the other party did not come out, it meant that he had really been killed. He only needed to wait patiently. The people of the Nest of 10,000 Dragons and Divine Emperor Ridge also received the news. The 10,000 ancient races were also discussing. That Lin Xian couldn't have been killed, right? It was possible that Immortal Palace would not respond. Haha, that's really good. That kid is going against the 10,000 ancient races. He's dead for sure now. The 10,000 ancient races were excited, but the people of Divine Emperor Ridge and Nest of 10,000 Dragons frowned. Especially the Flame Dragon King and Xianxia, they had entered that mysterious cave. Naturally, they knew that Lin Xian had mysteriously disappeared. Could it be that Vhumad really thought that Lin Xian's disappearance was related to the disappearance of the Void Divine Furnace? No idea. Forget it. Since Vhumad had set up this trap, they would just wait patiently. If that kid really came out, there might really be a connection. Xianxia sneered. They were all watching silently. At the same time, Yan Nantian and Zhang Wushuang were also secretly watching the world's movements. The outside world was in an uproar, but inside Immortal Palace and Stellar Hall, it was abnormally quiet. On this day, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Boom. Boom, boom. As he woke up, a huge vortex appeared above Stellar Hall. Countless lightning bolts descended. Lin Xian let out a long roar and rushed out. What was going on? Countless elders rushed over. The martial artists of Immortal Palace also looked up at the sky. The lightning in the sky was too terrifying. It was densely packed as if it wanted to destroy Immortal Palace. Heavens, could it be that someone is attacking us? This is a heavenly tribulation. Someone is breaking through. Cries of surprise and discussion sounded one after another. The Great Guardian, Li Xianxia, and the others were the first to appear in the sky. Palace Master, they naturally saw Lin Xian's figure. Don't be nervous. I'm breaking through. Defend the other buildings and the martial artists of Immortal Palace. Lin Xian said and then disappeared into the void in an instant. The Palace Master was breaking through. Heavens, what realm was he breaking through to? Was there a heavenly tribulation at this time? Li Xianxia, the Great Guardian, and the other experts were stunned in the sky. They knew that a normal breakthrough would not trigger a heavenly tribulation. Unless it was a critical breakthrough, such as a supremacy entering the king realm, or a king entering the sage realm. Perhaps such a breakthrough would happen. However, a breakthrough within the king realm would not trigger a heavenly tribulation. Of course, there were exceptions, and that was the monstrous geniuses. Peerless geniuses, top monstrous geniuses, were too powerful and broke the laws of the world. Therefore, their breakthrough would usually trigger a heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation above was extremely terrifying. It lasted for about half a day before it slowly disappeared. Lin Xian landed. Palace Master, are you all right? Li Xianxia, the Great Guardian, and the other elders all flew over. Below, Peacock and the others were also watching nervously. After all, the lightning above was too terrifying. It made their hearts skip a beat. The faces of the kings changed drastically. They could not withstand such violent lightning. However, when they arrived above and saw Lin Xian, they were extremely shocked. Lin Xian did not have any injuries on his body. The nine-yang divine body shone so brightly that everyone could not open their eyes. The divine fire on it flickered, making their hearts beat wildly. Li Xianxia, the Great Guardian, and the others were stunned at first. When they sensed Lin Xian's aura, they were stunned. Palace Master, you, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. That's right, I'm already an invincible king. He was too happy. The red pill that he swallowed previously allowed him to break through from an 8-star king to a 9-star king. Now, he had reached the last stage of the king realm, the invincible king. This made Lin Xian wild with joy. He was one step closer to the sage realm. The others were extremely shocked because Lin Xian's real age was not old. In fact, it could be said that he was very young. There were not many invincible kings at this age in history. It would definitely shock the world if word got out. They did not dare to imagine Lin Xian's combat strength. Previously, when Lin Xian was an invincible king, he could easily kill an invincible king. Now that he was an invincible king, wouldn't his strength be heaven-defying? Perhaps ordinary invincible kings would not be a threat to him at all. Boom. Boom. Everyone wanted to ask more questions, but Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and looked down. Star Palace. A few silhouettes rushed out from inside and directly rushed into the clouds. The lightning tribulation that had disappeared from the sky appeared once again. And this time, it was even more terrifying. What was going on? Could it be that someone else was undergoing tribulation? They looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was invincible. If it wasn't him, then who was it? Could it be? Sure enough, it was the Crimson Dragon, Morong Qingqing, Xianxia, and even the Snow White Monkey. The four of them soared into the sky and entered the lightning. After another half a day, all four of them landed. Ha 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 ha, the Crimson Dragon laughed wildly. He had also broken through to the invincible king realm. The dragon blood in his body surged, emitting a peerless aura. He was like a divine dragon, making people look up to him. The Snow White Monkey didn't change much, but its fur became smoother. It blinked its large eyes and came to Lin Xian's shoulder. It jumped around happily. Morong Qingqing and Xianxia also flew down. Brother Xian, Brother Lin Xian. They came to Lin Xian's side and were very happy because they had also broken through to the invincible king realm. It had to be said that the treasures obtained from the void divine furnace were too shocking and heaven-defying. It allowed everyone to break through. Now, other than the snow-white little marquis whose realm was unknown, Lin Xian and the other three had all broken through to the invincible king realm. For invincible kings, and all of them had experienced the heavenly tribulation, Li Xianxian, the great guardian, and the others were dumbfounded. The elders were even more dumbfounded. They could be considered experienced and knowledgeable peerless experts, but this was the first time they had seen so many monsters transcending the tribulation together. This was truly a golden age. There were many geniuses and monsters. This time, the path of the great emperor would be even more difficult. Li Xianxian sighed. The great guardian came back to his senses and told Lin Xian everything that had happened in the past few days. Lin Xian sneered after hearing this. This Whumad really didn't know what was good for him. He actually dared to spread rumors that he had died in Skyflame City. Let's go and meet him. Lin Xian waved his hand and led the Crimson Dragon, Morong Qingqing, Xianxia, and the Snow White Little Monkey out of the Immortal Palace. Before he broke through to the invincible king realm, he was already able to compete with those people. Now that he had broken through, his strength had increased greatly. Those people were no longer his match. According to the information provided by the great guardian, Lin Xian and the others quickly flew into the distance. While Lin Xian and the others were looking for Whumad, some heavenly tribulations also descended in other places. Yi family. The golden lightning descended as if it was going to destroy the world, causing the elders and disciples of the Yi family to tremble. The Yi family patriarch's eyes flickered. Was he finally going to transcend the tribulation? And it was the golden lightning. This lightning was too terrifying. It could easily kill an ordinary invincible king. Would Wu Dao be able to withstand it? According to some of the ancestors and saints in the family, the path of the great emperor was about to open. If Wu Dao could break through to the invincible king realm before it opened, it would definitely be a great thing. Half a day later, Yi Wu Dao came out. Her sacred blood was surging, and her sacred body was like the sun. Furthermore, the aura emitted from her body astonished those elders. Invincible king realm, their sacred bodies had finally broken through to the invincible king realm. On the other side, the Alcade saint, Wuchen, and some other powerful young geniuses were all transcending the tribulation to break through to the invincible king realm. Those sacred leaders and sect masters knew that a golden age was about to descend. In the sky, a few streams of light streaked across. They were extremely powerful. They brought with them invisible waves of air that surged in all directions. Who was it? So powerful, when they passed by some cities, many people exclaimed. The older generation raised their heads and used their eye techniques to observe. They were scared out of their wits. That kid came out. Wasn't he dead? What kind of person was an elder? Why was he so arrogant? Grandpa, what did you see? Those young disciples asked. It was Lin Xian. Lin Xian came out. What? Lin Xian? Are you talking about that dead kid? Those young disciples were dumbfounded. Lin Xian and the others passed by domineeringly. They did not take the black earth, but flew directly in the air, bringing with them powerful air waves. After all, Lin Xian came out this time to dispel the rumors. He wanted to prove to everyone that he did not die in Skyfire City. Therefore, he naturally had to be more domineering. As expected, when they passed by the cities, the experts in the cities all checked and were scared out of their wits. News spread out from these cities. Lin Xian was not dead. Lin Xian had appeared, Golden Universe City. At this moment, the city was excited. They received news from their friends, fellow disciples, and even their families. They screamed. Lin Xian was not dead. Heavens, someone saw Lin Xian come out. He had already flown past a good city. Everyone screamed, and the news quickly spread to every corner of the city. There was a magnificent hall in the city, and no one dared to enter it. That was where the prodigies of the Fire Qilin Grotto were. At that moment, the prodigies of the Fire Qilin Grotto rushed in. Seventh generation, this is bad. He rushed in. Inside the hall, Vhumad opened his eyes and frowned. What's the matter? Why are you so flustered? Lin Xian, that Lin Xian came out. Many people saw him. What did you say? Vhumad suddenly stood up. The flames on his body surged into the sky, piercing through the void. That kid came out? Damn it, he's still alive. Vhumad burst out with a piercing cold light. Where is he? Bring me there. His figure flashed and he left the hall. The other prodigies of the Fire Qilin Grotto also followed. This kid is actually alive. Could it be that he's related to the Void Divine Furnace? He must have contacted a super sage and stolen the Void Divine Furnace. Kill him, no, capture him and bring him back to the Fire Qilin Grotto. We must make him hand over the Void Divine Furnace. We must tear this kid into pieces. The prodigies were driven mad. Vhumad was even more murderous as he took the lead. After coming out, his gaze swept across the surroundings. With a suction force from his palm, 7 or 8 human warriors were instantly sucked in front of him. What are you trying to do? The warriors of the human race were trembling in fear. Vhumad was extremely powerful. He was the 7th generation. It was said that his ancient power was at 50,000. It was very easy for such a person to kill an invincible king, let alone them. Vhumad did not waste any time and directly collected their souls. Immediately, the bodies of these human warriors exploded. Their souls were distorted and dissipated in midair. Vhumad did not care about this. He retracted his palm and burned the corpses to ashes. The next moment, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Kid, you can't escape. Boom, he soared into the sky and tore through the void. Behind him, countless prodigies of the Fire Qilin Grotto followed. The other warriors in the city trembled. The other party's methods were too powerful. Even the invincible king's faces turned pale. Damn it, this demon is finally gone. Many young warriors lay on the ground, their clothes drenched in cold sweat. However, the invincible kings and the older generation experts had solemn expressions. He was searching her soul. What was he searching for? Damn it, he was collecting information on Lin Xian. Could it be that he was going to attack Lin Xian? Let's go, let's follow them and take a look. These people soared into the air, and at the same time, they quickly sent messages to their friends, fellow disciples, and family clans. After all, the 7th-generation Lord of the Fire Qilin Cave wanted to make a move against Lin Xian. This was a world-shaking event. The last time such a shocking battle occurred was when Lin Xian fought against the 10th generation Bai Qianshan. At that time, Bai Qianshan was only a 10th generation Bai Qianshan. The heavens chosen from the human clan were so oppressive that they could hardly breathe. Now, the 7th generation of the Fire Qilin Cave had appeared. This was a terrifying existence that was many times more terrifying than Bai Qianshan. If such a person wanted to target Lin Xian, would Lin Xian still be able to survive? These people didn't know. They began to worry about Lin Xian. This Lin Xian shouldn't have appeared. They didn't expect that he would be hunted down by a top heavens chosen from the Archean era. It would be difficult for him to resist. That was for sure. Lin Xian had killed Bai Qianshan a few months ago. At that time, he had won with great difficulty. Bai Qianshan had 38,000 units of Archean era power, while Lin Xian only had 40,000 units at most. However, Vhumad had a conservative estimate of 50,000 units of Archean era power. There was a difference of 10,000 units of Archean era power between the two sides. This was a gap between heaven and earth. Vhumad could probably kill Lin Xian easily. Damn it, was the Fire Qilin Cave's chosen so powerful? Were the 10,000 ancient races so terrifying? Could it be that the human clan really couldn't resist them? After all, they were the descendants of the great emperors. Moreover, they had been passed down since ancient times. Sighs and shakes of heads could be heard. They sped up and quickly followed. At this moment, the cultivators in the other cities also received the news. Many people soared into the sky to witness this battle. It was even more so for the 10,000 ancient races. Among them, the nest of 10,000 dragons, the Fire Dragon King and Xianxia also received the news. It was the same for the Battle Tribe and the Heavenly Human Tribe. In an instant, these Archean eras chosen moved out one after another. The Fire Dragon King, Xianxia, Zhan Wushuang, and the others arrived in a domineering manner. They would definitely not allow the Fire Qilin Cave to go to Lin Xian alone. Lin Xian might very well have the secret of the Void Divine Furnace, so they naturally wanted a share of the profits. This kid's strength is about the same as mine, but if we are serious and use our trump cards, we can definitely kill this kid. Moreover, if we join forces this time, that kid won't be able to escape. The Fire Dragon King, Xianxia, and the others discussed. On the other side, Zhan Wushuang's face was gloomy as he gritted his teeth. I must take revenge. Last time, he lost to Lin Xian due to carelessness. This time, he would use his ultimate trump card to kill his opponent. The mountains were like dragons, majestic and spectacular. In the sky, Lin Xian and the others were flying rapidly. Suddenly, he frowned and waved his hand to stop. What's wrong, big brother Lin Xian? Xianxia, Morong Qingqing, and the others were puzzled. The Crimson Dragon waved its claws. Damn it, no one is coming, right? That's right, they didn't expect to come so quickly. Lin Xian nodded. It seemed like these people had been paying attention to him all along. Great, is it those people from the Fire Qilin Cave? Great, Ben Huang can't help but want to make a move. The Crimson Dragon grinned. He had already broken through to the invincible king realm, and his strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. Not to mention him, Morong Qingqing and Xianxia were also the same. Lin Xian was even more terrifying. This kid's primordial power was probably so terrifying that it was unbelievable. Sure enough, Morong Qingqing and Xianxia were also eager to give it a try. Then, he would wait for them here. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm. Not long after, a powerful energy fluctuation came from the front, and monstrous waves of fire surged over. In fact, there were even terrifying roars. Countless monsters prostrated themselves on the ground below. A large area of the forest trembled, and large cracks appeared in the void and the ground. What a terrifying scene! If it were before, Morong Qingqing and Xianxia would definitely be moved and their expressions would change drastically. But now, they were also incomparably calm because their strength had greatly increased. Lin Xian looked at the scene calmly. He was expressionless. At the same time, he sensed that there were countless auras flying over not only in front of him, but also in all directions. They should be other people. Sure enough, countless figures appeared in the surroundings. They did not dare to approach and could only watch from afar. However, with their strength, they could see clearly even from tens of thousands of miles away. If a great battle broke out, they could even use the array formation and retreat 1,000,000 miles away to watch the battle. However, in their opinion, the array formation was not needed at all. That was because Lin Xian and the others were no match for Vhumad. In fact, they could not even withstand a single move from Vhumad. Was that really Lin Xian? The surrounding people looked at Lin Xian and discussed animatedly. Even the dragon beside him was there, as well as Saint Lady Xianxia and the Jade Lake Saint. Everyone exclaimed. This time, these two peerless beauties would probably suffer together with this kid. Who would have thought that the top genius of the human race would be hunted down by the 7th generation lord? Perhaps Saint Lady Xianxia and the Jade Lake Saint would not have thought of that. This was fate. In this era, one must not provoke the 10,000 Archean races. Especially the 3 Archean royal families, they were supreme existences. Even the clan of the ancients did not dare to provoke them easily. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. They thought that Lin Xian would not be able to escape today. Vhumad and the others appeared in front of him. They stared at Lin Xian. Kid, it's really you. Vhumad's expression was ferocious, and the Fire Qilin Cave's geniuses behind him laughed arrogantly. Ha ha ha, kid, I didn't expect you to really appear, you're still alive, the heavens are really helping me. Kneel down obediently and tell me, did you steal the void divine furnace with the saints? Angry roars sounded one after another. When the others heard this, they were extremely shocked. Void divine furnace, what was that? From the looks of it, Lin Xian seemed to have obtained something incredible in Skyfire City. No wonder the Fire Qilin Cave's geniuses were chasing after him. Kid, tell me obediently, where is the void divine path? Hand it over obediently. I can consider giving you a quick death, otherwise, I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. And the dragon beside you, as well as these 2 women, none of them will live. If I tell you the whereabouts of the void divine furnace, you'll give me a quick death? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and asked indifferently. That's right, kid. As long as you hand it over obediently, I promise to give you a quick death. I can even consider letting the 2 women beside you go. Vhumad revealed a sinister smile. In his opinion, the other party must be afraid. In fact, thinking about it, the Fire Qilin Cave was so powerful. No matter how strong the other party was, how could the Immortal Palace contend against them? If you tell me, I can protect your life and spare your life. At this moment, another cold voice came from the sky, followed by countless dragon roars. The people from the nest of 10,000 dragons had arrived. Vhumad's face turned gloomy. Damn it, these guys just won't leave. The Fire Dragon King landed and stared at Lin Xian. Brat, I guarantee that you will not die. You're actually here too? Today is really a good day. On the other side, a delicate laugh sounded. The void around Murong Qingqing shattered as he was enveloped by a powerful force. The crowd was in an uproar and trembled. How could someone target Murong Qingqing? Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that the people from Divine Phoenix Ridge had arrived. As expected, Feng Yingxue led the people of the Divine Phoenix Ridge and arrived in an imposing manner. Feng Yingxue stared at Murong Qingqing with her beautiful eyes. Her body could not help but tremble. That was a sign of excitement. Murong Qingqing's little face was cold. She snorted coldly, an endless multicolored light blossomed from her body, forming an illusion of a phoenix to block the restrictive power. Stop struggling. You can't escape from my grasp. I must take you away today. Brat, I didn't expect you to still be alive. This time I will kill you with my own hands. Another powerful aura descended, causing one's scalp to tingle. Zhang Wushuang, the #1 genius of the war tribe. He actually came out too. Everyone was terrified. They knew that Zhang Wushuang and Lin Xian were enemies. It seemed that this time, Zhang Wushuang was going to make a move. Lin Xian glanced at him and shook his head slightly. Loser, you're not worthy to be my opponent. What? Loser? Everyone was stunned. Heavens, this Lin Xian really dared to say that. That's right. How terrifying is Zhang Wushuang? He should be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Fire Dragon King and the 7th generation Lord. But this Lin Xian actually said that he's a loser? Is he dreaming? The experts of the older generation were also in disbelief. Zhang Wushuang's face darkened. Brat, don't be arrogant. I was careless last time, that's why you succeeded. This time I will definitely not lose to you. As he spoke, an extremely terrifying power erupted from his body. A domineering aura burst out. When these words entered the ears of the others, it was like a clap of thunder. Zhang Wushuang was really defeated. Defeated by Lin Xian. How strong is this brat? As expected of the Central Emperor. He's really too strong. Has he already displayed such strength? If he becomes a sage, he'll definitely be heaven-defying. Don't say that. Don't forget how terrifying the Great Success Divine Body was back then. That was able to defeat the 10,000 Archean tribes. Everyone recalled the scene when Lin Xian entered the Great Success Divine Body and fought against the 10,000 Archean tribes alone. Just thinking about it made them excited. A bunch of trash. What Great Success Divine Body? It's so difficult to attain a Great Success Divine Body. How could this brat succeed? Even if he has the 9 Yang Divine Body, he's still trash if he can't grow. King Zhang Wushuang looked around, his gaze piercing through the void. The surrounding experts were so frightened that they trembled. Even the invincible kings felt their scalps tingle. They didn't dare to speak anymore. Seeing that Zhang Wushuang and Feng Yingxue were about to make a move, Huamuzhen shouted coldly. Stop. I, Fire Qilin Cave, will handle this. He stood out directly, his body emitting a cold aura. Brat, I'll give you one last chance. Obediently accept your death, or be captured by me and tortured until you wish you were dead? Lin Xian was an important witness. He wouldn't let such a person fall into the hands of the Divine Phoenix Ridge or the nest of 10,000 dragons. He had to make the first move. Lin Xian looked at him and grinned with a trace of disdain in his eyes. Damn you, what are you laughing at? Huamuzhen's face immediately darkened. How dare you laugh at me when I'm about to die? Lin Xian said with a smile. I'm thinking whether Qilin meat tastes good or not. I haven't tasted it yet. You're courting death. Huamuzhen was instantly enraged. You want to eat my meat? You're courting death. Brat, don't think that you can show off in front of me just because you can defeat Zhang Wushuang. Let me tell you, my strength has surpassed Zhang Wushuang. It's very easy to kill you. Hearing this, Zhang Wushuang snorted coldly, extremely unhappy. The kings of the human race trembled. Indeed, Huamuzhen had such strength that he could look down on Lin Xian. Buzz, Qilin finger, Huamuzhen put one hand behind his back and extended the other. On the tip of his finger, endless runes condensed to form a Qilin. Accompanying his finger, it pointed forward. I can kill you with one finger. Qilin finger, the Qilin cave's great ability, was extremely terrifying. With one finger, the heavens and earth would collapse, and the sun and moon would lose their light. The martial artists who were watching the battle trembled, and many of them knelt down. It was too terrifying. It could easily kill an invincible king. I wonder if that Lin Xian can block it? He probably can't block it. Only by dodging can he survive. Kill me with one finger? You're really arrogant. Lin Xian smiled with a trace of coldness in his eyes. He was no longer the same person he was a few months ago. His strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. Since the other party was so arrogant and courting death, he would fulfill his wish. A piercing cold light burst out from his eyes as endless flames condensed at his fingertips and turned into a sword chi that shot into the sky. The sword chi was sharp and oppressive as it tore through the void with a terrifying dragon soul aura. Boom, boom. Boom, in the sky, the Qilin phantom was split apart by the sword, and the flames in the sky were extinguished by the sword chi. The terrifying sword Dao aura blew on Huamuzhen's body, causing his entire body to turn cold. Damn it, this was impossible, Huamuzhen's pupils constricted. How could the other party's sword chi be so powerful? How could it break his Qilin finger? He could not believe it. However, while he was in a daze, the sword slashed directly on his body. Splat, blood splattered out. Bang! Bang! Bang, Huamuzhen flew out 30,000 miles before stopping. There was a sword mark on his body that had almost split his body apart. Even his internal organs could be seen. If not for the fact that Huamuzhen was the Fire Spirit Grotto's sky pride and had a strong physique, he reckoned that this sword strike would be able to split him in half. How was this possible? Huamuzhen's eyes widened in disbelief. Previously, the other party could only contend with Zhang Wushuang, but his strength was completely above Zhang Wushuang's. It would be very easy for him to kill the other party. That was why he dared to crush the other party with one finger. But now, the other party's casual sword light had broken his Qilin finger. Not only that, but he had also injured him. Could it be that the other party had hidden his strength when he was fighting with Zhang Wushuang? But that was impossible. He could not believe it. For a moment, he was stunned. Not only him, but everyone around was also stunned. The skybrides of the Fire Qilin Grotto widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. The Fire Dragon King and Feng Yinshua's pupils constricted. Zhang Wushuang's body trembled, and his heart was filled with shock. This was impossible. He screamed. The surrounding humans and 10,000 Archean race spectators were all stunned. Lin Xian had injured Huamuzhen with one sword strike. What kind of joke was this? This is your strength? You want to kill me with this kind of strength? You want me to live a life worse than death? Isn't this a little too laughable? Lin Xian withdrew his sword radiance and said indifferently. Damn brat, you're courting death, Huamuzhen roared and charged forward. His speed was extremely fast, and the flames on his body were monstrous. He was angry, really angry. He would never let the other party off. Wang, above his head, the bronze pagoda appeared. Its aura was majestic, and it transformed into countless runes that formed a divine chain that swept towards Lin Xian. Should we use our weapons? Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he drew his Fire Qilin sword and slashed out. Boom! Boom! As soon as the sword light appeared, countless divine chains were immediately shattered. However, this bronze pagoda was not ordinary. The runes on it were carved by a saint. At this moment, as it flickered, it truly possessed earth-shattering energy. Although many of the divine runic chains were broken, even more of them flew out and completely enveloped Lin Xian. Let's see how you're going to dodge this time, Huamuzhen sneered when he saw that it had enveloped Lin Xian. Those from the Fire Qilin cave heaved a sigh of relief. They knew it. How could Lin Xian defeat their 7th-generation lord? The 7th-generation lord must have underestimated Lin Xian. The Fire Dragon King, Feng Yinxue, Zhang Wushuang, and the surrounding experts of the immemorial celestial race looked solemn. Was the previous attack careless, or was it a coincidence? Or was Lin Xian too powerful? They should be able to find out soon. Do you think you can trap me? Lin Xian was imprisoned in the void, but he was not afraid at all. He was not worried at all. Kid, don't be so arrogant. The power of my bronze pagoda is not something you can imagine. I'll show you what it's like next. Huamuzhen sneered and formed a seal with his palms, channeling those mysterious runes. Turn into ashes, those runes erupted with unparalleled power, and countless Qilin shadows flickered. A terrifying flame burst out and enveloped Lin Xian, wanting to burn him to ashes. This was a flame carved by a saint. It was absolutely terrifying. Is that so? Then I really want to see it. Lin Xian sneered. Light bloomed from his body, and endless divine flames danced. Along with the great dragon sword soul, it turned into sword qi and rushed into the sky. At this moment, he was like a sun, blooming with thousands of rays of light. Boom! Boom! All of the runic flames were torn apart, and the cage was torn apart. It was completely shattered. How was this possible? The people from the Fire Qilin cave were stunned, and Huamuzhen was even more dumbstruck. The surrounding people were all terrified. What kind of sword technique was this? It was too powerful. Feng Yinxue, the Fire Dragon King, and Zhang Wushuang were all stunned. Lin Xian was very powerful, and he punched the fragments. Lin Xian walked out forcefully. Your attack is really not that good. Next, I'll show you my sword technique. Accompanying his voice, the sword qi on his body was like a rainbow, rushing into the sky and illuminating a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Everyone trembled under the sword light. The invincible kings were even more horrified. and many of the archaic creatures knelt on the ground. Damn it, this aura. Xianxia and the Fire Dragon King's expressions finally changed. Vhumad screamed. An invincible king, you actually broke through and became an invincible king. They were stunned. Zhang Wuxuan's pupils constricted. How was this possible? The other party had broken through. When he fought with the other party previously, although the other party was powerful, he was only an 8-star king. It had only been a few months, and the other party had broken through and become an invincible king. This was too unbelievable. When the others heard this, they screamed in surprise. An invincible king, heavens, this kid broke through and became an invincible king. His real age was very young. An invincible king who was dozens of years old. Was this kid going to defy the heavens? These people were crazy. This was definitely a monster. Damn it, impossible, you must have obtained the void divine furnace, I'm going to kill you, Vhumad screamed crazily. The bloodline power in his body surged, burning fiercely with the flames on his body. The green pagoda above his head received the power of the bloodline power, and its power instantly increased, sweeping in all directions. So what if you're an invincible king? I've been an invincible king for a long time, with my blood running through your veins, you can go to hell, Vhumad roared crazily. The other party's strength and talent were indeed beyond his imagination. Therefore, he planned to destroy the other party's physical body and take away the other party's soul. He would not give the other party a chance to grow. Just as Vhumad made his move, Xianxia also yelled and attacked Xianxia unexpectedly. She knew that she had to attack. Otherwise, when Lin Xian was free, she would not be able to attack Xianxia. The shadow of a phoenix turned into a divine light and enveloped Xianxia. Xianxia shouted. Instead of dodging, she charged forward. She was now an invincible king, and her strength had increased greatly. The 5-colored phoenix bloodline in her body had become more powerful than before. Therefore, she was not afraid even when facing a powerful 9th-generation genius like Xianxia. Hee, I'll play with you. The Crimson Dragon stared at the Fire Dragon King and revealed a sinister smile. He had been itching to attack for a long time. The Fire Dragon King snorted coldly. You're no match for me. I'll capture you and take your soul. I'll see what kind of dragon you are. 2 more battles broke out, sweeping across millions of miles, scaring everyone into retreating frantically. Many experts watched from a distance using arrays. Vhumad revealed a sinister smile. Your woman has been captured by the people of Divine Phoenix Ridge. Aren't you worried at all? He was too happy. Xianxia was now facing Xianxia, and he could definitely affect the kid in front of him. As long as the kid was distracted, he would have a chance to kill him. However, he was disappointed. Lin Xian did not care at all. My woman isn't that easy to capture. Now, you'd better think about your own safety. Because you've completely angered me. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a piercing cold light. The dragon sword's soul roared, and a terrifying aura erupted again. How dare you underestimate me? Vhumad roared. After using the power of his bloodline, his strength was extremely powerful. He activated the bronze pagoda and flew out, wanting to kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved the fire Qilin sword and activated the dragon sword's soul, multiplying its power. He sent the bronze pagoda flying with one slash. Buzz, he clenched his left hand into a golden crow and punched out. The void exploded, and Vhumad was sent flying. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and countless cracks appeared on his body. Impossible! He screamed crazily. How could his opponent be so powerful? He had completely suppressed him. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people widened their eyes in disbelief. The people of Fire Qilin Cave screamed. Their 7th-generation master was injured. His body was shattered by his opponent. Heavens, this was a fact that they dared not accept even in their dreams. Their lord of the 7th generation was so powerful that he was invincible among the human race. But now, he was actually injured by an ant in their eyes. This was unacceptable to them. Damn it, how could this brat be so strong? Zhang Wuxuan's body started to tremble and his face was filled with shock. Previously, when he came, he still wanted to take revenge. But now, he hesitated. Because he realized that the other party had become very strong, unbelievably strong. He knew how powerful Vhumad was. Even he didn't have the confidence to win against him. But now, he had easily injured Vhumad. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen if he were to be beaten by such strength. However, this shouldn't be the case. The last time he had fought with him was a few months ago. Although the other party had defeated him, he could tell that the other party had used his full strength. How could the other party's strength increase so quickly? What had she experienced in the past few months, damn it? He didn't believe that someone could undergo such a tremendous change in strength in such a short period of time, unless he had obtained a heaven-defying opportunity. However, he had always been with the other party in Skyflame City. In that mysterious cave, he had only obtained 1/6 of the Skyflame. The other party didn't seem to have obtained anything. Wait, no, the other party had mysteriously disappeared. The Void Divine Furnace had also mysteriously disappeared. Could it be that the other party had really obtained the Void Divine Furnace? Thinking of this, Zhang Wushuang's scalp went numb and his eyes turned red. Yan Nantian had once forcefully opened the Void Divine Furnace, although they didn't see how many treasures were inside. However, when a red elixir floated up, it caused all of them to cry out in surprise. One could imagine how many treasures there were in the Void Divine Furnace. If the other party had obtained it, perhaps his strength would really undergo an earth-shattering change. Thinking of this, his face turned gloomy. It seemed that he had to make a move. With a whoosh, he turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly charged toward Lin Xian. In an instant, he was behind Lin Xian. With a sinister smile, Zhang Wushuang pulled out a battle sword and directly slashed toward Lin Xian's head. The sword light flashed and emitted a terrifying aura. Oh no, it was a sneak attack. The surrounding people screamed in horror. Even the 10,000 Archean race was stunned. Then, they laughed sinisterly. It seemed that this kid had offended a lot of people. Who would have thought that even Zhang Wushuang would launch a sneak attack? Hehe, so what? This kid is dead meat. Damn it, so despicable, the #1 genius of the war tribe actually launched a sneak attack. Lin Xian's supporters roared crazily. Zhang Wushuang's face turned gloomy. The other party was too powerful. He had to kill the other party at all costs and obtain the secret of the Void Divine Furnace. Humph, Lin Xian's eyelids twitched. He naturally felt the peerless killing intent coming from behind him. When he felt that Zhang Wushuang had secretly attacked him, his face turned gloomy and he snorted coldly. The 9 suns divine fire on his body flickered and exploded in all directions. It turned into streaks of sword light that were like heavenly swords that drowned the entire space. Clang, the peerless sword light blocked Zhang Wushuang's battle sword and let out an earth-shattering sound. Zhang Wushuang was extremely shocked. The other party did not move. Just the sword chi that was emitted from his body had such terrifying power. Even his arm was numb. This made the killing intent in his heart even more intense. Kid, I admit that you're very strong. But you can go to hell. Zhang Wushuang sneered. On the battle sword, mysterious and terrifying runes burst out and swept across heaven and earth. Lin Xian turned around and shouted coldly, "You think you can kill me with your trash abilities? Trash who launched a sneak attack, go to hell," he shouted coldly and pulled out the fire Qilin sword. The dragon sword soul in his body roared crazily. With a slash of the sword, Zhang Wushuang was sent flying with a bang. The arm that was holding the battle sword was torn into pieces and exploded into a mist of blood. Ah, Zhang Wushuang screamed crazily. His black hair danced wildly and his eyes shot out terrifying rays of light. Shocking, he could not believe that the other party had seriously injured him with a single attack. What kind of power was that? Vhumad, attack together and take him down. Zhang Wushuang's arm reassembled and held the battle sword again. He roared crazily. On the other side, the cracks on Vhumad's body were quickly healing as his bloodline power burst out. Although 2 against 1 was despicable in his eyes, he had no other choice now. His opponent's strength was far beyond his. If they did not join forces, he would be killed. This kid must have the secret of the Great Void Divine Furnace. Perhaps he had eaten the elixir from the Great Void Divine Furnace. That was why his strength had such a shocking change. We must capture him and find out the whereabouts of the Great Void Divine Furnace. Zhang Wushuang's voice was cold. On the other side, Huamujian's body was covered in flames. With a sinister smile, the two of them were ready to attack together. The Fire Dragon King and Feng Yunshui roared. They would not let the two of them succeed. However, the two of them could not leave at all. The Crimson Dragon was entangled with the Fire Dragon King. On the other side, Feng Yunshui was even more shocked. She realized that she could not take down Murong Qingqing in a short period of time. This really surprised her. Murong Qingqing, the saintess of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, was also a genius of the human race. However, in her eyes, she was just an ant. Although the other party had the five-colored phoenix bloodline, he did not know how to use it at all. He only knew how to use brute force and did not have any cultivation techniques at all. Such a bloodline would be a waste in the other party's hands. The other party had at most 30,000 Archean power, but she had 50,000. If she wanted to kill him, she could do it in one move. However, she could not do anything to him after hundreds of moves. Damn it! How did the other party's strength undergo such a huge change? She did not dare to imagine. In front, Lin Xian looked at Huamujian and Zhang Wushuang, still not afraid. He said coldly, "Are the two of you really going to join forces to kill me? I'll give you a chance. Get lost, or don't blame me for being merciless." You want us to get lost? Ha 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 ha, kid, who do you think you are? I admit that you've become very strong. We might not be your match in a one-on-one fight. But if we join forces, you won't be able to resist at all. Huamujian's face was hideous, and Zhang Wushuang's face was cold. Hand over the Void Divine Furnace obediently, or I'll tear you into pieces. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being merciless. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, and the aura on his body erupted, transforming into divine swords that shook heaven and earth. At this moment, Lin Xian's aura made everyone's expression change. Countless Archean creatures prostrated on the ground. You're courting death. Huamujian shouted coldly and pulled out a flag. The Qilin flag moved in the air, and the wind and clouds changed. Kill. Zhang Wushuang held his battle sword with murderous intent. When the two of them joined forces, their power was terrifying to the extreme. He waved the blazing Qilin sword in his hand, which transformed into a flaming sword radiance that descended from the sky. It was as if 100,000 flaming mountains were crashing down. With a loud bang, the Qilin phantoms that filled the sky were blown away. At the same time, he waved his fist and used the Nine Suns' divine fist to attack behind him, causing the battle sword to tremble. The three of them exchanged more than 50 moves in an instant. The heavens and earth within a radius of 1,000,000 li crumbled as if the world was about to be destroyed. Everyone left. Damn it, this brat is actually so terrifying. Huamujian's face darkened. He realized that even with the two of them working together, they were still unable to take down the other party. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the Qilin flag. Weng, the banner was surrounded by a boundless blood-red light, burning and releasing an even more terrifying baleful aura. The Kirin flag transformed into a blood Kirin in the air. It roared ferociously and charged forward. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. This was a powerful killing move. It was extremely terrifying, capable of destroying heaven and earth. Behind him, Zhang Wushuang let out a long cry. His bloodline power was also activated. Dazzling runes burst out from the sword in his hand. They turned into streaks of divine light that slashed forward. He slashed out 81 times in a row. The 81 streaks of sword chi formed a sea of sword chi that engulfed Lin Xian. The two killing moves erupted at the same time. For a moment, Lin Xian was in a dangerous situation. Oh no, that brat is finished. He won't be destroyed, right? In the distance, thousands of miles away, the cultivators who were watching through the formation screamed in horror. The people from the 10,000 Archean races sneered. Who does he think he is? Can he really defy the heavens? Today is the day he dies. With a loud bang, the energy in front of them exploded, and everything within a radius of 1,000,000 li was turned into nothingness. The terrifying fissures danced like wild dragons. Ha 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 ha, brat, let's see how you'll die. Huamujian and Zhang Wushuang looked ferocious. What? In the next moment, their expressions changed because a palm reached out from the endless void and directly tore the void apart. Lin Xian's body bloomed with divine light as he walked out. Is this your attack? It's only SOSO. His 9 sons' body emitted billions of rays of light, and the fire Qilin sword in his hand turned into a peerless dragon that swept in all directions. Damn it, just how strong is his physique? Could it be that his 9 sons' divine body has become stronger again? These people were about to go crazy. Big brother Lin Xian, let me help you. In the distance, Xianxia could no longer watch. These two were too despicable. 2 against 1, too despicable. Moreover, he had just broken through, so he naturally wanted to test his skills. Therefore, she quickly flew over. Holy Maiden Xianxia! When the people in the distance saw this scene, they exclaimed. Although the other party was a human prodigy, he was still a little lacking compared to these top ancient prodigies. It wasn't just a little lacking, it was estimated to be 20,000 units of Archean power. A single glance from the other party would be enough to kill him. Everyone began to worry for Xianxia. Sure enough, Zhang Wushuang turned his head and stared at Xianxia with a sneer. You reckless fool, go to hell for me. The battle sword swept out, transforming into a divine light that slashed out. He was already very unhappy because the two of them together could not defeat Lin Xian. Now that the woman beside Lin Xian had taken the initiative to court death, he naturally would not show mercy. Purple Chi from the east, Xianxia did not dodge at all. Instead, she let out a delicate shout, and countless purple Chi spread out from her body, transforming into 2 large purple palms. With a mysterious aura, they fiercely slapped forward. With a boom, the sword light was sent flying. At the same time, she used her extreme speed to arrive in front of Zhang Wushuang. Big baddie, I'll beat you up. With a bang, she sent Zhang Wushuang flying. Bang, half of Zhang Wushuang's face was deformed, and his eyes turned into panda eyes that kept bleeding. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, he tore through the void and finally came to a stop. Ah! Damn it, he screamed crazily. How could a little girl be so powerful? He did not dare to imagine. The humans and primordial creatures outside were all stunned. Heavens, what's going on? How could this holy daughter Xianxia be so powerful? She can actually injure Zhang Wushuang with one punch. How did she do it? It's not just that. Didn't you see that Murong Qingqing could also contend with Feng Yunxue? Screams of surprise rang out one after another. Indeed, no matter how strong Lin Xian had become, the woman and the dragon beside Lin Xian had become very terrifying. What have these people experienced? Void Divine Furnace, they must have obtained the Void Divine Furnace. Damn it, they ate the immortal pills in the Void Divine Furnace. Feng Yunxue screamed crazily. The Fire Dragon King's face was also gloomy. Huamuzhen and Zhang Wushuang's faces were even uglier. They had to obtain the Void Divine Furnace. Big brother Lin Xian, I'll help you beat this big baddie. Xianxia stared at Zhang Wushuang. All right. Lin Xian revealed a smile. He stared at Zhang Wushuang. Huamuzhen, don't you like to win with numbers? Today, I'll let you have a taste of winning with numbers. As he said that, he pulled the Snow White monkey out of the black earth. Little White was very dissatisfied. He yawned as if he did not care about the battle there. Lin Xian said with a smile. Help me beat him up, and I'll refine some supreme-grade spirit wine for you. Hearing that, the Snow White monkey became energetic. Apart from eating spirit fruits, the Snow White monkey liked to drink the spirit wine brewed by Lin Xian the most. The taste made him forget to leave. Oh, the Snow White monkey jumped out and waved his little claws. He looked at Huamuzhen with disdain. Huamuzhen was so angry that he vomited blood. Damn it, how dare a monkey be so arrogant in front of me? He waved the Qilin flag, which transformed into a blood-red murderous aura that swept towards the Snow White monkey. Die, you damned monkey. Any casual attack could easily kill King Invincible. However, the Snow White monkey bared his teeth and revealed a disdainful expression. His body instantly disappeared and appeared in front of Huamuzhen at extreme speed. Damn it, what speed? Huamuzhen's pupils constricted. He did not even see the other party clearly. How did the other party appear in front of him? There's something wrong with this monkey. Soon, he became disdainful. Kneel down in front of me. He used the power of his bloodline. He was a member of the royal family. Moreover, he was the 7th generation of the Qilin bloodline. The other party would definitely not be able to withstand that pressure. However, this time, he was disappointed again. The terrifying pressure made the creatures millions of miles away crawl on the ground. However, the snow-white monkey in front of him bared his teeth and was not affected at all. Damn it, how is that possible? Why doesn't my pressure have any effect on him? Is he a monkey or not? Vhumad was about to go crazy. However, in the next moment, he fainted. The snow-white monkey slapped him on the head, and Vhumad immediately saw stars. He felt that he was in a special state, as if he was drunk, and his body was out of control. Damn it, how can that damned monkey's divine power be so terrifying? Vhumad was shocked. In the next moment, he screamed in fear. That was because a sword light was flying toward him. A sword light streaked across the sky and enveloped him. With a slash, he was cut in half. This pain instantly made Vhumad recover. In the next moment, he screamed as if he had gone mad. The two shattered corpses quickly soared into the sky and fled into the distance. 7th generation Darren, those prodigies of the Fire Qilin cave had all gone mad. The other party had actually killed their 7th generation lord with a single strike. They couldn't believe it. Vhumad's body was barely able to fuse together. His expression was extremely ugly. Damn it, how dare you hurt me, hurt you? Today, I will kill you. Xianxia shouted coldly. Together with the snow-white monkey, the two of them quickly killed their way over. That damnable brat was going too far. Just you wait, I won't let you off. Vhumad roared in a frenzy, but his heart was filled with fear. What was going on? The monkey beside the other party was too strange. It was not afraid of his bloodline pressure. Moreover, it could make him dizzy with a slap of its claws. How were they supposed to fight? If he were to receive another claw, he reckoned that the other party would be able to slash him in half again. Therefore, Vhumad decided to leave. He raised his head and looked into the distance. Although Zhang Wuxuan was furious, he was actually on par with Xianxia. In addition, the Fire Dragon King and Xianxia were both pinned down. He had no confidence in facing Xianxia and the white monkey alone. Therefore, in the next moment, he tore through the void, took the Qilin flag, and soared into the sky, wanting to escape. What? Vhumad escaped. Vhumad actually escaped. Heavens, how was that possible? The human warriors were all stunned. Vhumad was so powerful that they could not breathe under the pressure of 50,000 arcane powers, they could only tremble in front of him. But now, such a strong person had actually escaped. The prodigies of the Fire Qilin cave all fainted. They fell to the ground, their bodies trembling. Their 7th generation lord had escaped. Did they still dare to stay here? In the next moment, they fled one after another. Xianxia ignored those ordinary prodigies of the Fire Qilin cave. Instead, he locked onto Vhumad. The corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. You want to escape? Can you escape? The other party was powerful and wanted to kill him. Now that he realized that he could not beat him, he wanted to escape. What a joke, he did not chase after him. Instead, his eyes shone with a cold light. In the next moment, he formed a seal with his palm. With a boom, an endless flame vortex condensed in the sky, transforming into a golden palm of flame that slapped down from the sky. The palm slapped Vhumad's body and sent him flying. With a bang, the endless void shattered. Vhumad was once again beaten until he vomited blood. He landed heavily on the ground, shattering hundreds of thousands of miles of land. What a terrifying divine ability, the spectators in the distance exclaimed. Zhang Wuxuan, Fire Dragon King, and Xianxia's eyelids twitched wildly. Ancient Chaos Hand, they remembered that move. It was Yan Nantian's divine ability. Could it be that Yan Nantian secretly killed Vhumad? Vhumad jumped up crazily. Damn Yan Nantian, how dare you trick me? However, after roaring for a long time, Yan Nantian did not appear at all. No, it's not Yan Nantian. It's you. You evolved it with the dragon sword soul. Huamuzhen was so angry that his entire body trembled. Do you think you can escape in front of me? Lin Xian sneered. Huamuzhen roared angrily. Damn brat, how dare you stop me? Don't think that you can kill me just because you can beat me. Let me tell you, you're too naive if you want to kill me. I don't want to fight you now. If you force me, I'll let you know the consequences of dying together with me. Huamuzhen was trembling with anger. Lin Xian sneered. Dying together with me? You think too highly of yourself. In front of me, you don't have the right to die together with me. He took a step forward, and the shadow of a dragon appeared under his feet. It carried him and rushed forward quickly. At the same time, the fire Qilin sword in his hand swung wildly. In the sky, the golden hand appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Stop, stop. Huamuzhen was being slaughtered like a chicken, his body shattered again. He was really scared. He screamed crazily. Damn it, stop. I don't want the Void Divine Furnace anymore. You don't want the Void Divine Furnace anymore? Do you think you have the right to want it? Lin Xian sneered. After fighting for a while, Huamuzhen screamed crazily. Stop, I was wrong. I apologize to you. I shouldn't have come to kill you. I'll compensate you with 2 half-step sacred artifacts. How about that, 3 half-step sacred artifacts? That's a big deal. Very well, I'll accept it. However, you still have to die. Lin Xian's voice was cold. He did not want to let Huamuzhen go. Damn brat, I'll fight it out with you. When Huamuzhen heard that, he was so angry that he vomited blood. He began to burn his bloodline power and rushed forward crazily. At this moment, he directly transformed into his Qilin form. He ran in all directions like a divine beast. It was too terrifying. The spectators a million miles away trembled. After Huamuzhen transformed into his true form, his strength became stronger again. Do you think you can fight me by burning your bloodline power? I only need 1 finger to kill you. With one hand behind his back, Lin Xian extended a finger with his other hand and pointed forward. It was a familiar scene. When Huamuzhen first arrived, he was so arrogant that he wanted to kill Lin Xian with 1 finger. Now, Lin Xian was using the same method to kill him. It was the best counterattack. You're courting death. Who do you think you are? You want to kill me with 1 finger? Huamuzhen roared and rushed over. Lin Xian snorted and the dragon sword soul flew out. It turned into an azure dragon on his fingertip and let out a loud dragon roar. Green Dragon Finger, it was a divine ability that he had developed by imitating the Qilin finger. With 1 finger, it was earth-shattering. It was equivalent to sending out the dragon sword soul. No, damn it. When Huamuzhen got closer, he realized how terrifying the finger was. His expression changed instantly and he stopped attacking. Instead, he ran away like a madman. At this moment, he burned his bloodline power with all his might. However, he fainted again with a bang. The snow-white monkey slapped him, causing him to be stunned in the void. Buzz, the green dragon finger pierced through his head. With a boom, Huamuzhen exploded like a watermelon. His soul screamed and tried to escape, but it was also destroyed by the finger. Boom, the headless Qilin corpse fell to the ground with an earth-shattering sound and dust. Everyone was stunned and their minds went blank. He's dead. The terrifying skyprite of the Fire Qilin Cave, the 7th Master, was killed. They could not believe it. The skyprites of the Fire Qilin Cave who were running away screamed crazily when they saw this scene. 7th Master. Many people rushed towards Lin Xian, but they were swept away by Lin Xian's sword. The others were scared out of their wits and knelt in the air. Zhan Wushuang, the Fire Dragon King, Feng Yinxue, and the others were also stunned. They quickly retreated with ugly expressions. Huamuzhen's death was unbelievable to them. One had to know that their strength was about the same, but if they really had to differentiate, Huamuzhen was obviously stronger than them. After all, the other party had the 7th-generation Qilin bloodline, which was extremely terrifying. What about now? His opponent was actually dead. He was killed by the brat in front of him. They would never have imagined such a scene even in their dreams. After Lin Xian killed Huamuzhen, he stared at Zhan Wushuang. Instantly, Zhan Wushuang's body trembled. He tore open the void and fled without another word. Peng, Lin Xian was already prepared. The golden hand in the sky descended, shattering the void and blasting Zhang Wushuang out. Blood flowed from the corner of Zhang Wushuang's mouth. His expression was extremely ugly. He did not say anything because he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to escape. Even someone as strong as Vhumad had been killed. If he were to stay any longer, he would probably be killed as well. Therefore, he took out a scroll and wrapped it around his body. "Brat, I'll kill you next time, space-time teleportation scroll," someone exclaimed. It was equivalent to a portable space teleportation array. The cost of making this kind of scroll was very high. Only the top clans could produce it. Trying to escape, looking at Zhang Wushuang's body that was getting fainter, Lin Xian snorted coldly. A dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in front of him. With a slash of the sword, it directly destroyed the power of space. With a bang, Zhang Wushuang fell out of the void. Half of his body was badly mutilated. "Damn it, you can actually destroy the power of space," he screamed like a madman. In the distance, those people were also terrified. The great dragon sword soul was too terrifying. It could destroy everything. It could even destroy the illusory space teleportation. "You tried to kill me time and time again because you wanted to use my name to climb up the ranks. Today, I'll end you," Lin Xian shouted coldly, and a sword light shot forward. "No," Zhang Wushuang screamed crazily, but he was firmly locked in place. At the critical moment, a hazy shadow rushed out from between his eyebrows. It was a middle-aged man. Although it was just an illusion, the aura he exuded was extremely terrifying. He reached out a palm and directly grabbed the shocking sword. It was a soul imprint. A peerless expert from the war tribe was protecting Zhang Wushuang, someone screamed. Lin Xian also frowned. Zhang Wushuang revealed a sinister smile. "Hee, kid, let's see how you kill me this time." Before he could finish, a purple sword pierced through his heart and froze his body in midair. "How dare you bully big brother Lin Xian? I'll kill you, you big baddie, damn it, you." Zhang Wushuang's body trembled, and his face became incomparably pale. He did not expect Xianxia to suddenly attack. He turned around with a sinister expression. "I want you dead." He rushed forward like a madman. Xianxia shouted. Infinite purple lightning, she formed a seal with both hands and pressed forward. With a bang, Zhang Wushuang's head exploded. "Elder, save me!" Zhang Wushuang's soul escaped from his body and flew forward. The illusory middle-aged man turned his head and stared at Xianxia with a cold light in his eyes. Xianxia summoned a purple cloud to defend herself. Clang, she was forced back, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. "How dare you destroy the war tribe's unparalleled body? You deserve to die." The hazy middle-aged man's eyes were extremely sharp. Lin Xian shouted coldly. "A mere soul imprint. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? I'll kill you today." He activated the great dragon sword soul and charged forward. "You want to kill me with just you?" The middle-aged man was disdainful. But in the next moment, he screamed. Because he realized that his soul imprint was burning. "Damn it, what kind of sword chi is this?" he screamed in horror. Old Zhang had the great dragon sword soul, and it could annihilate everything. Great dragon sword soul. The middle-aged man took a deep breath. He waved his hand and wrapped Zhang Wushuang's corpse, then carried it into the sky. He wanted to leave this place. "Do you still think you can leave?" In the sky, a golden hand slapped down, but it was blocked by the middle-aged man. At the same time, a pair of golden eyes appeared. They were like the eyes of a god, cold and indifferent. In his eyes, countless runes formed two mysterious patterns that transformed into sharp golden blades that slashed downwards. "You want to hit me with a mirror technique?" the middle-aged man sneered. But in the next moment, he was pierced by a rune blade. Zhang Wushuang's soul was also pierced. Their souls quickly dissipated and turned into nothingness. Dead, everyone was stunned. They did not expect that the soul imprint that came out from Zhang Wushuang's forehead would also be destroyed. What was that pair of golden eyes? Everyone trembled under the gaze of that pair of eyes. Lin Xian's face was a little pale. The attack just now was a rune pattern that he had obtained in the mysterious passage. Now that it appeared, it killed both Zhang Wushuang and the war tribe's soul imprint. Who else? Lin Xian looked around. Xianxia and the Fire Dragon King turned around and fled without a word. They directly activated spatial teleportation and fled into the distance. Lin Xian did not make a move. He coldly watched this scene. Everyone prostrated themselves. Those ancient creatures also quickly retreated. Too powerful, such a sure-kill situation was actually resolved by the other party, and he even killed Vhumad and Zhang Wushuang, two top geniuses. This was going to pierce through the sky. Didn't you see that the Fire Dragon King had scared Xianxia away? Brother Xian, Morong Qingqing, and the Crimson Dragon flew back. Shen Jingqiu also came to his side. Are you guys okay? Lin Xian was concerned. The three of them shook their heads. Let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand, wanting everyone to leave. However, at this moment, a sinister laugh rang out. Want to leave? Can you leave? Endless laws appeared, piercing through the void and enveloping Lin Xian and the others. Not good, the saint is here. The spectators in the distance wanted to retreat, but at this moment, they screamed. Was the saint going to attack Lin Xian? Damn it, you dare to ignore the immemorial Treaty of Alliance? Don't you want to live anymore? The Crimson Dragon roared crazily. The immemorial Treaty of Alliance was still on the ground, and the saint could not make a move. Now, someone dared to openly challenge the treaty. Sorry, I'm not a saint, but a half-step saint. It's not a violation of the rules, right? A figure descended from the sky. It was a middle-aged man. His face was incomparably familiar. It was the soul imprint that Lin Xian had destroyed previously. Damn it, the other party's main body actually came. He did not expect the other party to be a half-step saint. Kid, not good. A half-step saint has already comprehended a trace of the power of laws, far surpassing an invincible king. The Crimson Dragon's expression was ugly. Lin Xian's expression was cold. This war race was really courting death. They actually sent a half-step saint to kill him. A biting cold light burst out from his eyes. The half-step saint in the sky sneered. Useless kid, even if you have the dragon sword soul and the 9-yang divine body, you still can't resist. I'm using the power of laws. Laws danced around him. Although they were fragments of laws, they still surpassed the level of a king. The half-saint of the war race revealed a sinister smile. I will kill you with my own hands and then extract your great dragon sword soul. Now, go to hell. He reached out a hand that was completely formed from law fragments. It's over, Lin Xian is really going to die. Those people in the distance screamed in fear. They didn't expect the war clan's half-saint to arrive so quickly. Could it be that this was premeditated? In this moment of crisis, when Lin Xian and the others wanted to fight back, a sigh came from the sky. The palm of law instantly turned to dust, and the half-saint's body split apart, turning into a bloody mist that no longer existed. A half-saint expert had died. Who did it? A saint? Everyone went crazy. Today's events were becoming more and more terrifying. Were they trying to pierce through the heavens? Even a saint had appeared, the Crimson Dragon, Morong Qingqing, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xian's brows twitched. He felt a wave of law energy wrap around them. In the next moment, they left the vast mountain. Lin Xian had been taken away by a saint. It was definitely a saint from a mortal palace. Those in the distance cried out in alarm. At the same time, this matter quickly swept through the entire true spirit world. Everyone knew about this battle. They were shocked by Lin Xian's strength. 50,000 Archean geniuses were killed, and the war race's peerless genius, Zhang Wushuang, was also killed. Not only that, the war race also lost a half-saint. In an instant, this battle turned into a storm that shocked the human race's geniuses and Archean experts. Gu Santong, Wu Hua, and the others were shocked when they heard this. They hadn't seen Brother Lin for a few months, but he had already become so powerful. When Yu Wudao heard this news, his eyes flickered. It seemed like he had also entered the realm of invincible kings. The 10,000 ancient races were silent. The 10,000 Dragon Empire and Divine Emperor Ridge's people had gloomy expressions. The Fire Qilin Cave was furious. Damn it, that useless Whumad was truly trash. He had lost face for the Fire Qilin Cave. The Qilin Crown Prince roared, making everyone silent. The war race was even more furious. Their number one genius had been killed. Not only that, they had also lost a half-saint. This was unbearable. However, what frightened them was that they didn't know which saint had done it. Was it Xiaojiu? When they thought of that old man, they were terrified. In the end, the war race's old ancestor sent a message, telling the war race's saints, including the half-saints, not to act rashly. Otherwise, there would be a disaster. The reactions of all sides were different, but countless warriors were discussing this battle. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others left the vast mountain. When they appeared again, they found that they had returned to Immortal Palace. It seemed like it was indeed Immortal Palace's saint who had done it. I didn't expect you to grow so quickly. It's really surprising. In the main hall, an old figure turned around. Seeing this person, Morong Qingqing was relieved. Xianxia was shocked and nervous. Lin Xian's expression changed. He was overjoyed. Greetings, Elder Xia. The person in front of him was Xiaojiu. Was it the other party's true body or a clone? Xiaojiu said with a chuckle. I came to inform you of something. The House of Prodigy is about to open. If you want to walk the path of Great Emperor, you must first join the House of Prodigy. Was the path of Great Emperor about to open? Hearing this, Lin Xian's body trembled. Morong Qingqing and Xianxia were also stunned. The Crimson Dragon sucked in a breath of cold air. Was it finally about to begin? His voice was trembling a little. The path of Great Emperor was an extremely cruel path. Once one walked it, there was a high chance of dying inside. How many shocking geniuses had confidently walked the path of Great Emperor, but in the end they turned into a pile of bones? And this time it would be even more dangerous. With the revival of the 10,000 ancient races, so many geniuses had appeared. One could imagine how difficult the path of Great Emperor in this era would be. Lin Xian clenched his fists. His eyes were shining with excitement. How am I going to participate? To put it bluntly, the path of the Great Emperor was an ancient starry sky path that had existed since a long time ago. This path is too mysterious and profound. It's not only in our true spirit world. Moreover, there are many ways to enter this path. The immemorial royal family and the remote ancient families must have their own ways. And if you want to enter the path of Great Emperor, you must first enter the House of Prodigy. Hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked. There was a lot of information in this sentence. The path of Great Emperor was an ancient starry sky path that didn't only exist in the true spirit world. So where else did it exist? The remote ancient families and the 10,000 ancient races were both emperor races. It seemed like the emperor races had a special way to enter. And for people like them who weren't from the emperor races, entering the House of Prodigy would require a lot of effort. Then what was this House of Prodigy? Was it a mysterious force? Why hadn't he heard of it before? Lin Xian didn't know any of this. Morong Qingqing and Xianxia didn't know either. Both of them pricked up their ears and listened carefully. This time even the Crimson Dragon was quiet. Xiaojiu said, I know you have a lot of questions. Ask me now. I'll try my best to tell you what I can. Even if you don't know what I can't tell you now, you can figure it out yourself in the future. Hearing this, Lin Xian couldn't wait to ask. Where is the extraordinary warrior mansion? How long is the Great Emperor's road? What are the difficulties and mysteries? Also, if he doesn't only exist in the true spirit world, where does he exist? Lin Xian was really confused. Especially not only in the true spirit world. One should know how vast the true spirit world was. Eastern Barren, Western Desert, Southern Ridge, Northern Plains, and Central Region. There were many mysterious areas and forbidden areas that humans couldn't set foot in. Is such a world not enough to include the Great Emperor's road? Seems like you have a lot of doubts. Alright, I'll answer these questions for you. Xiaojiu said with a smile. The extraordinary warrior mansion was a very mysterious place. It wasn't a sacred ground, but it wasn't weaker than a sacred ground. It was even stronger and more mysterious. It could be said that it was the entrance to the Great Emperor's road in the true spirit world. Or, you can see it as a screening qualification. Only by successfully entering the extraordinary warrior mansion would you be qualified to walk the Great Emperor's road. One should know that the Great Emperor's road wasn't something that just anyone could enter. Without a certain qualification, you wouldn't be able to enter even if you broke your head. You'll know this when you get to the extraordinary warrior mansion. The number of geniuses participating in the Great Emperor's Road is far more than you can imagine. Although the 10,000 ancient races and remote antiquity families had their own ways to enter the Great Emperor's Road, they would still send some people to join the extraordinary warrior mansion. After all, the more people who entered the Great Emperor's Road, the greater their hope. As long as one person could walk to the end and become a great emperor, then they would have made the right bet. The glory would last for tens of thousands of years. As for your second question, I'll explain it to you. The true spirit world, you see this world, but it's just one. And in the myriad worlds, the universe, and the stars, there are many more like the true spirit world, so many that you can't even imagine. Of course, the true spirit world was very special, and there weren't many places in the entire universe that could compare to it. But in other worlds, living beings and races were as numerous as the stars in the sky. For example, some of the 10,000 ancient races came from other star worlds and were not natives of true spirit world. In the universe, there were many worlds. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He didn't know, because even if he was an invincible king, he wouldn't be able to escape from this world. Only saints could break free from the shackles of the world and enter the outer space. Xiaojiuyo waved his hand, and the void cracked open. Countless stars floated within the crack. Do you see the stars in the sky? Many of them are worlds just like ours. There were living beings and martial artists on it. Our true spirit world has a very special name. A very special name? What is it? Lin Xian was at a loss. Origin planet. Origin planet. Lin Xian murmured. The crimson dragon's eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. Shen Jingqiu and Morong Qingqing were also at a loss. There are countless living beings in the universe, and many of them came from our true spirit world. However, they left too early. Perhaps in the primordial era, or even before the primordial era. They went to other stars and didn't come back. Instead, they reproduced there and built their own worlds. Our true spirit world, which is the origin planet, has too many secrets. So many that even I only know a part of it. There are still a lot of mysteries and unknowns waiting for people to explore. Lin Xian was shocked after hearing this. He didn't expect the true spirit world to have such a mysterious position in the entire universe. At the same time, what shocked him even more was that there were so many stars in the universe. Didn't that mean there were thousands of worlds? Just the true spirit world had so many monstrous geniuses. How many monstrous geniuses were there in the universe, and all of them were about to embark on the path to becoming a great emperor? Heavens, Lin Xian didn't dare to imagine. He felt his blood boiling. At the same time, he also knew how difficult it was to become a great emperor. Not only did he have to compete with the geniuses of the true spirit world, but he also had to contend with the geniuses of the universe. How difficult was that? As for those who had become great emperors, how terrifying were they? They were probably invincible in the universe, since you know about the myriad heavens, the myriad worlds, the universe, and the stars, then I can tell you. The path to becoming a great emperor is an ancient path that traverses the universe and the universe. You start from our true spirit world and then experience one star after another. Every time was a trial, a competition. Only by reaching the end would one be able to ascend to the peak, so that's how it is. Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu suddenly understood. They had never heard of such an ancient secret. Lin Xian also clenched his fists and took a deep breath. Now, he finally understood what the path to becoming a great emperor was. Seeing Lin Xian's excited look, Xiaojiuyo spoke again. Although you're not a descendant of the monarch race and don't have a heaven-defying bloodline, you have the great dragon sword soul and the 9-yang divine body. If you master these two things, you won't be weaker than the descendants of the monarch race. You can even compete with those princes and princesses, but in the end, whether you can become a great emperor depends on your luck. I understand. Lin Xian nodded solemnly. Indeed, it was too difficult to become a great emperor. The 9-yang sword saint was powerful, but he wasn't a great emperor. He was even killed by a demon in the end. And the possessor of the great dragon sword soul was already the 5th or 6th generation. But in history, it seemed that only the 1st generation of the great dragon sword soul had become a great emperor. And the other generations didn't become one. It was easy to imagine how difficult it was to become a great emperor. Even those princes and princesses found it very difficult to become a great emperor, at this moment. Xiaojiu said. Apart from our true spirit world, you may encounter many powerful enemies, so you must be careful. Don't worry, old Xia. I know what I'm doing. Lin Xian nodded. Xiaojiu continued. Apart from that, there's something I want to remind you of. Because once you step on the ancient path, we won't know when we'll meet again. So, I'll give you a reminder. What is it? Lin Xian asked. He was extremely puzzled. What could have caused Xiaojiu to have such a grave expression? Could it be that there's something special in the ancient starry sky path? Even a super sage like Elder Xia had to be careful. In the universe, other than our origin star, there's another place that you have to be especially careful of. You can't be careless. What place? Could it be that there's another life forbidden zone in the universe? It's not a life forbidden zone, but another star called the Big Dipper. It exists in the vast universe. Of course, it has another name that resounds throughout the ancient starry sky path. It's called the Buried Emperor Star. Buried Emperor Star. Hearing this, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Dark red Shenong shuddered. Morong Qingqing's eyelashes trembled. Why does this name sound so terrifying? Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Buried Emperor Star. Could it be that all the great emperors are buried there? Not all of them, but most of the extremely famous great emperors from all over the universe were hiding there. It can be said that the Big Dipper is an extremely terrifying existence. There are probably many descendants of great emperors on it. Of course, there are also great emperors' mausoleums and endless mysteries. There are even many inheritances of great emperors. It can be said that it's a paradise for adventure and a hiding place for geniuses. When you reach there, you have to be careful. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. Origin star, buried emperor star, one is the starting point. The other is the end. It's really a very special world. Xiaojiu explained again and Lin Xian noted it down one by one. Because he knew that these were all precious experiences. After leaving, it would be difficult for others to tell him. After listening, Lin Xian asked, Elder Xia, what do I have to do to enter the extraordinary scholar residence? I estimate that in at most 1 or 2 months, the extraordinary scholar residence will reappear in the world. At that time, all the geniuses and talents who want to ascend the path to Great Emperor will participate in the extraordinary scholar residence's test. However, I don't think you need to. You're so famous and you're a top genius of the human race. I think the extraordinary scholar residence will invite you directly. You just need to wait here patiently. Understood. Lin Xian nodded. Xiaojiu's body became fainter and fainter. There's one more thing I have to remind you of. You don't necessarily have to enter the extraordinary warrior manor and ascend the ancient starry sky path. This is because our true spirit world has become a special place after the path to the Emperor realm opens. At that time, those geniuses and monstrous geniuses who have stepped into the Emperor realm might come to our true spirit world. Therefore, a portion of the geniuses chose to stay here and wait. This was also a form of training. As for how you choose, it's up to you. After saying that, Xiaojiu's body became fainter and fainter. In the end, he disappeared into the void. There was actually such a thing. After Lin Xian heard this, he was extremely shocked. What Xiaojiu had told him today was too shocking. It was far beyond his understanding. He came from a small island in the endless sea. At that time, he had felt that the heavenly Martial Island was the entire world. However, when he had come to the eastern wasteland, he had realized that the Martial Heaven world was just an island. Later, he learned about the eastern wasteland, the western desert, and the entire true spirit world. It was too vast, far surpassing the heavenly Martial continent. Here, in the true spirit world, there were countless sacred grounds, great sects, ancient families, and even the 10,000 ancient races. This made Lin Xian realize that there were countless geniuses and experts here. But now, Xiaojiu had told him that it was just a planet. There were countless planets and worlds in the universe. The entire universe was vast and mysterious. All of this challenged Lin Xian's understanding. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian prepared to slowly digest this information. He looked at Morong Qingqing and Xianxia. Qingqing, Qiu'er, what do you two plan to do? Do you want to walk the path to the Emperor realm with me, big brother Lin Xian? This matter is too shocking. Xiao'er's mind is still a little blank. I have to think about it properly. Morong also said, Big brother Xian, I have to go back and discuss this matter with master. Alright, Lin Xian nodded. He knew that this matter couldn't be forced. After all, stepping on the path to the Emperor realm was equivalent to disregarding life and death. It could be said that it was extremely dangerous. Therefore, he wouldn't force the two of them. After letting the Crimson Dragon send the two of them off, Lin Xian sat down cross-legged and began to wait patiently. Apart from him, the other sacred grounds, ancient families, and 10,000 ancient races. Those old ancestors and sages also began to tell their young descendants about the path to the Emperor realm and the various worlds. After hearing this, the geniuses of the younger generation cried out in surprise. They didn't expect that there would be such a vast and mysterious world in the universe. All of this made them exclaim in surprise. The origin star, our true spirit world, is actually so important. Many saints exclaimed. What? The buried Emperor star. There's actually such a star, many emperors were buried there. Doesn't that mean that there are countless inheritances of emperors there? After hearing this, many geniuses' breathing quickened. Even those experts who had been famous for a long time had their eyes red. The successor of an emperor realm, these 4 words were so heavy. They knew that until now, they only knew that Yan Nantian had obtained the inheritance of an emperor realm emperor. Of course, the other ancient families and 10,000 ancient races definitely had emperor realm inheritances. But even if they did, it wasn't something that anyone could cultivate. Even someone as strong as Yi Wudao had never heard that he had inherited Emperor Ye's inheritance. Therefore, one could imagine how difficult it was to obtain the inheritance of an emperor realm emperor, and in the universe, there was a buried emperor star, there were many inheritances of emperors there. If they could enter that place, wouldn't it mean that they had a chance to become the successor of an emperor realm emperor? Thinking of this, these people couldn't wait. Ha 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 ha. I've decided that my goal is the Sea of Stars. Many people were excited and prepared to step on the path to the universe. That's a must. I'm the man who wants to become the successor of an emperor realm emperor. Forget it. I'm the man who wants to become an emperor realm emperor, hee hee. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Even someone as strong as Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and Yan Nantian wouldn't dare to say such big words, right? Everyone was discussing it. It was very lively, Yi family. In front of an ancient palace. An old man with a sage-like demeanor stood there, emitting a mysterious aura. Opposite him were countless members of the Yi family. Among them, the strongest was the Yi family's patriarch. Beside him was Yi Wudao. At this moment, Yi Wudao's face was filled with shock because he had just learned about the matter of the myriad worlds. The young disciples behind him were even more excited, they didn't know what they had to do to step on the ancient path to the stars. This was what they were most concerned about. The Yi family's patriarch asked in a trembling voice. Patriarch, do you want to open that thing? At the front, the sage-like old man nodded his head slightly. That's enough. Choose a few top disciples and enter. Let's see who's fated to obtain it. Yi Wudao's eyes flickered. The young disciples and geniuses of the Yi family began to discuss among themselves. What was that place? Seeing how serious the family head and the patriarch were, could it be? They quickly discussed and guessed. The sage-like old man at the front coughed softly. Immediately, the entire hall fell silent. There was no need to guess. The opening of the path to the great emperor, coupled with the golden age, would be much more difficult than before. Our Yi family is an emperor family, a clan of the ancients, and even has an emperor weapon. It could be said that our Yi family is the most powerful family in the world. Even the immemorial royal family wouldn't dare to make a move against us. However, this was just for now. In the future, once a true great emperor appears, both the clan of the ancients and the 10,000 immemorial races will have to submit to him. Therefore, our Yi family must have another great emperor. Speaking of this, the sage-like patriarch exuded a terrifying aura. Countless runes intertwined on his body. His eyes became sharp, like the starry sky of the universe. From now on, I'm going to open the Yi family's ancestral land. It contains the great emperor's inheritance left behind by heavenly Emperor Yi. Who can obtain it will depend on your luck and fortune. What? Opening the ancestral land, the great emperor's inheritance, the Yi family's geniuses took a deep breath, their eyes burning with passion. Even Yi Wudao clenched his fists, his face full of excitement. Was the great emperor's inheritance finally about to be opened? He had to get it, not only the Yi family, but the Gu family as well. At this moment, the Gu family was also in a state of excitement. Gu Santong's eyes flickered. He looked at the figure in front of him, his expression extremely solemn. In front of him was a slender figure. The figure was surrounded by a holy light, which was extremely hazy. It was impossible to see clearly. Apart from Gu Santong, the other geniuses of the Gu family looked at the figure with a trace of respect. This was because this was the Gu family's divine body. Its status in the Gu family was no less than Yi Wudao's in the Yi family. It could be said that this was the future of the Gu family. This time, this figure had also come out of seclusion. Moreover, he would also participate in the competition for the inheritance of the Void Emperor. With him around, it would be difficult for others to obtain it. The Grand Xia dynasty, Nineli dynasty, Myriad Buddha temple, and other extreme holy grounds were all preparing to open the great emperor's inheritance. They let their disciples rely on their opportunities. The Jade Lake sacred ground was also an extreme Dao sacred ground and also had the inheritance left behind by the Queen Mother of the West. At this moment, Morong Qingqing and the 9 figures behind him were standing in the main hall. In front of them were the Queen Mother of the West and the 2 Saint Patriarchs. The 10 of you have been selected to enter the ancient desolate tower. Whether or not you can obtain the inheritance will depend on you. Morong Qingqing took a deep breath. Half a day ago, she had already spread the news to Lin Xian and told him about her situation. Next, she would enter the ancient desolation tower. She did not know what was waiting for her inside the desolate tower. Yaoguang Holy Land. Although they possessed extreme weapons, they had never produced a great emperor. Their sacred ground was extremely peculiar and strange. At that moment, the Alcade Saint Lord looked at the Alcade Saint Son before him and asked in a deep voice. Disciple, do you want to enter the house of prodigy? Replying to Master, I do not wish to enter yet. Since the ancient starry sky path has opened, my quintessential world is also one of the stops. In that case, I will wait in the Alcade Saint Lord and meet the experts of the myriad worlds, Daoi Holy Ground, Daoi Holy Sun. All Beginnings Holy Ground, All Beginnings Holy Daughter, Lanrua Temple, Wuhua, and other saints and saintesses were preparing to enter the ancient starry sky path. While the humans were busy, the 10,000 ancient races were the same. Some ancient theocrats and powerful races were also making their own preparations. The nest of 10,000 dragons, Divine Phoenix Ridge, and Fire Qilin Cave had sent a portion of their geniuses to enter the House of Prodigy. As for the others, they had their own methods to enter the ancient starry sky path. Among them, the Dragon Crown Prince, Phoenix Princess, and Qilin Crown Prince were the princes and princesses respectively. Their identities were too special. The 3 of them were even stronger and more terrifying than Yi Wudao and the Gu clan's divine physique. That was because they were the descendants of great emperors and had the inheritances of great emperors in their hands. Their bloodlines were even more terrifying. It could be said that their physical bodies had reached the saint realm. It probably wouldn't be long before they comprehended the laws of heaven and earth and became true saints. They were definitely the favored children of heaven and earth. In the true spirit world, there was no one whose talent and bloodline were stronger than theirs. At this moment, the Dragon Crown Prince, Qilin Crown Prince, and Phoenix Princess didn't move. They were still cultivating. They decided to wait until they became true saints before making a move. At that time, they would sweep through the world. The entire true spirit world became busy and restless because of the opening of the House of Prodigy and the ancient starry sky path. Lin Xian was still patiently waiting. Finally, on the 21st day, someone came to the Immortal Palace. It was a child wearing a Taoist robe. His face was delicate and pretty, and he looked to be 8 or 9 years old. He rode an immortal crane and descended from the sky. Soon, he arrived outside the Immortal Palace. Who is it? The Immortal Palace's guardian asked in a deep voice. The child sat on the immortal crane and said indifferently. Envoy from the House of Prodigy. Someone from the House of Prodigy, the guardian was extremely shocked. He respectfully said, "Please wait, I will inform the palace master and elders." As he said that, he turned into a stream of light and rushed inside. Soon, Li Xuanxian, the head guardian, and the elders of the immortal palace personally came to welcome him. The array formation opened and they respectfully invited the celestial child in. The child nodded slightly and rode the immortal crane into the immortal palace. On the other side, Lin Xian also received the news. At this moment, he led Peacock and the other young disciples and stood in the star palace, waiting. "He's here." Behind them, Peacock and the others exclaimed. Lin Xian raised his head and looked forward. In front of him an immortal crane descended, bringing with it a vast aura. Sitting on it was a young child. "You are Lin Xian?" The young child looked down and stared at Lin Xian. "That's right, it's me." The young child waved his small hand, and an invitation floated down from the sky and landed in Lin Xian's hands. After Lin Xian received it, he narrowed his eyes. The style of the invitation was very simple and strange, and it was neither gold nor stone. He didn't know what material it was made of. When he held it, he could feel a strange energy flowing within it. At the same time, he heard the child's voice above him. "Since you have accepted the invitation, it means that you are willing to join the House of Prodigy. 7 days later, pour your energy into the invitation, and it will bring you to the House of Prodigy." After saying that, the young child rode the immortal crane and turned around to leave. House of Prodigy? Lin Xian held the invitation and his eyes flickered. Around him, Peacock, Hui Dao, and the others were extremely envious. They wondered how many people could receive this invitation. Lin Xian was not the only one who received an invitation. In addition to Lin Xian, Yan Nantian also received an invitation. The House of Prodigy also sent invitations to Wuchen and Yi Wudao. However, the two of them were existences of the extreme Dao Holy Lands, so the two of them did not accept the invitation. It seemed that only Lin Xian and the other 5 titled geniuses of the human race could make the House of Prodigy take the initiative to send an invitation. Other than that, the others had to be tested before they could enter. Those young geniuses who did not receive an invitation went on their way. Because, according to the released news, the House of Prodigy was in the middle ground. Moreover, it was rumored that there were some requirements. It seemed that only geniuses with 40,000 Archean power and above could enter. Moreover, 40,000 Archean power was the lowest limit. When this news came out, it cut off the thoughts of countless people. After all, some saints could not reach 40,000 Archean power. In fact, they could not even reach 30,000. 40,000 Archean power was already a very terrifying existence. Only such a person could enter the House of Prodigy. After Lin Xian received the invitation, he began to prepare. He had already received Murong Qingqing's voice transmission and knew that Murong Qingqing had entered the desolate tower. Therefore, he would not go to the House of Prodigy with him. The other one was Shen Jingqiu. He transmitted his voice over. Shen Jingqiu was preparing to join the House of Prodigy. Lin Xian asked her to come directly. When the time came, he would bring her with him. The other one was the Crimson Dragon. "Ruzalong, do you plan to go with me?" Of course, Ben Huang wanted to see what was so special about the ancient starry sky path. The Crimson Dragon bared his teeth and said, "Don't worry, with Ben Huang's combat strength and bloodline, there was no problem for him to enter the House of Knights." Lin Xian nodded and waited patiently. The next day, Shen Jingqiu teleported over. After a few more days, which was 7 days later, Lin Xian injected his power into the invitation. Suddenly, the invitation blossomed with light, forming a spatial force that wrapped around Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his hand and grabbed the Crimson Dragon and Shen Jingqiu. The 3 of them were teleported away. Not long after, they emerged from the void. As soon as he landed, Lin Xian's power surged and he instantly recovered. Shen Jingqiu and the Crimson Dragon also recovered. The 3 of them looked around curiously. This was a boundless mountain range. It was very vast, and below it was surrounded by clouds. "This place is incredible. This spirit vein is very magical. Where is this place?" Central State, there was actually such a place? The Crimson Dragon looked around in shock. At the same time, he cried out in alarm. How terrifying. There was actually a terrifying formation. Brat, looks like this should be the territory of the Prodigy Manor. That's not right. I've been to the Central State before, but I've never heard of such a place. Xianxia was puzzled. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a golden light. He stared at the ruins as he spoke. Most probably, this place had been enveloped by a supreme formation. That's why we didn't see it. Now that the supreme formation has been activated, the Prodigy Manor and this strange mountain range will naturally be discovered by us. The Prodigy Manor is really generous. I wonder how many formations they used to isolate. There are buildings and figures below. It should be there. Let's go. Lin Xian looked at the vast mountain range. There was a palace-like existence. He called out and brought Xianxia and the Crimson Dragon to fly into the distance. In front of them, buildings appeared. They were located in the mountain range, like stars. At the front of the mountain gate, there were 3 big words written in flamboyant calligraphy. Prodigy Manor. These 3 big words were very profound. Xianxia took a look and almost fainted. The Crimson Dragon trembled. Lin Xian's scalp also went numb. Who wrote it? It's too terrifying. Those who were weaker probably wouldn't even be able to see it. It was the work of a saint. It contained the power of the laws of heaven and earth. The Crimson Dragon curled its lips. Lin Xian and the other 2 landed in front of the mountain gate and looked into the distance. There were mountains and rivers around them. The scenery was spectacular. When Lin Xian came previously, he had already seen it with his heavenly secret divine eyes. These mountains and rivers were actually formations. Using the natural landscape as a protective formation. This kind of work could be said to be heaven-defying and unheard of. The Crimson Dragon next to him was also amazed. Xianxia looked into the distance curiously. Inside the mountain gate, there were many figures swaying. In front of them, there were buildings. They were magnificent like ancient ruins. There was an ancient aura. It was not simple. Lin Xian was shocked. In front of these buildings, they actually felt small. The magnificence of the Prodigy Manor surpassed those of the sacred grounds. Indeed, even their immortal palace was not so magnificent. It was worthy of being the entrance to the path of the great emperor. It was indeed amazing. Who are you? Tell me your names. Do you have an invitation? At this moment, a few children walked over from the distance and asked quickly. These children were also 8 or 9 years old. They had delicate faces, wore Taoist robes, and had flying swords on their backs. They looked very similar to the child who came to deliver the invitation on a crane. This was the invitation. Lin Xian waved his hand and took out the invitation. The Taoist child in front took a look and then smiled. It's you. It seems that you're finally here. Welcome to the Prodigy Manor. I'll bring you in now. The child waved his hand and led the way. Lin Xian and the other 2 followed behind silently. As soon as they entered the mountain gate, countless white clouds appeared under the child's feet and turned into a cloud. It carried them into the sky and flew into the distance. Lin Xian and the other 2 looked down. On the mountain path below, many people were already climbing there. There were ancient creatures and some geniuses of the human race. There were no invitations below. If they wanted to enter the Prodigy Manor, they had to pass 3 tests. You have an invitation, so the treatment is naturally different. You can enter directly. Hearing this, the Crimson Dragon muttered, but Ben Huang doesn't have an invitation, and neither do the little girl and I. Will we be beaten down later? Xianxia was also a little worried. Tong Ziji turned around and revealed a smile. No need, I know you guys. You're Lin Xian, known as the Central Emperor. You're Xianxia, an innate spirit body. You're a dragon with a very strong dragon bloodline. Although the 2 of you don't have an invitation, with your bloodline, you can definitely enter the Prodigy Manor. I'll bring you to meet the elders. Not long after, the clouds under their feet landed and Lin Xian and the others arrived in front of a huge hall. A few figures walked out of the Great Desolation Hall. They were all elders. Most of them were white-haired elders, but there were also some middle-aged men and women. They were surrounded by little Taoist children. Elder, we brought them here. The little Taoist child bowed and said. Those people's gazes fell on Lin Xian. Lin Xian took a deep breath and cupped his fists. Lin Xian greets seniors. Xianxia also bowed respectfully. The Crimson Dragon turned its eyes and looked around curiously. Lin Xian, not bad, not bad. The elders in front stared at Lin Xian nonstop. The successor of the Great Dragon Sword Spirit and the successor of the Nine Yang Divine Body were indeed extraordinary. They could feel the powerful sword energy and terrifying physique that Lin Xian's body brought. This was definitely a good seedling. If they nurtured this kid well, he might be able to cultivate to the large success stage. Yes, the power of a greater mastery Nine Yang Divine Body was terrifying. A greater mastery dragon's successor was even more terrifying. As long as this kid could cultivate one, he would be able to laugh at the world. The elders in front of him were discussing with smiles on their faces. In the distance, another white cloud descended. On the mountain path in the distance, there were about 10 people walking over. The person on the white cloud was no stranger to Lin Xian. It was Yan Nantian. Yan Nantian also saw Lin Xian. Buzz, their gazes clashed in the air, creating countless sparks. The void couldn't withstand it and kept shattering. A wave of power swept in all directions. Everyone here was an expert. The elders weren't afraid at all. Even the children didn't have any reaction. There was even a child who waved his hand and the Grade 1 flying sword on his back flew out and cut the spatial rift. This scene shocked the people who had just arrived. These children were too terrifying. Yes, looking at them, they don't seem weaker than us, damn it, don't talk nonsense. These people were geniuses who had passed the test with great difficulty. There were geniuses of the human race and also geniuses of the 10,000 ancient races. However, at this moment, they had a strange look in their eyes because these children were too terrifying. Even Lin Xian was taken aback. The kid's power of the Archean age had almost reached 40,000. Beside him, the dark red dragon also sucked in a breath of cold air. As expected of the House of Prodigy, it was indeed a place full of monsters. In the end, a sage-like elder chuckled and waved his hand. The large crack in the void disappeared. Their gazes moved away from Lin Xian and looked at Yan Nantian. Their eyes lit up again. Yan Nantian, known as the South Emperor, he had obtained the inheritance of the ancient Chaos Emperor and was very powerful. Although he didn't have any heaven-defying bloodline, the words inheritance of the ancient Chaos Emperor were enough to explain everything. Yes. His voice was a little immature. Now, let me introduce you to the House of Prodigy. Gasp. Everyone's expression was solemn. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. The little Taoist said in a deep voice. There were 4 peaks in the House of Prodigy. They were Ethereal, Exquisite, Strategy, and Full Moon. At the back, the figures were discussing. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. The Crimson Dragon at the side muttered, "Don't tell me we have to choose?" "Brother Lin Xian, which one should we choose?" Xianxia asked. Lin Xian didn't know either. Just by hearing these names, no one could tell what was different about this place. But at this moment, Heitu's Black Earth. He transmitted his voice. In the House of Extraordinary Warriors, the Full Moon Peak was the most prosperous. The elders in front of him should be from the 4 peaks. It seems like he wants to choose you this time. Lin Xian was stunned. Then, he asked with a voice transmission, "Heitu, how do you know so much?" Heitu said. "Don't forget, my previous master was the 3rd-generation successor of the Dragon Sword. At that time, with his strength, he naturally joined the Extraordinary Warrior Manor." "At that time, which peak did he join?" Lin Xian asked. Heitu said, "Full Moon Peak." "Full Moon Peak?" Lin Xian muttered. At this moment, an old man at the front chuckled and said, "I guess you guys don't know much about it. Let me say it. Out of the 4 peaks, Ethereal Peak is the strongest. Exquisite Peak, Strategy Peak, and Full Moon Peak." When he said this, a middle-aged man snorted coldly. He was very displeased. From the looks of it, he seemed to be from the Full Moon Peak. The surrounding people were discussing. Even the rankings were out. Of course, they would choose Ethereal Peak. Lin Xian was confused. He asked, "Hey Tu, didn't you say that Full Moon Peak is the strongest?" Why is ethereal wind the strongest now? Hei-Tu floated in the air and was shocked. That's not right. Full Moon Peak was the strongest back then. Could it be that something had changed over the years, so much so that the incomparably powerful Full Moon Peak had actually fallen to last place? It seemed that something had happened in between. The third generation of the dragon sword was tens of thousands of years ago. It was understandable that there was a change in the rankings. Lin Xian had already guessed a thing or two about this. He then asked, so, which peak should I choose? In his opinion, Ethereal Peak was the strongest. Naturally, he would choose Ethereal Peak. However, Hei-Tu said, of course you should choose Full Moon Peak. Are you sure you want me to enter the last peak? Lin Xian was surprised. After all, tens of thousands of years had passed. The current Full Moon Peak might have declined. Kid, you don't understand. Back then, I came here with the previous master. Strategy Hall gave you guys a choice for a reason. Each of the 4 peaks has a steel that is used to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. After all, you guys are likely to enter the Sage Realm. With the help of the steels, you guys can improve quickly. Ethereal Sky Steel, Exquisite Sky Steel, Strategy 8 Desolation Steel, and Full Moon Wordless Steel. These 4 steels are very mysterious and contain the power of the laws of heaven and earth. However, the strangest and most mysterious one is the Full Moon Wordless Steel. Although its power is terrifying, it is very difficult to comprehend. I remember that back then, only the previous master was able to comprehend it. Of course, he didn't completely comprehend it. He only comprehended a little. But this is already very impressive. If master had completely comprehended it back then, he probably wouldn't have been killed. At this point, Hei-Tu's mood was a little low. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and asked, are you saying that the Full Moon Wordless Steel is very difficult to comprehend? Perhaps, this is the reason why Full Moon Peak has declined. His guess was close. The Full Moon Wordless Steel was too difficult. Even the third generation of the dragon sword had only comprehended a little. Of course, if the third generation of the dragon sword was given time, he might really be able to comprehend it. Unfortunately, the third generation of the dragon sword had already fallen many tens of thousands of years ago. There must be a reason why the third generation of the dragon sword chose the Full Moon Wordless Steel. I am the current generation of the dragon sword. It seems like there is a need to understand how mysterious this Full Moon Wordless Steel is. At this moment, the silver-robed elder smiled and said, Lin Xian, right? I am an elder of the Misty Peak. My Misty Peak is the strongest peak in the Knight's Mansion. We have the misty heavenly steel that allows you to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. So, do you want to join my Misty Peak? Elder Zhang was all smiles, as if victory was already in his grasp. At the same time, the elder also looked at Yan Nantian. Successor of the Great Emperor, join me and I can also help you grow the fastest. Hearing that the silver-robed elder had recruited 2 top geniuses, the other elders behind him were displeased. A green-robed lady walked out. Don't listen to his nonsense. My Linglong Peak is also very powerful. We have the Linglong Heavenly Steel that contains the laws of heaven and earth. Another black-robed elder said in a deep voice, the Divine Strategy Peak has the Divine Strategy 8 Desolation Steel. Yan Nantian, Lin Xian, you won't be disappointed if you too join my Divine Strategy Peak. Seeing this scene, the 10 figures behind were envious. Although they had also passed the test of the House of Prodigy, they did not receive such treatment. Yan Nantian's eyes flickered. It seemed like he was making a decision. On the other hand, Lin Xian was surprised. The elders of Ethereal, Exquisite, and Divine Tactics were all here. Why didn't anyone from Full Moon Peak say anything? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. If I remember correctly, there should be another Full Moon Peak. That's right, I'm an elder of Full Moon Peak. A middle-aged man dressed in white walked out. His face was calm and he had no intention of fighting for it. He said in a deep voice, Full Moon Peak has the Full Moon Wordless Steel. But let me remind you that although the Full Moon Wordless Steel is mysterious, it is extremely difficult to comprehend. So if you want to join Full Moon Peak, think carefully. The white-robed elder was a straightforward person. He did not exaggerate but pointed out the advantages and disadvantages of the Full Moon Wordless Steel. The advantage was that it was mysterious and powerful. Once one comprehended it successfully, they would be above everyone else. The disadvantage was that it was extremely difficult to comprehend. The silver-robed elder of Ethereal Peak said, Lin Xian, Yan Nantian, think carefully. No one has been able to comprehend the full moon wordless stele for tens of thousands of years. Full Moon Peak is ranked last now. Ethereal Peak is the strongest. If you join us, I guarantee that you will have strong protection and support on your path to becoming a great emperor. Alright, I'll join Ethereal Peak. Yan Nantian nodded without much hesitation. Since Ethereal Peak was the strongest, what reason did he have to reject? Great. The silver-robed elder smiled. Yan Nantian, the successor of a great emperor, had joined Ethereal Peak. Ethereal Peak's strength would be even stronger. At the thought of this, he looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was the successor of the Great Dragon and the successor of the Nine Suns. His potential was limitless. The people of Exquisite Peak and Divine Tactics Peak were anxious. Ethereal Peak had already taken one of the two top geniuses. They would not let him take the second one, right? They said, Silver-robed elder, Ethereal Peak is too greedy. That's right, Lin Xian is for us. The two of them fought with each other while the elder of the Full Moon Valley stood there without speaking. Lin Xian took a deep breath when he saw this. Elders, please stop fighting. Thank you for your kindness. However, I want to join the Full Moon Peak. What? As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. The three elders stood there in a daze, their expressions blank. The white-clothed elder of the Full Moon Peak was also stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. His opponent had actually chosen the Full Moon Peak. Yan Nantian's eyelids also twitched in surprise. The 10 skyprides behind him were in a heated discussion. Was this kid's brain flooded with water? Wasn't it said that Full Moon Peak was the worst? That's right, Ethereal Peak had already extended an olive branch to him. He should enter. Could it be that he was afraid of Yan Nantian? The Crimson Dragon and Xianxia were also surprised. However, Xianxia said that they would listen to Brother Lin Xian. The Crimson Dragon whispered, Kid, is there any reason? I'll explain it to you when we get back. Lin Xian transmitted his voice. In front, the elder of the Ethereal Peak came back to his senses and frowned. He said, Don't tell me you were attracted by the full moon wordless stele? It's just a legend. Even if you enter, you might not be able to comprehend it. It's a waste of time. You have to know that you're now walking the path of the great emperor. The green-robed woman of the Exquisite Peak also frowned. I know you're strong. You should have more than 50,000 Archean power. But don't be arrogant. Let me tell you something. There are many skyprides who have entered the path of the great emperor. In the myriad worlds, many have more than 50,000 Archean power. Your strength belongs to the lower middle of the entire ancient path of the starry sky. You're just talented. You can only reach the peak after our nurturing. If you waste your talent and time now, you'll only become a stepping stone for others. What? Hearing this, the dozen or so skyprides behind him were shocked. Lin Xian and Yan Nantian's pupils also shrank. 50,000 Archean power was nothing on the ancient path of the starry sky. This was the first time they heard this news. Seeing Lin Xian's shocked expression, the elder of the Ethereal Peak continued, Of course, you haven't completely entered the ancient path of the starry sky yet. When you step on other stars, you'll realize that there are too many monstrous geniuses there. Some even have 80,000 to 90,000 Archean power. 80,000 to 90,000, Yan Nantian gasped. The Crimson Dragon and Xianxia were also shocked. He's right. The elder of the Full Moon Peak also sighed. With your talent and the strength of the Ethereal Peak, it's not impossible for you to reach 80,000 to 90,000 Archean power in a few hundred years. This news shocked the skyprides. Lin Xian was also shocked. He didn't expect that there would be so many monstrous geniuses on the ancient path of the starry sky. He knew that under normal circumstances, the strongest combat power below the Sage realm was only 100,000. His current strength of 50,000 was already very high. But he didn't expect that there would be 80,000 to 90,000 Archean geniuses. How terrifying would that be? Someone like Yu Wudao could kill him and Yan Nantian in an instant with just a look. Moreover, the other party wasn't even a sage. Thinking about it, it was simply unimaginable. However, after Heitu's reminder, he still said in a deep voice, "I've thought it through. I want to join the full moon peak." The atmosphere became extremely strange in an instant. The elders at the front were all stunned. They didn't expect that someone would want to join the full moon peak. Why? Was it because of the full moon wordless stele? But everyone in the prodigy manor knew that tens of thousands of years ago, other than a single person who had comprehended a little, no one else had comprehended it. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, could he comprehend it? They didn't think so. The elder of the exquisite peak shook his head. The elder of the ethereal peak also had a gloomy expression. Lin Xian was a good seedling. He didn't want to waste it. At this moment, a woman in a blue dress walked out from the side of the silver-robed elder. She had a beautiful face, but her eyes were cold. "Aren't you a little too full of yourself? Do you really think that you have the right to be arrogant just because those people outside conferred you the title of Middle Emperor? In our prodigy manor, you're just an ordinary person. The descendant of the great dragon is powerful? The descendant of the 9 sons is powerful? Even if you cultivate to greater success, you're just a sage. Didn't you see that the descendant of the great emperor beside you has chosen our ethereal peak? What reason do you have to refuse?" Obviously, Lin Xian's refusal made the woman in blue very angry. Lin Xian rubbed his nose helplessly. He didn't seem to have offended her. Was it just because he refused? But wasn't this choice voluntary? Believe it or not, many people will surpass you if you continue to mess around like this. As for you, you might not even be able to enter the great emperor realm. The lady in blue snorted coldly again. Lin Xian wasn't angry after hearing that. He said indifferently, "I rejected ethereal peak not because they are weak. There are other reasons." Looking at the elders in front, Lin Xian sighed. "To be honest, I am really interested in the plenilune wordless stele. If I can't comprehend it and cultivate, it will be the most regretful thing in my life. Therefore, I hope you can fulfill my wish." As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. The elders in front were shocked. The skyprites behind were dumbfounded. He's really here for the plenilune wordless stele. The lady in blue was also stunned. She didn't expect Lin Xian to be so direct and state his intentions. But soon, she sneered. "Humph, kid, you're really overestimating yourself. The plenilune wordless stele is good, but do you really think you can comprehend it? You're too arrogant." Lin Xian shrugged. "How would I know if I don't try? If I don't even dare to try, then what's the point of talking about the great emperor realm? I might as well go home." "You." The lady in blue was so angry that her face turned pale because of Lin Xian's attitude. She wanted to say something, but at this time, the elder in silver waved his hand and said, "All right, Qinggu, come back. Since he has already made his decision, let's not force him." There was a trace of coldness and dissatisfaction in his voice. It was obvious that the elders at the front were very displeased with Lin Xian's decision. Elder Zhang of the Plenilune Peak was also very surprised. He didn't expect Lin Xian to join them. Moreover, his attitude was so firm. To be honest, the Plenilune Peak was no longer as high-spirited as before. All these years, they had been at the bottom of the 4 peaks. The reason was that no one could comprehend the plenilune wordless stele. Would this kid be able to comprehend it? Hearing Lin Xian's confident words, the white-clothed elder's eyes flickered. The other party was also a descendant of the great dragon. This reminded him of a person from many tens of thousands of years ago. Back then, that person was similarly high-spirited. As a supreme genius, he came to the outstanding scholar mansion and joined the full moon peak. Moreover, that person was indeed extraordinary. He had actually comprehended a trace of the moongazer wordless stele. It was just that later on, the heavens were jealous of the heroic, and such a stunning genius actually fell. This had always been Full Moon Peak's regret. From then on, no one was able to comprehend the mountain-gazing wordless stele. This time, it was another descendant of the great dragon. He wondered what kind of storm the other party would stir up. The white-robed elder's heart was filled with excitement. He took a deep breath and looked at Lin Xian. "Don't worry, if you join my moon-gazing peak will definitely nurture you with all its might, but whether or not you can comprehend the moongazer wordless stele will depend on your luck." I know. Lin Xian nodded. Since Yan Nantian and Lin Xian had made their choice, the other elders' gazes fell on the other people. The 10 geniuses behind them, and the 2 people beside Lin Xian. Of course, the first thing these elders noticed was Xianxia and the Crimson Dragon beside Lin Xian. One was an innate spirit body, while the other had the dragon bloodline. The 2 of them were definitely extremely powerful. However, the other party had a close relationship with Lin Xian, so these elders were still unsure of their choice. Wherever big brother Lin Xian goes, I will go. Xianxia grabbed Lin Xian's hand. The Crimson Dragon beside her also said, "Of course I will go with you." This sentence made the elders of the other peaks change their expressions. The Full Moon Peak elder's mouth twitched slightly. To be honest, when he came, he did not expect to be able to accept so many geniuses. At this time, the girl from Linglong Valley walked up. Xianxia, I will call you Qiu. It's a waste for you to join Full Moon Peak. You are different from Lin Xian. He wants to comprehend the blank mountain steel, but you are different. You have an innate spirit body, which is an extremely powerful physique. In the ancient times, it was also very famous. Come to Linglong Peak, this is the most suitable place for you. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned slightly. At this time, the elder in white also said, he is right. You are not suitable for Full Moon Peak. Big brother Lin Xian, Qiu does not want to be separated from you. Xianxia blinked her big eyes, looking pitiful. Lin Xian smiled and rubbed her hair. Silly girl, what are you talking about? We are both in the House of Prodigies, how can we be separated? It's just that we are cultivating in different peaks. The House of Prodigies is only so big. Can't you see me if you want to? Lin Xian smiled. Alright then. Xianxia nodded. She knew that she had to work hard to keep up with Lin Xian's footsteps. She did not want to be a flower vase, nor did she want to be a burden to Lin Xian. In the next moment, she looked at the green-robed lady and nodded. Alright, elder, I will join Linglong Peak. The green-robed lady smiled and stretched out her hand. Come, Qiu. Linglong Peak will not disappoint you. Seeing this, the people of Divine Will Peak were envious. They looked at the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon waved its claws. Don't have any ideas about Ben Huang. Ben Huang will follow this kid. Ruzalong, are you sure you don't want to go to other peaks? The full moon steel might not be suitable for you. Lin Xian asked through voice transmission. The Crimson Dragon replied. Don't worry, kid. I don't need to comprehend the sky steel. I have the inheritance of the dragon race. I only need to comprehend the inheritance of the dragon race. Alright then. Lin Xian nodded. It seemed that the Crimson Dragon's situation was a little special. Therefore, he did not care. This old monster would not mistreat him. Lin Xian and Yan Nantian had finished distributing the spoils. Therefore, the elders looked at the 10 sky prides behind them. In the end, half of the 10 sky prides were taken in by the Ethereal Peak. The other half were taken by Linglong Peak and Divine Will Peak. Only Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon joined the Full Moon Peak. The sky prides who had joined the 4 peaks were led by the little boy. As for the elders, they were still standing there, waiting. After all, there were still other sky prides coming. Before they left, the blue-robed lady beside the silver-robed elder looked at Lin Xian and snorted. Kid, I want to see what kind of talent you have. You want to comprehend the full moon steel? Don't get beaten up by the sky prides of our ethereal peak during the competition. It won't look good on you, the Central Emperor. It was obvious that the girl was still angry. Lin Xian shrugged. Don't worry, I won't give you a chance. At least, you won't have the chance. Then, he looked at Xianxia and said goodbye to Qiu. Then, he and the Crimson Dragon followed the little boy to the Full Moon Peak. The blue-robed lady was furious. Damn it, how dare you look down on me? I'm so angry. After leaving the Antiquity Palace, white clouds appeared under the feet of Lin Xian and the rest. The little boy in front of them was floating in the sky with the 2 of them. However, the little boy would turn back from time to time and secretly look at Lin Xian with a strange expression. Lin Xian felt uncomfortable. The Crimson Dragon at the side was also puzzled. Little kid, what are you looking at? Is there something wrong with this kid's face? The little boy sighed. Don't you know that girl in blue? Is she famous? Why should I know her? Lin Xian was puzzled. The crimson dragon at the side said. Could that guy be an old monster that wants to attack us? But that was impossible. Although the little girl's aura was strong and shocking, she was at most at the level of Xianxia. People of this level can't beat us. The crimson dragon said proudly. The little boy glanced at the two of them and said indifferently. She can't beat you guys, but she has an elder brother who is an extremely strong monster in Ethereal Peak. Her elder brother is very strong and has been to other stellar worlds. It is said that he has reached 70,000 archaic power. It is not difficult to beat up a genius with 50,000 archaic power. It can't be, right? Someone has gone to other stellar worlds in advance. The crimson dragon was shocked after hearing that. Lin Xian's eyelids were also twitching. Who is her elder brother? He is so powerful. He did not expect to hear such a powerful genius as soon as he entered the House of Prodigy. 70,000 archaic power is something he can't even reach now. It is far beyond him. The crimson dragon was also puzzled. Are you talking about an old monster that has lived for thousands of years? Is there someone so powerful in the younger generation? Of course there is. There are many monsters who hide or are active in other stellar worlds. Oh right, you guys might have heard of Qingwu's elder brother. Because he is very famous outside. Very famous? 70,000 archaic power in the younger generation? Stop messing around. Even Vhumad and the others only had 50,000 archean power, and they were already famous throughout the world. And from the looks of it, the other party should be a human. Did a human have 70,000 archean power? Lin Xian, Yan Nantian, Yi Wudao, and Wu Chen had all failed. Although Lin Xian's primordial energy had exceeded 50,000, it hadn't even reached 60,000. It was only around 55,000. Not to mention 70,000 archean powers. Who was this person? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. As for him, everyone called him the Northern Demon. That's right, he has the myriad demon body. What? Northern Yao. After Lin Xian heard this, he was extremely shocked. He was no stranger to this title. Because this was a monster who was equally as famous as him. However, he had never met the other party. East Sage, West Buddha, South Emperor, North Demon, and Central Emperor were the names of these elite prodigies. Lin Xian had seen the others before, but Lin Xian had never seen the Northern Demon before. Not only him, but almost no one had seen him before. The other party had always been very mysterious, never appearing in front of others. But he didn't expect to hear news about him now. Moreover, the other party was too terrifying. 70,000 archean powers, and he had been to other planets. This was absolutely heaven-defying. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. The crimson dragon was extremely shocked. He wasn't shocked by the Northern Demon's name, but by his physique. Myriad demon body, heavens, he actually had the myriad demon body. The crimson dragon almost jumped up. This legendary physique had also appeared. What was the myriad demon body? Lin Xian was puzzled. Kid, your Nine Yang physique and Yi Wudao Saint physique are both famous for their powerful physiques. In ancient times, the reputation of the myriad demon body was not inferior to yours. This was definitely a heaven-defying physique. The Nine Yang divine body, the myriad demon body, and the saint physique had all appeared. It was indeed a golden age. How terrifying were the princes and princesses of the ancient royal family? Would those princes and princesses be more powerful than the North Demon? Lin Xian frowned and asked. He had never seen those princes and princesses. The crimson dragon had never seen one either, but since he said so, it was definitely true. According to some rumors, as well as the information in my inheritance. When the princes and princesses come down, their bodies will become saints. Don't you think that's terrifying? What? Their bodies will become saints at birth? Lin Xian's eyes widened. Sanctification of the physical body was such a terrifying existence, one had to know that his Nine Yang divine body was already heaven-defying. Ordinary invincible kings couldn't hurt him. However, he was still very far away from becoming a saint. He didn't dare to imagine a physical sanctification. Perhaps only a saint's attack would be able to break such a physique. These princes and princesses were truly monstrous. It seems that the path I have to walk is still very long. Lin Xian clenched his fists. He decided to experience the legendary full moon wordless steel. It would be best if he could comprehend some of the laws of heaven and earth from it. He felt the pressure, and it was a huge pressure. The little boy in front also said, "So, don't provoke that Qing Wu." In the house of the prodigy, she was basically a little princess-like existence. She could do whatever she wanted. This shocking news gave Lin Xian pressure and motivation. Their group set off again, and the atmosphere was somewhat silent. Not long after, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were surprised again. The mountain range in front of them was continuous. Looking down from the sky, it looked like a crescent moon. It was extremely strange and mysterious. Below is the territory of our full moon peak. The mountain in the center is the full moon peak. And the area encompassed by the crescent-shaped mountains is called the full moon valley. What a terrifying spiritual energy. The Crimson Dragon and other large dragon eyes were extremely amazed. What was below was a peerless array formation. This formation condensed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and moon for warriors to use. That's, Lin Xian's eyes flickered with golden light. He saw that there was a terrifying energy surging in the full moon valley below. Was that a lake? He was extremely surprised. The little boy raised his chin and said proudly, "That's right, that's our full moon lake." The water in the full moon lake was not simple. It was a liquid condensed from the essence of heaven and earth. Its power and effect were comparable to supreme-grade dragon chi. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon gasped. In fact, they were already shocked enough without the little boy's introduction. Because the two of them could clearly sense how terrifying the energy emitted from the full moon lake below was. If they could enter the lake and cultivate for a while. Their eyes were red. Seeing this scene, the little boy hurriedly advised. "Don't act recklessly. There is a peerless killing formation below. Without the permission of the peak master, you can't enter at all. Not to mention you, even a half-step saint would be killed if he went down." Damn it, he was really petty. The Crimson Dragon muttered a few words, but his dragon eyes kept rolling. It seemed that he wanted to settle down first, and then secretly think of a way to see if he could break the formation below. After the warning, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon followed the little boy and continued to fly. At the same time, the little boy explained that the House of Prodigy had existed since ancient times. It had been tens of thousands of years and had nurtured countless geniuses. You are not the first batch to come. Before this, many geniuses had already entered. Although the full moon peak is temporarily ranked fourth, it is still an extremely terrifying existence. Lin Xian did not doubt this at all. After all, the saints and saintesses of the sacred grounds outside did not even have the qualifications to enter the House of Prodigy. Moreover, the true spirit world was too big and too mysterious. Even though saints had not explored the secrets of the world, let alone them. In such a vast world, there must be some geniuses who had entered the House of Prodigy in advance. Lin Xian was not surprised by this. What he needed to do was to cultivate hard and surpass all the geniuses. "Well, we are here. I will take you down to rest first. At that time, the Great Elder will make arrangements for you." The little boy formed a seal with his palm, and white clouds floated down. Soon, Lin Xian and the others landed in the mountains below. Around evening, the white-robed elder from before walked over once more. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon stood up. Lin Xian said, "Greetings, elder." He had already learned from the little boy that the white-clothed elder in front of him was not simple. He was the great elder of the full moon peak. The white-clothed great elder nodded. "To be honest, I did not expect you to join the full moon peak. Don't worry, although the full moon peak is not the first peak, our resources and foundation are not inferior to the misty peak at all. However, if you want to obtain the resources of the full moon peak, you can only rely on yourself. Here, all the resources have to be obtained with your own strength." The full moon peak was like this, and so were the other peaks. This was the rule of the House of Prodigy. "I understand." Lin Xian nodded. He was not unfamiliar with this point. Because not only the House of Prodigy, but also the sacred grounds and sects outside, and even his immortal palace, were the same. The stronger and more talented you were, the more you would be valued. And the more resources they would obtain, the more resources they would obtain. The Peak Lord was also very surprised when he learned of your arrival. Furthermore, the Peak Lord instructed that you have successfully stopped the darkness calamity, which is a meritorious service to the human race. Therefore, the Peak Master decided to give you a super big gift. A super big gift? What kind of super gift was that? Lin Xian was puzzled. The Crimson Dragon's heart was beating wildly. Old man, are you telling us to enter the Full Moon Lake? That's right, it was the Full Moon Lake. Before coming here, you should have a certain understanding of the Full Moon Lake. The first elder said with a smile. Then, he looked at the Crimson Dragon. Not you, but him. The first elder pointed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was excited. The Crimson Dragon pouted. Che, stingy. Can't you give Ben Huang one more slot? Could he really enter the Full Moon Lake? Lin Xian was overjoyed. Before coming here, he was already greatly moved by the Full Moon Lake. Moreover, he heard from the little boy that it wasn't easy to enter the Full Moon Lake. Ordinary geniuses couldn't enter at all. Even for those powerful freaks, only a few of them were able to enter. It was very difficult to enter the Full Moon Lake to cultivate. It was a great benefit. He didn't expect to receive such great treatment as soon as he came to the Full Moon Peak. Looking at the excited Lin Xian, the first elder said, "Don't be too happy. Let me remind you. There were already many geniuses who wanted to enter the Full Moon Lake, but they didn't have a chance. Now that you've just arrived, you've got a chance. Therefore, be careful." Old man, from what you're saying, is he going to snatch it? Don't you care about this place? The Crimson Dragon pouted. The first elder laughed. We won't care. Competition is the best training. Of course, it's better not to kill in the House of Prodigy. This was just the beginning. In the future, when they entered other stars, such battles would become more and more frequent. At that time, there would be no restrictions on killing, therefore, if they couldn't even withstand the competition in the House of Prodigy, then they wouldn't have to go to other stars. Elder, don't worry. I understand. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He wanted to see who dared to snatch his things. Next, the first elder in white left. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon didn't leave and stayed here. The place where they lived was a manor with mountains and rivers, as well as pavilions and palaces. Under their feet, there was a spirit-gathering array that gathered the surrounding spirit chi for them to cultivate. The scenery was beautiful and the array was powerful. It was even better than the Starry Hall. No wonder all these monstrous geniuses wanted to squeeze their way in. Of course, Lin Xian knew that this was just the tip of the iceberg of the House of Prodigy. Kid, I found that these arrays are connected to the Full Moon Lake. It can be said that this is a branch of the Full Moon Lake. I took a look. Our location is far from the Full Moon Lake. There are many such manors in front. Presumably, there are also geniuses living there. However, they're much closer than us. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. It's nothing. It's normal. The boy from before also said that we're not the first batch to come in. Before us, many geniuses have already come in. Some of them have even entered other stars. They can naturally have such a good place. But don't worry. When I'm here, they'll all have to wait. Lin Xian's eyes flickered with confidence. Of course. When the time comes, we'll settle down next to the Full Moon Lake and make those guys jealous. The Crimson Dragon waved its dragon claws. He had this plan for a long time. In fact, it wasn't just the Full Moon Peak. The other 3 peaks all had such lakes. They were all formed by using supreme arrays to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Ethereal Peak. The tall mountains were hidden in the clouds, looking strangely ethereal and illusory. With Ethereal Peak as the center, there was also a huge valley called Ethereal Valley. In Ethereal Valley, there was also a lake called Ethereal Lake. Around Ethereal Lake, clouds rolled and it was unusually dreamy. If Lin Xian was here, he would definitely be amazed. That was because the energy of Ethereal Lake was even more surging than the Full Moon Lake. Around Ethereal Lake, there were many mountain ranges of varying heights. On those mountain peaks, there were figures flashing. It was obvious that there were geniuses cultivating in there. Apart from the difference in height, the distance between those mountain peaks and ethereal lake was also different. This point was really similar to the full moon lake. The distance was based on one's strength. The figures in the mountains had strong auras and their breaths shook heaven and earth. There were even some mountain peaks with torrential blood light. Those were heaven and earth phenomenons formed by the condensation of blood chi. From afar, there were at least 5 heaven and earth phenomenons that emitted terrifying energy. In the midst of the rare phenomenon, a blue figure swept past like a meteor and transformed into a woman in a blue robe. The girl in blue stepped on a 5-colored cloud and flew at a high speed like a fairy. Her target was the ethereal pot in front of her. If anyone else had barged into the ethereal lake, the geniuses in the surrounding mountains would definitely have attacked them and sent them flying. However, the moment the girl appeared, the geniuses did not attack. Instead, they were all excited. Many people were so excited that the sky and earth started to tremble. Many geniuses had a strange look in their eyes and some even sounded excited. The number one beauty was here, but no one dared to act rashly despite their excitement. Their gazes were fixed on the blue figure. The blue figure pierced through the clouds and flew towards the misty lake at high speed. At the front of the ethereal lake, there was a figure sitting with his legs crossed. The blue girl in the sky landed behind the figure and opened her mouth. "Brother." The figure in front of her opened his eyes. It was a handsome young man. He was wearing a purple robe and his black hair hung behind his back. Stars flickered in his eyes. At this moment, he stood up when he heard the shout. As he moved, a terrifying aura rose from under his feet and spread in all directions. The surroundings were filled with mysterious clouds and mist, and even the air was rippling. That young man in purple was the North Beast, an extremely powerful genius. "I heard that those guys are here?" The North Beast asked calmly. 2 titled battle pet warriors were here, Yan Nantian and that Lin Xian. At this point, the girl in blue snorted coldly. Yan Nantian was easy to deal with. He looked so arrogant that nothing could be seen. But that Lin Xian was really detestable. Our chief elder wanted him to join the ethereal peak. That was giving him face, but that guy did not know what was good for him and insisted on joining the full moon peak. He even said that he wanted to comprehend the full moon wordless deal. Do you think he can comprehend it? What a joke. Did he go to the full moon peak? The North Beast narrowed his eyes. What a surprising guy. But he might be able to create a miracle. "Brother." Qinggu shouted in dissatisfaction. "Do you think he can comprehend it?" "I don't believe it. According to the records of the House of Prodigy, tens of thousands of years ago, there was a person who managed to comprehend a sliver of it. If he was given enough time, he should be able to comprehend it completely. I've heard of this rumor before. Isn't he the descendant of the great dragon of that generation? I heard that he died unexpectedly in the end. This was the biggest regret of the full moon peak. However, even though this brat is also the successor of the dragon sword, I don't think that he can comprehend it. If we don't believe you, just wait and see." Qingwu coldly snorted. "That's right, that fellow actually dared to look down on me. Brother, help me take action and teach that fellow a lesson. Let him know that Central Emperor was nothing in the House of Prodigy." The North Demon looked at Qingwu with a smile on his face. "You little girl," he said calmly. "I'm quite interested in this Lin Xian, so I don't want to touch him for the time being. I'll let him grow a bit first. I'll go and meet that successor of a great emperor, Yan Nantian. Don't cause any more trouble, just stay here and cultivate." As soon as he finished speaking, the northern demon's body flickered and disappeared into the void. Looking at the disappearing figure of the northern demon, Qingwu was dissatisfied. "Seriously, he didn't even help me." She rolled her beautiful eyes, then raised a sly smile. "Brother, if you don't help me, then don't blame me for using some tricks." She was the number one beauty of the House of Prodigy and the younger sister of the North Demon. What could she do? She reckoned that if she said a word, there would be countless geniuses who wouldn't help her. Even if she didn't say anything, there would be people who would do it. As more and more new geniuses joined, the House of Prodigy became lively. There were some restless movements in the 4 peaks. After all, the people who came this time were all incredible figures. This was a golden age. The successors of the great dragon, the great emperor, and some of the 10,000 ancient races' bloodlines had all come. Therefore, it naturally attracted the attention of those powerful geniuses in the House of Prodigy. After all, these people's talents weren't bad. They could even be said to be heaven-defying. In addition to the resources of the House of Prodigy, it wouldn't be long before they soared to the sky. The full moon peak was also incomparably lively. Those geniuses were discussing because a successor of the great dragon had come. Moreover, it was the successor of the 9 suns, the great dragon's sword, the 9 yang divine body. These geniuses had heard of these before. They didn't expect that someone would gather these 2 great inheritances in one body. What was even more shocking was that they learned that this kid had actually obtained a chance to enter the full moon lake. This made their eyes turn red. Damn it, how could it be like this? Many people were angry. Soon, news came that this kid had once stopped the dark turmoil and had contributed to the human race. Therefore, the Peak Master had specially rewarded him. Stop the dark turmoil? That's because I didn't go out. If I want to go out, I can also stop it. That's right, using the corpse of a great success divine body to stop it. What kind of ability is that? These geniuses were very unconvinced. Around the full moon lake, there were countless courtyards and manors. They were like stars that were scattered everywhere. In the area closer to the full moon lake, an angry roar came from a manor. Immediately, the void around him rolled, forming a terrifying phenomenon that was about to tear the entire world apart. Inside the manor, a man in black stood there. His black hair danced wildly, like a demon king, murderous. Around him, there were 7 or 8 figures. Brother Situ, please calm down. This is the Peak Master's decision and we cannot change it. Yes, it could only be said that this kid was extremely lucky. As soon as he entered the full moon peak, he was able to obtain such a great gift. Some people had faces full of envy. Of course, there were also people that coldly snorted. Who was this kid to think he was worthy of entering the full moon lake? That's right, the one who had the qualifications to enter the full moon lake was of course our brother Situ. Brother Situ, don't worry, I will help you teach that kid a lesson and make him obediently hand over the spot. There was no need. Situ Xiaotian turned his head. His icy cold eyes bloomed with a terrifying light. The void around him rapidly shattered. At this moment, he was like a demon king. Incomparably mysterious runes emitted from his body. As the surrounding 7 or 8 figures saw this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed that this Situ Xiaotian was truly angry. Some people shook their heads. Some people sneered inwardly. Hee, let's see how this new kid dies. Situ Xiaotian's voice was icy cold. I will let this kid know that not just anyone can enter the full moon lake. As he spoke, he soared into the air and flew into the distance. Behind him, 7 or 8 monstrous geniuses followed. They knew that there was a good show to watch. They feared that Situ Xiaotian would make a move. This Situ Xiaotian wasn't simple. His strength was formidable and he was extremely famous on Full Moon Peak. If he were to make a move, then that kid called Lin Xian would be in for some bad luck. So what if the other party was the descendant of the great dragon and the descendant of the 9 suns? Although his potential was great, his current strength wasn't enough. He would still be trampled beneath the feet of others. Seeing the group of people flying into the distance, the geniuses in the surrounding manors also raised their heads. Many people revealed a trace of surprise. It was actually Situ Xiaotian. Judging from the murderous look on his body, he should be preparing to make a move. These people naturally knew what had happened recently. Situ Xiaotian had always been wild and wanted to enter the full moon lake. But now, the qualification was given to a newcomer who had just arrived. How could they be convinced? Let's go and take a look. Many people rose into the air and followed. Firstly, they wanted to see how much Situ Xiaotian's strength had grown recently. Secondly, they also wanted to see what was so special about the successor of the Great Dragon. When Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were about to cultivate, they suddenly raised their heads and looked into the distance. Lin Xian furrowed his brows. He could sense countless powerful auras gushing towards them. Each and every one of them was extremely frightening. Many of them were not weaker than Vhumad, the Fire Dragon King, and the others. They were definitely a group of geniuses and monsters. Those people were actually coming toward him. What was going on? Were they trying to intimidate him? Thinking of that, Lin Xian snorted coldly. The Crimson Dragon also jumped up. Are they here so soon? Damn it, they don't take us seriously at all. He was very angry. He could guess what this group of people was here for even if he used his feet. As soon as he finished speaking, countless figures appeared in the sky. Their gazes pierced through the void below. For a moment, the space around Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon fluctuated rapidly, and countless cracks appeared. Are you Lin Xian? Someone asked coldly. Lin Xian raised his head and ignored those piercing gazes. He also looked at those people. Soon, he stared at one of the figures. That was because he realized that that person's aura was the strongest, and that person carried killing intent. Although the surrounding people's auras were fierce, they did not have any killing intent. That meant that they were here to cause trouble. That's right, I am. Lin Xian nodded. Who are you? Io, what an arrogant attitude. Brat, we came to the extraordinary scholar mansion earlier than you. Logically speaking, he should be your senior brother. Why aren't you greeting us when you see us? A black-cloaked youth laughed wildly. Since I came early, I should call you senior brother? Lin Xian shook his head and pointed to a tree in his manner. Looking at the age of this tree, it should be at least 3,000 to 4,000 years old. It came much earlier than you. Why don't you call this tree senior brother, Poochie? Hearing this, many people around them laughed. The Crimson Dragon was rolling on the ground laughing. Ha 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 ha, Ben Huang is dying of laughter. He really didn't expect Lin Xian to counterattack like this. In the sky, the black-cloaked youth's face was terrifyingly gloomy. He was courting death. The other party actually dared to provoke him. Let me go down and teach him a lesson, Situ Xiaotian nodded slightly. He wanted to see if the other party had the right to be so arrogant. Brat, it seems that you haven't figured out the situation. Don't think that you can be arrogant in front of me just because you're the descendant of the Great Dragon or the 9 Sons. Here, everything depends on strength. Today, I'll teach you what kind of attitude a newcomer should have. The black-cloaked youth descended from the sky like a demon god. He brought along a murderous aura that filled the sky and pressed down. With a boom, the void below shattered. Endless runes turned into killing swords and enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. He shouted coldly and the 9 Sons' divine body bloomed with light, blocking all the killing swords. At the same time, he raised his head and his eyes bloomed with a biting cold light. Are you saying that we only rely on our fists here? Very good, I like this kind of rule. At this point, he stretched out a big hand and grabbed upwards. Puff. Puff, the killing swords that filled the sky were shattered. The golden hand covered the sky and the sun, enveloping that person. Damn it, get lost. The black-cloaked youth shouted coldly, and black lines appeared on his brows. An incomparably terrifying force condensed and turned into a sharp divine light. It slashed out like a heavenly sword. It wanted to cut Lin Xian's palm in half. Boom, the sword chi that was like a divine light instantly shattered the void. This attack wasn't any weaker than Zhang Wushuang's attack. Most of the top geniuses outside would probably be cut in half in an instant if they encountered such a sword light. However, Lin Xian was different. His opponent's combat power had almost reached 50,000, but he still wasn't a threat to him. Therefore, he still didn't dodge. Instead, he slapped forward with the golden hand. Your strength is only SOSO. The golden hand shattered the sword chi that was like divine light and completely froze the black-robed young man in the void. The black-cloaked youth's expression was extremely ugly. The air around him shattered as the golden hand grabbed him. The bones in his body creaked. If it exerted a little more force, he would be crushed into a bloody mist. What? This kid is actually so powerful. Is this the 9 Sons' divine body? The surrounding geniuses were shocked when they saw this scene. They didn't expect Lin Xian to have such strength. Situ Xiaotian also narrowed his eyes. 50,000 Archean power. No wonder you're so arrogant. The youth who attacked had 47,000 Archean power, but he still couldn't defeat Lin Xian. This made Situ Xiaotian speculate that Lin Xian's Archean power was at least 50,000. However, no matter how much it was, it couldn't be much. After all, the other party's age was still there. Therefore, Situ Xiaotian snorted coldly. "Kid, let him go. I'll play with you." Lin Xian didn't stop. Instead, he turned his head and stared at the other party. "Play with me? Who are you? How dare you? This is our senior brother Situ." Many people shouted coldly. "Senior brother Situ?" Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and shook his head slightly. "I've never heard of this name." The corners of the surrounding people's mouths twitched. Situ Xiaotian is such a terrifying existence. How dare he say he's never heard of him? Isn't this just courting death? "Kid, don't be too arrogant. Don't force me to make a move." Situ Xiaotian's face sank. His eyes were filled with a cold killing intent. Lin Xian sneered. "Don't force you to make a move? Didn't you come here to snatch a spot to enter Full Moon Lake? Why are you pretending to be innocent? If you want to make a move, then come. I'll welcome you." With a wave of his golden hand, the black-clothed youth was tossed away. The black-clothed youth was sent flying tens of thousands of miles. "It seems you're not stupid. You know my intentions for coming here. Situ Xiaotian, I'll give you a chance. Obediently give the spot to me. I can treat today's matters as if nothing happened." Otherwise, although he hadn't finished, the meaning of his threat was obvious. It seemed that Situ Xiaotian wanted to make a move. The surrounding geniuses were all excited. However, they didn't know that above the 9 heavens, there were 2 pairs of eyes looking down. One of them was the white-robed Great Elder. Beside him wasn't a person, but a pair of eyes. This pair of eyes carried with them law runes, seeming as if they could see through all. Under this pair of eyes, the first elder appeared to be extremely respectful. "Peak Master, these 2 little fellows were just exchanging pointers. How did they disturb you?" The Great Elder bowed. Those eyes shined with a starry sky light. A soul fluctuation spread out. "This little fellow is quite interesting. His talent and potential are decent. I wonder what his combat strength is like," the Great Elder said. According to his estimations, his strength should be above 50,000. But as for how much, he didn't know. However, compared to this Situ Xiaotian, he might be at a slight disadvantage. But as long as Lin Xian was given enough time, he would be able to surpass Situ Xiaotian in just a few years. After all, he was the descendant of the Great Dragon. The descendant of the Great Dragon had unparalleled potential. If he was properly nurtured, he would absolutely become the #1 person of Full Moon Peak in the future. At that time, it might even be possible for him to surpass the Northern Monster. It could be seen that the Great Elder attached great importance to Lin Xian. He wanted to raise him as the #1 person of his generation. However, listening to the Great Elder's words, it seemed he was looking forward to Lin Xian's future. But, he didn't believe that Lin Xian would be able to gain the upper hand in this battle. On the side, the pair of eyes that carried with them the laws emitted soul fluctuations. "I don't think so. I feel that the one to lose this time might be Situ Xiaotian." Hearing this, the white-robed Great Elder was shocked. He knew just how strong Situ Xiaotian was. Although Lin Xian's potential was limitless, what about now? He didn't know. He narrowed his eyes and looked down. Below, Lin Xian held his hands behind his back and coldly said, "Make your move. Let me see just what qualifications you have to dare snatch my spot." He stared at Situ Xiaotian. Situ Xiaotian sneered. "Fine, let me teach you a lesson, you brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you need me to give you 3 moves? Give me 3 moves? I fear that after 3 moves, you won't have the life to fight." Lin Xian coldly snorted. Although the other party was powerful, he was not invincible. In front of him, the other party did not have the qualifications to be arrogant. Moreover, Lin Xian did not intend to drag this out any longer. He raised his large golden hand and slammed it forward. The golden palm shone like the sun and was incomparably sharp. It turned into a golden mountain and shrouded the area below. Everywhere it passed, the void would distort and shatter. From this, one could see how powerful this power was, acting recklessly. How dare you take the initiative to attack me? Situ Xiaotian was enraged. He hadn't even made a move yet, but the other party had already impatiently attacked. What? Could it be that the other party really thought that he could compete with him? His hand clenched into a fist, releasing mysterious symbols, blasting forward. With a loud clang, it collided with the golden palm. Hundreds and thousands of cracks appeared in the sky. The terrifying power caused the hearts of the surrounding monstrous geniuses to shudder. However, in the next moment, their eyes were filled with shock. They discovered that although Situ Xiaotian's fist managed to block the golden palm, it was enveloped by countless golden flames and began to burn. Soon, it turned into ashes and disappeared into the sky. Situ Xiaotian's fist had been broken. Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't dare to believe it, although they knew that it was just a casual punch from Situ Xiaotian. However, it wasn't something that could be easily broken by just anyone. One could imagine that Lin Xian was stronger than they had imagined. Interesting. I wonder if you can handle my next attack? Lin Fan thought to himself. Milky Way meteor fist, buzz, Situ Xiaotian's fist bloomed with light, shattering the void. The terrifying power was incomparable. Everywhere it passed, everything was shattered. Nothing could withstand it. As soon as the Milky Way meteor fist was unleashed, it brought about a phenomenon in the surroundings. The entire sky was completely covered by countless meteors. The golden palm buzzed and the light on it dimmed. Seeing this scene, the followers looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha 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 ha, this kid's 9-yang divine body is only SOSO. In front of senior brother Situ, he didn't have the qualifications to be arrogant. 9 suns split the sky, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He raised his arm, and terrifying balls of flames erupted from his palm. They turned into a huge flaming sword that soared into the sky. This aura caused the laughter of the surrounding people to instantly stop. Their hearts trembled, and their eyelids twitched wildly. A sense of fear arose in their hearts. They discovered that this aura was so sharp that it made their bodies tremble. This seemed to be the 9-yang sword technique. He could actually cultivate the 9-yang sword technique to such a level. The surrounding monstrous geniuses were also shocked. Buzz. Buzz, the huge flaming sword danced in the sky like a fire dragon, covering the sky and the earth. The entire sky was completely covered by a sea of fire. Boom. Boom, the meteors that filled the sky were split apart by the sword. If this is all you have, then you can get lost. This spot isn't yours yet, Lin Xian's thunderous voice resounded through the surroundings. The surrounding people were stunned. Situ Xiaotian's face completely darkened. He realized that he had really underestimated his opponent. The strength that Situ Xiaotian displayed was definitely above 50,000 arcane power. And it seemed that Situ Xiaotian wasn't weaker than him. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. Mysterious runes appeared on his body one after another. Crack! Crack! His entire right arm seemed to have turned into a bronze arm. A ferocious aura burst forth from the arm. Bloodline power. Seeing this scene, the surrounding monstrous geniuses' expressions changed. They didn't expect Situ Xiaotian to directly use his bloodline power. It seemed that he was really angry. Sure enough, as Situ Xiaotian's hand moved, the entire space trembled as if it couldn't withstand this power. The surrounding monstrous geniuses also quickly retreated with incomparably solemn expressions. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Bloodline power? He could indeed feel a monstrous aura from Situ Xiaotian's right hand that could destroy everything. No wonder he dared to snatch his spot. Situ Xiaotian was indeed somewhat capable. Situ Xiaotian's means were above Vhumud's. Boom, the giant bronze hand reached out and grabbed at Lin Xian. It was like a mountain, and rumbling sounds could be heard. The entire world trembled. Lin Xian didn't dodge. He still activated 9 suns split the heavens and slashed forward. In the sky, the sea of fire surged, and a sword light descended from the sky. The bronze hand collided with 9 suns split the heavens, producing a deafening sound. When the two collided, 100,000 lightning bolts descended. The bronze hand was too strange. Bronze runes appeared one after another on it, and it actually blocked 9 suns split the heavens. It blocked it. Lin Xian was also surprised. What a terrifying bloodline power. The bronze hand was indeed extraordinary. The surrounding people snorted coldly. Lin Xian was going to be at a disadvantage. That's right, the bronze hand wasn't just for show. It was an ancient technique. Coupled with Situ Xiaotian's bloodline power, it was absolutely heaven-defying. As he spoke, countless runes formed on the bronze hand and quickly formed a powerful force that sent 9 suns split the sky flying. Not only that, Situ Xiaotian shouted coldly and punched out 9 times in a row. The flaming sword chi trembled and eventually dimmed and cracks appeared on it. Was it broken? Hee hee, 9 suns split the sky was the ultimate move of the 9 suns sword technique. But now, it couldn't withstand the bronze hand. This kid was indeed no match for Situ Xiaotian. That was natural. As long as Situ Xiaotian was serious, he could definitely kill this kid easily, the surrounding geniuses sneered. Situ Xiaotian's eyes shone brightly. The bronze hand reached down and completely shattered 9 suns split the sky before grabbing at Lin Xian. It seemed that he wanted to suppress Lin Xian. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, as the hand fell, a violent wind blew. The surrounding space shattered and black holes appeared one after another. It was truly terrifying. Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect that the other party would have such an ultimate technique that could repel his 9 suns split the sky. In the next moment, he snorted and waved his hand, pulling out the fire Qilin sword. He stabbed out with his sword. Buzz, tens of thousands of sword chi slashed out in all directions. It's useless. You can't escape. The bronze hand was like a sky that pressed down and completely enveloped Lin Xian. Boom boom boom, in the end, the bronze hand fell and covered Lin Xian's figure. The surrounding space shattered, forming a cage that completely suppressed Lin Xian. That brat had been sealed, ha 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 ha. I told you, he's no match for senior brother Situ. Someone like him wants to go to the full moon lake? Dream on, cold laughter sounded. The surrounding geniuses were also shocked. It seemed that the successor of the great dragon sword soul couldn't do it either. Yes, although he was the successor of the great dragon sword soul, if he wanted to fight against Situ Xiaotian, he would have to cultivate for a few more years. Situ Xiaotian was equally pleased with himself. He waved his hand as if he wanted to lift Lin Xian up. However, in the next instant, his expression changed. An enormous pain came from his palm. Buzz buzz, countless sword lights flashed, and the bronze hand below let out cracking sounds. In an instant, it was chopped into pieces. A figure walked out from the shattered bronze palm. What? It was broken. Everyone's pupils shrank as if they had seen a ghost. They didn't expect that Lin Xian would actually walk out. That was the bronze hand. How did he break it? The bronze hand contained an extremely powerful bloodline power. It was comparable to a semi-sage tool. So, how had the other party done it? At this moment, they looked at Lin Xian, their bodies trembling slightly. Situ Xiaotian's face was also ferocious. He retracted his palm, his complexion extremely ugly. What, do you want to continue? Lin Xian asked coldly. Although it had only been a few short moves, Situ Xiaotian had suffered a great loss. This undoubtedly showed that this newcomer was very strong. He was ridiculously strong. This fellow was not bad. He was actually able to break through the bronze hand. As expected of the descendant of the great dragon, that sword was too sharp. They didn't expect that Situ Xiaotian would suffer a loss at the other party's hands. If the other party was so strong now, who knew how heaven-defying he would be in the future? Could it be that this was another existence comparable to Misty Peak's northern monster? Everyone discussed spiritedly. They all felt the pressure. And it was an enormous pressure. If this person grew up in the future, he would definitely be a supreme overlord. He was strong, but compared to the northern monster, he was far too lacking. That's right, the northern monster cultivated near Misty Lake all year round. Moreover, it was said that he had already comprehended the misty heavenly steel. With that kind of strength, he was probably abnormally strong. Hearing Lin Xian's words and the surrounding discussions, Situ Xiaotian's face darkened. He revolved his bloodline power, causing the shattered bronze hand to recover once more. However, he didn't make a move. he knew that it wouldn't be easy to defeat this fellow in front of him. Perhaps he would win in the end, but he would also be seriously injured. Moreover, it wasn't certain whether he could completely suppress the other party. I didn't expect that I would misjudge you. I'll let you off this time, but in the future, I'll come back for you. Situ Xiaotian gritted his teeth. Everyone exclaimed. Although Situ Xiaotian had spoken ruthlessly, it seemed that he had given up on fighting for a spot this time. This was truly a surprise. It wasn't easy to make Situ Xiaotian give up. At this moment, Su Chen's strength was imprinted in everyone's hearts. Suddenly, a light snort came from the sky. Following that, a figure tore through the void and descended. Seeing this figure, everyone's hearts shook. Then, they respectfully shouted, greeting the First Elder. That's right, the person who came was the white-clothed First Elder. After the First Elder landed, he didn't say anything. The surrounding people were puzzled and looked up. In the next moment, they trembled and then their voices became even more respectful. Greetings, Peak Master, that's right, they saw a pair of eyes. A pair of godlike eyes looking down at them. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were equally shocked. They also saw the pair of godlike eyes. Especially Lin Xian, he was even more surprised. There was a mysterious power in the other party's eyes that far surpassed them. This was the power of law. The Crimson Dragon was surprised. He didn't expect the Full Moon Peak's Peak Master to be a sage. This little guy's strength was beyond his expectations. The godlike eyes emitted a soul fluctuation. Peak Master, you flatter me. This is just a small trick. I've embarrassed myself in front of you. Lin Xian cupped his fists and said. The godlike eyes continued to emit fluctuations. Alright, since no one has any objections, you can go to the Full Moon Lake to cultivate. This time, you have half a day. Lin Xian clenched his fists and a touch of excitement appeared in his eyes. Finally, he could enter the Full Moon Lake. Well, let him see how much the Full Moon Lake could improve him. Under everyone's envious gaze, Lin Xian soared into the sky, turned into a stream of light, and flew toward the Full Moon Lake in front of him. Throughout the entire process, he felt that the array formation around him was quickly dissipating. It was obvious that the Peak Master had removed the array formation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to enter the Full Moon Lake. Plop. Lin Xian fell into the lake, causing countless splashes. In the next moment, his figure disappeared from everyone's sight. They wondered how many waves this little guy could create. The Grand Elder looked expectant. Hearing this, the surrounding geniuses began to discuss. This guy is very talented. I think he should be able to create 5 waves. No, I think he should be able to create at least 6 waves. Can't you guys guess more? 7 waves, stop fooling around. Back when the North Demon entered the ethereal lake, he only created 7 waves. Could this kid be like the North Demon? The Crimson Dragon also understood what was going on. It turned out that after a cultivator entered the Full Moon Lake, they would form a reaction with the energy inside. Waves would form on the surface of the lake. The more waves one formed, the higher one's talent and the greater one's future achievements would be. It seemed that when the North Monster entered the Misty Lake, he had caused 7 waves. This made the Crimson Dragon look forward to it. It wondered what kind of scene this kid could cause. Lin Xian did not know what everyone was talking about. At this moment, he had already entered the Full Moon Lake. After entering, he exclaimed in a low voice. The energy inside was too pure. He did not even need to deliberately absorb it. The energy would enter his body. Cultivating here for a day, no, 2 hours, was comparable to cultivating outside for 100 years. Lin Xian was wild with joy. His eyes shone with a piercing light. He formed a seal with his palms and instantly summoned the Great Dragon Sword Soul. The Great Dragon Sword Soul turned into a dragon and circled around him, quickly absorbing the energy inside. At the same time, Lin Xian used the longevity art. At the same time, he circulated the 9 yang bodies cultivation technique and quickly cultivated. He did not have much time. He only had half a day, so he could not waste any of it. Boom. Boom, boom. Just as Lin Xian was silently cultivating, outside, a violent wind blew on the surface of the lake. The void cracked open, and lightning descended. It was a phenomenon of heaven and earth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 waves surged in the sky as if they could extinguish everything. Everyone gasped in surprise. The 5 waves appeared almost instantaneously. This kind of scene was truly astonishing. This kid was so powerful. He could instantly activate 5 waves. Would he be able to continue? Perhaps that was his limit. Not necessarily. After waiting for a while, the 6th wave rose into the sky. Everyone exclaimed again. He wondered if there would be a 7th wave. They continued to wait. This time, the wait was longer. However, a large crack appeared in the sky as if the entire sky had been split into 2. The 7th wave rose into the sky again. It appeared. The 7th wave really appeared. Heavens, this guy is comparable to the North Monster. His future achievements are definitely limitless. Those people were amazed. Situ Xiaotian's eyelids twitched. Their full moon peak actually had an existence comparable to the North Fey. In the next moment, these people were stunned. They noticed that after the 7th wave, an 8th wave had actually condensed, the 8th level. It actually appeared. These people screamed. The elders were also extremely shocked. His opponent had actually surpassed the North Demon. This was simply too unbelievable. The news spread quickly and soon spread to the full moon peak. The misty peak was shrouded in mist. At this moment, countless teleportation portals were activated, and news came one after another. Everyone in Misty Peak was shocked as well. What? Someone actually surpassed the North Yao. Misty Lake. Qingwu sat there cross-legged, her small face somewhat cold. She held a purple array disc in her hand. Runes flickered on its surface, and a message floated over. It was the news of Lin Xian triggering the 7-layered waves. This news caused Qingwu to be extremely shocked. Damn it, this guy is actually able to trigger the 7-layered waves. How was this possible? One had to know that the only person who could cause the 7-fold wave was her brother. However, the other party was also able to do this. It was really shocking. After pouting for a long time, Qingwu took a deep breath and waved her jade-like hand, sending the message into the array disk. Brother, let me tell you a piece of news. That despicable guy has entered the full moon lake. Moreover, he even triggered the 7-layered waves. He's actually the same as you. After the news was sent out, Qingwu waited patiently. After a while, the array disk flickered and countless runes floated out. Along with it was the voice of the North Demon. I didn't expect this guy to be so talented. I really didn't misjudge him. In the future, he will be the opponent that I'm most interested in. The North Demon's voice was a little excited. Qingwu was panting with anger. Don't worry, brother, that guy is definitely not your opponent. You've already left him far behind. Unless he cultivates for another 500 years, he won't have a chance to catch up to you. As soon as she finished speaking, Qingwu was stunned. Because another array disk beside her had sent a message. Not good, Miss Qingwu. That guy has triggered the 8-layered waves. With a clang, the array disk in Qingwu's hand fell to the ground. She stood up and screamed, "What? The 8-layered waves? Are you sure?" "I'm sure." The voice on the array disk was also filled with shock. For a moment, Qingwu threw it there. Not to mention her, the people of Full Moon Peak were also stunned. When the people of Exquisite Peak and Divine Strategy Peak heard the news, they were also in an uproar. They really didn't expect that Lin Xian would cause such a commotion not long after he entered Full Moon Peak. The 8-layered waves had already surpassed the North Demon. One had to know that the North Demon had also triggered the 7-layered waves back then. On Ethereal Lake's side, Qingwu gritted her teeth. She hurriedly picked up the array disk and quickly sent a voice transmission. Brother, this is bad. That guy actually triggered the 8-layered waves. After sending the voice transmission, Qingwu waited nervously. This time, it took even longer before the North Demon's voice came. The 8-layered waves. I didn't expect this guy's talent to be so good. To be able to trigger the 8-layered waves, the North Demon's voice was also incomparably solemn. It was obvious that the 8-layered waves had also shocked him. That was because it had already surpassed him. Don't worry, brother. So what if he's talented? He's still so weak now. Perhaps he'll be killed by others the moment he enters the stellar realm. The array rotated and countless runes formed an illusion. It looked exactly like the North Demon. The moment the illusion appeared, it stared at Qing Wu and shook its head slightly. You can't be careless. This guy isn't someone who will die so easily. According to what I know, he's not a flower in a greenhouse. He's experienced the harshest of storms and fought his way up from the lowest level. Everything he has today is because he worked hard bit by bit. You will be able to obtain this information if you go and collect some information, therefore, don't underestimate him. This guy might really become the second Yi Guqing. Yi Guqing, the name of the third-generation successor of the Dragon Sword. He was a peerless genius back then. He entered the House of Prodigies and comprehended the full moon wordless steel. He was so strong that he swept through the 8 desolates. No one was his match. However, he was surrounded and killed by countless powerful geniuses on the final ancient path of the stars. That battle was earth-shattering. Blood flowed. It was even rumored that in the end, even the saints took action. Even so, they couldn't do anything to Yi Guqing. Yi Guqing fought with a group of heaven-defying geniuses, including the saints. He killed a path of blood. In the end, a few saints joined forces and killed Yi Guqing. As for the result of that battle, other than Yi Guqing's death, all the monstrous geniuses who attacked were basically killed. Even among the sages, 1 or 2 of them had perished. That was only an invincible king. This was also the greatest pain of Full Moon Peak. If Yi Guqing had grown into a saint at that time, he probably wouldn't have fallen. Hearing this ancient legend again, Qing Wu's body trembled slightly. Brother, you can't be saying that this kid will really walk on the path of Senior Yi Guqing, right? He can't succeed. Senior Yi Guqing is not only the successor of the Great Dragon, but he also has an extremely strong Azure Dragon bloodline. Although this kid is strong, he doesn't have the bloodline power. Moreover, Senior Yi Guqing condensed the 9 heavy waves back then. Moreover, he comprehended the full moon wordless steel. If it wasn't for the short time he comprehended it, he wouldn't have fallen. Perhaps, he would have completely comprehended the full moon wordless steel. Qing Wu didn't believe that this hateful kid in front of him could be compared with the famous Yi Guqing. Not only him, but the entire extraordinary scholar mansion was talking about it, especially Full Moon Peak. Many old figures appeared, their bodies trembling. They stared at the full moon lake. There was a trace of expectation in their hearts. Lin Xian was also the successor of the Great Dragon. Could Lin Xian create a second miracle? Around the full moon lake, Situ Xiaotian and the others were stunned. The Great Elder's face was also full of shock. In the sky, the saint's eyes were also flickering. Inside the full moon lake, Lin Xian sat cross-legged at the bottom of the lake. The surrounding energy enveloped him. At the same time, opposite him, the great dragon sword soul was also enveloped by countless energy and quickly absorbed. Time was almost up. Lin Xian opened his eyes. He only had half a day here, and more than half had already passed. However, what made him happy was that the great dragon sword soul opposite him was nourished by the energy and recovered again. At this moment, the great dragon sword soul bared its fangs and brandished its claws. The fierce power on it made even Lin Xian, who had the 9-yang divine body, tremble slightly. This power could easily pierce through a powerhouse with 60,000 archaic power, right? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. This kind of powerful attack power would be Lin Xian's biggest trump card. At the same time, Lin Xian's divine body was also glowing. He had already reached the 4th layer of the 9-yang divine body. With so much energy, his 9-yang divine body had increased once again. Although he did not break through to the 5th level, he had reached an unbelievable level. He felt that there weren't many attacks that could hurt him now. Once he broke through to the 5th level, it would signify that his physical body had reached the level of a saint. This was a qualitative leap. The fact that his body was sanctified meant that his body was comparable to a sage's. The attacks of kings could not harm him at all. It could be said that going from the 4th level to the 5th level was an extremely terrifying leap. Therefore, breaking through from the 4th layer to the 5th layer was extremely difficult. Full Moon Lake. The 8 waves spun rapidly, forming a strange phenomenon of heaven and earth. At this moment, countless figures had gathered around the full moon lake, and countless gazes were flickering. At this moment, the full moon lake already became the center of the prodigy manor. Other than the full moon peak, many people from the other peaks also came. After all, this scene was too terrifying. One had to know that the North Demon, the most powerful monster in the Misty Peak, had only caused 7 waves back then. But now, Lin Xian, a newcomer who had just entered, had actually caused 8 waves. How could they not be shocked? The time was almost up, and this kid should have reached his limit. Someone took a deep breath, and many people quietly wiped off their cold sweat. 8 waves was already very terrifying. Fortunately, the other party did not cause 9 waves. Otherwise, they could not imagine how surprised they would be. Look, it's actually them. They were the top few people on the Wangyue list, someone cried out in surprise. A few figures appeared in the surroundings. They were abnormally powerful, like gods and demons. The full moon list was the ranking of the geniuses of the full moon peak. Those who could be on the full moon list were all earth-shattering figures. For example, Situ Xiaotian was on the full moon list. Of course, she couldn't even enter the top 10 of the full moon list. And this time, the ones who appeared were the top 5 on the full moon list. One of them was wearing a black robe, and there was a black aura hanging down around him, turning into one shiny rune after another, enveloping him. No one dared to approach where he was. Hmo, he was ranked 2nd. His demonic skills were monstrous, and his strength was terrifying. You're just a newcomer, and you're already in the limelight. Sooner or later, I'll kill you. The Hmo flame bloomed with a biting cold killing intent. In his opinion, such a newcomer was simply courting death by doing such a thing. The other party did not have super strength now, but displayed super talent. He would definitely be targeted. No one would allow such a powerful genius to continue to grow. On the Great Earth path, everyone was an enemy. Perhaps this kid would be secretly assassinated one day. Hearing Heimo's words, everyone trembled. Even Situ Xiaotian's scalp went numb. Not only was Heimo's strength terrifying, but his personality was also cruel. He would attack at the slightest disagreement. Although he would not be killed, he would be seriously injured and his strength would be greatly reduced. Therefore, no one dared to provoke Heimo. That was interesting. Not far from Hmo, countless blue frost revolved, forming an ice phoenix that carried a woman. This woman's name was Xueling, and she was ranked 3rd on the full moon peak. As she chuckled, the power of ice on her body bloomed, freezing the entire world. The bodies of the geniuses trembled as if they were about to be frozen. Damn it, this Xueling's power of ice has become stronger again. Everyone frantically retreated again. Buzz, a beam of light illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 earths, turning into a human figure that broke the ice in the sky. It was a man in green. His face was ordinary, but his eyes were bright and had a strange light. It's him, many people's pupils shrank. He was also a peerless genius called Jifei, ranked 4th. The moment he appeared, Xueling, who was ranked 3rd, also narrowed her eyes. The ice on her body became even colder. She knew that this was definitely a powerful enemy. Although the other party's ranking was lower than hers, she did not dare to be careless. The other party's flying daggers never missed. A few years ago, the other party killed 13 invincible kings with one slash. That battle record was definitely enough to make people tremble. These people were the top geniuses of the full moon peak. Of course, the one ranked 1st did not come. As for the one ranked 1st, no one was very clear. This was because the other party was too mysterious. He often appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Other than some necessary battles, he basically did not appear. They only knew that the other party's surname was Huangfu, and his name was Baidian. Huangfu Baidian was an existence even more terrifying than Hmo, and he was also the number 1 person on the full moon peak. It was almost time, but this kid still had not come out. Above, Hmo frowned, extremely dissatisfied. In his opinion, the other party's potential had been exhausted, and there was no point in dragging it out. Hearing this, the others' mouths twitched, but no one dared to refute. In the distance, the eyes of the first elder and the god were fixed on the full moon lake. In fact, in the full moon lake, there were also some powerful geniuses from other mountains. Among them, there were two familiar figures. One was Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia was still shrouded in a mysterious halo. He was the successor of the arch, so when he entered, he caused quite a commotion. As for Lin Xian, he was also very serious, so this time, when Lin Xian entered the full moon lake, he also came to watch. The other one was Qingwu. At this moment, Qingwu was holding a disc array in her hand, and on it was the North Devil Phantom formed by runes. Brother, that kid really condensed 8 waves. Qingwu looked at the 8 waves in front of her and gritted her teeth. The North Devil Phantom's eyes were also shining. The North Devil was using an array to watch from afar. He is indeed very strong, and a difficult opponent. The North Devil laughed. Qingwu snorted coldly. So what? Isn't it just 8 waves? He definitely won't be able to comprehend the full moon wordless steel. Boom. Boom, in front of them, endless air currents rolled, and the 8 waves were even more terrifying. At the bottom of the lake, Lin Xian took a step forward and merged with the great dragon sword soul. Roar, a loud dragon roar sounded, and the entire full moon lake trembled as if it was about to split open. Not only him, but the entire space was shaking non-stop. With a boom among the 8 waves, the 9th wave condensed and shook the 9 heavens. At this moment, the god was shocked, and everyone was stunned. The 9th wave had finally appeared. The moment the other party rushed out of the full moon lake, it appeared under his feet. How is this possible? Situ Xiaotian's face was full of shock. Yi Fei's expression was serious, and Xue Ling was also stunned. Black Demon's face sank, and a terrifying light burst out from his eyes. 9 waves, the other party actually condensed 9 waves. It was unbelievable. One had to know that the North Devil had only condensed 7 waves. In history, only one person had condensed 9 waves. That person was Yi Guqing. He was a powerful existence who had comprehended the full moon wordless steel. If many sages hadn't joined forces to attack him back then, he wouldn't have died. Such a person was simply a legendary existence. But now, someone had actually accomplished the same feat. Not only that, he was also a descendant of the great dragon, causing everyone to exclaim in shock. Would he become the second Yi Guqing? In the distance, Xianxia snorted coldly. 9 ancient emperor runes appeared on his body and circled around him, making him look like an emperor. His eyes were fixed on the figure that rushed out of the full moon valley. Lin Xian, his fist glowed with light. On the other side, Qingwu cried out in alarm. How was this possible? Did he really manage to condense 9 waves? She was truly stunned. The North Demon in the illusion was the same. His eyes were filled with shock. 9 heavy waves, his opponent had really condensed 9 waves. This was simply inconceivable. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Young geniuses, monsters on the Moonwatch list, and geniuses from other valleys. The first elder also sucked in a breath of cold air. His godlike eyes flickered with an incomparably sharp light. It was clear that they had never expected this scene to unfold before their eyes. In their opinion, Lin Xian was famous. He was the descendant of the great dragon, the successor of the 9 sons, and his name shook the world. But those who could come to the house of prodigy, which one of them wasn't extremely talented? There was even a descendant of a great emperor, such an unparalleled genius. The Misty Peak even had the 10,000 demon body, such a peerless monster. It could be said that although Lin Xian's name was shocking, he still couldn't suppress everyone here. However, at this moment, Lin Xian's actions had indeed shocked everyone. 9 heavy waves. That was a realm that even the North Demon hadn't reached. It was rumored that only the legendary Yi Guqing from tens of thousands of years ago had reached it. And now, Lin Xian had done it again. This was simply a legend. This guy was too powerful. The surrounding geniuses were shocked. Situ Xiaotian's hands trembled slightly, Yi Fei's eyes emitted a piercing cold light, and Xue Ling narrowed her eyes. I'm getting more and more interested in this guy. On the other side, the Black Demon, who was like a demon king, had a gloomy expression. Just condensing the 9 heavy waves, so what? His talent isn't bad, but his strength is too weak. In front of me, he can't arouse my interest at all. Although he said that, no matter how he listened, he could hear a hint of jealousy in his words. After all, he couldn't condense the 9 heavy waves either. Xianxia didn't say anything. His eyes flickered with strange runes as he stared at the figure in the distance. On the other side, Jingwu was stunned. Her cherry mouth was wide open. Heavens, what did I just see? This guy actually did it. Damn it, I don't believe it. Am I dreaming, brother? We aren't under an illusion, right? She held the disc array in her hand, and the illusory North Demon on it also took a deep breath. This guy's talent is beyond our imagination. He will definitely be a difficult opponent in the future. Impossible, brother, you think too highly of him. Qingwu snorted. Isn't it just the 9 heavy waves? It just shows that he has some talent. Besides, the 9 heavy waves might not be able to comprehend the full moon wordless steel. If he can't comprehend it, he can't be compared to you. Qingwu was still stubborn. However, what she said was not wrong. In the distance, the Great Elder was also extremely excited. The eyes of a saint beside him also flickered with strange fluctuations. It was really a surprise. This kid might really become the second Yi Guqing, the Great Elder said excitedly. Beside him, the godlike eyes emitted fluctuations. It was possible. However, it might not be certain. All of this had to wait until he comprehended the full moon wordless steel. Although he caused the 9 heavy waves and shocked everyone, it was still hard to say whether he could comprehend the full moon wordless steel. At this moment, everyone was looking forward to it. They really wanted to know whether Lin Xian could comprehend the full moon wordless steel. He still wanted to comprehend the full moon wordless steel? He was overestimating himself. Let's get a spot first. The black demon snorted. The full moon wordless steel was the treasure of the full moon peak. Not everyone could comprehend it. One had to rush to the top 3 of the full moon peak to be qualified to comprehend it. This kid was just a newcomer now. Although he caused the 9 heavy waves, he wanted to rush to the top 3 in a short period of time. It was simply impossible. After all, there was not much time left until the next opening of the full moon wordless steel. This little bit of time was simply insignificant to them. It was not enough for their strength to undergo earth-shattering changes. Therefore, in their opinion, the other party had no hope at all. Lin Xian rushed out of the full moon lake. He let out a long roar and was very happy. This time, although he did not break through, his strength had become stronger. He was even stronger than before. The great dragon sword soul and 9 yang divine body had also been improved. When he came out, he was stunned. He saw that there were many figures around him, and their gazes were all on him. Lin Xian frowned. He sensed some powerful energy fluctuations surging over. Among them, 3 figures were the most terrifying. Their strength was far above Sidu Shaoyin's. Lin Xian turned his head and stared at Hamo, Xueling, and Yi Fei. The aura on their bodies made his blood boil. So terrifying. Who were these 3 people? How was it, kid? In the distance, the crimson dragon flew over and came to Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian nodded. He had broken through a little. His harvest this time was indeed not small. Then, he asked again, who are those 3 people? Oh, you mean those 3 guys? The dark rainbow dragon glanced behind him, curled his lips, and began to explain to Lin Xian. Soon, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The top 5 people on the Moonview list. In that case, these 3 should be the top few people on the full moon peak, the second-ranked Hamo, the third-ranked Xueling, and the fourth-ranked Yi Fei. As if sensing Lin Xian's gaze, Yi Fei and Xueling also turned their heads to look at him. In the next moment, their gazes clashed in the sky. With a bang, the void in the middle instantly turned into a black hole. These guys were really perverted. Just the energy produced by their gazes was so terrifying, the surrounding monsters swallowed their saliva. However, Lin Xian really did not know what was good for him. He had just entered and dared to provoke Yi Fei and the others. Yi Fei and Xueling were fine. Although they were powerful, they were just a little arrogant. However, Hamo was very cruel. That kid had made such a big scene today. Hamo would probably be unhappy. As expected, when Hamo saw Lin Xian's gaze, he shouted coldly. A ball of black flames flew out from his eyes. It instantly floated towards Lin Xian. From the looks of it, he was trying to intimidate Lin Xian. F***ck, how shameless. Ambush. The crimson dragon cursed. He didn't try to take it head-on because he could see how terrifying the black flames were. Lin Xian also frowned and used the yin-yang steps to dodge the attack. In the next moment, he turned his head and looked forward. His gaze was fixed on the other party. Your speed is not bad. You actually managed to dodge my black flames. The corners of Black Demon's mouth curled up into a cold smile. However, do you think you have the qualifications to taint the wordless steel just because of this, brat? Let's talk about it after a few hundred years. Right now, you don't have the qualifications. Hearing this, the crowd went into an uproar. It seemed that the Black Demon was indeed angry. This brat is going to be miserable. That was because the Black Demon was extremely powerful. On Moonful Peak, he was second only to Vhumad. Moreover, his personality was so cruel that he would severely injure people if things didn't go his way. This time, he had set his sights on this Lin brat. He reckoned that the brat would end up in a miserable state. This guy must have eaten gunpowder. Lin Xian was also surprised. He did not know the other party. Furthermore, the other party had attacked viciously right from the start. That black flame earlier was extremely terrifying. Perhaps even a genius like Vhumad would be injured if she was enveloped by that flame. As soon as this guy appeared, he attacked viciously. Could it be that no one cared? He looked in the direction of the Great Elder and found that the Great Elder and the sage were just silently watching the battle. They had no intention of stopping it. It seemed that the rules of the Extraordinary Warrior's Mansion were very relaxed. They could fight at will. However, it made sense. After all, this was the entrance to the Great Emperor's Road. The battles on the Great Emperor's Road were extremely tragic. Perhaps the Extraordinary Warrior's Mansion was also based on this point. Therefore, they did not have too many restrictions. Since he knew this point, Lin Xian did not hold back. He frowned. What? Can I comprehend the wordless steel? You have the final say. Who do you think you are? F***ck. Hearing this, everyone's eyelids twitched fiercely. This brat actually went against the Black Demon. Did he lose his mind? Did he know who he was facing? The ignorant were fearless. It was no wonder that he had just arrived and did not know the Black Demon's name. If he knew that he was facing the Black Demon, the second genius of Moonful Peak, he would probably immediately kneel on the ground in fear. In the distance, the Skyprides were discussing animatedly. The Black Demon's face darkened. It had been a long time since anyone dared to speak to him like this. Therefore, the Black Demon was stunned for a moment when he heard the other party's words. When he came back to his senses, his face was terrifyingly dark. Good, very good. Brat, you're the first one who dares to speak to me like this. What, am I wrong? Are you in charge of the wordless steel? Lin Xian still had his hands behind his back and said indifferently. Regardless of whether it was the Black Demon or the White Demon, since the other party wanted to hurt him, he would not be nice to them. Brat, you don't have to provoke me. To tell you the truth, if you want to comprehend the wordless steel, you have to get a slot. Only the top 3 geniuses of Moonful Peak are qualified to comprehend it. Do you think it's possible for you to do so? So that's how it is. Lin Xian was surprised. He did not know before. Thank you for telling me the rules. You should be ranked second. If I defeat you, will I be the new second? Then, I should be qualified. Lin Xian stared at the Black Demon in front of him again. A biting cold sword intent bloomed from his body. Oh my god, he's causing trouble. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people trembled and almost fainted from fright. What is this guy trying to do? Did I hear wrongly? Does he mean to fight the Black Demon? Oh my god, is this kid in the water? It's not just in the water. He's courting death. Who does he think he is? How dare he provoke the Black Demon? The Black Demon was ranked second on Moonful Peak, second only to Vhumad. He was definitely a supreme figure. He was an existence that could compete with the top geniuses of the other peaks. This kid was talented, but his current strength could not be compared to the Black Demon. He probably could not even block a palm strike from the Black Demon. Everyone guessed. After all, the Black Demon had been famous for a long time, and his strength was too terrifying. When Yi Fei and Xueling heard this, they frowned and revealed a trace of shock. They looked at Lin Xian with shock on their faces. They wanted to know where he got his confidence from. You want to attack me? The black demon was stunned, then he sneered. Kid, it seems that you don't know my strength. Do you think my second ranking is for nothing? Well, I'll teach you a lesson today. The House of Prodigy is not a place where you can behave atrociously. Here, no matter if you're the descendant of the dragon or the 9 sons, you have to lie down. The black demon's body emitted a monstrous aura. Boundless black flames danced and covered half of the sky. An extremely terrifying power spread out from it. Those geniuses retreated frantically. Damn it, this guy really angered the black demon. Don't say any more, hurry up and stay away. If the black demon attacked, those who were close would suffer. These people knew very well how terrifying the black demon was. Lin Xian felt this force and was also shocked. Very strong, but so what, is that so? I really want to experience it. He took a step out, and 10,000 rays of sword chi blossomed from his body, turning into a sword cloud, spiraling behind her. The two people's auras kept rising, and a great battle was about to break out. However, at this time, a bolt of lightning streaked across, slashing the void between the two people, forming a large spatial crack, engulfing the two people's auras. Alright, Head Elder spoke up. Lin Xian, for you to be able to condense the 9 heavy waves at the full moon lake and recreate the legend, it's really something worthy of celebration. I think highly of you. These words were a kind of affirmation of Lin Xian's heaven and earth phenomenon that he caused before. After all, for so many tens of thousands of years, only 2 people could do it. Lin Xian was one of them. How could they not be excited? However, Head Elder said again, you've only been in the extraordinary warrior mansion for a short time, why not cultivate for a while first? If you want to fight, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. When these words came out, everyone sighed. Looks like Head Elder made a move to stop this battle. Indeed, although Head Elder and the rest admired Lin Xian, they did not think that the current Lin Xian had the qualifications to compete with Hei Mo. After all, Hei Mo was an extremely terrifying existence. They did not want Hei Mo to make a move and seriously injure Lin Xian. Since Head Elder has spoken, then I'll spare your life today. Kid, you're very lucky to be able to jump around for a few months. But don't worry, after a few months, there will be a competition at the full moon peak. At that time, I'll personally make a move and let you know the rules, is that so? At that time, I'll have a taste of what kind of strength you, the person ranked second, have. If your strength is too weak, I don't mind teaching you how to trample. A cold light burst out from Lin Xian's eyes. Everyone sucked in a cold breath, their scalps tingling. Was this a challenge? A new kid actually dared to challenge Hei Mo. Although they would fight a few months later, what could these few months change? Most people shook their heads, thinking that this Lin Xian was really insolent and reckless. Of course, there were also a small number of people who were excited and curious. Crimson Dragon was one of them. Haha, a group of idiots, wait and see. After a few months, your jaws will definitely drop. He was looking forward to the battle a few months later. I'll wait for you. Hei Mo glared at Lin Xian coldly. With a wave of his sleeve, he turned into a cloud of demonic clouds and disappeared into the void. I'm looking to fight a few months later. Xueling laughed, she too, an ice sword. Lin Xian, Lin Xian, Lin Xian, Lin Xian, and Lin Xian, Lin. Following this, the geniuses began to leave. In the sky, the godlike eye slowly disappeared. The Great Elder also turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. Let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand and brought the dark red divine dragon and the dark red divine dragon back to the manor. In the following days, Lin Xian sat cross-legged in the manor to cultivate. He wanted to stabilize his strength. After about 7 days, Lin Xian opened his eyes. The strength in his body had completely stabilized. Whoosh, at this moment, a figure came into the manor. Seeing this figure, Lin Xian immediately stood up. Great Elder. Lin Xian cupped his fists and shouted. Lin Xian was also shocked by this Great Elder. He couldn't see through him at all. However, from what he could sense, he shouldn't be an invincible king. He should be beyond that. He couldn't tell whether he was a half-step saint or a sage. Although he didn't have any terrifying strength, he seemed more mysterious. the great elder said with a smile. Kid, you haven't gone out for the past few days? No, you've been consolidating your cultivation. Lin Xian shook his head. I have to say, you're quite bold. I've stayed in the House of Prodigies for many years and have seen all kinds of geniuses. But it's the first time I've seen someone like you who dared to provoke Hamo. It's not that I want to provoke him, but he's gone too far. I don't even know him. We haven't even met before. He actually used such an attack the moment he saw me. If that wisp of black flame fell, it's estimated that a prodigy with 50,000 arcane power would be injured. Tell me, how can I not be angry? Sigh, this Hamo is indeed arrogant and overbearing. The great elder sighed and then changed the topic. Okay, let's not talk about it. I'll take you to a place. Where to? You'll know when you get there. The great elder waved his sleeve, and countless laws enveloped Lin Xian, bringing him away from the spot. Just like that, Lin Xian left with the great elder. He didn't bring the dark red divine dragon or the snow-white little monkey with him. These two fellows had already run off to some unknown place to harm others. The great elder was so fast that Lin Xian couldn't believe it. He knew that this was the speed of laws. Soon, the two of them arrived at the back mountain. There was no one here, but there were teleportation arrays. The great elder brought Lin Xian to one of the teleportation arrays. Buzz, the two of them disappeared from the teleportation array. When the two of them appeared again, Lin Xian's eyes widened. He looked in front of him in disbelief. In front of him, it was bright and full of light. Those who didn't know would think that they had arrived at the immortal world. Countless jade palaces sat on the ground, emitting a holy light. There were strange flowers and herbs growing around, emitting a strong fragrance. Great Elder, you didn't bring me to the immortal world, right? Lin Xian was shocked. Hee hee. The Great Elder laughed. It would be great if it was really the immortal world. How could we have a place that even the Great Emperor had never been to? Don't think too much. This was a secret realm of the House of Prodigies. Lin Xian saw that there were figures entering the palaces in front of him. Lin Xian even met a few of them. He had seen them at the full moon lake before. They were a little familiar. It seemed that this wasn't a paradise on earth, but a special place of the House of Prodigies. Let's go. Don't be stunned here. The Great Elder brought Lin Xian forward. Lin Xian followed behind. Walking on the stairs, light flowed under his feet, emitting a turbulent energy. Lin Xian felt a strong spiritual energy rushing towards him. He raised his head and saw a plaque on top of the huge palace. Two words were written in flamboyant calligraphy. Moon Palace. In front of the main hall of the Moon Palace, there was a Taoist sweeping the floor. The old man's hair was messy and his face was pale. There was no energy fluctuation on his body, as if he was an ordinary person. Even his sweeping movement was very slow. It was as if he had one foot in the grave and would die at any time. For such an ordinary old man to appear in this fairyland-like palace, it was very eye-catching. Lin Xian couldn't help but take a few more glances. However, he frowned. Even if he used the Tianji God eyes, he couldn't see anything special about this old man. It was as if he was really an ordinary person. But was this Taoist really an ordinary person? He didn't know. Go in and see if there are any opportunities. The Grand Elder waved his hand and said. Lin Xian nodded, turned around, and walked towards the Moon Palace. Soon, his figure disappeared from the Moon Palace. The Grand Elder took a deep breath and looked at the Taoist priest in front of him. Then, he bowed respectfully. Greetings, Grand Elder. This time, there might be a turning point for the full moon peak. Someone might be able to comprehend the full moon wordless deal. Hearing this, the Taoist priest in front of him said indifferently without raising his head. Oh, are you talking about the little guy who just went in? His voice was also very light, without any energy fluctuations or the power of laws. This made people very suspicious. Who exactly was this old man? However, before the Grand Elder could say anything, the old Taoist priest nodded. That little guy is not bad. I can feel at least 3 powerful energy fluctuations in his body. It seems that this little guy has a lot of secrets. 3? I don't know about that. I only know that he is the successor of the great dragon and the successor of the 9 sons. Is that so? No wonder. The great dragon's sword and the 9 sons' divine body are indeed worthy of their reputation. However, his eyes were also very strange. The old Taoist priest did not look at Lin Xian from the beginning to the end, but now, he seemed to have seen through Lin Xian. Lin Xian's eyes also have secrets? The Grand Elder was surprised. He really did not know about this. However, he did not intend to delve into it. After all, he knew that these people were all geniuses. Who didn't have secrets? Lin Xian walked in. The interior was still colorful, like an immortal palace. Not long after, a black shadow suddenly charged towards him, giving Lin Xian a fright. He subconsciously raised his hand and struck out with his palm. Boom, he struck out with his palm. The void trembled, and the impact was vast and mighty. This palm strike of his could instantly blow apart an invincible king. However, the thing in front of him did not shatter. It only took a step back, which surprised Lin Xian. So powerful. Who is this person? His physique is too strong. He was even stronger than the prodigies of the primeval theocrats. However, when Lin Xian saw the black figure in front of him, he was completely stunned. The black shadow in front of him was too strange. It had a mysterious aura flowing around its body and a pair of jade-like wings on its back. They didn't look like humans at all. 10,000 ancient races? Lin Xian frowned. Wang, at this moment, not far from him, another figure with a pair of white jade wings flew over. Its opponent was a woman. She held a red sword in her hand and slashed out 3 sword flashes. The sword chi was like a rainbow, forcing the figure to retreat. At the same time, she turned to look at Lin Xian with a face full of surprise. You're new? My name is Lin Xian. How should I address you? And what was this thing in front of him, Lin Xian? You're that Lin Xian. This time, the woman in red was surprised. She curiously sized up the young man in front of her. He looks handsome, but there's nothing special about him. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. What's special about me? The woman in red smiled and said, You don't know, but the news about you has spread on the full moon peak. Everyone is saying that you have 3 heads and 6 arms. Lin Xian was speechless. Didn't he just create the 9 heavy waves at the full moon lake? Was there a need to spread such rumors, 3 heads and 6 arms? He wasn't from the 10,000 ancient races either. Looking at the speechless Lin Xian, the woman in red smiled and said, My surname is Liu, and my name is Liu Yanan. Fairy Liu, can you tell me what kind of monster this is? As he said that, Lin Xian slapped out again. The golden palm turned into a huge seal and blasted in front of him. The figure on top of it blasted him back again. They're called moon shadow beings. I don't know how they came about, but they contain a mysterious power. We fight with them to increase our combat experience and hone ourselves. Moreover, speaking till here, Liu Yanan slashed out a few more times, causing that moon shadow person to tremble. A mysterious aura flickered on the moon shadow being's body and poured into Liu Yanan's body. This is the second benefit, absorbing their power to strengthen oneself. This is a very pure power, the essence of the moon. Don't worry. You just need to absorb it into your body and refine it. Oh right, this should be your first time coming to the Moon Palace, right? You definitely haven't gone to the Moon Soul Stone. Go to the Moon Soul Stone first and condense the Moon Soul in your body, then come back to absorb the essence of the moon. Lin Xian was surprised by all of this. As expected of the full moon peak, the things inside were too profound. He walked forward. Along the way, he saw many people fighting with these moon shadow beings. As long as they defeated these moon shadow beings, they could absorb the essence of the moon from these moon shadow beings. After walking for a while, Lin Xian frowned. He felt an abnormal energy fluctuation in front of him. He couldn't help but speed up. Soon, he came to the front. In front of him was a large hall. In the center of the hall, there was a crescent-shaped stone suspended in midair. It was as white as jade and emitted rays of light that hung down. It looked very mysterious. This should be the Moon Soul Stone. Lin Xian's arrival attracted the attention of many people around him. In the next moment, they were discussing animatedly. It's that kid. Who is he? He's that Lin Xian. What? That Lin Xian who has 3 heads and 6 arms. It seems that he's going to condense the moon soul. There were many people sitting cross-legged around. They were facing the moon soul stone and seemed to be absorbing the power on it. However, this distance made the corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitch a little. Damn, isn't it too far? Those who didn't know would think that these people were doing something. No one dared to get close to the moon soul stone and could only absorb it from afar. Even so, the monstrous geniuses were satisfied with what they had. Could it be that this moon soul stone was so powerful and terrifying? Lin Xian didn't believe it and prepared to walk forward. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the geniuses in the distance changed. This kid is really bold, heh? Does he think that he can be presumptuous here just because he can condense the 9 heavy waves? Let's see how he dies, many people gloated. In the distance, Lu Yanan also exclaimed when she saw this scene. Lin Xian, be careful, don't get too close. This moon soul is very strange. If you get too close, it can directly penetrate your soul. Directly penetrate the soul. After Lin Xian heard this, he also stopped in his tracks. His expression became solemn as he looked at the moon soul stone in front of him. When the surrounding people heard this, they sighed. Damn it, who was the one who tipped them off? They originally wanted to watch a show, however, when they saw the woman in red in the distance, they immediately shrunk their necks in fear and didn't dare to speak anymore. Outside, the first elder waved his hands. In front of him, countless laws condensed and formed a small ball of light. What was displayed on the ball of light was Lin Xian's current state. At this moment, other than the first elder, the Taoist priest who was sweeping the floor also raised his head. His turbid eyes were also looking at the ball of light in front of him. He was also looking forward to seeing this young man who had set off the 9 heavy waves in the full moon lake and created a legend. What was this kid trying to do? Was he really going to get close? What a joke! Who did he think he was? Even top prodigies like Yi Fei and Xue Ling did not dare to get too close. Not to mention him, but that might not be the case. This kid had set off the 9 waves and created a legend. Perhaps he would have a way. The surrounding prodigies discussed animatedly. However, most of them shook their heads. If you say he can do it in a few decades, I believe you. If you say he can do it now, I won't believe you. Lin Xian ignored the people around him. He only had eyes for the moon soul stone in front of him. After taking a deep breath, Lin Xian walked forward again. Was this fellow even listening to what he said? Behind him, the woman in red frowned when she saw this. Forget it, I'll ignore him. It's good to let him suffer a little so that he won't be so arrogant again. Indeed, in the eyes of these prodigies, Lin Xian was indeed too arrogant. First, he provoked the black demon. Now, he was trying to get close to the moon soul stone. Which one of those things did not scare these prodigies out of their wits? No one else dared to do it, but this kid did it one after another. If that was not arrogance, then what was? Perhaps this guy would only calm down after suffering a little. Lin Xian had only taken 2 steps when he felt an immense pressure surging towards him from the front, wanting to crush him to death. This pressure was not only on his body, but also on his soul. No wonder that was the case. No wonder those top prodigies did not dare to get too close. Even a prodigy would not be able to withstand an injury to his soul. Moreover, if he was not careful, he might be killed on the spot. Now, he finally understood why the people around him were so far away and did not dare to get close. He also knew why the woman in red behind him reminded him. However, that was for others. These people might not be able to do it, but for Lin Xian, it might not be the case. He really didn't believe in this evil. In the next moment, he took a deep breath and walked forward. The great dragon sword soul in his body circulated, and a wave of sword chi surrounded his body as he slashed forward. The great dragon sword soul's attack was unparalleled. It could cut through everything. Even though the moon soul stone had terrifying power, it was still cut open by the great dragon sword soul. Although the speed of the slash was very slow, it was already very shocking. Golden light blossomed in Lin Xian's eyes. Sensing this scene, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he slowly walked forward. This brat really didn't know what was good for him. He had already warned him not to go over, but he refused to listen. Who did he think he was? He was too arrogant. Did he think that he could be arrogant anywhere just because he caused the 9 heavy waves? In the Moon Soul Stone, he wouldn't even know how he died. These people sneered. The woman in red behind him also shook her head. She didn't think that Lin Xian would succeed. Perhaps after 2 steps, the other party would vomit blood and fly back. But soon, these people were stunned. What's going on? He actually took 5 steps forward, damn it. How did this kid do it? Impossible, I don't believe it. The surrounding people widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. At the rear, the woman in red was also stunned. How could this be? The other party actually took 5 steps, in Yu's opinion. The other party was strong and had the 9 yang divine body, but he could only take 2 steps at most. If he went any further, he would be injured. But now, the other party took 5 steps in one breath. What was even more strange was that the other party was not injured. Damn it, this was really strange. Could it be that the Moon Soul Stone didn't affect him? How was that possible? Who would go and test if the Moon Soul Stone's function had failed? These people were very confused. I'll do it. One of the gray-clothed young men turned into a ray of light and flew out. He had only taken a few steps when he vomited blood and flew back. His face was extremely pale. At the next moment, he got up and cursed crazily. Damn it, who told me to go? Who said that it was useless? I'm going to fight it out with him. This guy had rushed too fast and was severely injured. He hurriedly retreated far away and swallowed a pill to heal his injuries. When the others saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. The Moon Soul Stone was still terrifying, but why was that kid fine? Everyone in the main hall was stunned. Outside the main hall, the first elder and the Taoist priest who was sweeping the floor looked at the light ball in front of them in shock. The first elder gasped. The Taoist priest's turbid eyes shone with a strange light. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Xian walked forward. Gradually, his expression turned solemn because he felt an enormous pressure. At this moment, he was 30 meters away from the Moon Soul Stone in front of him, but there seemed to be a pair of invisible hands stopping him. The resistance in front of him became stronger. And it was very terrifying. It wanted to crush him. Although he had the great dragon sword soul to open the way, his speed was much slower than before. Moreover, the surrounding terrifying aura was surging toward him from all directions. Lin Xian had no choice but to activate the 9 yang divine body. At the same time, golden runes flashed in his eyes. He activated the heavenly secret divine eyes. Just like that, Lin Xian walked another 10 meters and stopped 20 meters away from the Moon Soul Stone. He did not walk forward anymore. Instead, he stood still. This scene made all the geniuses in the main hall gulp. The woman in red behind him was also stunned. Her body was trembling slightly. Damn it, is this the guy from the legends? He really has 3 heads and 6 arms. She was not an ordinary person. She was also one of the top geniuses on the moon-gazing list. Her strength was above Situ Shoutian's. She did not see the incident at the moon-gazing lake with her own eyes, but the entire moon-gazing peak had spread. Naturally, she had also heard about it. It was rumored that the young man who had just entered had stirred up the 9 heavy waves and created a legend. He had shocked everyone. Moreover, it was said that the kid had 3 heads and 6 arms. He was very magical. Lu Yanan was very curious about such a person. Finally, she saw him just now. However, he did not have 3 heads and 6 arms like she had imagined. Instead, he was a handsome young man. Other than that, she did not see anything special about him. But now, she saw it. He was actually 20 meters away from the Moon Soul Stone. That was too unbelievable. One had to know that when she was in front of the Moon Soul Stone and condensed the Moon Soul, she could only see 80 meters away. As far as she knew, Yi Fei and Xue Ling were only 60 to 70 meters away from her. Even Mo, the famous and terrifying existence of the moon-gazing peak, condensed the Moon Soul at a distance of 50 meters away. Who would condense the Moon Soul at a distance of 20 meters? He was simply courting death. In Lu Yanan's opinion, it was absolutely impossible for anyone to do it. Even the number 1 Huangfu Badian could not do it. But now, she saw with her own eyes that someone had successfully done it. She wondered how long it would take for him to condense the Moon Soul. Lu Yanan's beautiful eyes flickered. Back then, she took 3 months to condense it. She was ranked 9th on the full moon peak and was considered a super genius. Those who were ranked higher than her, such as Yi Fei and Xue Ling, took 1.5 months. The Hmo seemed to have taken only 1 month to condense it. I wonder how long this kid will take. The surrounding geniuses were also shocked. Looking at his terrifying appearance, I think he should be able to condense it in a month. No way, 1 month? Isn't he able to catch up with the Hmo? Speaking of the Hmo, these geniuses trembled. They had no choice. The Hmo was too terrifying. He was like a shadow that pressed down on them, making them unable to breathe. Impossible, he shouldn't be able to compete with the Hmo in the sea. I think he should be able to take about a month with Yi Fei and the others. These people discussed. Even if he condensed it in a month, it was still a shocking matter. After all, Yi Fei and the others were extremely terrifying existences in their eyes. Lin Xian stood in front of them with a serious expression. He could feel a mysterious power coming from the Moon Soul Stone. It wanted to enter his body and tear his body apart. Especially his soul, it was under great pressure. Humph, Lin Xian snorted. Golden runes appeared in his eyes, floating and spinning rapidly. Buzz, he absorbed the energy of the Moon Soul Stone and condensed it quickly in his body. However, he didn't know where the others condensed it. His power was rapidly condensing in his left eye. More and more of it formed a small light spot, and it was gradually growing bigger. What a strange and mysterious energy, Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect the energy of the Moon Soul Stone to be produced in his heavenly secret divine eye. At the same time, the golden runes in his heavenly secret divine eye were spinning rapidly as if they were very happy. Lin Xian had never seen such a scene before. This made his heart tremble. He took another step forward. No way, this kid wants to move forward. Does he want to die? This time, those people screamed again. Behind him, Lu Yanan also exclaimed. 20 meters was already a miracle, but the other party actually wanted to go 10 meters forward? This was something that even Huangpu Beidian, who was ranked first, couldn't do. As expected, after Lin Xian took a step forward, the bones in his body emitted cracking sounds. The Nine Suns' divine body also suffered a great impact. He coldly snorted, and his divine body emitted light as he forcibly withstood the pressure. At the same time, he mobilized the great dragon sword soul and formed a dragon-shaped sword shadow. It surged forward and broke through the mysterious power. 1 step, 2 steps, Lin Xian once again walked forward. When he reached 10 meters, the power of the Nine Yang divine body and the great dragon sword spirit could no longer walk forward. However, at this moment, his heavenly fate divine eye started to emit a mysterious light as it rotated slowly. He seemed to have communicated with the Moon Soul in front of him. He felt that the pressure around him had suddenly lightened, as if it had disappeared. What was going on? Could it be that the heavenly secret divine eyes were somehow related to the Moon Soul Stone? He didn't know, but he walked forward without hesitation. Finally, he arrived before the Moon Soul Stone. At this distance, he only needed to stretch out his hand to touch the Moon Soul Stone. My heavens, this scene caused everyone to be stupefied. He actually arrived before the Moon Soul Stone. Damn it, how did this kid do it? The people in the hall were about to go crazy. Behind them, Lu Yanan also opened her cherry mouth wide as if she had seen a ghost. Outside, the first elder's pupils shrank. The Taoist who was sweeping the floor also trembled, and a shocking light burst out from his turbid eyes. He could actually walk to the front, it was really surprising. Huangfu Beidian couldn't do it, and the North Demon couldn't do it, but he did it. The first elder was also shocked. I wonder how long it will take him to condense the Moon Soul. At this rate, he should be able to do it in a few days. The first elder muttered to himself. The Taoist who was sweeping the floor at the side also spoke. Back then, Yi Guqing only took a day to condense the Moon Soul. 1 day, this was really shocking news. One had to know that even a terrifying monster like the Black Demon had to spend a month, but Yi Guqing only took a day tens of thousands of years ago. The gap between them was simply too great. No wonder Yi Guqing could comprehend the moon-gazing wordless steel. I wonder how long it will take Lin Xian to condense the Moon Soul now. Lin Xian looked at the Moon Soul Stone in front of him, and his eyes flickered. He reached out his hand and gently touched it. He felt a shocking force that wanted to open his palm. With a cold shout, the golden hand emitted a light, and there was even a dragon-shaped sword chi surrounding it to block the aura. His palm landed on the moon soul stone. Buzz, a shocking force erupted, and the surrounding monsters in the distance fled frantically. Damn it, what is this guy trying to do? Is he crazy? The light emitted by the moon soul stone was too sharp. At this moment, it was as if it had transformed into a full moon that stood above the 9 heavens. It pressed down on everyone. With a plop, the surrounding monsters were pressed to the ground, and their faces were pale. Lu Yanan's expression changed drastically. She shouted, and countless red sword shadows surrounded her body, forming a red lotus that wrapped around her. It resisted the pressure of the full moon in the sky. The great elder who was watching in the dark was shocked. The moon soul stone had been activated. The Taoist priest who was sweeping the floor did not say anything, and his eyes were fixed on the screen. The moon soul stone had indeed been activated, and Lin Xian did not expect it to be like this. Could it be that it was not a stone? What exactly was it? He did not know, but he felt a great pressure. Even with the strength of the 9 yang divine body, it was on the verge of cracking under the pressure. Buzz buzz buzz, Lin Xian resisted with all his might, and the moon soul stone became more and more mysterious. It was as if it had really turned into a moon that wanted to crush everything mercilessly. At this moment, Lin Xian's heavenly secret divine eyes spun crazily, and the golden runes quickly combined, emitting a mysterious aura. Buzz buzz buzz, Lin Xian's body trembled, and he saw a scene in front of him. Above the endless plains, there was a full moon. The moon hanging high in the sky was so big that it was unbelievable. It was like a star in front of him, and he could not see the end of it. What kind of scene was this? Lin Xian was stunned. Time passed slowly. 1 incense sticks time, 2 incense sticks time, and finally, 2 hours had passed. Lin Xian's body trembled, and all of the illusions disappeared. In his left eye, endless golden runes wrapped around the essence of the moon and quickly condensed, forming a crescent moon pattern that was reflected in his eye. Buzz, as soon as the crescent moon pattern appeared, endless moonlight rushed towards Lin Xian's left eye and wrapped around him. In the next moment, Lin Xian felt a powerful energy erupt. Boom, once again, the surrounding monsters were pushed back. The moon soul stone retracted its terrifying aura and floated in the air again. What's going on? What happened? Those people were stunned. Could it be that he condensed the moon soul? What a joke! Those prodigies screamed. Is this a joke? How can he condense the moon soul in 2 hours? I don't believe it. They really didn't believe it. The black demon took a month, but the other party only took 2 hours. What a joke, Lu Yanan didn't believe it either. However, outside, the first elder and the Taoist priest were stunned. The first elder's hands were trembling. 2 hours, he actually condensed the moon soul in 2 hours. How did he do it? Truth be told, the grand elder was truly shocked. Even Yi Guqing, a monstrous genius, had taken an entire day to complete the task. Lin Xian had only used 2 hours to do it. The Taoist priest took a deep breath and stared at the screen. His eyes are very mysterious. Perhaps he has some kind of bloodline or inheritance, but I can't figure it out yet. His eyes? The first elder gasped. But no matter what, Lin Xian condensed the moon soul in 2 hours, which really shocked them. Not only did he scare them, but he also created another legend. Not to mention him, even the peak leader would be shocked when he knew about it. Inside the moon palace, the golden light in Lin Xian's eyes disappeared and returned to normal. He turned around and walked into the distance. The surrounding prodigies were puzzled. Has this kid condensed the moon soul? I don't know. Has he given up? Or did he succeed? What a joke. He can't possibly succeed in 2 hours. Even a god can't do it. Those people shook their heads. In their opinion, could it be that this guy had suffered some kind of injury before? Hee, this kid is so close to the moon palace. He must be injured. That must be it. Lu Yanan was also surprised. Just as she was about to ask what happened to Lin Xian, a figure walked over beside her. As soon as the figure entered, he scanned the surroundings. When he stared at Lin Xian, he was stunned for a moment before a cold smile appeared on his face. Brat, it's actually you. I didn't expect to meet you here. Hearing this, Lin Xian also stopped in his tracks and raised his head to look ahead. He frowned. Who are you? The other party was a stranger. He didn't recognize him. Moreover, he had not been at Full Moon Peak for long. Other than Situ Xiaotian and Black Devil, he had not offended anyone. Who was this person? Could he be a subordinate of the Black Demon? I've long heard that you've joined Full Moon Peak, but I've never had the chance to see you. I didn't expect to meet you here today. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. What's going on? Yuan Kuei was actually going to attack. Oh heavens, Yuan Kuei is attacking Lin Xian. The surrounding geniuses crawled up from the ground. Before they could recover from their shock, they were already screaming. Yuan Kuei, this kid didn't offend you, did he? Lu Yanan, who was at the side, also frowned. Yuan Kuei coldly snorted. This kid killed the #1 genius of the battle race, Zhang Wushuang. My celestial race and the battle race have always been on good terms. I naturally have to avenge Zhang Wushuang. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. No wonder someone from the celestial race was like this. Yuan Kuei was also a member of the 10,000 ancient races. Moreover, he had a good relationship with the battle race. From the looks of it, he really wanted to stand up for Zhang Wushuang this time. Since you want to stand up for him, then cut the crap and attack. Lin Xian looked at Yuan Kuei, his body emitting a biting cold killing intent. The surrounding people were stunned. This kid actually dared to attack Yuan Kuei. Lu Yanan was also stunned. She knew that Lin Xian had just arrived and didn't know how powerful Yuan Kuei was. So she explained, kid, think carefully. Yuan Kuei is ranked 15th on Full Moon Peak. His strength is above Situ Xiaotian. Situ Xiaotian is ranked 20th. Can you do it? If you can't, I'll help you stop him. Ranked 15th? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. I want to see what's so special about someone ranked 15th. To be honest, he really wanted to see. He had seen Situ Xiaotian's strength. He wondered how Yuan Kuei would fare. However, no matter how strong Yuan Kuei was, he wasn't afraid. Previously at Full Moon Lake, his strength had already increased. Now, he had just condensed the Moon Soul. He could use this opportunity to feel what kind of mysterious power the Moon Soul had. You don't know the difference between life and death. Do you think you can contend against me just by condensing the 9 heavy waves? Kid, talent is talent. Strength is strength. Before you grow, you'd better tuck your tail between your legs. Yuan Kuei shouted coldly. A halberd appeared in his hand. As he waved it, it shattered the void. It seemed like he wanted to directly attack in the Moon Palace. It shouldn't be a problem to attack here, right? Lin Xian looked at Lu Yanan. Lu Yanan said, no problem. This Moon Palace is very mysterious. Even a half-step saint can't break it. There shouldn't be any problem if you two fight. Since that's the case, I'm relieved. Lin Xian was afraid that the Moon Palace was too weak and he couldn't attack with his full strength. Since it could withstand the attack of a half-step saint, he could attack to his heart's content. You don't know the difference between life and death. Take my attack. Yuan Kuei shouted coldly. He stomped his foot, causing a loud bang. The entire Moon Palace shook. At the same time, a piercing light erupted from his body. The halberd in his hand swung like a bolt of lightning descending from the sky. The entire void was instantly split in half. Clang, Lin Xian waved his golden fist and performed the 9 Suns' divine fist. He turned into a golden light and collided with the halberd. After the attack, Lin Xian withdrew his fist. Yuan Kuei withdrew his halberd. His arm was numb and his face was extremely gloomy. Good kid, you're strong enough. No wonder you dare to be arrogant in front of me. However, it's not enough. Yuan Kuei attacked again. Lin Xian contended against him. The two of them exchanged dozens of blows, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to split. Fortunately, the lunar palace was mysterious enough that it was not broken. Even so, the surrounding skyprides were stunned. He could actually fight against Yuan Kuei. That's impossible, right? Yuan Kuei was a super existence ranked 15th. This kid is strong, but how can he be so strong? Damn it. Yuan Kuei roared angrily. After fighting for so long, he still couldn't take down his opponent. This made him lose face. Therefore, he was ready to use his trump card. Kid, I'll let you see the power of my moon spirit. A crescent moon appeared on his arm. Buzz, a vast amount of energy burst out from his body. The punch was like a god's fist, destroying everything. At this moment, the power of the moon essence filled the air as if it was going to split the sky and earth. Oh no, it seems that Yuan Kuei is really angry. He even used the power of the moon spirit. This is bullying. Who asked this kid to show off? He had just arrived and hadn't condensed the moon spirit, so he was no match for Yuan Kuei. These people sneered. Lu Yanan frowned. She was ready to save Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian was a monster. She wanted to befriend him as he would be a powerful friend in the future. Perhaps he would be able to help her in the future. Before Lu Yanan could make a move, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Moon Soul, alright, I want to see it too. As he spoke, the golden runes in his left eye shone and turned into a full moon. Whoosh. A ray of light flew out. It's useless. You can't break the power of my moon soul. Yuan Kuei sneered, but soon, he couldn't laugh anymore. He even became terrified. That was because he realized that the golden light from Lin Xian's eye also contained the power of the moon essence. Moon soul, how can you have it? That's impossible. He was going crazy. Lin Xian had just arrived. How many days has it been? He has already condensed the moon soul? How is that possible? One had to know that Hei Mo had also condensed the moon soul for a month, so he couldn't figure it out. With a bang, the fist shattered. Not only that, half of his body shattered and turned into a bloody mist. He flew out and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Yuan Kuei's face was full of horror. Lu Yanan was stunned. Initially, he had wanted to make a move to save Lin Xian. But she didn't expect that to be the result. Not only her, but everyone around was stunned. The power of the moon soul. He actually used the power of the moon soul. How is that possible? Could it be that he condensed the moon soul in the 2 hours just now? These people are crazy. Previously, they saw Lin Xian standing in front of the moon soul stone for 2 hours before he left. They didn't think that he could condense the moon soul at all. They thought that he was still injured. But now, he used the power of the moon soul, which made them realize that he had condensed the moon soul. He condensed it in 2 hours. Damn, that's simply a myth. Thump, many people fainted from shock. It was too shocking. Lu Yanan was also stunned and her body began to tremble. 2 hours, was the other party even human? Monster was no longer enough to describe him. Everyone in the hall was frightened by Lin Xian. Lin Xian was also shocked. He did not expect Moon Soul's power to be so strong. It seemed that this was really an unexpected surprise. In the next moment, his eyes returned to normal, and he said indifferently. What, do you want to continue? Yuan Kuei's face was extremely ugly. He had originally wanted to use the power of the moon spirit to suppress the other party. However, he didn't expect that the other party would know how to do it as well. Without saying a word, he hurriedly fled. His speed was so fast that it was unexpected. Lin Xian shook his head and looked at Lu Yanan and the people around her. He frowned. Hey, what's with your expressions? Didn't he just defeat Yuan Kuei? Was it really that surprising? To be honest, he did not think that Yuan Kuei was a match for him. Even if he did not use the power of the moon spirit, he could still defeat Yuan Kuei. But now, these people were looking at him, trembling in fear. What was the meaning of this? Did he look down on him so much? However, he was wrong. Yuan Kuei was not surprised by his strength, but by his moon soul. Lu Yanan swallowed her saliva, then braced herself and said, Did you really condense the moon soul, huh? Lin Xian nodded. 2 hours. Yes, was it very difficult? Lin Xian was not particularly satisfied. In his opinion, 2 hours was too long. However, after hearing this, the surrounding elites immediately knelt on the ground with tears streaming down their faces. Lu Yanan's mouth twitched. Brother, don't be so harsh. Lin Xian was even more confused, but he soon understood. Lu Yanan was almost crying as she said, did you know that Hamo, the second-ranked elite of the full moon peak, took an entire month to condense the moon soul? It took me 3 months to condense it. You condensed it in 2 hours. Are you still human? Lin Xian was speechless. He was stunned. To be honest, he really did not expect that he would create another legend. In his opinion, it was not very difficult to condense the moon soul. 1 hour was a little long, but others should be able to do it in a few hours. He did not know that Hamo took a month. Oh my god, the difference is indeed a little big. Lin Xian smiled embarrassedly. Did I hurt you? Lu Yanan was speechless. All the elites were speechless. Suddenly, Lin Xian frowned. He heard the Great Elder's voice transmission. He ignored these people and walked out of the Moon Palace. Great Elder, you're looking for me? When he came in front of the Great Elder again, he realized that the Taoist priest was still there. However, the Taoist priest's aura seemed to have changed. Lin Xian, you really surprised me. You only took 2 hours to condense the moon soul. The Great Elder was excited. Even the Taoist priest beside him was excited. Lin Xian also had an innocent look on his face. I didn't do it on purpose. How could I have thought that 2 hours would cause such a commotion? The Great Elder's mouth twitched. Did you know that Yi Guqing took an entire day to condense the moon soul? What kind of commotion was that? You actually took 2 hours. Elder Zhang didn't want to say anything. Lin Xian was also surprised. Yi Guqing took an entire day. This time, he was really shocked. To be honest, he didn't care about the black demons at all. However, Yi Guqing was different. He didn't expect that the time he took to condense the moon soul was much shorter than Yi Guqing. However, he also knew that it should be because of the heavenly secret divine eyes. Bring him to that place. The Taoist priest beside him said in a deep voice. The Great Elder was stunned. Isn't it a little too early? The Taoist priest shook his head. A peerless genius can't be judged by common sense. Now, he's completely qualified to enter that place. Alright, I understand. Elder Zhang took a deep breath and looked at Lin Xian again. Come with me. As he spoke, the laws on his body enveloped Lin Xian. Great Elder, where are we going? Lin Xian was very surprised. The two of them rose into the air and flew towards the clouds. Gradually, they flew higher and higher. Lin Xian could no longer see below. His soul couldn't feel it either. He could only see the scenery below clearly by activating the heavenly secret divine eyes. In the next moment, his eyes widened. This is? He realized that the moon palace below was gradually becoming smaller. Soon, a shadow appeared. This is? Is this the moon? Lin Xian was stunned. I actually came to the outer realm. That mysterious moon palace is actually built on the moon. That's right, this is indeed the moon. It's just a small moon. In the sky, there are many stars that are similar to the moon. This is one of the smaller ones. It has been transformed by our House of Wonders into a secret realm. The Great Elder's voice floated over. Lin Xian was excited. It was his first time coming to the outer realm. Because if one didn't become a sage, it was impossible to come to the outer realm. The reason why he could come was because he was surrounded by countless law runes. At this moment, he activated the heavenly secret divine eyes to the extreme and looked around. The universe's starry sky. Except for the huge moon below, the other twinkling stars were very weak. The entire universe was dark. He saw a star in the distance. It was so huge that it was unimaginable. The light and aura emitted from it were too powerful, far surpassing the moon below. That was the true spirit world, which was also the origin star. It was impossible to see its original appearance from the sky. You couldn't see it clearly, not even a sage. The Great Elder said, let's go, I'll take you to another place. Countless Tao runes intertwined under his feet, forming a spirit boat, carrying the two of them and flying into the distance. In the dark universe, a ray of light streaked across. After flying for a long time, the Great Elder stopped. Lin Xian looked around curiously. This place was very unfamiliar. There were many stars around, and the power they emitted was too terrifying. Do you see the 4 stars in the distance? The great elder pointed to the distance and said. Seeing this, Lin Xian nodded his head as golden light circled his eyes. It was called the 4 soul stars. On the 4 stars, there were places for cultivation. A star was equivalent to a world. Using a world as a place for cultivation, this extraordinary scholar manner was really generous. Lin Xian swallowed his saliva. Sure enough, the extraordinary scholar manner far surpassed those sacred grounds. The first star was called the red refining star, which was a world of fire. The second blue star was called the ice refining star, which was a world of ice. The third was the gold refining star. The fourth was the earth refining star. These 4 worlds represented different directions of cultivation. Which one would you like to enter? The great elder continued. Yi Fei, Xue Ling, He Mo, you've already met them. Among them, Xue Ling went to the ice refining star, Yi Fei went to the gold refining star, and He Mo went to the fire refining star. There was no difference between these 4 stars. It just depended on which one was suitable for you. Lin Xian thought for a while and didn't choose immediately. Instead, he asked, I want to know, which star did Senior Yi Guqing choose? The great elder took a deep look at Lin Xian, then shook his head. He didn't choose any of these 4 stars. He didn't choose any of them? Lin Xian was stunned. The great elder pointed at the void in the middle of the 4 stars. He chose that one. Lin Xian was taken aback at first, then he activated his heavenly secret god eyes and looked into the void. The next moment, he was extremely shocked. There, he discovered another star. However, it was very dim. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. Lin Xian even suspected that if he hadn't used his heavenly fate god eye, he wouldn't have noticed that there was a star there. Not only was this star well hidden, but more importantly, Lin Xian discovered that it was actually cracked. More than half of the entire planet had been split open. Only 1/3 of it was still intact. In that world, there should be an incomparably terrifying canyon. As if seeing the confusion in Lin Xian's eyes, the first elder explained that the canyon had been split open by someone's sword. What? It was split open by someone. Was there someone who could split open a world of stars with a single sword strike? Lin Xian's eyelids twitched. He was also a swordsman, so he naturally knew how difficult it was to do that. An image appeared in his mind. A peerless figure, like a sword god, waved his hand and opened up a world of stars with a single sword strike. How spectacular was that? He clenched his fists and even trembled with excitement. He really hoped that one day, he would also be able to reach such strength. In the blink of an eye, the world had been reduced to ashes. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lin Xian took a deep breath. All right, then I'll go to the star that was split open. That star was called the Dark Star. It was a wasted star and could basically be considered abandoned. The dangers in that place were much more dangerous than the other 4 realms. Therefore, he had to be careful. The great elder waved his hand and threw a token to Lin Xian. Take it. When you return, you can activate the array formation above the ruins and directly teleport back to the full moon peak. Don't work too hard. As for the rest, you can explore it yourself. After the great elder finished speaking, he waved his embroidered robe. Lin Xian was wrapped in countless runes and laws as he rushed forward. He turned into a torrent and landed below the ruins with a bang. When he entered the world of ruins, the law of runes on his body disappeared. Around him, endless astral winds blew. It was extremely terrifying. These astral winds could easily tear through the void. When they hit Lin Xian's body, they emitted an earth-shaking sound. Lin Xian immediately activated the 9-yang divine body to resist the terrifying astral winds. At the same time, he adjusted his body and flew in the air. He probed with his soul and sensed his surroundings. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. The spiritual energy here was very chaotic. Indeed, although he had not comprehended the laws, he could still sense the power of various attributes. It was too chaotic. It was not a suitable place for cultivation. However, since Yi Guqing had come, it meant that there was value in this place. Lin Xian decided to investigate. His figure flashed, and countless sword lights surged out from his body, destroying the surrounding astral winds. His entire body turned into a meteor and rushed down. Whoosh, after landing, he looked around. The ground beneath his feet was grayish-brown. The surroundings were also gray. The mountains were gray, and the leaves were gray. The plants were also gray. It was as if the entire world had lost its vitality and luster. The surrounding space was filled with an oppressive and indescribable power. He did not doubt that if a weak person stayed here for a period of time, they would probably go crazy and collapse. Fortunately, his soul was strong and his willpower was firm, so the oppressive force around him did not affect him. Lin Xian's gaze turned, but he did not find the great crack. It seemed that he was not at the place where the Great Canyon bone crack was. However, he really wanted to see what the sword looked like. After flying for about 7 or 8 days, Lin Xian stopped. He saw a huge crack in front of him. He could not see the end of it. Moreover, it was bottomless. This should be the crack that was split open. Lin Xian walked forward and came to the cliff of the canyon. He narrowed his eyes and looked around. The energy around the canyon was even more chaotic. Moreover, as a swordsman, Lin Xian could acutely sense that there was still a trace of sword intent left in the canyon. Carefully sensing it, he could feel his heart palpitating. How frightening. Just what kind of person was able to do this? One sword split the stars. In the following days, Lin Xian did not leave the canyon. He stayed in the canyon to comprehend the sword intent. Although the remnant sword intent was already very weak. However, Lin Xian still carefully sensed it. Moreover, he found that the deeper he went into the canyon, the more terrifying the sword intent was. There were even some places that Lin Xian did not dare to casually step into. Buzz, suddenly, an unusually fierce energy wave came from under Lin Xian's feet, piercing the ground. Lin Xian's figure flickered, and he instantly dodged. Puff, the void where he was standing was split in half. A crack slowly disappeared. Someone? Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect someone to be hiding under his feet. In the next moment, he was stunned when he looked over. Because the person in front of him was different from what he had imagined. It couldn't even be called a human. The other party was translucent, bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. Although it had 4 limbs, its head was too ferocious. On its back, there were even a few sword chi that pierced the clouds as if it was going to tear the sky apart. What the hell was this? Lin Xian was stunned. He Tu's voice sounded in his ears. This was a sword spirit beast. He Tu was usually painted as an earring and hung in Lin Xian's ear. Usually, it could be used as a spirit boat, and when there was nothing to do, it could be used as a storage space. Hearing He Tu's words, Lin Xian was stunned. Sword spirit beast, it was formed from powerful sword chi, combined with sword intent, after various mutations. It was a mutated existence similar to a life form. Was it similar to the Moon Shadow Man in the Moon Palace? Lin Xian asked. Well, it could be understood that way. However, the Moon Shadow Man should be created. And these sword spirit beasts should be naturally grown. This canyon had been cleaved open by a peerless expert, and contained an extremely powerful sword intent. After countless years of changes, coupled with the energy of this waste planet, the sword spirit beast was born. Kid, be careful. This sword spirit beast was not weak. Moreover, it contained a kind of self-strengthening sword chi that could not be underestimated. So that's how it was. Lin Xian understood. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the translucent monster in front of him. The corner of his mouth raised into a smile. Very good, sword spirit beast. Let me feel just how strong your sword soul is. Roar. In front of him, the sword spirit beast let out a roar, shattering the void. It rushed over like a sword towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. He stood there quietly. When the sword spirit beast approached, he clenched his fist and punched out. Buzz, the sword spirit beast emitted a biting cold sword light, forming a sword curtain that enveloped Lin Xian. This power was indeed shocking. Even the invincible kings would feel their scalps go numb. Soon, Lin Xian was engulfed by the endless sword light, but in the next moment, the sword light was torn apart. A golden light shot up into the sky. Lin Xian swung his fist, shattering the sword screen and rushing out. Not only that, but the punch also landed on the sword soul beast, producing a loud clang. Wang, the sword spirit beast, was sent flying and let out a miserable roar. Half of its body had been smashed into nothingness. There was no blood, but the sword spirit beast was injured. His shattered sword energy slowly healed and reformed. It was obvious that he was furious. With a roar, he soared into the sky. His body emitted a biting cold sword chi as he quickly charged over. It was unbearable for the sword soul beast to be injured. Lin Xian snorted coldly and stepped forward. As the Nine Suns' divine fist moved, the void cracked open. The sword spirit beast was shrouded in endless golden light. Its miserable cries resounded through the 9 heavens. The sword spirit beast was strong, but unfortunately, Lin Xian was stronger. The 9 Suns' divine fist directly blew up the sword spirit beast with 3 punches. After being blown up, the sword spirit beast turned into a wisp of sword chi that drifted between heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian exclaimed in surprise. He waved his hand and caught the sword chi in his hand. What a biting cold sword chi! He wondered what would happen if the dragon sword spirit swallowed it. He summoned the dragon sword spirit and swallowed the wisp of sword chi. In the next moment, the dragon sword spirit let out a loud dragon roar as if it was very excited. This scene made Lin Xian's eyes light up. It seemed that the sword chi could provide the dragon sword spirit with power. That couldn't be better. Thinking of this, Lin Xian began to hunt the sword spirit beasts. In the next few days, Lin Xian wandered around the canyon. As long as he found a sword spirit beast, he would not let it go. Gradually, he went deeper and deeper. And this time, 10 sword spirit beasts appeared at the same time. The 10 sword spirit beasts were of different sizes, but each of them exuded a biting cold sword intent. As soon as they appeared, they surrounded Lin Xian tightly and let out an uneasy roar. In an instant, the 10 sword spirit beasts attacked. They instantly appeared in all directions around Lin Xian. The sword chi on their bodies turned into a peerless sword light and rushed over. Clang, the fire Qilin sword was unsheathed and Lin Xian held it in his hand. The long sword swept across all directions. 9 suns opened the sky. Under the sword, all the sword spirit beasts were cut in half. At the same time, a dragon head appeared on Lin Xian's body and swallowed all the sword chi formed by the sword spirit beasts. 99 sword chi, Lin Xian exhaled. He could sense that the dragon sword spirit had recovered a little. This made him very happy. Not only that, in the process of killing these sword spirit beasts, Lin Xian began to gradually comprehend and create some sword moves. Although these sword moves were not as earth-shattering as the 9 yang swordplay, they were the most suitable for him. Although they were just embryonic forms of sword moves, if others were here and heard it, they would be scared silly. How old was Lin Xian and he had already started to create his own martial arts? This was absolutely amazing. Lin Xian's sword was getting sharper and more straightforward. Simple and direct, this move was called one red dot by him. With a stab of the sword, the 7 sword spirit beasts in front of him split open between their eyebrows and their bodies turned into nothingness. If it was a human martial artist, a red dot would appear between their eyebrows and the person and soul would be instantly destroyed. This was a fatal blow, not giving the opponent's soul a chance to escape. After killing dozens of sword spirit beasts and swallowing their sword chi, Lin Xian frowned. He sensed a powerful aura in front of him. This aura was too strong, surpassing all the previous sword spirit beasts combined. Could it be that there was an even more terrifying sword spirit beast? He did not know. He decided to go down and investigate. After walking for an incense's time, Lin Xian finally came to a halt. In the next moment, a golden light burst out from his eyes as he stared at something not far away. It was a stalk of grass, half a meter tall. It was gray in color and was very similar to the surrounding scenery. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that this stalk of grass was too sharp, like a divine sword that was inserted into the ground. The aura it emitted made even Lin Xian's body tremble slightly. What kind of grass is this? It's too terrifying. Lin Xian was surprised. He felt a sharp, unyielding, and indestructible will from it. An ordinary stalk of grass grew on top of the sword chi, and together with the indestructible sword intent, it finally formed such a state. This was an incredible thing for a swordsman. He said. After Lin Xian heard this, he swallowed his saliva and a fiery light burst out from his eyes. Indeed, it was an incredible thing. This thing would be of great help to the improvement of his sword Dao. Therefore, he had to get this thing. Buzz, Lin Xian just stretched out his palm and grabbed in front of him. However, a biting cold sword chi in the sky slashed on the golden hand and shook his palm back. Lin Xian's pupils constricted as he felt a terrifying aura rushing towards him. Buzz, he turned into nothingness, and the place where he was originally standing was mercilessly torn apart. A translucent claw slowly disappeared. Lin Xian appeared in the air far off in the distance, frowning as he looked ahead. How terrifying! A sword soul beast appeared in front of him, but this sword soul beast was too terrifying. It was more than 10 times stronger than the sword soul beasts from before. Not only that, the aura on its body was too terrifying. And it looked like a dragon. A sword dragon with 18 sword chi on its back, flickering with a cold light like scales. The sword soul beast was simply too powerful. It had already surpassed a genius like the Fire Dragon King, Situ Xiaotian, and Yuan Kuei. This fellow already had 60,000 units of Archean power, right? Lin Xian sighed. He didn't expect that there would be such an existence in the canyon. If this sword soul beast was placed in the true spirit world, it could definitely sweep through the human race and Archean geniuses. Even if it was placed in the extraordinary warrior manner, ordinary monsters wouldn't be its opponent. It could be said that this was definitely a peerless beast. Below, the sword soul beast stared at Lin Xian, and a fiery red light appeared in its eyes. Had he developed emotions already? Kid, you have to be careful. He reminded. Lin Xian nodded. Just nice, those sword soul beasts from before didn't interest me. This one shouldn't disappoint me. The fire Qilin sword in his hand bloomed. Roar! Roar! The sword soul beast stared at Lin Xian and roared crazily. However, it didn't act rashly. Obviously, it should have sensed that the youth in front of it was very dangerous. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He also saw the other party's intention. This sword soul beast seemed to have its eyes on the grass. However, how could he give up? In the next moment, he looked at the huge monster in front of him and sneered. Use whatever means you have. If you don't, then obediently become my sword chi and provide energy for me. Lin Xian looked at him with a fiery gaze. If the great dragon sword soul were to devour this sword soul beast, it would probably be as powerful as all the other sword soul beasts combined. How could Lin Xian not be tempted? Hearing Lin Xian's words, the sword spirit beast roared angrily. It opened its mouth and spat out a sword wave. The sword waves were so dense that they completely enveloped the space where Lin Xian was. Boom, the space shattered as a destructive force tried to tear apart Lin Xian's body. He was indeed very strong. Lin Xian's fire Qilin sword was far more powerful than the previous sword spirit beasts. Lin Xian's fire Qilin sword turned into an arc in the air. Like a fire Qilin, it rushed out. It shattered the surrounding destructive energy. At the same time, he struck out with his sword. The sword light shone as if it was splitting the world apart. He charged toward the sword soul beast. Ding ding dang dang. The two began to fight. Lin Xian was an expert in sword Dao, and the sword spirit beast's sword chi was even sharper. He came from the sword intent that split the stars. Although it had been many years, it was still extremely terrifying. So when they fought, it was equivalent to two peerless swordsmen fighting. Sword chi versus sword chi. Each of them was like a real dragon, splitting the world apart and breaking everything. The two fought in the sky, and the battle was abnormally terrifying. Lin Xian did not use anything else. He only used his sword chi to fight against the sword soul beast because he wanted to hone his sword Dao. Red dot. Lin Xian stabbed out with his sword. This was a sword light that he had figured out himself. Sure enough, in the next moment, the sword chi stabbed toward the sword soul beast's glabella. Clang, the glabella of the sword soul beast cracked, and its body was almost split in half. However, its strength was incomparably strong, and in the end, it survived. With a roar, it turned into a demonic beast and roared to the 9 heavens. Its body was shrouded in sword chi, and the cracked glabella was restored again. Almost. Lin Xian sighed inwardly. It was a pity that he was still figuring out the red, and it was not perfect. Otherwise, this sword would have been able to kill the Sword Soul Beast. Buzz, the Sword Soul Beast roared, and the 18 sword spirits behind it flew out and turned into a divine sword that fell from the sky. With a boom, it collided with the blazing Qilin sword, causing it to tremble. The second and third sword spirits came. Lin Xian kept dodging, and at the same time, countless sword chi rushed out from his body to fight against the sword spirits. However, these 18 sword spirits were very terrifying. One of them hit Lin Xian, and Lin Xian was sent flying. That was interesting. Lin Xian laughed. This sword had slightly injured him, but he did not care at all. Instead, he quickly attacked again. One sword, another sword. Lin Xian's sword technique was getting fiercer and fiercer, and there were mysterious runes when he attacked. Puff, finally, this sword pierced the Sword Soul Beast's body, creating a hole. The Sword Soul Beast cried out in pain, and wanted to recover. However, Lin Xian would not let go of such a good opportunity. He used the 9 Suns sword technique, and all kinds of mystic skills were used. Finally, the Sword Soul Beast was shattered into pieces. Roar, the great dragon sword soul rushed out and absorbed the scattered sword chi. Lin Xian did not immediately take the sword-shaped grass. Instead, he sat down with his legs crossed and let the dragon sword spirit refine the sword chi. After about an hour, Lin Xian opened his eyes and stood up again. He looked at the sword-shaped grass. Next, it was time to collect the sword star grass. The sword chi on the sword-shaped grass was very powerful, and it was even more terrifying than the Sword Soul Beast. Therefore, Lin Xian had to be more careful. He opened his palms and formed one ancient seal after another, forming a cage and covering the area in front of him. However, when he was 10 meters away from the sword-shaped grass, the grass reacted, and its soft leaves fluttered in the wind. Tens of thousands of sword chi surged out in all directions, directly piercing through the few talismans that Lin Xian had sent out. So powerful. Lin Xian was surprised. He used the Azure Dragon Hand, and countless sword chi intertwined, forming a dragon head and grabbing forward. In an instant, the sword-shaped grass was covered. He used his strength and pulled out the sword-shaped grass. However, in the next moment, his expression changed. Not good, a powerful sword chi exploded from the sword-shaped grass. A gray sword chi pierced through the air and pushed back the Azure Dragon Hand, and rushed into the clouds. Lin Xian's palm was bleeding. He was shocked. What a terrifying sword intent, Lin Xian was shocked. This gray sword chi was like a godly red color, piercing through the air. It went straight into the clouds. Lin Xian's expression looked terrible. It seemed that he would need to do something to suppress the sword-shaped grass. Just as Lin Xian was about to attack again, the clouds in the sky started to roll, and the sound of air being pierced was heard. Streams of powerful auras gushed downwards. Someone was coming, Lin Xian frowned. He wanted to speed up, but the people above seemed to have sensed it. They roared, "How dare you!" A piercingly cold ray of light descended from the sky, shattering the void as it slashed downwards. 3 terrifying green silhouettes shot towards Lin Xian, entangling him. Lin Xian's face darkened. He didn't take the attack head-on. Instead, he moved his body to the side and dodged the 2 cold attacks. He raised his head and looked up. Above him, the void shattered, and a group of powerful people descended. They stood in the void, looking down at the ground. The sword intent of a blade of grass, what a horrifying sword chi, to have such a sword intent, this was definitely something good. The people who appeared all stared at the sword-shaped grass. "Congratulations, young Master Yun." "Congratulations," many people shouted excitedly at the white-clothed youth at the front. The young man in white smiled and nodded. "Hee hee, I'm so lucky. Looks like I can improve my sword Dao again. Hoodlum, go and bring me the sword-shaped grass." The young man in white said proudly. Beside him, there was a young man in a beast robe. After hearing the order, he flew downwards. When he was halfway, he was struck back by a sword. He screamed in pain, and blood dyed the sky red. "Ah!" Hoodlum's frantic screams rang out. The people above were stunned as well. The young man in white, young Master Yun's face darkened. The others roared. Damn it, who was it? Could it be that the power of the sword-shaped grass was so horrifying? No, someone did it. It was that guy. They stared at a young man in red on the side. Kid, was it you who did it? Their voices were cold. Many of them emitted a powerful aura. So unfamiliar. Who is he? I don't know. I'll just cripple him. Since he dared to attack us, we'll make him wish he was dead. These people's voices were cold and murderous. The young man in red on the ground was naturally Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian frowned. He looked at the people in front of him. He didn't know these people. From the pictures on their clothes, he couldn't tell which sect they were from. Were they from another mountain in the House of Prodigy? He didn't know either. However, the other party actually dared to snatch his things. This was something he could not tolerate. Therefore, in the next moment, he said coldly, that sword strike just now was a warning to you. This thing is mine. Hurry up and leave, don't force me to make a move. Hearing those words, the people above were stunned. What? Is it yours? These people looked up to the sky and laughed as if they had heard the funniest joke. Kid, do you know who you're talking to? Whatever we want, it's ours. How dare you compete with us? Obediently cripple your own hands, kneel on the ground, and await death, little doll. It seems like you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Which sect are you from? What an arrogant tone. Where are you guys from? Lin Xian countered. These people were very arrogant. This was already a blatant robbery. Listen carefully, we are from the Heavenly Clouds Mansion. This is our young Master Yun. If you know what's good for you, kneel here obediently. Otherwise, you're dead meat. Heavenly Clouds Mansion? Never heard of it. Lin Xian coldly shook his head. As I said, I found this thing first. Moreover, his guardian beast was also killed by me. This is my spoil of war, and no one is allowed to touch it. I'll give you one last chance, scram or die. Lin Xian's body emitted a biting cold killing intent. This answer stunned those people in the sky. Don't know them? Don't know the Heavenly Clouds Mansion? How is that possible? Since the other party could come here, it meant that they weren't trash. They must have some talent and strength. Then why haven't they heard of them? The next moment, the eyes of the white-clothed youth in the center burst out with a biting cold light. You're not from the Hero Star. What Hero Star? Lin Xian was also stunned. Could it be that these people were from other star worlds? If he didn't know before, then. Now, after entering the extraordinary warrior mansion, he knew that there were thousands of worlds in the universe. Their true spirit world was just one of them. In addition, there were many star worlds. It seemed that these people in front of him weren't from their true spirit world. Lin Xian's answer once again stunned those people above. The white-clothed youth's face sank. He's not from our hero star, he should be from other star worlds. Kill him. As his voice fell, in the sky, two figures cut through the void and rushed over. These two people were wearing battle armor that flickered with a metallic luster, blooming with mysterious runes. Two battle swords appeared in their hands, emitting a sonorous sound. The battle sword waved, and a terrifying sword chi enveloped Lin Xian. The other person's sword chi cut off all of Lin Xian's escape routes. Obviously, these two were Heaven's Pride experts. Their first move was a fatal blow. Moreover, they were very experienced and didn't give Lin Xian any chance to escape. Lin Xian snorted coldly, waved the fire scale sword, turned into a fire qilin, and flew into the void. On the other side, he formed a seal with his palm, turning it into a golden pagoda that suppressed the surroundings. With a boom, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The two people were sent flying, vomiting blood. Their faces were full of shock. Those in the sky were also stunned. What? This kid is so strong, oh, it's quite lively. At this moment, another mocking voice sounded. Then, on the other side of the sky, there was a fluctuation of energy, and a huge battleship flew over. On the battleship, there were a few figures with equally terrifying auras. Silver Fox, why are you here? Seeing the battleship and the people on it, young Master Yun also frowned. On the battleship stood a woman in a silver robe. Her hair was silver, and even her eyes were silver. Silver Fox heard this and chuckled. What a joke. These ruins don't belong to you. Why can't I come? There's a single sword star grass below. What a powerful sword intent. Silver Fox's eyes flickered as he stared below. Damn it, I found it. Young Master Yun shouted coldly. If you know what's good for you, take your people and leave quickly. Let me tell you, I brought a lot of people this time. I'm not afraid of you, is that so? Silver Fox narrowed his eyes when he heard this. Humph, below, Lin Xian snorted. Another one? Very well, I'll tell you the same thing. This sword is mine. Both of you, get out of here. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, and his body emitted a biting cold aura. A terrifying and monstrous force was about to erupt. In the sky, the people on the battleship were also stunned when they heard this. There's someone else? Who is this? Seeing that there's only one person, he must be from his previous life. This scene left them stunned. The people on the battleship looked at young Master Yun and the others. Young Master Yun snorted coldly. He's not from the hero planet. I wonder which planet he's from. Just kill him. Don't worry. Not from the hero planet? No wonder. Silver Fox nodded. A man behind her snorted. No wonder. How dare he talk to Master Silver Fox like this? In their world, no one dared to speak to them like this. However, even if you're not from the Heavenly Star, you'll still die if you go against Lord Silver Fox. Now, go to hell, the youth shouted coldly and waved his hand. A large silver palm descended from the sky like a giant mountain. On his palm, there were many mysterious runes. When Lin Xian saw this, he exclaimed in surprise. A hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. His figure swayed and dodged the attack. At the same time, he asked, Silver Clan, you actually know our identity? On the warship, Silver Fox was shocked. The youth who attacked was also surprised. The other party actually dodged his attack and recognized their identity. Who was this person? Lin Xian was even more shocked. The other party should be from the hero planet. But why would the hero planet have people from the Silver Clan? Could it be that the Silver Clan didn't only exist in the true spirit world? They existed in the myriad worlds. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. He suddenly remembered that Xiaojiu seemed to have said that some of the 10,000 ancient races were natives of the true spirit world. Another group came from the outer realms. It was just that it was so long ago that not many people knew about it. Now that Lin Xian came to the outer realms and saw the Silver Clan of other planets, he finally knew. It turned out that this saying was true. The myriad worlds in the outer realms also had the 10,000 ancient races. How strong were they? Have you ever been in a deep sleep? The Silver Clan, huh? How nostalgic. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. It's been a long time since I killed someone from the Silver Clan. Why, are you sure you want to do it today? Hearing this, the faces of the Silver Clan on the warship sank. The other party dared to kill them, and from the looks of it, the other party seemed to have killed someone from the Silver Clan before. Kid, no matter which planet you're from, you dared to kill someone from the Silver Clan. You've committed a heinous crime. Now, no one in the world can save you. The youth who attacked before walked out. His name was Silver Gray. At this moment, a silver spear appeared in his hand. He charged over like lightning. He brandished his silver spear, thrusting it towards Lin Xian's head. The first thing he did was to kill, and he showed no mercy. Lin Xian coldly snorted as he brandished his blazing Qilin sword and slashed at the silver spear, producing a thunderous sound. A huge crack appeared in space. This sword strike sent his opponent flying. You are no match for me. Lin Xian said indifferently, not taking the other party seriously at all. Damn it, Yin Hui was so angry that he vomited blood. He didn't expect his opponent to be so strong. A single strike was enough to force him back. Again, I didn't use my full strength just now. No need. Lin Xian shook his head. You can't do it. Don't let your master do it. He had his eyes on the woman called Silver Fox. He could feel a terrifying aura coming from Silver Fox. This kid was interesting. Although I don't know which star world you are from, you have piqued my interest. How about this? I won't make things difficult for you. I'll send out 3 palm strikes. If you can take 3 of my palms, I will turn around and leave. I don't want that stalk of grass anymore. If you can't, don't blame me for killing you. Speaking of this, Silver Fox's body exploded with a murderous aura that shot up into the sky. Silver runes appeared on her body one after another, spinning rapidly, making her look like an immortal. You think too highly of yourself. 3 palm strikes it is. Come on. Lin Xian waved his hand impatiently. Young Master Yun, are we going to make a move? On the other side, those people asked in a low voice. Young Master Yun shook his head slightly. There was no hurry. Let's take a look at Silver Fox first. Even though it was 3 palms, this kid might not even be able to block a single one of them. He might even be killed instantly. Don't forget that Silver Fox was the pride of the Silver Tribe. You should know how terrifying the Silver Tribe is. Hearing this, the Sky Prides behind him shuddered and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. Kid, you are very arrogant. Many people have been arrogant in front of me, but they have all gone to hell. You are no exception. Silver Fox looked at the figure below and slowly raised her hand. Take the first palm strike. As she spoke, she pressed her hand downward. Countless silver runes jumped on her palm. It was as if the sky was pressing down. This palm strike was much more powerful than the one Silver Ash had used before. Boom, in an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian. With a loud boom, the place where he was completely destroyed. The void shattered, the earth sank, and countless black holes appeared. Seeing this scene, the people of the Silver Tribe on the battleship looked up to the sky and laughed. Haha, I thought it was a powerful kid. I didn't expect that he couldn't even take 1 palm strike. Of course. How dare he attack our master Silver Fox? He must be tired of living. On the other side, the people of the Heavenly Cloud Mansion were also discussing. Young Master Yun snorted coldly. I knew that kid was trash. Our real opponent is Silver Fox. Is he that weak? Silver Fox shook his head as well. He lifted his gaze and no longer paid attention to it. She looked at young Master Yun in the distance. Those people were her real opponents. However, in the next moment, her beautiful face froze and her expression became stunned. A voice came from the void of the black hole below. Is this the power of the Silver Tribe's prodigy? That's all there is to it. What? Hearing this, Silver Fox's eyelids twitched wildly. The people of the Silver Tribe felt their scalps go numb. On the other side, the prodigies of the Silver Tribe were also stunned. Everyone hurriedly turned their heads and looked down. From the black hole below, a figure walked out. He was as golden as a god, and his body emitted thousands of rays of light. He's not dead? These people looked at the other party with a stunned expression. Many people's pupils shrank, and they screamed. He's not injured. How is that possible? If he's not dead, they can still take it, but he's not injured. What the hell? How can he not be injured? That was Silver Fox's attack. These prodigies knew how terrifying Silver Fox was. She could easily kill an invincible king with a single attack. However, the kid in front of them was not injured at all. What's going on? Damn it, his golden physique. What is this? Which world is he from? Silver Fox was also stunned. Soon, she sneered. It seems that I've underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be a body tempering expert. No wonder you dared to make this bet with me. I was careless for the first attack, but what about the next 2? You still can't take them. Silver Fox regained her confidence again. She was the prodigy of the Silver Tribe. What could be out of her control? Although there was a small accident earlier, she still had 2 more attacks left. Buzz, she raised her palm again. This time, countless runes intertwined and turned into a huge fox. It accompanied the palm and attacked. Her strength became terrifying again. Obviously, Silver Fox did not use her full strength last time. Celestial Fox Palm? That's a powerful skill. I didn't expect Silver Fox to be able to use it. Looks like that was a sure kill attack. That's for sure. Silver Fox has lost face for not being able to kill Lin Xian with 1 strike. Silver Fox will definitely kill him. The Sky Prides in the distance discussed. The people of the Silver Clan sneered again. So what if he's still alive? He's just an ant. Even if he dodged the attack, he'll still die. Boom, this time, the destructive power was even more terrifying than before. Huge black holes and cracks filled the sky. Apart from the starsward grass, there was basically no place that was intact. He should be dead this time, right? That's for sure. How can that kid survive after using the celestial fox palm? Unless he's not human? No matter how strong that kid is, he's just an invincible king. He can't turn the world around. This time everyone was confident. Not only Silver Fox's side, but young Master Yun's side was also confident. They all thought that Lin Xian was dead meat. You've become stronger, but that's all. Is that all you've got? If that's the case, I'm really disappointed. Below, a provocative voice came from the black hole again. What? He's not dead yet. Those people's eyelids twitched wildly, and they almost fell from the sky. How is that possible? Their eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost. He's not dead yet? That's the celestial fox palm. Impossible, I don't believe it. That kid must have used some secret technique to dodge it, right? The people of the Silver Clan roared crazily. They didn't believe that someone could withstand their celestial fox palm, not to mention that it was launched by Silver Fox herself. Silver Fox also frowned. 2 silver lightning bolts shot out from her beautiful eyes and pierced through the void. In the next moment, she saw the golden figure walk out again. The light on his body was still as bright as before. He's still not injured. These people are crazy. Which world is he from? How can he be so powerful? Could he be one of those super powerhouses from the ancient path of the stars? Thinking of that, their eyelids twitched. If he was really one of those people, they were really dead this time. Impossible. Young Master Yun shook his head as well. They all knew about the freakish geniuses on the ancient path of stars, but this guy was too unfamiliar. He wasn't one of them. This brat should have some kind of secret technique or treasure that allowed him to dodge the attack in an instant. Otherwise, his physical body alone would not be able to contend against the Skyfox palm. These people still refused to believe that Lin Xian had blocked the attack with pure physical strength. They did not know about Lin Xian, nor did they know about the 9-yang divine body. In their opinion, no one could compete with the Silver Clan in terms of physique. Lord Silver Fox, I'll kill him, this brat was too strange. A few of the Silver Race's prodigies gritted their teeth. Silver Fox frowned and a murderous aura appeared in her eyes. She shook her head slightly and said, "No need, I'll deal with him myself." In the next moment, her aura became fierce. Behind him, the shadow of a heavenly fox appeared. When its eyes opened and closed, they emitted a terrifying light. Her aura had also become even more terrifying. His silver hair fluttered in the wind. It was incomparably thick, and the void beneath his feet was bending. They could not withstand it at all. The prodigies in the distance trembled and shrunk their necks when they sensed this power. It was too terrifying, they probably would not be able to withstand the next attack at all. This brat had completely angered Silver Fox. They wondered what kind of technique Silver Fox would use this time. Needless to say, it would definitely be the Skyfox palm. The Silver Clan had many means and abilities. It would not be difficult for them to kill this brat. It was just that Silver Fox was not serious before. Silver lightning palm, this time, countless terrifying lightning bolts appeared on the other party's palm. This scene caused even young Master Yun to frown, and his expression became grave. Obviously, he had heard of the silver lightning palm. Moreover, it could pose a threat to him. This time, he would definitely be able to kill the other party. This brat's soul would probably dissipate. He should be proud of being able to die under the silver lightning palm. He deserved it. Who asked him to provoke Silver Fox? Everyone laughed coldly. The silver lightning palm slapped down from the sky. The sky collapsed and the earth trembled. Nothing could stop it. However, the outcome of the matter was beyond everyone's expectations. These people widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. They trembled, and many people's faces turned pale. Who was he? Who exactly was he? He must be a monster on the ancient path of stars. Otherwise, he could not be so powerful. Which world was he from? Why was he unharmed? These people were about to cry. Because they realized that under such a terrifying third palm, the other party was still unharmed. The people of the Silver Clan grabbed their hair. This time, other than anger, there was also a strong sense of fear in their eyes. Even Silver Fox's expression was incomparably serious. She knew that she had been careless. She had underestimated the other party. The other party was either extremely powerful or had a heaven-defying treasure in his hands. Regardless of which one it was worthy of her careful treatment. I didn't expect that I would be wrong today. You're still an expert. Very well, after 3 moves, I'll keep my promise. I won't attack you again, and I won't snatch the sword traversal grass. Silver Fox turned around and waved her hand. Let's go. In the sky, the huge battleship rumbled and was about to fly into the distance. Was she leaving? The people on young Master Yun's side also frowned. They did not expect Silver Fox to give up just like that. This made them heave a sigh of relief. Well, one less competitor. However, in the next moment, they were all stunned. Some of them even almost fell from the sky. Because the red figure below said indifferently, "Wait, did I say you could leave?" What? The people on young Master Yun's side were stunned. Silver Fox's body stiffened, and the huge battleship stopped in the air. The people of the Silver Clan turned their heads frantically, and a piercing cold light burst out from their eyes. Kid, what are you trying to do? How dare you stop us? Don't think that you can stop us. Don't think that you can be arrogant in front of us just because you took 3 of Master Silver Fox's palm strikes. The Silver Clan is the uncrowned king. You'd better think about the consequences of offending the Silver Clan. These people roared crazily. Silver Fox also turned her head, and her beautiful brows were tightly knitted. What? How dare you stop me? Lin Xian said with a smile. Since I took 3 of your palm strikes, why don't you take 1 of my punches? After saying that, he took a step forward, and the aura on his body changed instantly. It was dazzling before, but now it was piercingly cold. It was as if a peerless god of war was quickly awakening. His black hair was almost turning golden, and the red robe on his body was also shrouded in golden light. The golden fist was like the sun, flickering with dazzling light. A terrifying and ferocious power burst out from his body. How was this power possible? How could this kid release such a powerful force? The surrounding people sensed the terrifying power of the punch, and their expressions changed instantly. In the sky, the people of the Silver Clan also felt their hearts beat wildly. Silver Fox's face turned pale. How was this possible? Damn it! Silver Fox shouted coldly and struck out with her palm. At this moment, she did not dare to be careless. Her opponent's punch was too terrifying. Who the hell are you? She screamed crazily as she struck out with her palm. No one answered her. There was only a golden fist, carrying a golden holy light, rushing towards her. With a boom, the two collided in the sky. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. It was as if a great destruction had occurred. A terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. Oh no, hurry up and defend! These people instantly rushed out of the King domain, and their armor shone brightly. More people retreated. After waiting for a very long time, the energy in the sky finally started to slowly dissipate. Lin Xian retracted his fist and stood with his hands behind his back. A silver light bloomed in the sky. This warship was also an ancient treasure. The prodigies of the Silver Tribe could not stand properly. Many of them directly fell to the ground. Although a few of them were standing, their faces were extremely pale. In front of them was Silver Fox. At this moment, Silver Fox's body was trembling, and her right hand hung limply. There wasn't a trace of color on her beautiful face. Who the hell are you? Her eyelashes were trembling. The palm strike just now had directly shattered her right arm. She could not use any strength at all. If she was not a prodigy of the Silver Tribe, she would have been beaten up by now. But how could his physique be so strong? Who the hell was he? How could he suppress the physique of the Silver Tribe? She was going crazy. Looking at the shocked faces of the people around him and Silver Fox's ugly smile, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. You don't have the right to know who I am. Get lost, I don't want to kill you today. Although these words made the prodigies of the Silver Tribe angry, they did not dare to say anything. Silver Fox took a deep breath and tried to control her anger. But in the end, she did not make a move. Good boy, I'll remember you. The next time we meet, I won't let you go so easily. Let's go. Silver Fox shouted coldly. The huge warship turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the void. Silver Fox actually left just like that. Young Master Yun's men were dumbfounded. Silver Fox was such a strong woman that even they had to be careful when facing her. He didn't dare to be impudent. But now? Silver Fox was actually provoked by the other party. After punching him, he didn't do anything and just left. This was truly inconceivable. There was only one possibility. Silver Fox was afraid of the kid in front of him. However, this result was even more unbelievable to them. One has already left. What about you guys? To die or to leave? Lin Xian looked at him. Under Lin Xian's gaze, the sky prides in the sky trembled. Previously, they had disdained such a person. But now, Lin Xian had forcefully received 3 of Silver Fox's palms and injured him with one punch. Such strength was enough to shock and even terrify them. Young Master Yun, many geniuses had ugly expressions on their faces as they asked the young man in white for his opinion. Young Master Yun's face darkened. Humph, a bunch of trash. I'll do it myself. Although Silver Fox had left, he would not leave. The star's-word grass below was very tempting to him. If he could obtain it, his swordsmanship would improve once again. So what if the other party injured Silver Fox? In his opinion, Silver Fox was an idiot. She was just careless. If Silver Fox had used all her strength from the beginning and fought seriously, she probably wouldn't have lost. He would never make such a mistake. Kid, I admit that you've exceeded my expectations. You're very strong, but you're still no match for me. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. You can be proud that you'll die under my white cloud sword. Young Master Yun walked out and drew a long sword. The long sword was incomparably white, as if it was condensed from the feathers of an angel. It emitted an ethereal aura. At this moment, young Master Yun's figure also changed. He seemed to have merged with the clouds and was illusory. In an instant, tens of thousands of young Master Yun's figures appeared in the sky and on the ground. Each of them was illusory. However, each of them was incomparably real. It was impossible to tell where the real one was. Kid, no one has been able to leave alive after entering my white cloud sword. You're very unlucky. Now, go to hell. The tens of thousands of illusory figures spoke at the same time. Each of them seemed to be real. Hee, I didn't expect this kid to be so stupid. He entered young Master Yun's white cloud sword so easily. That was for sure. He probably didn't know how powerful young Master Yun was. No matter what, entering young Master Yun's white cloud sword formation was equivalent to having one foot in hell. It would be difficult for him to come out again. In the distance, those people sneered. Lin Xian frowned. Looking at the countless illusory figures around him, he snorted coldly. White cloud sword formation, you're courting death if you want to compete with me in swordsmanship. Buzz, he clasped his 10 fingers together. Sword waves flashed on his fingertips. Then, he flicked his finger. With him as the center, the sword waves swept out in all directions. Bang, bang. Bang, the sword waves that filled the sky cut through the void and hit the illusory figures. The illusory figures quickly shattered. Sword waves? Is he a swordsman? The sky prides in the distance exclaimed. Isn't this kid a body cultivator? They had seen Lin Xian's powerful physique before, so they thought that Lin Xian was a body cultivator. But now, Lin Xian actually released such a biting cold sword wave, it surprised them. Who the hell was this kid? In the sky, the tens of thousands of illusory figures disappeared. At that moment, a voice descended from the sky. Kid, you guessed wrong. Go to hell. The person who descended from the sky was young Master Yun. Although he was also shocked by how his opponent could release such a biting cold sword wave, it was no longer important. He could take his opponent's life with this sword. I've been guarding against you for a long time. Lin Xian waved his hand and grabbed at the air in front of him. The golden hand rushed forward like a mountain. With a clang, the white cloud sword slashed at the golden hand, creating countless sparks. What? It didn't shatter? Young Master Yun's pupils shrank as he quickly retreated. He didn't expect his opponent's physique to be so strong. He had actually managed to block his sword. This was unbelievable. Is he still human? However, he was a top-notch expert. As he retreated, he had already performed his follow-up sword techniques. Densely packed, they pierced towards Lin Xian. He didn't believe that his opponent's physique was so strong. He could defend against it. Buzz, Xianxia didn't take it head-on. He pulled out the blazing Qilin sword and waved it, letting out a dragon's roar. Clang, the flaming sword swept out, transforming into tens of thousands of illusory figures. The white cloud sword collided. It's here, this kid is indeed a swordsman. The Skyprides exclaimed. Young Master Yun's pupils shrank. He could feel a biting cold and vast power coming from his opponent's sword. The white cloud sword that hit him was buzzing and trembling. Heaven and earth became ethereal. Young Master Yun's figure became even more illusory. His sword techniques were even more unpredictable. An unbelievable attack to kill Lin Xian. Buzz, golden light flickered on Lin Xian's body as mysterious runes bloomed one after another. The power of the nine-yang divine body was fully manifested. The sword chi was completely blocked by him. Not only that, the blazing Qilin sword in his hand came to life like a fire dragon, sweeping in all directions. What kind of sword technique was that? Young Master Yun's body trembled. He would have been injured if it weren't for his extraordinary strength and ethereal sword technique. Even so, when Lin Xian's sword collided with his long sword, his blood boiled and he was almost injured. Not to mention attacking, he found it hard to believe that the other party was so powerful. Infinite Golden Cloud Strike. It was another sure kill move. The sword light tore through the golden light in the sky and pierced toward Lin Xian's heart. The void shattered. Lin Xian retreated, but the light on his body became even colder. It turned into wisps of golden sword light that shot into the sky. The blazing Qilin sword in his hand slashed in front of him. Boom, the two long swords intertwined in the sky. Lin Xian blocked the sure kill move. Not only that, he used the nine-yang sword technique and sent Lin Xian's long sword flying. Impossible. How can you be so powerful? One of young Master Yun's arms was shattered. He was shocked and felt that his life was in danger. Who was Lin Xian? How could his sword technique be better than his? I said it before. Either get lost or die. If you don't get lost, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. He was like a god of war, and a dragon's roar came from his body. Red dot. He used his self-created sword technique and split Lin Xian's glabella. Ah! Lin Xian screamed miserably. Lin Xian's body was shattered, but a strange jade pendant cracked between his eyebrows and protected his soul. Young Master Yun hurriedly retreated. Run, run! Young Master Yun didn't dare to say anything else. That was his trump card. It was used to save his life. If it wasn't for that thing, he would be dead by now. Therefore, he didn't dare to fight anymore. He turned into a ray of sword light and rushed into the sky to escape. The elites around him were dumbfounded. What was going on? Young Master Yun escaped? Oh God, young Master Yun was defeated. This was impossible. These people were all crazy. Let's go too. Feeling Lin Xian's gaze, these people felt their scalps go numb and left in terror. For a moment, there was no one left in the canyon. Humph, Lin Xian coldly snorted. With a flick of his finger, a formation shot out, enveloping the surroundings. In the next moment, a sharp glint flashed across Xianxia's eyes as he stared at the starsward grass in front of him, preparing to collect it. His eyelids twitched, and the golden runes in his eyes automatically spread out. Who was it? Get your ass out here, Lin Xian roared. He clenched his hand into a fist and punched to the left. With a boom, the void shattered, and a figure landed lightly. He was not injured at all. Good lad, your soul is quite sharp. You can actually discover my existence. Who are you? Lin Xian frowned and turned to look behind him. Behind him was a gray-robed old man with a hunched nose and a cold smile on his face. There was a trace of passion in his eyes. Clearly, the other party was also eyeing the sword flow grass. Hiding the head and showing the tail, sneaking around. Who exactly are you? Lin Xian frowned. Previously, he did not sense the existence of this person. If the other party had not been agitated and leaked his aura, he would not have known that there was someone beside him. This old man was so sinister. Little guy, your strength is not bad. Your physique is strong, and your swordsmanship is high. I didn't expect that someone like you would appear on the ancient path of stars. However, I'm a stranger to you. Which world are you from? Tell me and see if I know you. Perhaps, if I know your sect, I can spare your life. Spare my life? What arrogance! Lin Xian sneered. The gray-robed old man was not angry. I know that you can injure Silver Fox and almost kill young Master Yun. Unfortunately, you will still die if you face me. My strength is above that of those two little kids. So, tell me where you are from. Give me your physique cultivation method and abhijna. If I'm in a good mood, I might spare your life. Lin Xian also frowned. He did not expect that after defeating young Master Yun and Silver Fox, another mysterious old man would come. Moreover, this old man's strength was much stronger than the previous two prodigies. However, it was impossible for him to hand over the sword flow grass and the 9-yang divine body. Lin Xian turned his head and stared at the gray-robed old man. It seemed that he had to make a move. The blazing Qilin sword in his hand shone again. You dare to make a move against me? Boy, I have to say that you are quite brave. However, those who have made a move against me are already wandering in hell. Are you sure you want to make a move? The gray-robed old man sneered. He did not think that the young man in front of him was his opponent. To be honest, I think you are quite talented. In a few thousand years, you might become a half-saint. However, you are courting death now. In that case, I can only mercilessly kill you. A gray light emerged from the gray-robed old man's body, carrying an aura that could devour everything, shattering the void. The gray aura formed a gray flood dragon that circled around his body. The moment the gray flood dragon appeared, it was as heavy as 10,000 pounds, causing people's bodies to tremble. Lin Xian's blood qi also quickly surged. He knew that this was a difficult opponent, so he did not dare to be careless. The blazing Qilin sword stabbed out, turning into an eternal light. You are courting death. The gray-robed old man waved his hand, and the gray flood dragon on his body charged out. The two collided, and the sound was deafening. Terrifying power surged like a vast ocean, surging. A radius of 1,000,000 miles was completely enveloped. The two were too fast, and their attacks were so terrifying that only two shadows could be seen colliding in the sky. After dozens of moves, the gray-robed old man was furious. Get lost, the gray flood dragon on his body roared into the sky, and in an instant, it transformed into hundreds of thousands of miles long, suppressing the void, wanting to completely shatter Lin Xian. This power was too strong. Invincible kings could not block it, but Lin Xian blocked it. The 9-yang divine body bloomed with light, like a golden god of war. He blocked it. The gray-robed old man's face turned ugly. What kind of body refinement technique was this? Why had he never heard of it? I must get this body refinement technique. The gray-robed old man's eyes lit up. He formed a seal with his palms, and the gray flood dragon above his head bloomed with divine power and rushed down. With a bang, it collided with Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian was knocked back, the blood qi in his body churning, and the 9-yang divine body almost split open. Damn it, this old man is too strong. 9-yang divine sword, he used the 9-yang sword technique to contend with it. The biting cold sword qi blocked the gray flood dragon once again, but the old man opened his mouth and spat out a palace. The palace grew larger and larger, standing in the void, and was dilapidated. Although it was dilapidated, the divine power on it was even more terrifying than the gray flood dragon. There were many mysterious runes on it. At this moment, they were emitting a dazzling light. When those runes appeared, heaven and earth trembled. The void within millions of miles started to boil. Oh no, these are the runes of a sage. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He had seen these runes before, and now he saw them again. This time, the runes of a sage were much more powerful than the ones he had seen before. Obviously, it was left behind by an ancient sage. This was a very terrifying thing that had surpassed a half-sage artifact. In the sky, the runes on the broken palace flickered. There was even a hazy figure floating inside, as if it was the ruler of the heavens. Suppress, the gray-robed elder sneered and formed a seal with his palms. In the sky, countless sage runes fell and suppressed the nine-yang sword technique. In fact, there were even a few runes that caused cracks to appear on Lin Xian's body. However, the nine-yang divine body was so powerful that it instantly recovered. This scene shocked the gray-robed elder. Soon, he sneered again. Kid, so what if you have a powerful physical body? Watch me destroy your soul. He formed another seal with his palms. The gray flood dragon in the sky dragged the broken ancient palace and emitted an even more terrifying aura. In the ancient palace, a hazy figure appeared. The figure opened its eyes with a whoosh. Suddenly, divine light sprinkled down from the sky. This was a killing blow to the soul. As expected, Lin Xian felt a strong impact on his soul, as if it was about to be torn apart. Heavenly secret divine eyes, a golden eye appeared and blocked the mysterious figure in the ancient palace. He blocked it? The gray-robed elder was shocked. He did not expect Lin Xian to have such a terrifying soul and eye technique. In his opinion, he should first use the soul attack in the ancient palace to severely injure Lin Xian's soul. Then, he would summon Lin Xian's soul and search it. That way, he would be able to obtain Lin Xian's secrets. However, he did not expect Lin Xian to block it. Soul attack? Have a taste of mine. Lin Xian snorted. A crescent moon appeared in his left eye. Buzz, as soon as the moon soul appeared, it emitted a terrifying light that streaked across the void. The hazy figure in the mysterious ancient palace trembled and cracks appeared. Not good, the gray-robed old man's expression changed drastically. He retreated continuously and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with shock. What was that? Moon soul. Damn it. You're from the House of Prodigies. Who are you? The gray-robed elder was stunned. He didn't expect his opponent to use moon soul so quickly. This should be the power of the full moon peak, but who was it? The prodigies of full moon peak were no match for him. Unless it was the top few. Huangfu Beidian? Warhamo, no, you are not the black demon. It is said that the black demon has a monstrous demonic aura, as if he is the demon king. Could it be that you're Huangfu Beidian? The gray-clothed old man gnashed his teeth in anger. Huangfu Beidian was the #1 disciple of the full moon peak. He was incomparably mysterious and would only appear in very few competitions. Who could have thought that the other party would actually make his way here? You actually know about the full moon peak. Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't expect full moon peak to be so famous. He had only used moon soul, and the other party had already recognized it. But unfortunately, the other party was still wrong. He wasn't the black demon, nor was he Huangfu Beidian. Unfortunately, I'm not Huangfu Beidian. What, you're not Huangfu Beidian? Then who are you? This time, the gray-robed elder was even more shocked. When did such a terrifying prodigy come to the full moon peak? Why didn't he know? Since you're not Huangfu Beidian, then don't blame me for killing you mercilessly. The gray-robed elder wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a piercing cold light burst out from his eyes. Kill me? You don't have that ability. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and his golden eyes became even brighter. At the same time, a dragon's roar came from his body, and dragon-shaped sword chi appeared, enveloping all directions. Buzz, activating the God's Eye of Weather, Moon Soul and the Soul Ignition secret technique quickly rushed forward. Not good, sensing the terrifying soul attack, the gray-robed elder's pupils constricted. He hurriedly used the broken ancient palace to block in front of him. At the same time, he ordered the gray flood dragon beside him to attack. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly, and his body was covered in flames. Like a god, he rushed out with the killing sword in his hand. The nine-yang sword art was bold and powerful, and the terrifying sword chi was vast and mighty. The broken ancient palace trembled, and cracks appeared on it. Roar, the huge gray flood dragon charged over like a demon. It was as if it was a peerless beast with shocking power. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and raised his hand to send out a dragon-shaped sword chi to contend with the gray flood dragon. The two collided, and a shocking shockwave burst out. Everywhere it passed, the void collapsed, and nothing could stop it. The gray-robed elder was shocked. How could his opponent have such powerful strength? First, it was his physique, then his soul-eye technique, and now his sword technique was so strong, it could block his king's domain. Fortunately, he had a simple and dilapidated ancient palace. Otherwise, he would have been struck by those soul-eye techniques. Damn it, who was this kid? Apart from Vhumad and the Black Demon, there was someone so powerful on the full moon peak. He thought of Xue Ling, Yi Fei, and the others. But Xue Ling was a woman, and Yi Fei specialized in flying daggers, while the other party specialized in sword techniques. Therefore, after thinking about it, he realized that the top prodigies of the full moon peak did not match the person in front of him at all. Boom! At this moment, an earth-shattering sound made the elder's eyelids twitch. He no longer wanted to know the other party's identity, and his face became extremely ugly. The dilapidated ancient palace that he had summoned was split open. The sword was shattered, and a huge crack appeared, trying to tear the entire ancient palace apart. The terrifying demon-like phantom inside also slowly disappeared. Puff, the gray-robed elder suffered a backlash, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood as he kept retreating. The broken ancient palace flew back into his body, and Lin Xian walked up with the killing sword again. Damned brat, you actually managed to break my ancient palace. The gray-robed elder's face was ugly. He flipped his hand, took out 2 red pills, and swallowed them. A surge of energy erupted from his body and healed his injuries. At the same time, his eyes became even colder. It seems that you're a great enemy. I can't let you stay here today. As he spoke, the black dragon was sent flying by the sword chi and returned to his side. The gray-robed elder opened his mouth again and spat out a black chariot. The chariot had a ferocious ghost face painted on it, and it was extremely terrifying. As soon as it appeared, it carried a destructive aura. Fuse, with a furious roar, the black chariot and the gray dragon fused, releasing light and turning into a dragon chariot. Go to hell, brat. The dragon chariot emitted streaks of black light, each of which was thousands of miles long. It was extremely terrifying. In the end, the black light that filled the sky turned into a black river that descended from the sky. Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect the other party to have such a trump card. The gray flood dragon was the other party's king domain, and this black war chariot should also be a great Dharma treasure. The runes on it were also the work of a saint. The combination of the two was truly terrifying. Where did this old man come from? He didn't know. However, Lin Xian was still filled with killing intent. If they wanted to compete with their trump cards, then so be it. The moon soul was once again struck out by him, but this time, the black flood dragon war chariot was too powerful. Even the moon soul only blocked it for a moment and didn't completely repel it. This scene made the gray-robed elder laugh out loud. Kid, it seems that your moon soul isn't that powerful. It seems that you should be at full moon peak not long ago. Since that's the case, you can die now. The black war chariot charged over like a god of death, causing the entire world to boil. Bang, Lin Xian slapped out, and the golden palm exploded, sending the black war chariot flying. He had taken a fancy to this thing, so he didn't plan to break it. Buzz, he used his extreme speed, and the sword chi on his body soared into the sky as he charged towards the gray-robed elder. The sword chi surged and circled above Lin Xian's head, forming 10,000 dragons. After superimposing, they turned into the 10,000 dragons diagram. It pressed down from the sky. This scene was simply too realistic. The dragon roar sounded, and the sword chi soared into the sky. When the gray-robed elder saw this scene, he screamed. 10,000 dragons diagram, damn it, this is the emperor weapon of the nest of 10,000 dragons, how could you, you're from the dragon race, he was scared silly. With a boom, he was sent flying. His body was pierced by dozens of sword chi, and bloody holes appeared one after another, making the old man look miserable. No, it's not an extreme weapon. He came back to his senses. If it was really an extreme weapon, a wisp of its aura would be enough to kill him completely. But now, he was only seriously injured. Who exactly are you? You can actually evolve the 10,000 dragons diagram. The gray-robed elder gritted his teeth. The person who killed you. Lin Xian didn't answer at all. The sword chi on his body surged again, and the 10,000 dragons diagram transformed into a bronze cauldron that descended from the sky. The celestial emperor's cauldron. The gray-robed elder was scared out of his wits once again. He was almost scared silly. Celestial Emperor Yi was an extremely terrifying great emperor who had swept through the universe. It was not just the people of the true spirit world who had heard of it. The other planets and realms all knew of his legend. They naturally recognized the Celestial Emperor Cauldron. Who was that kid? Could it be that he was a descendant of the Emperor clan? It could actually evolve into an extreme weapon. He was going crazy. That was because while he could simulate the appearance of an extreme Dao weapon, the power of the weapon was something that he could not see clearly. However, the Celestial Emperor Cauldron in front of him was truly incomparably vast, suppressing all realms. That biting cold aura almost scared him out of his wits. He frantically drove the Black Dragon War Chariot, wanting to rush back and rescue him. However, how could Lin Xian let him have his way? He reached out his left hand, which seemed to have turned into a golden crow, cutting off the void and blocking the Flood Dragon Chariot. On the other side, Lin Xian frantically activated the Celestial Emperor's Cauldron to suppress Shi Futian. In the end, the gray-robed elder was defeated by Lin Xian. His body was reduced to ashes, and his soul was also pierced by the sword chi. Don't kill me. You can't kill me. I'm from the Sirius Star. If you kill me, you're dead meat. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Xian killed him. He had never heard of the Sirius Star. So what if he had heard of it? He even dared to kill the geniuses of the ancient royal family, let alone the Sirius Star. Lin Xian did not care at all. After killing the old man, Lin Xian stared at the black war chariot in the sky. Since the gray-robed elder was dead, the flood dragon also disappeared. However, the war chariot still stayed in midair. The aura it emitted was very terrifying. The black war chariot was even more terrifying than a half-step sage artifact. It was indeed a treasure. Lin Xian was delighted. With it, it would be much more convenient for him to fly. Moreover, it could also attack. The black earth was now more of a storage ring, and it had the same function as cultivation. Therefore, Lin Xian wanted to use the black war chariot as an offensive Dharma treasure. The sole imprint of the grey-robed elder was left on the black war chariot. It was very terrifying. However, under the erosion of the heavenly secret divine eyes, Lin Xian successfully subdued the black war chariot a day later. Then, he looked at the grey-robed elder again. After the grey-robed elder died, all that was left was a storage ring. The dilapidated ancient palace in his body also shattered into pieces. This made Lin Xian feel a little regretful. He put away the old man's storage ring and turned to look at the sword traversal grass. This time, he could finally collect it. No one would be able to disturb him anymore. Lin Xian began to collect the sword traversal grass. On the other side, there was a huge uproar on Full Moon Peak. The top geniuses of the Moon Palace had returned. Yuan Kuei and Lu Yanan had also returned. The moment they returned, they brought a piece of shocking news. Lin Xian had comprehended the moon spirit, and he did so in 2 hours. When the news came out, the entire Full Moon Peak went crazy. Those monsters came out of seclusion one after another. What? Comprehending the moon spirit in 2 hours? Don't joke around, are you idiots? Even the HMO had comprehended it for a month. 2 hours, water must have entered your brain. Whoever believed this was an idiot. These people did not believe it. However, there were also some people who believed it. Because Lu Yanan was also there. Lu Yanan was a super genius ranked 9th on Full Moon Peak. How could her words be false? However, 2 hours was too shocking. These people still could not accept it. Not only Full Moon Peak, but the people of the other 3 peaks were also discussing this matter. Have you heard? That Lin Xian comprehended the moon spirit in 2 hours. 2 hours? You believe such a joke? That's right, HMO had comprehended it for a month. How could 2 hours be possible? It must be a rumor. Ignore it. These people also shook their heads. Lin Xian did not know that his comprehension of the moon spirit in 2 hours had caused a huge uproar in the House of Extraordinary Warriors. At this moment, he stood up with a smile on his face. Although his face was pale, his eyes were extremely bright. Because he had successfully subdued the sword-shaped grass. The great dragon sword spirit had swallowed the powerful sword chi on the grass, causing his strength to increase again. The grayish grass withered and turned into ashes, vanishing into thin air. Lin Xian was about to leave, but at the next moment, he exclaimed softly. He waved his hand and a strong storm blew away the dust around him. He found something under the grayish grass. He walked over carefully and used his finger like a sword. A few sword chi swept across and the ground cracked. This is, Lin Xian was surprised. He found a huge stone tablet under the grass. There were sword marks on the tablet. There were 13 sword marks in total. This is? Lin Xian took a look and his body trembled slightly. It was as if his entire body was pierced by the sword chi. How terrifying, 13 sword marks, how could it be so powerful? How many tens of thousands of years had passed? Lin Xian was shocked. No wonder the grass could condense such a powerful sword chi. It was growing on the stone tablet. The 13 sword scars seemed to be left behind by a set of sword techniques. Lin Xian began to comprehend and recreate the terrifying sword technique. He spent more than a month comprehending it. On the other side, the full moon peak was also bustling with noise and excitement. That was because the annual ranking was about to begin. These people were all monstrous geniuses, and the ranking was extremely important to them. Moreover, the ranking also determined whether they could comprehend the wordless mountain stele. Only the top 3 could comprehend it. Therefore, those top geniuses were all on steroids. Those who were ranked lower were also very excited. That was because there would be rewards for each ranking. Wang Fengfeng's rewards made these geniuses jealous. Who do you think will make it to the top 3 this time? Needless to say, the top 3 rarely changed. You know how terrifying Huang Fubadian, who was ranked first, was. Who would dare to challenge Hmo, who was ranked second? As for Xue Ling and Yi Fei, it might not be certain. Xue Ling's ice and Yi Fei's saber were indeed full of surprises. Wang Ji, who was ranked 5th, was also not to be underestimated. His sword technique was very terrifying. Discussions broke out one after another. Oh right, I remember that a few months ago, there was a newcomer who wanted to challenge Hmo. Are you talking about Lin Xian? Yes, it's him. He's the kid who stirred up the 9 heavy waves. I wonder how strong he is. That kid is just showing off. Although he's talented, how did his strength change so drastically in the past few months? I'm afraid he can't even make it to the top 10. Top 10? You think too highly of him. He might not even make it to the top 20. Some people sneered. This kid still dares to come? If he dares to come, our Lord Hmo can kill him with one slap. There was no need for a slap. Lord Black Demon could kill him with just a glance. If the first elder didn't stop him last time, that kid would have been seriously injured and probably wouldn't be able to come down for 8 to 10 years. Where there were people, there would be martial arts, and there would be factions. Hmo was powerful, and Full Moon Peak was ranked 2nd. In addition, Full Moon Peak was ranked 1st and rarely appeared. It could be said that Hmo could basically crush all the young geniuses of Full Moon Peak. This caused many people to rely on him to survive. The geniuses who were sneering were all Hmo's subordinates. There was no need for Lord Hmo to make a move. A genius walked out. He had a purple horn on his head. When the youth appeared, everyone trembled. Unicorn King. It's him. He was ranked 20th. There were also people who retorted. That brat could even contend against Situ Xiaotian. You really don't have any chance of winning against him. As soon as these words came out, Situ Xiaotian was very displeased. Indeed, Fang Xingzhan's previous exchange with him had stunned him. 2. This genius was extremely frightening. The blue wings on his back were filled with mysterious runes. However, another piece of news soon spread out. How is this possible? The Sky Pride sucked in a cold breath. Yuan Kuei was ranked 15th. He was extremely powerful and even stronger than King Blue Wing. Impossible, King Blue Wing snorted. How could that kid defeat Yuan Kuei? Did any of you see it? Everyone fell silent when they heard this. It was said that the battle took place in the Moon Palace. Only the people of the Moon Palace saw it. Damn it, why didn't I go to the Moon Palace that day? I actually missed such a battle. Some people regretted it very much. Hey, most people sneered. Stop bragging. It was impossible for that kid to defeat Yuan Kuei. Sure enough, when someone asked Yuan Kuei, he snorted coldly and didn't say anything. After all, it was a very embarrassing thing. He wouldn't admit it. Yuan Kuei's silence made this matter even more puzzling. Did you see that? Yuan Kuei didn't care at all. How could that kid defeat Yuan Kuei? He couldn't even make it into the top 20. Just wait. When he comes, I'll definitely kill him easily. The geniuses on He Mo's side were very arrogant. Days passed, and another half a month passed. There were still 3 days before the ranking competition began. However, Lin Xian hadn't come yet. Could it be that this brat had forgotten? He probably didn't know at all. What? That kid must be afraid. Let's see how he dies after offending Lord He Mo. They originally thought that he was a character, but they didn't expect him to be a coward who didn't even dare to come to the competition. Just a few months ago, he swore to provoke our Lord Black Demon. Does he even have the qualifications to do so? The geniuses under He Mo sneered. He Mo also came out of seclusion. When he heard the news, he snorted disdainfully. It was just an ant, not worthy of his attention. He only had one opponent this time, and that was Huangfu Beidian. At his position, he was already qualified to comprehend the moon-gazing wordless steel, but he was not satisfied. He was very ambitious. He wanted to obtain first place in the moon-gazing peak and then comprehend the moon-gazing wordless steel. After defeating the North Demon and becoming first place in the extraordinary Scholar Mansion, he would enter the ancient starry sky path and kill in all directions. He Mo wasn't the only one who came out. Xue Ling, Yi Fei, Wang Ji, and the others all came out. It was the same for Lu Yanan. She took a deep breath as she looked at the powerful figures. She wondered how terrifying those monsters in front of her would be this time. The other monstrous geniuses were also excited. However, there were also people who sighed. It was difficult. If one wanted to participate in the ranking competition, 50,000 Archean power was a barrier. One's strength had to reach 50,000 Archean power before they were qualified to participate in the ranking competition. That was indeed the case. Only the top 49 people on the moon-gazing peak ranking list. Other than these people, the others had to pass the test and obtain the qualifications to challenge the ranking competition. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have the qualifications to participate in the ranking competition. 50,000 Archean power was probably the top level of geniuses in the outside world. They could sweep through the human race. It was also an extremely powerful existence among the 10,000 ancient races. However, in the extraordinary Scholar Mansion, it was only the upper level. It wasn't even the top. For example, Yi Fei, Xue Ling, and the others were definitely above 55,000 Archean power. He Mo should be even higher. There was also the first place, Huangfu Beidian, who was rumored to be above 60,000 Archean power. However, no one knew what level he had reached. Perhaps in this competition, only He Mo could make Huangfu Beidian take him seriously. Another day passed. On this day, many people had obtained the qualifications. Among them, there were some new geniuses who had also obtained the qualifications. There were geniuses from the nest of 10,000 dragons, as well as those from the Divine Emperor Spirit and the Fire Spirit Cave. These Archean geniuses were not of the core bloodline, so they took the path of the extraordinary Scholar Mansion. Apart from them, there were also some from the ancient royal families. There were relatively few from the human side. But there were also some. There was a prodigy from the Daoi Sacred Ground and the Dian Sacred Ground. Although there were fewer people, the strength they displayed was also very strong. These people were very excited after receiving the challenge quota. However, when they learned that Lin Xian had stirred up a storm on the full moon peak, they fell silent. It seemed that no matter where he went, he was a dazzling figure that they could only look up to. However, there was one thing that worried them. Because Lin Xian had yet to appear. There was still one more day. That kid probably wouldn't appear. That was for sure. The successor of the 9 sons and the successor of the great dragon was just a coward. Humph, how could this kid be a match for our Lord Black Demon? This time, the first place will definitely be our Lord Black Demon. Of course, Lord Black Demon would definitely reach the peak and comprehend the full moon wordless steel. This kind of voice was getting louder and louder on the full moon peak. The little white monkey and the crimson dragon had also returned. The two of them had run off somewhere. When they returned to the full moon peak, they were immediately angry when they heard this. What? Someone is talking bad about us after we were gone for a few days. Come, 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 Ben Huang will fight you for 300 rounds. The crimson dragon shook its head and wagged its tail. You, the one with the purple horn on your head, come, Ben Huang will slap you to death, and you, the one with the blue wings on your back, believe it or not, I will barbecue you into skewers. Where did this snake come from? He was courting death. The Unicorn King and the Blue-Winged King were angry. When had they ever been looked down upon like this? The crimson dragon sneered. How dare you scold Ben Huang? Come, 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 Ben Huang will spit dragon flames to death. He was also very powerful. His dragon blood was terrifying, so he wasn't afraid of the Unicorn King and the Blue-Winged King at all. A battle was about to break out, but someone stopped it. There was no need to get angry with a snake that was afraid of him. Whatever it was, it could wait until tomorrow's competition. All grudges would be settled in the competition. They were afraid that the kid wouldn't dare. The Unicorn Monarch and the Blue-Winged Monarch didn't make a move. They stared at the Crimson Dragon and said coldly, "Damn snake, join the competition if you dare. Also, get that brat to participate. When I see it, I'll slap him to death." After that, the two of them left. The Crimson Dragon gnashed his teeth in anger. Damn it, this king will definitely roast you and eat you. However, he was also wondering where Xiaoxuanzi had gone. Would he really not show up? He took out the jade disc and began to transmit his voice to Lin Xian. On the other side, a few figures had also arrived from Exquisite Peak. One of them was Xianxia. After he arrived, he spoke in a deep voice. Big brother Lin Xian would never lose. Apart from Xianxia, there was another beautiful woman. It was Qingwu from the Misty Peak. After Qingwu arrived, she gritted her teeth. This coward wouldn't really come out, right? Humph, I'll wait for this day. If he doesn't show up at the start of the competition tomorrow, I'll leave. If he doesn't come, he doesn't have the qualifications to compete with my brother. Everyone was looking forward to this ranking competition, and everyone was also looking forward to Lin Xian's arrival. Dark Star, Ruins, Grand Canyon. Lin Xian opened his eyes, and the sword chi on his body became even colder. It had been 2 months, and he had almost restored the sword technique. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. In the past 2 months, he had been comprehending the 13 sword scars, trying to restore a set of sword technique. Now, he had already restored it. When used, the power of the 13 swords was truly terrifying. From afar, the 13 sword scars on the stone tablet looked like a blooming lotus. Therefore, this set of sword technique was called the Green Lotus Sword Technique by Lin Xian. Kid, where are you? Come quickly. These bastards are all talking about you, saying that you're a coward and don't dare to participate in the competition. In the black earth, the sound transmission array trembled, and a voice passed through. After Lin Xian heard it, he patted his head. Oh, I forgot that the ranking competition was about to begin. Thinking of this, he put away the blazing Qilin sword, took a deep breath, and then rose into the air, leaving the ruins. Before coming, the Grand Elder gave him a token, so with this token, he found the teleportation array. Using the teleportation array, he was teleported back to the Extraordinary Scholar's residence. Extraordinary Scholar's residence, Full Moon Peak. The sun had just risen, and the entire peak was bustling with noise and excitement. Because today was the day of the ranking competition. In addition to the 49 people who were already on the ranking list, another 23 people had successfully passed the assessment yesterday and obtained the right to challenge. On a platform on the Full Moon Peak, there was a huge arena. It was extremely vast and was made of dark night black gold, which could withstand the attack of a half-saint. At this moment, all the geniuses on the full moon peak were gathered here. In addition, there were some elders, and even the Grand Elder had come. Because the peak master was cultivating, he didn't come. The Grand Elder and the other elders sat there with a smile on their faces, looking forward to it. He wondered to what extent the strength of this group of fellows would increase to this time. That Hmo is very strong. It is said that he has recently cultivated a terrifying divine power, which is specially used to deal with Vhumad. I wonder if he can succeed this time. Hmo is indeed very strong, and he should have a special bloodline power. I wonder what cultivation method he is cultivating this time. However, that Vhumad is even more mysterious, and he rarely appears. Every time he appears, his strength will increase greatly. It won't be easy to defeat him. The elders discussed. Yes, Xueling, Yifei, and the others can't be underestimated. Especially Yifei's saber, it can threaten Hmo even if it's full strength. These elders were looking forward to it. Among them, an elder in a black robe said doubtfully. I wonder how that Lin Xian is doing. He can set off the 9 heavy waves, which is comparable to Yiguqing in the past. I wonder how strong he is? If he can't get into the top 3, he won't have the chance to comprehend the full moon wordless steel. I heard that the kid hasn't come yet. Perhaps he won't appear this time. He's too young. Even if he appears, he won't be able to get a good ranking. An elder shook his head. He's very talented. Give him a few decades, and he might become a member of the full moon peak. But now, he's still a little short. It doesn't matter. He's still very young, and he can afford to waste a few decades. The elders nodded. The first elder didn't say anything. He narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. He was surprised. Hasn't he arrived yet? I wonder what that kid encountered in the ruins. After waiting for a while, it was about time. The 2 elders next to the first elder walked into the arena. The voices that were originally discussing also stopped. Many gazes were directed in their direction, filled with excitement. Those who were qualified to challenge couldn't wait to rush into the top 3. Those who were not qualified to challenge were also very excited. After all, it was extremely precious for them to be able to see the battle of such a top genius. In fact, not only the full moon peak, but also some geniuses from the other peaks. Among them, Xianxia and Qinggu were both present. The 2 elders who came to the arena were the referees. They looked around and frowned slightly. Vhumad hasn't arrived yet. Let's wait a little longer. Vhumad is the strongest person on Full Moon Peak. How are we going to start without him? After waiting for about half an hour, Vhumad arrived. A saber light flashed between heaven and earth, and the void cracked. In the next moment, everyone noticed that a figure had appeared in front of them. It was a man in white. His face was handsome, and his eyes were like divine sabers. No one dared to look at him directly. He carried a black saber on his back. It was as black as ink. Vhumad is here. Everyone took a deep breath. What a powerful aura. Just his eyes alone are enough to make me tremble. Situ Shoutyan's body trembled. The sky prides around him were the same. The Unicorn King, Blue Wing King, and the others also felt their scalps go numb. Vhumad was too powerful. He was even more powerful than their Lord Black Demon. They did not dare to resist at all. They did not even dare to make eye contact with him. Yifei, Xueling, and the others also took a deep breath. Their expressions were extremely solemn. Vhumad was their greatest enemy in the ranking competition. When Hmo saw Vhumad, he laughed loudly and stood up. You're finally here. I thought you didn't dare to come. This time, I must defeat you. At this point, demonic chi surged from his body and turned into demonic clouds that shrouded the sky. Buzz, the originally bright day instantly turned dark. Everyone was shivering. They felt a cold aura as if it was going to take away their lives. So powerful. Hmo had become even more terrifying than before. Heavens, does he really have the strength to defeat Vhumad? The surrounding sky prides trembled. The elders were also surprised. Huangfu Beidian looked at Hamo with a calm expression. He nodded slightly. You're no match for me. Humph, stop pretending. I'll show you how powerful I am in the arena later. Hamo sneered and retracted the demonic clouds in the sky. In the arena, the two elders looked at each other and took a deep breath. Then, let's begin. Both of them were half-step saints. With the two of them working together, they could ensure the fairness of the competition. At the same time, they could also guarantee that no Skyprides would die. The two elders stood in the arena and looked in all directions. One of them took a deep breath and was about to speak. However, at this moment, a sword light lit up in the sky and flew towards them. This sword light was very fast and arrived above everyone's heads in an instant. In the next moment, it descended and transformed into a red-robed young man. I'm not late, am I? The red-robed young man said indifferently as soon as he landed. His words attracted countless gazes. It's him, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The Crimson Dragon grinned. Haha, kid, you're finally here, a smile appeared on Xianxia's face. Yuan Feng and Qinggu coldly snorted. This fellow was really good at acting, he actually came last. This brat actually came, he actually dared to come, great, I'll kill him with one slap. The Unicorn King and the Blue-Winged King revealed sinister smiles. Yuan Kuei stared at him with bloodshot eyes. The elders in the distance were shocked as well. They had actually come? However, it didn't matter if he came over. This time, he would let this kid gain some experience. That's right. It would be very helpful for his growth if he were to be taught by these top prodigies. As for comprehending the full moon wordless steel, he would have to wait a few more years. The first elder narrowed his eyes. The other elders didn't think highly of Lin Xian, but he didn't think so. Lin Xian was someone who condensed the moon spirit in 2 hours. How could such a person be weak? Come on, little guy. Let me see just how strong you are. Just how strong are you? The first elder was looking forward to it. Lin Xian had previously fought with Situ Xiaotian and displayed decent strength. Therefore, he didn't need to participate in the test and was qualified to challenge. Seeing that no one else came, the two elders took a deep breath and announced loudly. Now, the full moon peak ranking challenge had begun. As soon as the announcement was made, the surrounding prodigies were in an uproar. Their eyes were burning with passion. It was finally about to begin. Yes, they could finally see a real battle. What kind of strength did Huangfu Beidian reach? I wonder if I can see it this time. Can Hamo become number 1? Also, who can dodge Phase Blade? Hehe. Other than that, I'm also looking forward to seeing how Lin Xian dies. That's right, he openly provoked Hamo. I wonder how Hamo will deal with him this time. There's no need for that, Hamo's subordinates are enough to kill him. Many people looked at Lin Xian with schadenfreude. They thought that this kid might as well not come. If he didn't come, he would at most be called a coward. But if he came, his life would be in danger. Although he wouldn't be killed, with Hamo's methods, it wouldn't be a problem to make him lie in bed for decades or even centuries. Lin Xian's arrival attracted the attention of countless people. The elders discussed fervently. Most of them didn't think highly of Lin Xian. These young prodigies were all surprised. Among them, Lu Yanan breathed a sigh of relief. This guy finally came. Xue Ling and Yifei's eyes were filled with curiosity. They wanted to know where Lin Xian got the confidence to challenge Hamo. Hamo snorted coldly. His eyes were filled with disdain. Lin Xian was just an ant. He didn't have the qualifications to fight with him. He had already instructed a few of his subordinates to teach the other party a lesson during the competition. As for Huangfu Beidian, he had been sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed since he arrived. He seemed to be cultivating. It was as if he wasn't interested in anything around him. The competition began. The 24 newcomers began to challenge each other. Each person had 2 chances to challenge each other. The rules were simple, but the process was very exciting. The first one was Wan Shan. He's here. As the referee elder's voice fell, the ground shook. Then, a burly man walked over. This burly man was very tall, like a demon king. His hands were like dragons, and his entire person was like a demon god. He had the power to tear the sky and split the earth. When this person appeared, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. He was too strong. Who was this person? His physique was so strong, he was a genius of the four symbols Holy Land. He must be a prodigy from the previous generation. He was very strong. Sounds of discussion could be heard as many people were sizing up Wan Shan. The strength that he displayed was indeed very strong. Wan Shan stomped his foot and leaped high into the air. He landed on the arena, causing the arena to shake non-stop. The surrounding space was bent from the pressure. This guy was too strong. They couldn't fight him in close combat. Indeed, using a mystique to fight him from afar to exhaust his strength was the wisest choice. The surrounding prodigies were discussing, looking for a way to fight Wan Shan. Among them, the green-robed referee elder asked in a deep voice. Wan Shan, who do you want to challenge? Wan Shan's bell-like eyes looked at the 49 figures in front of him. Of course, he didn't even look at the ones in front. Because he knew that he wouldn't succeed. His gaze was flickering on the last few people in the 49th place. In the end, he grinned and stretched out his mountain-like palm, pointing at the last person. I challenge the 49th place. Wan Shan actually challenged the 49th rank. Damn it, he looks like a tall and honest man, but he's actually so cunning. Yes, challenging the last one was the safest way. The newly joined Skype rides were in a heated discussion. They all felt that Wan Shan was too cunning. Is this guy stupid? The Crimson Dragon at the side also muttered softly. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. He was no stranger to the four symbols sacred grounds as he had fought with the four symbols saints before. Of course, Wan Shan was also a saint, but not the current saint. The path of a great emperor was terrifying, but there was no age limit. Therefore, this was the cruelest path. Although Wan Shan was already a few hundred years old, he could still enter the extraordinary scholar residence and walk the path of a great emperor. In the end, the one who might become a great emperor might not be one of the younger generation, but a saint who had lived for a few thousand years. It wasn't as if such a thing had never happened before. Therefore, the path of a great emperor was the cruelest. This was because it was not a competition between the same generation, but a competition with all the living beings in the universe. Only by defeating all living beings could one reach the peak. Challenge me? The 49th ranked Skypride was stunned at first, but then his lips curled into a smile. You're really courting death? Alright, I'll play with you. This person was wearing a blue armor and was extraordinarily handsome. At this moment, his long and narrow eyes were filled with disdain. With a slight sway, he tore through the void and arrived in the arena. The rules of the competition stated that no killing was allowed. Other than that, there were no restrictions. The referee elder's cold voice resounded. The two referee elders arrived in the void and looked down. They wanted to take control of the entire arena. Following the announcement, Wan Shan roared angrily. His entire body exploded once again, and a terrifying force swept across the area. The entire area was trembling. The powerful force caused the surrounding Skyprides to feel their blood boil. Many of them turned pale. This Wan Shan is really terrifying. Yes, he should be cultivating the Dracophant force. That's right, it was said that in order to cultivate such a divine skill, one had to use the blood of demonic elephants and serpents every day. This Wan Shan was definitely terrifying. What a monster. The surrounding crowd was in a heated discussion. However, in the face of such a terrifying fist, Zhou Hai, who was ranked 49th, sneered in disdain. He stretched out a finger, and a blue rune flickered on it. He pointed his finger forward. With a bang, frost appeared on Wan Shan's fist and it quickly froze. Not only his fist, but Wan Shan's entire body was frozen. Heaven and earth, the entire space was completely frozen into a huge ice flower. It was over. Zhou Hai retracted his finger and said indifferently. What? The people around him widened their eyes. Especially those new prodigies. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. How was that possible? One move, just one move. Wan Shan was killed. Heavens, this is impossible. Wan Shan would definitely be able to rush out. However, after waiting for a long time, the mountains were still sealed in ice. There was no possibility of breaking out at all. Seeing this, despair filled the faces of those people. The two judges looked at each other. Then, they announced that Zhou Hai had won this battle. When Zhou Hai heard this, he walked down the arena. His expression was filled with disdain. One of the judges waved his hand and melted the ice, revealing Wan Shan's body. Wan Shan collapsed on the arena, trembling non-stop. There was no color on his face. His eyes were filled with horror. The others felt their scalps go numb. Defeated, Wan Shan was really defeated. Wan Shan was defeated in one move. How could the gap be so huge? These people were crazy. In their opinion, even if Wan Shan was defeated, he should have at least exchanged a few hundred moves. After all, the power of the dragon elephant that Wan Shan had displayed previously was terrifying. It made many people tremble. However, such a terrifying power could not cause any waves in front of Zhou Hai. He had ended the battle with just one move. And this was only the 49th rank. He really didn't know how terrifying those who were ranked higher would be. The new challengers were pale. They were originally full of confidence, but they did not expect reality to be like a basin of cold water, making them feel completely hopeless. The surrounding geniuses exclaimed in shock. However, Lin Xian's expression remained calm. A battle of this level could not attract his interest. At this moment, the judge's voice was heard again. Another new prodigy walked out from the crowd. This time, it was a prodigy from the Dian sacred ground. He was a few hundred years old. He carried a huge heavy sword on his back and exuded a biting cold aura. As soon as he appeared, his expression was extremely solemn. After all, Wan Shan's previous battle had left him with a lingering fear. When he came to the arena, the heaven stage prodigy from the Dian sacred ground thought for a while and pointed at Zhou Hai, who was ranked 49th. Zhou Hai looked helpless, but he still came to the arena. "Trash, hurry up and attack," he said impatiently. "You're courting death." The prodigy from the Dian sacred ground was furious. He was a prodigy after all. How dare Zhou Hai scold him? He was furious. "Take my strongest move." With a clang, the huge sword on his back soared into the sky and he held it in his hand. As he slashed out, countless sword auras in the sky turned into dense light swords. These light swords flickered in the sky and combined to form the Dian sword formation. It suppressed down with an extremely powerful might. Dian sword formation? Zhou Hai raised his head and looked at the sky. He lifted a finger. On his fingertip, there was still a blue ancient rune that flickered. Buzz, he pressed towards the sky. Crack! 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 Endless ice power erupted and instantly froze all the light swords in the sky. The entire Dian sword formation was frozen into ice. Not only that, but the prodigy from the Dian sacred ground was also frozen into ice. What? Was he finished off with a single move again? Damn it, how is this possible? The Dian sword formation was even more terrifying than the dragon elephant fist, but it still couldn't block Zhou Hai's move. What kind of rune was that? They were all dumbfounded. Impossible, we also know runes. How can he be so powerful? The new prodigies roared as if they had gone mad. They simply couldn't accept this fact. At this moment, the prodigies who were ranked at the top also sneered. What a piece of trash. Do you think the runes you cultivate are the same as ours? At most, you can refine your king's domain, but we have already begun to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. Although we can't condense the laws, our realms can't be compared. In front of us, all of you are just ants. Hearing this, the new prodigy's pupils constricted, and their expressions became extremely ugly. What, the other party has already begun to comprehend the laws of heaven? Is the gap between us that big? Their expressions were ugly. I don't believe it. Let me do it. Another figure walked out from the crowd. It was the prodigy from the Red Wing race. Everyone exclaimed. That's right. The person who walked out was covered in flames, and the fiery red wings on his back covered the sky. As soon as he appeared, he went to the arena and stared at Zhou Hai. I'll fight you. Zhou Hai used the power of ice, and he used the power of fire. He did not believe that Zhou Hai could freeze him. Using fire to fight him, everyone was excited. In their opinion, the prodigy from the Red Wing tribe might be able to turn the tables. The Red Wing tribe was a primordial royal family. The prodigy from there surpassed the two Sacred Grounds prodigies. This time, the Red Wing tribe prodigy would definitely be able to compete with Zhou Hai. Even if he lost, he would die after a few hundred moves. The surrounding people clenched their fists and said quickly. The Crimson Dragon narrowed his eyes. Kid, what do you think? Lin Xian shook his head slightly. Zhou Hai's rune was very mysterious. It contained the powerful power of the Moon Soul. It would be difficult for the newcomers to resist it. He could feel the power emitted from the rune. No wonder so many people wanted to go to the Moon Palace to comprehend the Moon Soul. This power was very mysterious. In the next round, the Red Wing tribe prodigy flapped his wings and spat out flames that covered the sky. Buzz, Zhou Hai pointed his finger, and the flames in the sky were frozen. The Red Wing tribe prodigy was also frozen in midair. Another victory in one move, everyone was in despair. Their bodies trembled. How could this be? How could Zhou Hai be so strong? He was only ranked 49th on the list. If he was already so strong, could it be that they could not defeat these veteran prodigies? Zhou Hai looked at the other party and said indifferently, who else wants to come up? However, I advise you to give up. None of you can defeat us, let alone reach this stage. You're a bunch of trash. You want to compete with us? Cultivate for a few more decades. Don't worry, when we step on the ancient path to the stars and go to the other stars, you will be able to reach the top. The prodigies on the ranking laughed. They did not take Zhou Hai seriously at all. Sure enough, another human prodigy and a primordial race prodigy went up. However, they were still frozen by Zhou Hai's finger. This made the newcomers feel despair. More than 10 geniuses had already been defeated by a single move. Could it be that all of them were going to be defeated? These people were about to break down. At this moment, Lin Xian stood up. It was my turn. As he stood up, everyone's gaze turned to him. It was this brat. Was this brat going to make a move? I wonder how strong he is. Rumor had it that he was able to contend against Situ Xiaotian. It was definitely Situ Xiaotian's carelessness. Otherwise, this brat would have died long ago. Indeed, Situ Xiaotian hadn't used his full strength at that time. It seemed that he was giving face to the Great Elder and didn't use his full strength. I wonder what this kid's true strength is like. This brat doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He wants to challenge Hamo. He still wants to challenge Hamo. I think he can't even beat Zhou Hai. The people on the leaderboard sneered. The surrounding people were also discussing spiritedly. Do you think this Lin Xian will succeed? He didn't know. The difference was too big. Although this kid was the descendant of the great dragon, he might not be able to block Zhou Hai's ice. Zhou Hai looked at him and narrowed his eyes. You're the kid who caused the 9 heavy waves? Come on, let me see what's so magical about you. You'd better use the great dragon sword soul and 9 yang divine body as soon as possible. Otherwise, you won't be able to resist my finger. In Zhou Hai's opinion, even if the other party was the descendant of the great dragon, he could still freeze him with a finger. Lin Xian ignored Zhou Hai. His gaze went past him and looked forward. He swept his gaze across the leaderboard and finally fixed his gaze on a man in a black robe. Come on, hey Mo, a few months ago, we had already agreed on a battle. Now, we can begin. What? The surrounding people were stunned. They couldn't believe their ears. Zhou Hai's body stiffened, and his pupils dilated. The other party actually ignored him. Moreover, the other party actually dared to challenge Hamo. Oh my god. What did I just hear? This kid actually dares to challenge Hamo? Damn it, does he know how to write the word death? This kid is too arrogant. He wants to challenge Hamo? Isn't he afraid of being slapped to death? Screams and exclamations rang out. The entire scene was extremely chaotic. It couldn't be helped because Lin Xian's actions were too shocking. They were so shocked that they couldn't believe it. The newcomers were also stunned. What is this kid doing? Yes, we thought he could defeat Zhou Hai, but he actually doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and dares to challenge Hamo. He might not even be able to defeat Zhou Hai. Previously, they were full of confidence. They thought that they could challenge the prodigies on the leaderboard. However, after Zhou Hai displayed his super powerful ice sealing power, these prodigies were in despair. In fact, they weren't even sure if any of the 24 people could make it to the leaderboard. Heimo's face darkened. The other party actually dared to provoke him? He was courting death. If it wasn't for the first elder protecting him that day, he would have been a dead man by now. Now, the other party still dared to be arrogant in front of him. Seeing Heimo's gloomy face, the prodigies under Heimo were furious. Among them, the Unicorn King stood up. "Kid, don't be arrogant. If you want to challenge Lord Heimo, you'll have to defeat me first. I can crush you to death with one hand." The blue-winged king also stood up. The blue wings on his back bloomed with a demonic light, and a terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Everyone below trembled. These two people were both ranked in the top 20. Even Zhou Juhai, who was ranked 49th, was so terrifying. How terrifying were these two people? They didn't dare to imagine. In the distance, the elders also frowned. What was this kid doing? They thought that Lin Xian was too arrogant and didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They originally thought that after a few decades, he would be able to become the #1 on Full Moon Peak, but now it seemed that he was still far from it. At least 100 years. Yes, let's hone his character first. If he entered the ancient starry sky path without knowing the immensity of heaven and earth, he would probably be killed by the prodigies of other worlds. The first elder narrowed his eyes and didn't say anything. He was waiting. In the arena, Zhou Hai trembled. His eyes were filled with rage. Ignored? How dare the other party ignore him? This made him feel humiliated. The next moment, his body emitted a terrifying icy aura. "Kid, how dare you ignore me? No one dares to ignore me." His cold gaze stared at Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian hadn't come up yet, so he couldn't make a move at all. "Come up, I can kill you with one hand." "You want to challenge Heimo?" Wishful thinking. In the next moment, Zhou Hai screamed again. Because he realized that Lin Xian did not even look at him from the beginning to the end. Lin Xian shifted his gaze from the Black Demon to the Unicorn King and Blue-Winged King. Then, he shook his head slightly. "Your rankings are too low. You're not my match. I'm not interested." He saw that the two of them were behind Yuan Kuei. Previously, when he was in the Moon Palace, he could already defeat Yuan Kuei, let alone now. "You're courting death," the two of them roared. How dare the other party look down on them? This made the two Skyprides vomit blood. The surrounding people were about to go crazy. How many Skyprides had this kid provoked? It's over. "I'm afraid he won't have a foothold in the Full Moon Peak in the future." Hee. This kid relied on his status as the successor of the Dragon King to stir up the 9 heavy waves and thought that he had the support of the Grand Elder. Unfortunately, the extraordinary warrior manner was not comparable to the other sacred grounds. Here, no one would really support you. At most, your life would be saved. Even if Lin Xian did not die in the Full Moon Peak in the future, he would probably have to live a hellish life every day, that was for sure. He had offended Zhou Hai and provoked the Unicorn King and Blue-Winged King. What was more terrifying was that he dared to challenge the Black Demon. No matter which one, they were all existences that he could not defeat. "Let's see how he dies this time," many Skyprides sneered. "Big brother Lin Xian." Shen Jingqiu also had a worried look on her face. On the other side, Qingwu saw this scene and smiled contemptuously. Did this guy even have a brain? The Unicorn King and the others were still roaring. Lin Xian frowned and turned to look at the judges. "Senior, if I remember correctly, I can freely challenge anyone, right? Then, I still want to challenge the Black Demon." When these words came out, Zhou Hai, the Unicorn King, and Blue-Winged King were so angry that they vomited blood. Damn it, they had been shouting here for a long time, but the other party still ignored them? This feeling of being ignored drove them crazy. The other Skyprides also twitched the corners of their mouths. Is this brat done yet? Does he really want to challenge the Black Demon? I can't tell that these elders want to protect you. Sure enough, the two judges looked at each other and shook their heads slightly. Although what he said was right, we still advise you to take one step at a time. To be honest, Lin Xian's attitude really made them unhappy. Could he challenge Heimo? What a joke. However, Lin Xian was the descendant of the great dragon after all. He had stirred up the 9 heavy waves, so his talent was not bad. If he was properly nurtured in the future, he would definitely become a super genius. Therefore, they didn't want anything to happen to Lin Xian. This was a kind reminder. Alright, since the referee elder had said so, Lin Xian could only helplessly shake his head. It seemed that it would be very difficult to challenge the Hmo if he did not display some strength. Since that's the case? He stared at Lani Wang. Then I'll challenge you first. This was one of the higher-ranked ones. The corners of the two judges' mouths were still twitching. Heavens, what they meant was to let Lin Xian challenge Zhou Hai first, and then talk about it after he defeated Zhou Hai. But he did not expect that this brat would actually directly challenge the Blue Wing King. The Blue Winged King was ranked 17th, could you challenge him? One punch from him would probably severely injure you. Lani Wang was rather happy, but at this moment, the referee elder coughed lightly. Buzz, Lani Wang's body stiffened. Lin Xian also shook his head helplessly. It seemed that the referee elder still did not quite agree. Alright then, he could only look at Zhou Hai first. Then it's you. As he spoke, he walked up to the arena. Brat, that's great. I've finally got a chance. Zhou Hai's entire body trembled. This time, it was not anger, but excitement. How dare his opponent underestimate him? He swore that he would ruthlessly torture his opponent to death. Zhou Hai stretched out his finger. On his fingertip, blue runes flickered. Brat, one finger. Just one move, and I'll be able to freeze you. I'll let you know the difference between us. That's right, Zhou Hai was angry. This time, he was going to teach his opponent a lesson. One move to insta-kill his opponent. Seeing this scene, the other rookies exclaimed. Could this Lin Xian do it? They did not know. It was very likely that he would be sent flying with one move. Indeed, Zhou Hai was very casual before, but now, Zhou Hai was completely angry. He would definitely not go easy on his opponent. Boom! Before he could finish, Lin Xian took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Zhou Hai. Then, he waved his fist. With a bang, Zhou Hai was sent flying. Whoosh! Zhou Hai turned into a blue light, shot into the sky, and disappeared from everyone's view. That punch sent him flying at least tens of thousands of miles. Noisy. Lin Xian withdrew his fist and said indifferently. The surrounding monstrous prodigies opened their mouths wide. Their jaws were about to fall off. Heavens! What did they just see? Zhou Hai was sent flying with one punch. No way. Even the prodigies on the ranking list were twitching their eyelids. The rookies were even more crazy. Damn. He actually sent Zhou Hai flying with one punch. How was that possible? This scene was simply like a dream. Big brother Lin Xian is so powerful. Shen Jingqiu cheered. The Crimson Dragon was expressionless. He knew Lin Xian's strength. It was more than enough to deal with Zhou Hai. Everyone was stunned. The One-Horned Monarch was stunned. The Blue-Winged Monarch was stunned. The elders were also stunned. In the distance, Qingwu's eyelids were twitching wildly. Isn't this guy too despicable? Old Zhang had yet to announce the start of the match. Indeed, the two referees were also speechless. Little guy, aren't you being too impatient? Buzz. In the sky, a blue light flashed. Zhou Hai had returned from tens of thousands of miles away. He was so angry that his body was trembling. Damn kid, how dare you sneak attack me? I'm going to kill you. Lin Xian touched his nose helplessly. It hasn't started yet? Sorry. Let's start again then. Previously, he felt that the other party was too useless, so he did not want to talk nonsense. He did not expect that it did not count. The two referees looked at each other. Now, the match began. With an order, Zhou Hai charged over. This time, he did not use a single finger. His palms formed a seal, and a blue ancient rune appeared beside him. It grew larger and larger, surrounded by 4 ice mountains, and charged toward Lin Xian. There were countless ice swords in all directions. It seemed that Zhou Hai was really angry. Humph, this kid is dead meat. The One-Horned Monarch sneered. Previously, Zhou Hai was careless and was attacked by that kid. Now that Zhou Hai had used his full strength, that kid would definitely not be able to block it. This was what everyone was thinking. Even the elders were thinking the same thing. Lin Xian looked at the ice swords in all directions and the ice mountains in the sky. The corner of his mouth raised into a disdainful smile. His figure flashed again and disappeared on the spot. The next moment, he appeared in the sky. With a bang, he punched out. Zhou Hai was sent flying tens of thousands of miles away in a blue light and disappeared. What, he was sent flying again? F***ck. Everyone was stunned. The young geniuses were trembling, and the elders were also shocked. How was that possible? This time, Zhou Hai was not careless. He used his full strength, but he was still sent flying with a single punch. Thinking of this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. This kid's strength was so strong, he won. Lin Xian actually won. Moreover, it was an instant kill. That scene was too shocking. Previously, Zhou Hai had killed them in an instant, but now, someone else had appeared and killed Zhou Hai in an instant. How could they not be shocked? Unicorn King and Blue Wing King's faces also became gloomy. Black Demon looked at that scene and snorted coldly. In his opinion, whether it was Zhou Hai or Lin Xian, they were both ants that were not worthy of his attention. Lin Xian shrugged helplessly. I told you, he's too weak. Let me challenge Black Demon in the next round. After saying that, he walked down the arena and sat cross-legged at the side. Tens of thousands of miles away, Zhou Hai flew over again. His entire body was trembling. How is that possible? How can I lose? I don't believe it. He was about to go crazy. This time, he was sent flying with a single punch from his opponent. However, this time, his opponent did not launch a sneak attack. Instead, he was sent flying with a single punch. Therefore, even if he was not convinced, there was nothing he could do. That kid is too strong. That's right, as expected of the successor of the Great Dragon. He's really strong. Why do I feel that he can really fight against Black Demon? Stop joking. Black Demon is ranked second, and Zhou Hai is ranked last. Don't you know how big the gap between them is? Everyone discussed animatedly. Unicorn King and Blue Wing King revealed sinister smiles. Very good, this is interesting. It'll be interesting to fight like this. They decided that they would teach Zhou Hai a lesson later. Lin Xian became the first person to enter the rankings. Next, everyone continued. Although Lin Xian had replaced Zhou Hai's position, no one dared to challenge Lin Xian. They all challenged the person who was ranked 48th. The person who was ranked 48th was a woman. She was a fire element prodigy and was equally terrifying. She could also kill her opponent in one move. However, a few powerful figures walked out from among them. One was a genius from the nest of 10,000 dragons. He was very strong and defeated the female genius who was ranked 48th. The other was a Skypride from the Fire Kylan Cave who had defeated a Skypride ranked 47th. There was also a woman from the Daoi Holy Land of the human race. She had defeated a genius ranked 45th. Out of the 24 people, only 4 of them charged forward. Apart from them, all of them were defeated. Those who succeeded in their challenge would advance to the next round. Those who failed would have another chance. However, even if these people were given 10 more chances, they still wouldn't succeed. Zhou Hai and the others still wanted to kill their way back, but unfortunately, Lin Xian and the others were very strong. These people also did not succeed in killing their way back. There were 4 more newcomers on the leaderboard. Next, it was time to rank these 49 people. Who would have thought that these people were actually so powerful? There's nothing we can do about it. We've only been here for a short period of time. I reckon that we'll be able to enter the rankings next time. They became excited again. Because those who were able to enter the rankings were all outstanding geniuses. The following battles would be even more exciting and intense. I'm looking forward to it. I wonder how many people can Lin Xian and the other 3 make it to the top. I don't think they can make it to the top 30. I feel that Lin Xian and the others can make it to the top 20, but it's impossible for them to go any further. These people discussed animatedly. The old geniuses on the leaderboard also frowned. 4 of them actually made it to the top? It was really surprising. In their opinion, it would be good enough if one of the 24 could make it to the top. At most, there would be 2. They didn't expect 4 of them to come. However, so what if there were 4 of them? They wouldn't let these people make it to the top 40, these 4 people would stay in the last 4 positions. The next ranking was still a challenge. Lin Xian, who was ranked 49th, was the first to challenge. Lin Xian stood up and said loudly, "I want to challenge the Hmo." When these words came out, everyone vomited blood. The corners of the elder's mouths twitched. The Hmo's face darkened. It's not over yet, is it? No one had ever dared to challenge him again and again like this. However, the other party was really an ant. He couldn't raise his interest at all. This time, the Unicorn King and the Blue-Winged King were also angry. They stood up again. "Kid, we will let you know the consequences of provoking the Lord Hmo, is that so?" "Well, since there are 2 chances, I'll use one to challenge you." Lin Xian wasn't angry. He stared at the Blue-Winged King and the Unicorn King. He pointed at the Blue-Winged King. "Blue-Winged King, ranked 17th, damn kid, you actually dare to challenge the Blue-Winged King." The Unicorn King looked at the scream and was very unhappy. Was the other party ignoring him? The Blue-Winged King looked up to the sky and laughed. "Ha ha ha ha. Finally, I have a chance." The surrounding people went crazy. What did this kid do? He actually dares to challenge the person ranked 17th. Does he want to die? Brother Lin, calm down. Don't be rash. The new geniuses quickly reminded him. Although many people weren't familiar with Lin Xian was from their group of newcomers. Naturally, they had to support Lin Xian and the others. "Brother Lin Xian, you can do it." Shen Jingqiu cheered. She didn't believe that the other party could defeat the Blue-Winged King. This kid was really arrogant. Well, let the Blue-Winged King teach him a lesson. The old geniuses sneered. The other 3 newcomers who had made it to the rankings had different expressions. Among them, the woman from the Dao One Holy Ground was called Ning Lan. She blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Lin Xian curiously. In addition, the geniuses of the Fire Qilin Cave and the Nest of 10,000 Dragons sneered. They didn't have any good impression of Lin Xian. They couldn't wait for Lin Xian to be killed by the other party with a single slap. The elders in the distance also frowned. This kid has such a big leap. Won't he be crippled? These elders looked at the first elder. Why don't I talk to him? The first elder shook his head slightly. No need. Let the competition continue. Still, most people didn't think highly of Lin Xian. However, there were also a few people who snorted coldly. One of them was Lu Yanan. This group of idiots, just you wait, you'll regret it. She had seen with her own eyes how Lin Xian defeated Yuan Kuei. Yuan Kuei was ranked 15th and was even more powerful than the Blue-Winged King. Moreover, this was a few months ago. She didn't believe that Lin Xian hadn't improved at all in the past few months. What was even more terrifying was that Lin Xian had used 2 hours to condense the moon spirit. What a terrifying method, therefore, not to mention the Blue-Winged King, even she didn't dare to challenge him. Yuan Kuei's face was also gloomy. Although the previous defeat had made him very unhappy. He also knew that the kid in front of him was powerful. The Blue-Winged King would probably suffer if he fought against him. Kid, I will let you know the gap between us. I will trample you under my feet and make you kneel and apologize to our Lord Black Demon. The Blue-Winged King didn't know anything and had a ferocious expression. The Blue-Winged Monarch charged over. 2 pairs of blue wings spread out, emitting a monstrous energy fluctuation that shook the entire world. This energy arrived in an instant and spread in all directions. The blue hurricane wanted to destroy everything. Lin Xian was instantly enveloped by this terrifying energy. The surrounding people were terrified. Too powerful, the young geniuses' faces were filled with despair. As expected of a veteran powerhouse, he was too powerful. This attack was far more powerful than Zhou Hai's. It was likely that no one would be able to withstand it. It's over. That Lin Xian is going to be unlucky, that's for sure. He definitely won't be able to block it, this kid is too arrogant. I would have believed him if he had challenged someone in the 40s. But now, he's challenged the Blue-Winged Monarch. Let's see how he'll die. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. The elders also looked helpless. In their opinion, it was impossible for Lin Xian to defeat the Blue-Winged Monarch. This time, not only would he waste a challenge, but he might also be seriously injured by the blue-winged monarch and lose the chance to continue in the competition. Buzz, in the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian was incomparably calm. He struck out with the blazing Qilin sword. With a clang, a stunning sword light swayed. The clouds churned like boiling water. Ka ka ka, a terrifying sound rang out. A large crack appeared in the void. It was like a black dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, spreading in all directions. Wherever the sword light passed, everything would shatter. The two huge storms and the blue energy that filled the sky were also quickly shattered. This sword attack launched the blue-winged monarch's attack and charged towards his opponent. What? Everyone was stunned. The blue-winged monarch's pupils shrank. Impossible. He screamed and twisted his body, quickly dodging the sword. His face was incomparably pale. His opponent dodged. His opponent actually dodged. How was this possible? Could it be that his opponent's strength was really that strong? I don't believe it. The blue-winged monarch let out a long howl and charged over from the sky. The wings on his back kept rolling, and the surrounding space continued to shatter. Streaks of blue runes fell from the sky, completely submerging the arena below. Endless brilliance surged, and it looked as if the world was about to be destroyed. The surrounding crowd had yet to recover from Lin Xian's stunning sword strike when they were once again stunned by the violent energy. It was over. Lin Xian's lips curled into a sneer. A dot of red. Between the heaven and earth, a sword light flashed as the void tore apart continuously. Lin Xian's sword did not pierce the blue-winged monarch's glabella. Instead, it pierced the other party's heart. This was because killing was not allowed in this competition. If he were to stab his opponent between the eyebrows, his opponent's soul would probably be instantly destroyed. Therefore, Lin Xian settled for the next best thing. The sword pierced through his opponent's heart. His opponent's body exploded with a loud bang, shattering into pieces. Boom! Boom! Blood mist drifted, and miserable cries rang out. Everyone was stunned. Damn it, what was going on? They couldn't believe it. The blue-winged monarch's body had actually cracked open. He had been seriously injured. Oh God, Lin Xian had only used 2 sword strikes and had seriously injured the blue-winged monarch. Everyone was going crazy. Those who had sneered earlier were also trembling. They were so scared that they peed their pants. Those elders sucked in a breath of cold air, and their faces were full of shock. How was this possible? Only the first elder had a smile on his face. I knew that this little guy wouldn't be so simple. Damn it, how did he do it? The monstrous geniuses on the ranking list also had ugly expressions on their faces. The blue-winged monarch, who was ranked 17th, was extremely terrifying. And this time, he was also a hot favorite to enter the top 10. But now, he had been split apart by the other party's 2 sword strikes. The impact of this was simply too shocking. This guy had been hiding his strength all along. Many people had solemn expressions. Zhou Hai and the others had ashen faces. The other party was too strong, completely surpassing them. Especially Zhou Hai, when he thought of how he dared to fight with such a person before, he was simply courting death. Fortunately, the other party did not get angry before. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured by now. Thinking of this, his body trembled, and his face was full of fear. The one-horned monarch's pupils constricted, and his body began to tremble. Previously, he and the blue-winged monarch were together, taunting the other party. However, his ranking was relatively low and he was ignored by the other party. At that time, he was extremely angry that the other party dared to ignore him. But now, he actually felt a trace of relief in his heart. Even the blue-winged monarch, who was ranked 17th, was not a match for the other party, let alone him, who was ranked 20th. If he went up, he would probably be seriously injured with 1 sword strike. This guy was indeed very strong. The last time he defeated Yuan Kuei was not by chance, but by true strength. Lu Yanan's eyes flickered. Did he have the strength to enter the top 10? That was interesting. Xue Ling's beautiful eyes turned. Yifei nodded slightly. The short-haired young man next to him had a cold expression, and his eyes were as sharp as knives. He asked in a deep voice. Was this the kid who set off the 9 waves? Yes, it was him. He was also a swordsman. He had the dragon sword soul and was the successor of the dragon sword. Hearing this, Wang Ji's eyes lit up. The successor of the dragon sword. He really wanted to fight with him. Buzz 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 as he spoke, there was also a biting cold sword intent flickering on his body. Obviously, he was also a terrifying sword expert. These people were discussing. The black demon, who was ranked second, had a gloomy expression. What a bunch of trash, they couldn't even solve such a small matter. He was too angry. He felt that his subordinates were too useless. Could it be? Did they really need him to deal with the other party? He disdained to fight with such ants. Although Lin Xian had defeated the blue-winged monarch with 2 sword strikes, the black demon did not take him seriously. If he wanted to kill the blue-winged monarch, it would be even easier. He could do it with just a look. Lord Black Demon, don't worry, I will personally deal with this kid later. Right at this moment, another icy cold voice resounded. This was a prodigy ranked 12th. He was also a subordinate of the Black Demon. Yes. After the Black Demon heard this, he nodded slightly. The person ranked 12th was much stronger than the blue-winged monarch. With him taking action, there should be no accidents. In the sky, the blue-winged monarch's body reassembled, and his face was extremely pale. His eyes were filled with madness, shock, horror, and various emotions. At this moment, he looked at Lin Xian. He wanted to take revenge, but his body was trembling. In the end, he still did not dare to make a move. Because he realized that even if he continued to fight, he would not be a match for the other party. And it was very likely that his injuries would be more serious. The 2 referee elders took a deep breath and announced the result. The winner, Lin Xian. Lin Xian withdrew his long sword and walked down the arena. The 2 challenge opportunities could not be used consecutively, so he had to wait for the next opportunity. As Lin Xian walked down the arena, the prodigies on both sides made way for him. Whether it was a new prodigy or a veteran powerhouse, no one dared to block in front of Lin Xian. The previous battle was really shocking. Brother Lin Xian, I knew you were the best. Shen Jingqiu cheered. The Crimson Dragon sneered. Now, she knew how powerful Xiao Xuanzi was. In the distance, Qing Wu's mouth was also wide open. This guy was quite capable. I wonder if he can get into the top 10. Humph. So what if he can get into the top 10? He can't even defeat Black Demon, yet he wants to compete with my brother? Qing Wu was very disdainful. Lin Xian's display of strength was very strong. That was all. Her brother was the number 1 person in Ethereal Peak. Ethereal Peak was the strongest in elite manner, not to mention Black Demon. Even Huangfu Baidian was not her brother's match. In other words, in the entire Full Moon Peak, no one was her brother's match, not in the past, not in the future. This guy. He's actually so strong. The 2 geniuses of Fire Qilin Cave and Nest of 10,000 Dragons also made it into the rankings. Originally, they were full of confidence, but now, when they saw the strength Lin Xian displayed, their faces turned ugly. The other party was very strong, surpassing them. With their strength, they were probably not his match at all. Only the stronger members of the royal family could do it. However, those people had probably already entered the ancient path of the starry sky through other methods. I'll let this kid be smug for a while. I'll kill him on the real ancient path of the starry sky. The 2 of them sneered. Next, it was these people's turn to make a move. These 2 primordial geniuses were very cautious and only challenged existences 1 rank ahead of them. Therefore, although the battle was difficult, they still won. Next, it was the last newcomer's turn. It was the woman from Daoi's sacred ground. This woman had challenged a veteran prodigy who was ranked 30th. As soon as this was said, someone exclaimed. This was another person besides Lin Xian who jumped many ranks to challenge. This challenger was also a newcomer and not a primordial genius. He was a genius from Daoi's sacred ground. Although Daoi's sacred ground was a sacred ground of the human race, it was also very famous. After all, daring to use the name Daoi was enough to show how terrifying the sacred ground was. This woman was dressed in purple. Her name was Zhongling Xiu. She was very beautiful and had a different kind of aura. The genius ranked 30th was surrounded by a 5-colored divine light. It was crystal clear and looked like the most exquisite jade. In his hand, there was also a five-colored longsword that emitted an extremely powerful aura. It was him, the five-colored sword king. He was a very powerful person. Once the five-colored divine sword was unleashed, very few people were his match. Many prodigies exclaimed. As expected, the moment the five-colored sword king appeared, it displayed a powerful battle prowess. The terrifying five-colored sword light blotted out the sky. He didn't waste any words and directly killed the people in front of him. It seemed like he wanted to send Xianxia of the Daoi Holy Land flying with a single move. The sky was filled with five-colored sword lights, suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 earths. They were densely packed and all of them charged towards Xianxia. Everyone started to get nervous. This Xianxia was too bold. Who does she think she is? Lin Xian. Yes, Lin Xian was the successor of the Great Dragon Sword and the successor of the 9 Yang Divine Body. He was very powerful. Moreover, he set off the 9 heavy waves as soon as he arrived. This Xianxia had never been heard of. She didn't have any special inheritance or physique. What did she do to dare to challenge the five-colored sword king who was ranked 30th? They didn't know. She probably saw Lin Xian succeed and became hot-headed, so she challenged someone of a higher level. She really didn't know what was good for her. Didn't she see that the 2 primordial royal family prodigies were so cautious? They only dared to challenge someone who was 1 or 2 ranks higher, but she actually dared to challenge someone who was more than 10 ranks higher. Just wait, she'll definitely die. Everyone sneered again. Lin Xian didn't say anything and looked ahead. The Daoi Holy Land was a very special holy land. Although there had never been a battle between the top prodigies before. However, the foundation of this holy land was definitely not to be underestimated. It was definitely one of the few holy lands with the most ancient inheritance. Seeing the five-colored sword light that filled the sky, Xianxia's beautiful eyes turned. There was no fear at all. She waved her hand lightly and a rune was waved out, hiding in the void. Buzz, the five-colored sword light that filled the sky shattered, and the entire void flew out like a tattered painting. In the next moment, all the five-colored sword light disappeared. What? Everyone's eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost. Even Lin Xian was extremely surprised. The prodigies on the rankings were also shocked. The pupils of a few elders shrank. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. In the sky, the five-colored sword king was also stunned. Such a terrifying killing move was actually dealt with by the other party with a light wave of her sleeve. Who was this person? Before he could think further, the other party waved her jade-like hand, and another rune floated out and hit the five-colored sword king's body. Buzz, the five-colored sword king flew out, and all the bones in his body shattered. The five-colored sword king directly fell outside the arena. His face was pale, and he couldn't even stand up. Damn, everyone went crazy. This scene was simply like a legend. At this moment, everyone looked at Xianxia, and their bodies trembled. They knew that they had misjudged her again. She was definitely a super genius, not weaker than Lin Xian. Even Lin Xian was taken aback by this. What a powerful technique. Who was this woman? Why hadn't he heard of her before? To be able to display such a technique, she would definitely be famous in the world. However, he had never heard of her name before. Could it be that she had been hiding and didn't appear before? Only after the ancient starry sky path opened did she reveal her talent. Thinking of this, his expression turned solemn. It seemed that the true spirit world was indeed full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. He had seen so many monsters before going to the outer realm. Who knew how many powerful enemies were waiting on the ancient starry sky path? Xianxia's appearance made Lin Xian more vigilant. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon was also shocked. Damn, it can't be, right? Why does this technique look like that? Although it's unlikely, it's really suspicious. If that person appears, she'll probably be a peerless enemy. The Crimson Dragon muttered there. The others were also discussing. Xianxia's expression was calm as she turned and walked down the arena. Suddenly, she glanced at Lin Xian with a deep gaze. This scene was seen by many prodigies. Immediately, these prodigies became excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Oh my, Xianxia is looking at Lin Xian. These two are both new prodigies, and they're both dark horses this time. Will the two of them fight? I think it's very likely. That glance from before was very meaningful. Zhong Lingxiu probably wants to challenge Lin Xian. I don't know. Let's hurry up and fight. Who is stronger between the two? Lin Xian is now in the limelight. This Zhong Lingxiu seems to have many trump cards, especially those two runes. They're even stronger than the runes formed by our moon soul. What kind of runes are those? Are they runes inscribed by a sage? That's possible. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so terrifying. Everyone discussed animatedly. Lin Xian also frowned slightly. The other party looked at him. Was she declaring war on him? He looked back. However, when he glanced over, Zhong Lingxiu retracted her gaze and sat to the side. This woman is quite mysterious. Lin Xian muttered. Next, the challenges continued. Every battle was very exciting. The geniuses on the ranking list were extremely powerful. Everyone's blood boiled as they watched. Finally, it was Situ Xiaotian's turn. Situ Xiaotian first raised his head to look at Lin Xian, then shook his head slightly. Lin Xian's strength was too strong. He wasn't qualified to challenge Lin Xian at all. Therefore, he challenged the 20th ranked one-horned king. Situ Xiaotian, you're not my opponent. One-horned king stood up. Cut the crap. Whether I'm your opponent or not, we'll know once we fight. Situ Xiaotian's voice was cold. The battle was very intense. Finally, on the 83rd move, Situ Xiaotian used his ultimate move and defeated One-Horned King. This scene made many people exclaim. Situ Xiaotian had become stronger again. He must have a trump card that he hadn't used yet. It seemed that his confidence this time was not small. He estimated that he could enter the top 15. The challenges continued. Soon, it was Yuan Kuei's turn. Yuan Kuei walked out with a cold expression. He looked at the people at the top of the ranking list and then stared at a figure. Yu Song. Come out and fight, Yuan Kuei said coldly. What, he wants to challenge the 12th ranked Yu Song. That's an Azura spear, can he win? Since Yuan Kuei did this, he must be competent. That wasn't necessarily the case. After reaching the top 15, the gap between each rank was huge. It was even more than the gap between 30th and 40th. Yuan Kuei and Yu Song only had a gap of 3 ranks. This could be said to be a huge gap. I wonder if this kid can succeed. There was a rumor that Lin Xian defeated Yuan Kuei in the Moon Palace. I didn't believe it before, but after seeing Lin Xian and Blue Wing King's battle, I believe it. Lin Xian might really defeat Yuan Kuei. It can't be, right? Everyone discussed. After Yuan Kuei heard it, his face was extremely gloomy. On the opposite side, the 12th ranked Azura spear, Yu Song also walked out. The corner of his mouth raised into a sneer. You dare to challenge me? I heard that you can't even beat that Lin Xian. You still have the face to challenge me? Yu Song's eyes were filled with disdain. Cut the crap, take my ultimate move. Yuan Kuei roared. Losing to Lin Xian was a humiliation to him. Now that his scars were being exposed one after another, how could he endure this? Therefore, in the next moment, he roared angrily and charged forward. He wanted to prove himself with his own strength. In an instant, he was in front of Yu Song. His palm slammed out, bringing with it a monstrous light, as if it had turned into the sharpest blade, slamming forward with lightning speed. Everywhere it passed, the void shattered, and light shone brightly. The entire world was shaking. Yu Song's body had already begun to move when the palm shot out. When this palm landed, Yu Song melted into the void. This palm did not hurt him at all. He appeared on the other side, harumphed coldly, and waved his hand. A dark red spear appeared in his hand. Killing intent surged, turning into a long rainbow that pierced through the clouds, shattering everything. The Azura spear, looks like Yu Song didn't plan on throwing the game either. Once the Azura spear art was unleashed, ghosts wailed and wolves howled. No one could block it. What would Yuan Kuei use to resist? Boom, the dark red spear waved, instantly piercing through the void and blasting the palm away. At the same time, the spear pierced toward Yuan Kuei's head. Yuan Kuei's pupil shrank. He knew that the Azura spear was powerful, so he did not dare to resist it. He roared, and the light on his body circulated. Countless runes flickered, forming a light shield in front of him to block the spear. At the same time, a moon mark appeared on his right arm. The power of the moon soul was activated, and instantly erupted, turning into a large hand of the moon and stars, slamming forward. Clang, boom, the power of the moon soul? Do you think you're the only one who has it? Yusong sneered disdainfully when he felt the terror of this palm. In the next moment, a crescent moon mark appeared on his spear, and then burst out. The strong power of the moon's brilliance swept out. Boom! Bang, 1 spear, 2 spears, 3 spears. After 3 spears, Yuan Kuei was sent flying. A bloody hole appeared on his shoulder, and half of his body was numb. Yusong sneered. His eyes were bloodshot, and he attacked again. Seeing this, Yuan Kuei's scalp went numb. I admit defeat. Admit defeat? It's too late, Yusong smiled ferociously. The azure spear in his hand shone brightly again, and it was as strong as a mountain. It connected with the stars in the sky. Bolts of destructive lightning descended. This spear could definitely kill Yuan Kuei. Oh no, is Yusong crazy? Damn it, I knew I couldn't fight with Yusong. He was known as the Azure Spear. This guy had no scruples when fighting, and he would really kill. Screams rang out, and the new Skyprides trembled. They knew that they could never provoke the Azure Spear in the future. Oh no, Yuan Kuei's pupils shrank, and his body stiffened. This spear was a fatal blow, and he could not avoid it. In fact, he didn't even have the strength to escape now. Was he going to be killed? At this critical moment, an elder in the arena moved. He waved his hand, and countless runes formed a large palm, catching the spear. At the same time, another elder came in front of Yusong, and a powerful aura shrouded him. Yusong, are you trying to break the rules? The two elders moved together to save Yuan Kuei. The red light in Yusong's eyes disappeared, and he slowly put away the Azure Spear. I was too excited and forgot the rules. I hope the elders can forgive me. Yusong said calmly. Humph, the two elders snorted and retreated, and then announced the result. Yusong stretched his neck and looked at Yuan Kuei. You're lucky. If you dare to challenge me again, you won't be so lucky. I'll send you straight to hell, damn it. Yuan Kuei's face was extremely ugly. He thought he was qualified to challenge Yusong after his strength increased. But now, it seemed that he was still far from it. If it was not for the elders, he would have been killed. The others were also trembling in shock. Yusong, who was ranked 12th, was already so terrifying. How terrifying were the people ranked in the top 10, they did not dare to imagine. Especially Huangfu Beidian, who was ranked 5th, 3rd, and even 1st. Would he be able to defy the heavens? Yuan Kuei bowed, and the people in front of him continued to challenge. Finally, it was Yusong's turn. Yusong stood up, and in a flash, he came to the arena and looked around. Those who were glanced at by Yusong felt their scalp go numb, and they quickly lowered their heads. Damn it, this lunatic, he dared to kill people in front of the elders. Whoever was targeted by such a person, even if they did not die, they would lose a layer of skin. Those who were ranked lower heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine. With Yusong's arrogance, he would definitely not challenge those who were ranked lower than him. That's right, his target was definitely the top 10. His strength had increased greatly this time, and it seemed that he could definitely challenge the top 10. He wondered which rank he was going to challenge. It could be the 10th or the 9th. Sure enough, the 10th ranked genius and Lu Yanan, who was ranked 9th, had serious expressions. Yusong was also a powerful enemy. However, this Azure Spear Yusong did not look at Lu Yanan and the others. Instead, he looked to the other side. When his gaze covered that area, the geniuses in that area felt their scalps go numb. What's going on? Who is Yusong challenging? It can't be. Could it be him? That's right, it's really him. Why would this kid be targeted by Yusong? He's dead meat. Yusong was a member of the Black Demons. How could Yusong let this kid off if he dared to provoke the Black Demons? Moreover, this kid had defeated the Blue-Winged Monarch, which was equivalent to slapping the Black Demons in the face. No wonder, this kid is really dead meat. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. The elders were also stunned. The people on the Black Demon's side revealed sinister smiles. Haha, let's see how arrogant this kid is. Let's see how he's going to die this time. That's right, Yusong was staring at Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned, but soon, he sneered. Is he challenging me? Lin Xian, get up here and die. Yusong's voice sounded like thunder, resounding in all directions. He was really going to challenge Lin Xian. Heavens, is Yusong going to challenge someone who's ranked lower? These people were stunned. Usually, this kind of ranking challenge would be a challenge from someone who's ranked lower. Basically, there would be no challenge from someone who's ranked lower. Because it was meaningless. Moreover, it would be embarrassing. After all, as a top genius, face was the most important thing. No one would disregard their face. But now, Yusong was disregarding everything and challenging Lin Xian, who was ranked lower than him. This was definitely something that only a mortal enemy would do. Yusong's choice shocked everyone. Even those elders were extremely shocked. Should they stop him? They were still discussing. Lin Xian frowned. I refuse. Everyone was stunned, including the elders. They originally wanted to stop him, but they didn't expect Lin Xian to refuse directly. This made them sigh in relief. This kid wasn't stupid. That was because although he was arrogant, his heart was as clear as a mirror. He knew who he could defeat and who he could not. Yusong was definitely not someone he could defeat. A few elders discussed in low voices. The surrounding skyprides were also stunned. However, in the next moment, they began to discuss fervently. This brat actually rejected it. I thought he would accept it, don't joke around. This kid wasn't a fool. He knew that it was impossible for him to beat Yusong. Who would have thought that this brat would actually cower? Everyone thought that Lin Xian refused because he was afraid. When Yusong heard this, he frowned and sneered. Why? Are you admitting defeat now? What were you doing earlier? Didn't you vow to provoke our Lord Black Devil? Do you think I'll let you off so easily? Even if he admitted defeat, it wouldn't do. Yusong's eyes turned blood red. A dark red sea of blood appeared around him, surging to the heavens and shaking the surroundings. It made everyone tremble. It was over. Yusong was also angry. Yusong had gone crazy. He was known as the Spear of Azura. He probably wouldn't let Lin Xian off so easily. Lin Xian was really unlucky. He deserved it. Who asked him to be so arrogant and challenge the Black Devil? After Lin Xian heard that, he shook his head. I think you misunderstood. I refused not because I thought you were afraid. It's because you're too weak to pique my interest. What? When he said that, everyone was stunned. You're too weak to pique my interest? Heavens, they almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Previously, they thought that Lin Xian was afraid, but they didn't know that he wasn't interested at all. Even the elders' mouths were twitching. The skyprides on the other ranking snorted coldly. Impossible, this kid must be posturing. Yes, he's bragging. He's quibbling. These people would never believe that Lin Xian wasn't interested in Azura. Azura was very terrifying. He had the strength to enter the top 10. How could someone like him not be interested? What a joke. If it was Huangfu Beidian who said that, they could still believe it. However, they wouldn't believe Lin Xian's words even if they were beaten to death. Kid, don't quibble. You're just afraid. However, I won't let you off. If you want me to let you off, get over here and kneel down. Count out 10 times to Lord Black Devil and admit your mistakes on the spot. I'll spare your life. Otherwise, you can imagine what will happen to you. At this point, the blood azure sea around Yusong emitted an even more terrifying light. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian stood up and walked forward. Admit his mistakes? What a joke. He stood up. This kid stood up. What? Is he really going to accept the challenge? No way, is this kid's brain flooded with water? It's fine if he's just bragging, but does he really want to fight Yusong? Does he think he can beat Yusong? Heavens, this kid is dead for sure. He's gone overboard with his bragging. That was everyone's opinion. Yusong was also stunned. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Good kid, you actually dare to come up. The heavens are really helping me. He was really too excited. Originally, he thought that the other party would admit defeat and not dare to come up. That way, he couldn't make a move at all. But he didn't expect that the other party would take the bait so easily. He provoked the other party, and the other party came up. He swore that when he came up, he wouldn't let the other party off so easily. Why did this kid go up? Is he really beaten half to death? Qinggu curled her lips at the side. Lu Yanan also frowned. Yuan Kuei was stunned. Damn it, this guy actually dares to challenge Yu Song? Does he not know how to write the word death ? He was just defeated by Yu Song. If not for the elders saving his life, he would already be a dead man. Although the other party defeated him, he did not think that the other party had the strength to challenge Yu Song. The Unicorn King and Blue Wing King, two people's faces were hideous. Great, with Yu Song making a move, this kid is definitely dead. Even those elders had stunned expressions on their faces. Then, they shook their heads slightly. They were also not optimistic about Lin Xian's chances. Lin Xian walked up to the ring, looked at the other party, and said indifferently, "I'll give you a chance to display your strongest strength. Otherwise, you won't have a chance." This kid still dares to act tough at this point. Just you wait, Yu Song's spear can definitely kill him in seconds. This kid must know that the referee elder is protecting his life. That's why he dares to be so arrogant. If there's no rule against killing, this kid would definitely not dare to go up. Kid, you've completely angered me. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Yu Song pulled out the Azura spear. The dark red spear, together with the surrounding sea of blood, bloomed with a monstrous light. Not only that, he even activated the power of the Moon Soul. Azura's spear, Yu Song used his ultimate move as soon as the battle began. The spear pierced through the 9 heavens. Countless seas of blood surged, and lightning flashed in the sky. Ah! The surrounding people screamed. They did not expect Yu Song to be so decisive. He did not give Lin Xian any chance to turn the tables. The two judges looked at each other and shook their heads slightly. That kid definitely won't be able to block that spear. Let's do it. The two of them moved and were about to make a move. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. In front of them, Lin Xian looked at the incoming spear, stretched out his palm, and grabbed it. With a buzzing sound, the golden palm grabbed the Azura spear and froze in midair. What? He caught it. The two judges were also stunned. Their bodies floated in midair. They were stunned. The surrounding people screamed. Heavens, how did he catch it? Did Azura go easy on him? Impossible, how could Azura go easy on him? But how did he catch it? Who knows how he did it? Damn, he can actually contend with the Azura spear. This is going to be fun. Everyone screamed in fear and disbelief. Some people even slapped their faces to wake themselves up. In short, the scene was very chaotic. Yu Song's pupils constricted. Impossible. You actually caught it. He was too shocked. Yuan Kuei almost knelt on the ground. How is that possible? In his opinion, the other party would not be able to block Azura's spear. Even the elders' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The people on the leaderboard were also very surprised. He blocked it. Shui Ling and the others were also surprised. It seemed that Lin Xian was still holding back his strength. Can he defeat Yu Song? He should be able to exchange a few hundred moves. Maybe he can even turn the tables. Wang Qi nodded slightly. Black Demon's face was gloomy. What is Yu Song doing? Didn't he say that he would use a powerful killing move from the beginning? His subordinates had been targeted and defeated by Lin Xian several times. Black Demon was embarrassed. Therefore, he snorted coldly and was very unhappy. In the next moment, he said, Yu Song, why are you still dawdling? Kill him. Black Demon's words made everyone tremble. Yes, Lord Black Demon. Yu Song quickly agreed. In the next moment, his eyes turned red. Die, brat. Moon Soul erupted, and the Azura spear stabbed out once more, trying to break free from Lin Xian's grasp. However, Lin Xian's palm firmly grasped the Azura spear, as if he had grasped the snake's weak point, preventing it from escaping. A golden crescent moon appeared in his left eye. The power of the moon soul? Do you think you're the only one with it? Let me show you my moon soul. A piercingly cold light suddenly burst forth from his golden eyes, enveloping the entire sky. A shadow of a crescent moon flew out from his eyes. What? This was impossible. Everyone went crazy. He actually condensed a moon soul. How long had it been, and he had already condensed it? Could it be that he had been condensing the moon soul for the past few months? No wonder he came so late. Everyone was extremely surprised. Yusong's pupils shrank. His opponent also had the power of the moon spirit. This was beyond his expectations. However, he quickly recovered. So what? His opponent had only been here for a few months. Even if he condensed the power of the moon soul, it would be very weak. However, he had already been at full moon peak for many years. The power of the moon soul that he had condensed was definitely not something that his opponent could compare to. Buzz, he activated the power of the moon soul with all his might. His entire being was like a god of war, sweeping across all directions. The power of the two moon souls collided in the sky. However, the golden crescent moon in Lin Xian's eyes was too terrifying. It was like a crescent moon blade, shattering all the spear lights. Then, it sent the azure spear flying. Pucci, Yusong's body was also cut in half at the waist. Impossible, damn it, how could the power of his moon spirit be so strong? These people were all crazy. Yusong actually couldn't beat Lin Xian in terms of the power of the moon soul. How was this possible? Lin Xian had only condensed it for a few months. Moreover, looking at his opponent's appearance, he should have just condensed it. Lu Yanan snorted coldly. Just condensed it? What do you know? That kid condensed the moon soul in 2 hours. Do you think this kid is simple? This kid is absolutely terrifying. He is even more terrifying than Hamo and Huangfu Badian. Because Lu Yanan saw it with her own eyes, she believed it without a doubt. The others didn't see it and didn't dare to believe it. Condensing the moon soul in 2 hours was simply a fantasy. That was because even the marvelous Yiguqing from back then had taken an entire day to condense. Lin Xian's talent was better than Yiguqing's? What a joke. They wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Kid, you have completely angered me. Yusong's body reassembled in the sky. His face was pale. Azure King, with a cold shout, blood-colored runes surrounded his body. In the sea of blood, an Azure King appeared. It was hundreds of feet long, and its body was filled with blood light. The Azure King had 3 heads and 6 arms. Each hand was holding a blood-colored weapon. There was a blood sword, a blood spear, a blood saber, and a blood shield. In short, it was very terrifying. The 3 heads were even more ferocious. Kill, with an angry shout, the 3 heads and 6 arms danced quickly, shattering the entire void. The terrifying energy wanted to kill Lin Xian. You are not qualified to compete with divine powers. Lin Xian shouted coldly. The divine fire on his body surged, and he also turned into a golden giant. He waved his palms and tore the 3 heads and 6 arms apart. Yusong's body was sent flying again and was torn into pieces. Ah! Yusong screamed and tried to reassemble his body. However, the golden giant in the sky slashed down and split the newly reassembled body again. Buzz, Lin Xian raised his foot and controlled the golden giant to step on Yusong with 1 foot. Do you still want to fight? Lin Xian's cold voice sounded, and the scalps of the others went numb. The corners of the elders' mouths twitched, and their faces were full of shock. How are we going to fight? From the beginning to the end, it was simply a one-sided beating. Previously, they thought that Lin Xian was arrogant and pretentious, but now it seemed that was not the case. Lin Xian was not interested at all. That was because Lin Xian and Yusong were not on the same level. Lin Xian beat Yusong like a dragon beating an ant. It was very easy. Damn it, how strong is this kid? Can he really challenge Hamo? The surrounding prodigies were terrified. Impossible. It's too difficult to challenge Hamo. He probably has the strength to enter the top 10. This kid is a newcomer, but he has the strength to enter the top 10. How heaven-defying. As expected of the descendant of the great dragon. This time, everyone acknowledged Lin Xian's strength and thought that he had the strength to enter the top 10. Therefore, people like Yu Song could only suffer. Yu Song had no choice but to admit defeat. Otherwise, his body would be crushed. Even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Escaping from the giant golden foot, Yu Song felt like he had survived a disaster. His expression was extremely unsightly. Previously, he was very arrogant and didn't put his opponent in his eyes at all. But now it seemed that he was the laughable one. His opponent didn't even bother to fight with him, and he was like a clown jumping up and down in front of everyone. Until he was stomped on the ground by his opponent. This guy actually won? Wang Ji took a deep breath. Yi Fei and Xue Ling were also extremely surprised. Huangfu Beidian had not opened his eyes and was cultivating with his eyes closed. Black Demon's face was gloomy, and his demonic aura was monstrous. This Yu Song was also a piece of trash. Fine, I'll personally deal with this kid. So what if he has the strength of the top 10? He, Black Demon, was ranked second only to Huangfu Beidian, and this time, he was confident that he could defeat Huangfu Beidian, let alone that kid. Big brother Lin Xian was too amazing. Xianxia clapped her hands and smiled like a flower. On the other side, Qing Wu's little face was puffed up, and she was very unhappy. Was this Yu Song also a piece of trash? He couldn't even beat a newcomer. Full Moon Peak was really trash, no wonder they were ranked last. She was too angry. She came here to see Lin Xian make a fool of himself, but she didn't see Lin Xian make a fool of himself at all. On the contrary, Lin Xian became more and more powerful. Every time he made a move, he would shock the entire crowd. Even to a certain extent, he had established a certain prestige and reputation. That was what she didn't want to see the most. However, she wouldn't leave just like that. I'd like to see how you fight Black Demon when the time comes. Qing Wu snorted angrily and continued to watch the battle. Next, it was the turn of the 11th ranked genius. That genius challenged the 10th ranked genius. In the end, he didn't succeed. It couldn't be helped. Being ranked in the top 10 was a watershed. Those who entered the top 10 were all very powerful, far surpassing the others. It could be said that it was extremely difficult for others to break into this circle. More importantly, after entering the top 10, the gap between each rank would become even greater, like a chasm between heaven and earth. Even if outsiders couldn't make it to the top, it would still be extremely difficult for those in the inner circle to advance by a single rank. However, that might not be the case. After all, those who could enter the top 10 were all peerless geniuses. As long as these people were given an opportunity, their strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. So what was the ultimate strength of these people? If they did not fight, none of them would know. The one ranked 10th challenged the one ranked 7th, Tian, and failed. Next, it was Lu Yanan's turn. Lu Yanan was ranked 9th. She took a deep breath and prepared to challenge Wang Ji, who was ranked 5th. This scene caused the crowd to exclaim in surprise. Lu Yanan actually wanted to challenge Wang Ji. From the looks of it, she wanted to make it to the top 5. It was very difficult. She was ranked 9th. It was impossible for her to reach the top 5. That might not be the case. Since she dared to challenge him, she had the qualifications to do so. Wang Ji was a short-haired young man with an ordinary face, but his eyes were as sharp as knives. He carried a long sword on his back. He was a swordsman. Lu Yanan was also a swordsman. The red long sword hanging at her waist flickered with a dazzling light. The two walked into the arena. Before they even fought, their king domains were displayed. They fought in the sky. Every strike tore through the void. The powerful force made everyone tremble. Apart from those in the top 10 who could still hold on, the others were all suppressed. Yuan Kuei and the others were also trembling slightly. It was too terrifying. They could not resist this force at all. However, there were a few exceptions. One was Qing Wu. Her body was glowing with a hazy light. It was obvious that she had used some kind of secret treasure. The other was Lin Xian. Lin Xian was safe and sound. The Crimson Dragon and Xianxia were standing beside him. They were also unaffected. This scene was also surprising. As for the other person, even Lin Xian was surprised. It was Zhong Lingxiu. Beside Zhong Lingxiu, the illusory image of a green lotus stabilized the void and blocked all the energy attacks. It was not strange that Qingwu could block it. After all, her brother was the North Demon. She was very powerful and must have many treasures in her hands. However, Lin Xian and Zhong Lingxiu could block the energy attacks. This shocked them. They wanted to investigate Lin Xian and Zhong Lingxiu's secrets. However, at this time, the two in the arena fought, attracting everyone's attention. Lu Yanan soared into the sky and turned into a red rainbow. Buzz, the red long sword slashed down like a divine rainbow, illuminating the entire sky. 7 red lights were slashed out in a row, enveloping Wang Ji. It was Lu Yanan's ultimate move, the surrounding skyprides exclaimed. The elders were also excited. Wang Ji looked up at the sky with a calm expression. Buzz, the long sword was unsheathed. The sword flashed and returned to the sheath. What was going on? Everyone was stunned. Why did Wang Ji stop? Everyone was stunned. However, the eyes of Yi Fei, Xue Ling, Black Demon, and the others flickered. Lin Xian's pupils constricted and he was shocked. Then, he shook his head slightly. He could see that Lu Yanan had lost. Indeed, in the next moment, the sky full of light descended and shattered the void. Lu Yanan's expression was extremely ugly. On her neck, there was a sword mark on her snow-white skin. Blood flowed out. I lost. Lu Yanan's body trembled. She did not have any reaction to the sword just now. Wang Ji had already gone easy on her. Otherwise, she would have been killed by him in one strike. Damn, he defeated Lu Yanan in one strike. This Wang Ji was too terrifying. Oh heavens, was this the strength of the 5th place? The 5th place was already so terrifying, this Wang Ji's strength had increased too much. Everyone exclaimed. Xue Ling's expression was extremely solemn. She also felt threatened. However, Yi Fei smiled because he and Wang Ji were good friends. In the distance, the elders also smiled. Wang Ji was not bad. This move was very powerful. This kid's strength had become so strong. Not bad, not bad. He should be qualified to fight for the top 3. It seemed that Wang Ji had put in a lot of effort recently in order to comprehend the Moongazer steel. The elders were very satisfied. Wang Ji was too handsome, he would also be one of the terrifying skyprides in the future. Previously, the crowd did not know Wang Ji, but after this battle, they knew him. Wang Ji was as terrifying as Xue Ling and Yi Fei. He was a young skypride that should not be provoked. Next, the person ranked 8th challenged Yi Fei. The 8th skypride opened his mouth and spat out a blue pagoda that enveloped his body. Facing Yi Fei, he took the initiative to use his strongest defense. Not only that, he spat out a bronze cauldron that enveloped his body again. The 2 layers of defense and the king's domain formed a triple defense. Seeing this scene, no one found it funny. They felt that this was how it should be. Because Yi Fei's knife was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian was extremely surprised. He had never seen someone so careful. What was so strange about Yi Fei walked up and flipped his palm, and a flying knife appeared in his hand. Flying knife, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he saw this scene. The Immortal Palace had a flying knife expert named Li Xianxia. Once the flying knife was thrown, it would instantly kill an invincible king. Even the primordial king back then couldn't block it. He wondered how Yi Fei's flying knife was. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. The 8th-ranked genius took action after putting up 3 layers of defense. He took out a giant axe and swung it down with an indomitable aura. The sky was split in half. This axe could split the sky and the earth. Whoosh, Yi Fei also made his move. A flying knife tore through the void, piercing through the blue pagoda and the bronze cauldron. It pierced through the other party's king's domain. It pierced the other party's body, causing him to vomit blood. With one strike, the 8th-ranked genius lost. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, their faces full of horror. Yi Fei was indeed not to be trifled with. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. Interesting. The other party's flying knife was somewhat similar to Li Xianxian's flying knife. Could it be that the two were related? The Crimson Dragon said. Back then, there was a sword saint who was extremely terrifying. Once the flying knife was thrown out, it swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Although the other party passed down his legacy, the legacy was scattered and incomplete. Whether it was Yi Fei or Li Xianxia, they must have received a portion of the other party's legacy. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded slightly. Perhaps that was the case. The competition continued. Later, the 6th-ranked genius challenged Xue Ling. In the end, Xue Ling waved her hand and directly froze the other party. Another move. Heavens, it was too terrifying. Although they were all ranked in the top 10, the gap between the top 5 and the bottom 5 was too big. The top 5 could directly kill the bottom 5. Everyone was amazed when they saw this scene. It was likely that the top 3 would come from these 5 people. That was for sure. However, it was very difficult for Dugu Jian and Black Demon to be defeated. The third person would be either Xue Ling, Yi Fei, or Wang Ji. The others had no chance at all. Not even the 2 prodigies of the far ancient royal family. Although Lin Xian and Zhong Linxiu were exceptionally talented, they were still a far cry from the top 5. Therefore, no one considered it at all. Those elders also became excited. I feel that Yi Fei might be able to make it into the top 3. His throwing knife had become stronger again, and his strength was not in vain. No one could dodge it. I think Wang Qi is not bad. His swordsmanship is very sharp, and he has the demeanor of a master. I'm looking forward to the battle between the Black Demon and Huangfu Beidian. Who would be able to reach the top? The surrounding elders discussed animatedly, but no one was talking about Lin Xian. The great elder narrowed his eyes, but he didn't think so. He felt that Lin Xian might be able to compete with these people. However, he wasn't sure about the specific outcome. He couldn't see through Lin Xian now. I wonder if this kid had any fortuitous encounters in the wasteland. Look, Wang Qi is going on stage. I wonder who he's going to challenge, Yi Fei or Xue Ling. Yi Fei is his good friend. I guess he's going to challenge Xue Ling. As expected, Xue Ling's expression was a little serious. She was even prepared to come out. However, she was soon stunned. Because Wang Qi didn't challenge her. Wang Qi's gaze swept past him and landed on the Black Demon. Black Demon was stunned, then a look of disdain appeared on his face. You want to challenge me? Kid, think carefully. You're no match for me. How would you know if you don't try? Wang Qi clenched his fists. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Black Demon's body swayed, and he appeared in the arena. I'll give you 3 chances to attack. Black Demon said impatiently. What? 3 chances? Did that mean that Black Demon could defeat his opponent in 3 moves? As expected of Black Demon, he was too domineering. Perhaps only Huangfu Beidian could defeat Black Demon. It was impossible for others to do so. That Lin Xian actually dared to challenge Hamo? He was courting death. While they were talking, Wang Qi moved in the arena. Crack, the crowd only heard the sound, but they didn't see how the longsword appeared. In the next moment, Black Demon's body swayed, and a ray of sword light pierced through where he was standing. The sword didn't hit its target. However, after that strike, the longsword turned around again and charged toward the Black Demon. Black Demon roared. Get lost. With a roar, the stars in the sky trembled. The powerful force shattered the void and blocked the sword. Wang Qi's body appeared. He held a long sword in his hand, and his expression was cold. Sword Qi surrounded his body and shot into the sky. What happened? The surrounding elites exclaimed. It was too fast. They couldn't see it at all. Didn't Black Demon give him 3 moves? Why did he attack first? Could it be that Wang Qi's strength has reached such a terrifying level? Black Demon's face darkened, and there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. I admit that I underestimated you. I take back what I said just now. You're worthy of my attack. As soon as he said that, the crowd was in an uproar. Wang Qi was too strong. He was able to make Black Demon take him seriously. What kind of sword technique was that just now? A series of exclamations and discussions were heard. Xue Ling said in a deep voice. She heard that Wang Qi had been in Jinlian planet all this time and hadn't come out. That should be the sword technique he got from Jinlian planet. That's right. Wang Qi's strength has increased greatly this time. Just wait, he will shock everyone. Yi Fei said with a smile. Wang Qi's performance was beyond everyone's expectations. Even Black Demon's face darkened. In the arena, a ray of light as bright as the sun lit up, and a terrifying sword light slashed down. Black Demon roared. You're courting death. Get lost, he stretched out his palm, and a terrifying demonic aura circulated. 5 black dragons appeared from his 5 fingers, and they circled around each other, covering the entire sky. Hong 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 hong, the black dragons collided with the sword chi, and a terrifying force raged in all directions. Black Demon was Black Demon after all. He was too powerful. He only used one move, and it shattered the sword chi in the sky. Even Wang Qi had to retreat. He retreated far away, and his expression became extremely solemn. In the next moment, a piercing light burst out from his eyes again. He waved his long sword, and a destructive sword chi surged out like ripples in the sky, spreading in all directions. Jade Water Sword Technique. The sword wave was like water, and it seemed soft. However, everyone's expression changed. Because it said that it contained a destructive force, and it was too terrifying. Even Lu Yanan and the rest were trembling, and their faces were filled with fear. Black Demon roared. Kid, it's over, Black Dragon fist, he clenched his hand into a fist, and a demonic aura surged, covering the entire sky. A black dragon flew out. The black dragon roared, boom, the black dragon collided with the jade-like sword waves, stirring up the surroundings and setting off monstrous waves. Even more so, a resplendent light burst out, causing everyone to be unable to open their eyes. It was blocked. The water sword technique was blocked in an instant. The black demon was too terrifying. Yes, it seemed like Wang Qi was in danger. Xueling's expression was solemn. Yi Fei was also extremely nervous. He clenched his fists because he and Wang Qi were good friends. Lin Xian was also watching nervously. On the other side, even Huangfu Beidian, who had closed his eyes, opened his eyes. The Black Dragon Fist was the Black Demon's ultimate move. Although the Jade Water Sword technique was powerful, it was completely defeated by the Black Dragon Fist. It was torn apart in an instant. Seeing that the Jade Water Sword technique was useless, Wang Qi roared angrily, and the light on his body bloomed again. His longsword trembled, and it let out a loud roar. On the longsword, the phantom of a golden lion appeared. Golden divine light soared into the sky, and the surroundings were filled with dazzling light. The golden lion had 3 heads, and it was completely formed by sword chi. It attacked together with Wang Qi's sword technique. Ultimate move, Golden Lion Sword, Heavens, Wang Qi had used his ultimate move. This sword technique was even more terrifying than the Jade Water Sword technique. Last time, Wang Qi's Golden Lion Sword was only formed by 1 head. Now, he could form a 3-headed Golden Lion Sword. Wasn't this growth speed a little too fast? Xueling, Lu Yanan, and the others looked solemn. The elders were also excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Wang Qi was indeed a genius in sword principle. The Golden Lion Sword? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, and his eyes flickered. It was indeed a powerful sword technique. Wang Qi's attainment in sword Dao was not weak. He wondered what the Black Demon was going to use to fight against him. Using his ultimate move? You can even form 3 heads? I have to say, your growth is shocking. But I've said it before, this is the end. The battle was over. The Black Demon's voice was cold. He wasn't afraid of the 3-headed Golden Lion Sword. Instead, his expression darkened, and a monstrous demonic aura emanated from his body. He raised his right hand, and a black halberd appeared in his hand as thousands of demonic auras soared into the sky. Ka ka ka, this divine halberd was simple and unadorned. There were cracks all over it, and it looked like it would shatter at any moment. However, as soon as it appeared, it created an extremely powerful ripple that caused the space within hundreds of thousands of miles to collapse. Everyone felt their blood turn cold, as if a peerless killing intent was about to pierce through them. What is this? How terrifying. Oh no, I'm going to use my weapon. It seemed that the Black Demon was truly enraged. Everyone wildly swallowed their saliva. Even Yi Fei and Xue Ling's bodies began to tremble slightly. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. Huang Fubadian stared at the scene in the sky with a sharp gaze. Wang Ji's expression was even more solemn. The black membrane at this moment was truly terrifying to the extreme. The surrounding void collapsed, and a terrifying demonic aura surged from his body. The moment he grabbed the divine halberd, the demonic chi around him trembled violently and turned into boundless hellfire that swept out in all directions. Destroy, with a furious roar, the black halberd in his hand swept out. Clang, clang. Clang, puff, the black halberd struck the old golden lion sword, shattering the three-headed golden lion sword. Puff, Wang Ji spat out blood and was sent flying. He stared at the scene in disbelief. His expression was extremely ugly. Defeated, Wang Ji was actually defeated. Such a powerful golden lion sword was actually shattered by a single move. The black demon was too terrifying. The black halberd in his hand was truly terrifying. It was a treasure passed down from ancient times. Although it was broken, it was even more terrifying than a half-sage artifact. Screams rang out one after another. The new skyprides were all trembling. Was this the power of the black demon? It was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that he could kill him with a single glance. Even Lu Yanan, Yi Fei, Xue Ling, and the others had grave expressions, let alone the new skyprides. Only Huang Fubadian remained calm. This guy does have the right to be arrogant. The Crimson Dragon muttered softly. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Indeed, the black demon was very powerful. However, Lin Xian felt his blood boiling. Was he defeated? Wang Ji stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He smiled bitterly. There was a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. During this period of time, he had been cultivating his swordsmanship crazily on Goldforge planet. Finally, he had cultivated the golden lion sword to 3 heads. Originally, he was full of confidence and thought that he could contend with the black demon. At least, he would not be defeated so quickly. However, when the black demon became serious and the black halberd appeared, he was unable to resist at all. The gap between them was too big. It was so big that it made him feel despair. If the black demon was already so powerful, how terrifying would Huang Fubadian, who was ranked first, be? He did not dare to imagine. Shaking his head, Wang Ji took out 2 pills and swallowed them. Then, he walked to the side to recover. The black demon stood in the void like a peerless demon king. His cold eyes swept across the area. No one dared to look him in the eye. With a cold snort, the black demon put away his black halberd and left the void, landing outside the arena. Everyone was still in shock from the attack just now. There were discussions and screams everywhere. The elders in the distance were also moved. This Hamo is incredible. His strength has increased tremendously compared to before. It seemed that this time, he might really be able to defeat Huang Fubadian, not necessarily. Huang Fubadian had not shown his skills yet. But thinking about it, his strength should have greatly increased. They were looking forward to the battle between the two of them. Yes, the two of them might be able to comprehend the full moon wordless steel. At that time, they would be able to contend with monsters like Hebei monster. There was finally hope for our full moon peak. These elders trembled with excitement. The first elder narrowed his eyes and did not say anything. Was there hope, indeed? However, was it Huang Fubadian and the black demon? His gaze passed through the crowd and looked at a figure in the distance. Perhaps, not necessarily. In the arena, the 2 referee elders took a deep breath and then pressed their hands to silence the surroundings. In the next moment, one of the referee elders said loudly. The next one to go up was Yi Fei. Yi Fei, who are you going to challenge? Hearing this, everyone's gazes landed on Yi Fei, and they became excited once again. Yi Fei was going to fight too. He was a super powerhouse, his flying daggers never missed. Who was he going to challenge? It was very likely that he wanted to avenge Wang Ji, so he challenged the black demon. Yi Fei walked up to the arena amidst the discussion of the crowd. He smiled slightly and looked at Xue Ling. Come up. Xue Ling, Yi Fei actually challenged Xue Ling heavens. It seemed that he was going to make it to the top 3. That was for sure. Only the top 3 could comprehend the full moon wordless steel. Would Xueling be able to withstand it? Don't underestimate Xueling. Her strength was absolutely terrifying. After all, she was ranked third, second only to Heimo and Huangfu Badian. Xueling didn't seem surprised by this choice. She snorted, and ice lotuses appeared under her feet, carrying her to the arena. You really chose me. Unfortunately, you have no chance of winning. Xueling's voice was cold. As she spoke, the surroundings were frozen. Facing Yifei, Xueling didn't dare to be careless. After all, the other party's flying daggers were too terrifying. In an instant, she also set up several layers of defense. She even wore an ice armor on her body. She formed a seal with her jade-like hands. Immediately, the cold air in the sky surged and turned into countless ice shards. The murderous aura shot into the sky. The cold aura made the people in the distance tremble again. Frost even formed on many people's bodies, and the power in their bodies was frozen. Cold snowflakes floated between heaven and earth. Yifei's body swayed and he used his extreme speed. He turned into a stream of light and floated between heaven and earth, wandering among the ice swords. He didn't attack immediately. Seeing this scene, many of the new prodigies were puzzled. Why didn't he use his flying daggers? Yeah, didn't they say that his flying daggers are very powerful? Hearing this, the old prodigy snorted. What do you know? Yifei only uses his daggers at the critical moment. Do you think he's going to use his flying daggers right from the start? Just wait and see. Other than his flying daggers, Yifei's other divine powers are also very powerful. Otherwise, why do you think he's ranked fourth? As expected, the new prodigies stopped talking and even began to tremble. That was because they realized that even if Yifei didn't use his flying daggers, he was still very terrifying. As Yifei opened and closed his palms, beams of divine light shot into the sky, shattering all the ice swords around him. Ice dimensional slash. On the other side, Xueling formed another seal. The space rippled, and a blue light of death drew out and directly shrouded Yifei. Seeing this scene, even Wang Ji's body trembled and his face was full of fear. The icy dimensional slash was an extremely powerful and terrifying ability. In the entire full moon peak, not many people could withstand it. Unexpectedly, Xueling executed it so quickly. It looked like she wanted to end the battle quickly, not giving Yifei a chance to draw his saber. Seeing this, Yifei did not dare to be careless. Strange runes appeared under his feet one after another. With a whoosh, his speed increased again, and he instantly disappeared from where he stood. 9 rotation body steps, heavens, he had actually mastered the 9 rotation body steps, Yu Song screamed. Yuan Kuei, Lu Yanan, and the others felt their scalps go numb. Even Xueling's beautiful eyes were tightly wrinkled. 9 revolving body steps, the other party had actually succeeded. Interesting. Black Demon also narrowed his eyes, and a cold smile appeared on his face. This was an extremely frightening speed. Most of the geniuses in the area could not even see where the other party was. Golden runes flickered in Lin Xian's eyes. He caught sight of a figure moving rapidly in the sky. What incredible speed, this Yifei was truly amazing. However, from the looks of it, he should be drawing his flying saber soon. Indeed, Xueling repeatedly used her ultimate move, causing Yifei to move quickly in the sky. Wherever he passed, huge blue cracks were torn open and devoured everything. Finally, Yifei seized an opportunity. With a flip of his palm, a flying saber appeared. After the flying saber appeared, Yifei's aura changed. A dazzling saber light shot into the sky, and a vast amount of energy shook the void. Everyone's expression changed. They now realized that the Yifei who had the flying saber was completely different from before. Too powerful. At this moment, even Black Demon's expression was solemn. Yifei's flying saber lived up to its reputation. Huangfu Badian opened his eyes again, as if he could see through everything. Xueling's expression was incomparably solemn. She shouted coldly and waved her hand. Dozens of ice curtains condensed around her. They were densely packed and spread in all directions. At this moment, Xueling had used her strongest defense. Buzz, under everyone's attention, Yifei drew his saber. A divine light streaked across, illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It was too fast, everyone only saw a flash of light. Then, they couldn't see anything. They could only hear a violent sound. The ground cracked, the sky rolled, and the terrifying power seemed to be destroying the world. There were even ghostly wails and wolf howls that made one's scalp tingle. The ice curtains that Xue Ling had cast were like pieces of paper. They couldn't resist at all. In an instant, they were penetrated. Xue Ling's body was cold. She felt a peerless killing intent enveloping her. Damn it, she changed positions, but it was too late. The speed of the saber was too fast. It was even faster than Yifei's 9 rotation steps. At the critical moment, Xue Ling opened her mouth and spat out a blue shield. This blue shield was overflowing with light. It was obviously a powerful Dharma treasure. Once the shield appeared, it kept growing bigger and bigger, protecting Xue Ling. Phew, Xue Ling heaved a sigh of relief. In the next moment, she heard an earth-shattering sound. It was Yifei's saber that collided with her blue shield. In the next moment, countless cracks appeared on the blue shield. Crack! Crack! How was this possible? Xue Ling's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. How could she block the opponent's saber? She clearly couldn't block it last time. With a puff, in her surprise, the blue shield shattered and a saber light pierced her shoulder. This made her keep retreating. Between heaven and earth, the ice that filled the sky disappeared. Blood dripped and pierced through the void. What happened? What was the result? It seemed to be a long time, but it was only a moment. Everyone only saw a flash of light, and blood feathers floated down from the sky. His flying saber had become stronger again. Hmo snorted. Huangfu Baitian's eyes were bright. On the other side, Lin Xian also nodded slightly. What a powerful flying saber, indeed, it lived up to its reputation. Xue Ling's defeat was justified. What? You said Xue Ling lost? Hearing Lin Xian's words, the surrounding people screamed. They didn't quite believe it. But in the next moment, when they saw Xue Ling holding her shoulder in the arena with a pale face, they immediately screamed. Xue Ling was defeated. She was really defeated. She was penetrated by a saber, she lost. Yifei landed below the arena, looking confident and calm. The flying dagger was still kept by him. I don't understand, how did your flying saber become so powerful? Last time, you clearly couldn't break my shield. Xue Ling's face was pale. She still couldn't understand. Because she and Yifei had fought more than once. Previously, her opponent couldn't break her shield at all. But this time, her opponent penetrated it. She didn't believe that her opponent's strength could have such a drastic change. Yifei smiled mysteriously and did not say anything. However, at this moment, a cold voice resounded throughout the world. It was the power of the moon soul. This voice made one's blood boil as if they were about to faint. Xue Ling's expression changed. What? The power of the moon soul. You actually integrated the power of the moon soul into the flying dagger? Yifei's expression also changed. He did not expect his secret to be seen through in an instant. However, he did not dare to be angry because he knew who made that voice. It was Huangfu Baitian. In front of such a person, his secret could not be hidden at all. I did not expect your control of the moon soul to have reached such a level. Xue Ling took a deep breath. Next time, I won't lose to you again. As she said that, she also channeled ice to seal her wound. Then, she turned around and walked down the stage. This battle did not last long. Especially after Yifei displayed his flying knife skill, the outcome of the battle was decided almost instantly. The surrounding prodigies seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Many of the young rookies saw Yifei's dagger for the first time. Too strong, was that Yifei's flying dagger? As expected, no one could block it. Would Hmo be able to block it? It was hard to say. Hmo was too strong, and Yifei's dagger was too sharp. If the two of them collided, what would the situation be? Don't worry, the two of them will definitely fight in the next round. In the distance, the elders were also excited. Yifei's dagger had indeed become stronger. This kid's talent was terrifying. He could actually integrate the moon's soul into his flying dagger technique. Did he engrave it on the blade or directly integrate it into the technique? But no matter what, his strength had become stronger again. He could even challenge Hmo and Huangfu Baitian. Next should be Xue Ling, right? Who was she going to challenge? Xue Ling had just been injured. It would probably take some time for her to recover. Sure enough, the next round did not start immediately. Instead, they waited for Xue Ling to recover from her injuries. The surrounding people were too excited because Wang Qi, Yi Fei, Xue Ling, He Mo, and the other powerhouses appeared one by one. The power they displayed was too terrifying. These were the top 5? Too strong, no one could defeat them. The top 3 would definitely come from these people. 2 hours later, Xue Ling opened her eyes. Although she hadn't fully recovered, she had recovered 80 to 90%. She was ready to fight. Xue Ling walked out, her gaze moved between the Black Devil and Huangfu Beidian, and she seemed to be deciding who she wanted to challenge. In the end, she still stared at the Black Demon because she truly did not have the courage to challenge Huangfu Beidian. He Mo had appeared again. Although Xue Ling lost to Yi Fei, it didn't mean that she was weak. On the contrary, her strength was extremely strong. Even the Black Devil had to take it seriously. After more than 100 moves, He Mo used his black halberd, and Xue Ling was actually able to exchange 3 moves with him. When He Mo was fighting Wang Qi, he used his black halberd and sent Wang Qi flying with 1 move. But now, it took him 3 moves to defeat Xue Ling. One could imagine just how powerful Xue Ling was. He Mo won again. He didn't leave the arena, and he looked directly at Huangfu Beidian instead. Come and fight me. Today, I'll defeat you. I'll let everyone know who's number 1 on Full Moon Peak. Huangfu Beidian opened his eyes and looked at He Mo in the arena with a calm expression. He said, "You've just gone through a battle, so I'll give you 15 minutes to recover." In less than 15 minutes, He Mo snorted coldly, and the black halberd in his hand shook. Suddenly, a huge crack that was tens of thousands of miles wide appeared in the sky. Boundless demonic chi rolled and crazily absorbed the spiritual chi between heaven and earth. It formed into beams of black light, a total of 49 beams, and connected to He Mo's body. Spiritual chi poured into his body, forcibly recovering. Oh heavens, he dared to use such a method? How terrifying was He Mo? Wasn't he afraid of his body exploding? Those people exclaimed. Yi Fei, Xue Ling, and the others also turned pale. He Mo was too powerful. Soon, the dark clouds in the sky disappeared, and He Mo's aura became tyrannical again. I've recovered, come and fight me. As you wish. Huangfu Beidian walked up. When he took a step forward, the crowd couldn't see his figure at all, and they realized that he had already arrived in the arena. Shrinking the ground into an inch? That's too fast, you're not my opponent. Take out your strongest martial arts. Huangfu Beidian said indifferently. Don't look down on me. I'm definitely strong enough to defeat you now. He Mo snorted coldly. He didn't put away the black halberd in his hand. Instead, it bloomed with an even more terrifying light. The surrounding experts and skyprides felt their scalps go numb. Huangfu Beidian actually said such words to He Mo. It was too shocking. One had to know that He Mo usually said such words to others. They had never thought that someone would dare to say such words to He Mo. However, Huangfu Beidian definitely had such strength. He was the number 1 of the Full Moon Peak. From the beginning to the end, no one had seen him fight because no one dared to challenge him. Even top skyprides like Yi Fei and Xue Ling didn't dare to challenge him. Only He Mo dared to challenge him, right? Buzz, boom, He Mo snorted. His hair danced wildly, and the demonic chi on his body erupted again. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into an ancient demon king, unstoppable. What a powerful aura, those people were all blown away. Xue Ling, Yi Fei, and the others' pupils shrank. He became stronger again. He Mo's aura became stronger again. Could it be that He Mo didn't use his full strength in the previous battle? Thinking of this, a hint of despair appeared in their eyes. Wasn't this too shocking? He Mo was still hiding his strength. Those elders were also extremely surprised. Everyone's expression was ugly. In the crowd, Lin Xian's gaze was solemn as he stared at the fiend godlike figure. There were still countless sword chi around him, blocking the terrifying storm. On the other side, the illusory green lotus beside Zhong Linxiu swayed gently, blocking all the storm. At the same time, 2 mysterious runes flashed in her eyes. It seemed to want to see through everything. Kill, Hamo roared and waved his black halberd like a demon. Suddenly, a dazzling killing intent soared into the sky. The terrifying black light turned into a long rainbow and slashed forward. In an instant, it enveloped Huangfu Beidian. Seeing this scene, everyone became nervous. They wondered what kind of peerless ability Huangfu Beidian was going to use. After all, the black halberd was too terrifying. It defeated Wan Qi in one move and Xue Ling in 3 moves. It was definitely a heaven-defying weapon. Probably not many people would be able to withstand this kind of power. Huangfu Beidian would probably have to use a peerless ability. Perhaps he would have to pull out the blade on his back. Everyone was looking forward to an intense battle. Even Lin Xian and Zhong Lingxiu's eyes flickered with anticipation. Looking at the incoming divine rainbow, Huangfu Beidian stood with his hands behind his back. He did not dodge or make any movements. When the divine rainbow arrived beside him, he opened his mouth. Destroy, with a light shout, heaven and earth collapsed. The dozens of black mist-like attacks instantly collapsed and turned into fragments. The void in all directions of the world was also cracking apart continuously. With just one word, the black demon's powerful attack was neutralized. The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. Heavens, am I dreaming? What did I just see? Huangfu Beidian neutralized the black demon's peerless attack by opening his mouth. That was not an ordinary attack. The attack that defeated Wan Qi in 1 move and Xue Ling in 3 moves was actually nothing in front of Huangfu Beidian. How terrifying and heaven-defying was Huangfu Bai? These people were all crazy. To be honest, this was completely different from what they had imagined. In their view, the black demon was already so terrifying. No matter how strong Huangfu Beidian was, he should not be much stronger than the black demon. Between the two, it would definitely be a fierce battle. Perhaps, there would be an endless stream of great abilities. But the truth was not so. Facing the black demon's powerful attack, Huangfu Beidian only said one word and neutralized the peerless killing intent. This was simply a crushing defeat. They did not expect Huangfu Baitian's strength to far surpass the black demons. Even Lin Xian and Zhong Lingxiu were shocked. The two of them did not expect such a scene. This Huangfu Beidian was incredible. Is this all you've got? I've said it before, use your strongest trump card. Huangfu Beidian shook his head slightly with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Damn guy, don't be so arrogant. The black demon's face was gloomy and somewhat unsightly. He did not expect Huangfu Beidian to destroy his attack with just one word without making a move. Coupled with the surprise of the surrounding people, it made him lose face. He decided to show Huangfu Beidian his strength. Those few attacks just now were not his full strength. Next, he would let Huangfu Beidian know the price of underestimating him. Demonic dragon overflowing sky, Hamo roared furiously. Devil chi surged out from his body. 18 devil dragons surged out and coiled around Huangfu Beidian at a rapid speed. At the same time, he waved the halberd in his hand again, creating a few terrifying spatial rifts as if he wanted to swallow Huangfu Beidian whole. It was too terrifying. The attack this time was even more terrifying than before. It seemed like the Hamo was truly enraged. Huangfu Beidian harumphed coldly as he waved his hand, firing a shocking saber glow that shattered the 18 black dragons. At the same time, he stomped his foot, shattering all the spatial rifts around him. Your attack is not good enough. Huangfu Beidian said coldly. Was the gap between them that big? Everyone was stupefied. Even the black demon had an ugly expression on his face. Damn it. Draw your blade for me, he was mad with anger. Unexpectedly, the other party still hadn't drawn his saber. Just a wave of his arm was enough to break his attack. This infuriated black demon so much that he vomited blood. He didn't believe that the other party would be so powerful. Kill, with a furious roar, the black demon quickly charged forward. In the blink of an eye, he arrived beside Huangfu Beidian as the black halberd in his hand flickered continuously. Countless terrifying attacks were launched at Huangfu Beidian. At this moment, Huangfu Beidian made his move. His figure was extremely fast as if he could escape into the void, easily dodging hundreds of attacks. Then, he appeared in another part of the void. You're not good enough. You're not qualified for me to draw my blade. Huangfu Baitian's cold voice sounded again, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. The elders in the distance also frowned. Their eyelids were twitching wildly. Heavens, has Huangfu Baitian become so terrifying? Could it be that the gap between them was so huge? This was something that he had never thought of before. Lin Xian and Zhong Linxiu were equally shocked. The strength that Huangfu Baitian displayed at this moment had truly shocked everyone. The black demon was going crazy with anger. His entire face was distorted. How could the other party still not draw his blade? Was he looking down on him? He roared at the sky, causing the entire world to tremble. Black demonic aura rose into the sky like thousands of demonic dragons. Armageddon Black Dragon Fist. This time, he did not wave his black halberd, but his fist. The terrifying fist blossomed with a jet-black light, accompanied by strange runes one after another. They were like stars, tumbling in the sky. The powerful force tore everything apart. It was too terrifying. Many skyprides were already pressed to the ground, trembling. Armageddon Black Dragon Fist. It was actually that kind of fist technique that the black demon had mastered. This black demon was too terrifying. He wondered if Huangfu Baitian should draw his saber. If Huangfu Baitian did not draw his blade, then he would be too heaven-defying. Armageddon Black Dragon Fist? You're not trash after all. You can actually master such a fist technique. Very well, you're worthy of me drawing my blade. Huangfu Baitian's eyes were sharp. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a peerless blade god, holding the long blade on his back. With a clang, the blade flashed, and a huge crack of hundreds of thousands of miles shot into the sky. The entire sky seemed to have been split in half. Buzz, with a slash of the blade, the demonic aura that filled the sky disappeared, and the countless black dragon fist shadows were completely shattered. This saber strike destroyed everything. The Armageddon Black Dragon Fist was broken. Boom boom boom, with a slash of the blade, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The skyprides and experts below fainted from fear. Was this Huangfu Baitian's strength? Shui Ling trembled, Yi Fei's face turned pale, and Wang Ji clenched his fists with his eyes wide open. As for Yuan Kuei, Yu Song, and the others, their blood froze, and their souls trembled. It was too terrifying, no one could block this saber strike. Buzz, in the distance, the elders also rose to their feet with their eyes wide open. Their gazes were like rainbows that pierced through the void. This slash, this saber technique, this Huangfu Baitian was incredible. The first elder's eyes emitted a piercing cold light. He clapped his hands and laughed. What a surprise, that's right, everyone knew that Huangfu Baitian was strong, but they did not know how strong he was. It seemed that he was ridiculously strong. With Huangfu Baitian here, the full moon peak would definitely not be last in the competition between the four peaks. Even though they might not be able to defeat the North Beast, they should be able to compete for second place. Not necessarily, the woman from the Nimble Valley was also very terrifying. It did not matter, even if they were not second, they would at least be third. This time, they would not be last. The elders were extremely excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Boom boom boom, the terrifying crack in the sky continued to expand. Black Demon, on the other hand, kept retreating. His face was also filled with shock. He had drawn his saber, he had really drawn his saber, however, the outcome had shocked him. His peerless fist technique was shattered by his opponent's blade. There was no way for him to defend himself. You finally unsheathed your blade. Although the apocalyptic black dragon fist was broken, the Hmo was extremely excited. He still had a trump card that he could use. Buzz, countless demonic runes appeared on the Hmo's body. The entire sky darkened, and the terrifying aura made everyone faint. At this moment, the Hmo was like a peerless demon king that could shatter heaven and earth. A black moon seemed to have appeared in the sky. It was extremely terrifying as it spun rapidly. Moon Soul. Is this the Hmo's Moon Soul? He has refined it to such a level, it's not a simple Moon Soul. The Hmo has activated his bloodline power. The demonic runes on his body are definitely the power of his bloodline. Exclamations could be heard as the crowd trembled. With the power of his bloodline combined with the Moon Soul, the Hmo was going all out. He was not holding back at all. After all, his opponent was Dugu Baitian. Buzz, he held the black halberd again and swung it. The sky was overturned and turned into a terrifying black hole that could devour everything. It wanted to devour Huangfu Beidian. Take my strongest attack, apocalyptic black dragon wave. The halberd in his hand seemed to have come to life and turned into a black dragon that he held in his hand. At the same time, the Heimo's entire right arm emitted a black light. Demonic runes were spinning rapidly. A powerful energy burst out. This energy was too strong, it could destroy everything. The expressions of the two judges changed. At this moment, the Grand Elder shouted coldly and activated the array formation. Immediately, many of the surrounding elders moved. They formed hand seals and countless runes lit up on the entire mountain, forming a defensive array that protected the full moon peak. Otherwise, this attack would have created a hole in the full moon peak. After the array was activated, old Zhang heaved a sigh of relief. The other skyprides also calmed down. Their faces were extremely pale. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with stars as he stared at the two figures in the sky. Apocalyptic black dragon wave. The Heimo's right arm suddenly exploded with energy. The halberd in his hand turned into a black dragon. The dragon opened its mouth and black waves were shot out. They swept forward and enveloped Huangfu Beidian. Chop! Huangfu Beidian snorted coldly as the saber in his hand slashed down. It was as if it could destroy everything in its path. The saber slashed down. Boom! This was a terrifying confrontation. The world-destroying black dragon wave was the Black Devil's strongest attack. Huangfu Beidian's slash was even more terrifying. The two collided, emitting a thunderous sound. The void continued to collapse as energy surged wildly. Endless runes formed a storm that wreaked havoc in all directions. Ka, the black runes in the sky shattered, and the black dragon held as it was cut in half by the saber. The black demon also retreated. His bones were broken, and he fell to the ground. Bang! The entire land began to shake, and dust rose into the air within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Injured, Heimo was actually injured. Everyone exclaimed. The hearts of those elders also rose to their throats. After Black Demon landed on the ground, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Damn it! I refuse to accept this. His strongest attack was actually countered by someone. However, he refused to accept it. He still wanted to soar into the sky, but Huangfu Beidian snorted coldly in the sky. He waved his hand, and a saber light slashed down. It grew bigger and bigger like a mountain, completely suppressing the black demon. Under the saber light, Heimo's body trembled. You've lost. In the sky, Heimo's voice was cold. He did not attack again and withdrew his saber. He stepped into the air and walked into the distance. Damn it! Damn it! Heimo was so angry that he went crazy. The clouds within a radius of 1,000,000 miles were all shattered by him. However, he still could not change the outcome. Everyone in the surroundings was also shocked and silent. They were completely stunned. This battle was really too terrifying. Heimo had used all his means, but there was nothing he could do. Huangfu Beidian's saber was too amazing. Was that Huangfu Beidian's ultimate move? Not necessarily. Why do I feel like it's a casual attack from Huangfu Beidian? Don't scare me. Has Huangfu Beidian become so terrifying? At this moment, countless geniuses trembled with excitement as they looked at Huangfu Beidian with admiration. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Huangfu Beidian is so strong. He's ridiculously strong. He could not see through his opponent's strength. Zhong Lingxiu's eyes flickered. No one knew what she was thinking. The others, such as Yi Fei, Xue Ling, and Wang Ji, were also shocked. They swallowed their saliva. Fortunately, they did not challenge Huangfu Beidian previously. Otherwise, they did not dare to imagine. They did not expect the gap to be so big. Heimo's admiration was not undeserved. Huangfu Beidian was really too strong, ridiculously strong. Those elders also sighed one after another. Their eyes were filled with excitement. Indeed, Heimo was defeated, but that did not mean that he was weak. On the contrary, Heimo was very strong. However, Huangfu Beidian was unbelievably strong. It could be said that Heimo could be proud that he could make Huangfu Beidian use his saber. Although many elders around praised him, Heimo's face was gloomy. He came to the side. The demonic chi on his body was still emitting a terrifying light, so no one dared to approach him. Angry, he was too angry, he was still in second place, and he was still defeated by Huangfu Beidian. He did not even know how much power Huangfu Beidian had used. In the eyes of everyone, the second place was incomparably dazzling. However, Heimo was furious. One had to know that he had mastered the apocalyptic black dragon wave and was full of confidence. He thought that he could use this great ability to defeat Huangfu Beidian. But in this battle, he lost very thoroughly. Damn it, next time, I won't lose in the next competition between the 4 peaks. Heimo gritted his teeth. He swore that this was his last defeat. From now on, he would not be defeated again. Following Heimo's defeat against Huangfu Beidian, the first round of challenges came to an end. Everyone had 6 hours to rest. After 6 hours, the second round of the competition began. Therefore, those injured and monstrous geniuses who had finished participating in the competition began to crazily swallow pills to recover and improve themselves so that they could face the next round. 6 hours passed very quickly. The monstrous geniuses had many fortuitous encounters and were rich, so they used their treasures without hesitation. Finally, many people recovered. Some people even reached the peak. Everyone's eyes were shining, and they were even more excited. That was because this was their last chance. If they failed, no one knew how many years they would have to wait. Although they were all young geniuses and had a lot of time, in the Battle of Emperor Road, if they fell one step behind, they might fall behind for life. No one would give up on this last chance. This round of competition would be even more intense. Sure enough, everyone used all their trump cards without holding anything back. Among them, Situ Haoyan made it to the 15th place and succeeded. Xianxia was even more shocking. She made it to the 10th place. This battle was truly incomparably terrifying. A green lotus appeared beside Xianxia. It swayed gently, and the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. As a result, Huangfu Beidian opened his eyes in astonishment. Yi Fei, Xue Ling, and the rest were even more surprised. For a moment, countless gazes and discussions surrounded the surroundings. Those elders were also shocked. What was that green lotus? Could it be something impossible? When did such a terrifying person come out of the Daoi Holy Land? These elders also seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. This jump in ranking was too strong. She had already entered the top 10, even Lin Xian didn't enter, but Xianxia actually did. The first elder was also surprised. At the same time, he narrowed his eyes. Xianxia, Daoi Holy Land. His body was slightly excited. Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't expect that apart from him, there was actually such a powerful dark horse on the human side. The other party wasn't the successor of a great emperor like Yan Nantian, nor was she the descendant of an emperor clan like Yi Wudao, but a genius from the Daoi Holy Land. Previously, she didn't reveal her strength. Before entering the House of Prodigy, he hadn't even heard of her name. But now, she soared into the sky and entered the top 10 of Full Moon Peak. One had to know that in the outside world, this was enough to sweep away the vast majority of the human race's geniuses. Even those ancient races were no match for her. Previously, geniuses like Huamuzhen and Fire Dragon King might not even be able to enter the rankings in the House of Prodigy. One could imagine how terrifying the monstrous geniuses inside were. However, among so many monstrous geniuses, Xianxia was actually able to enter the top 10. This big sister was so powerful. The 1-pound Xianxia was also surprised. Qinggu, who was in the distance, also exclaimed softly. Unexpectedly, another group of dark horses had appeared. The Crimson Dragon stared at Xianxia non-stop. Oh my, this is incredible, he seemed to have made a major discovery. What did he discover? Lin Xian asked. The Crimson Dragon said. Do you know that the Daoi Holy Land has a legendary terrifying physique, Dao Physique? Dao Physique, just hearing this name, one knew that it was terrifying. Those related to the Dao were definitely not simple. What kind of physique was this? Lin Xian asked. The Crimson Dragon said. It had a terrifying constitution. It is not weaker than your 9-yang divine body, nor is it weaker than the saint body. It was one of the most powerful and terrifying physiques in the world. In fact, it was even more terrifying. However, he rarely appeared. because as soon as they appeared, they would sweep through the 8 wastelands. Very few people were their match. Among the great emperors, there were some who had such a constitution. Upon hearing the Crimson Dragon's words, Xianxia was shocked. Lin Xian's eyelids were also twitching. Was there such a constitution among the great emperors? Too strong, the Crimson Dragon said. Of course, I'm just guessing. I'm not completely sure. This was because once the Taoist body was formed, even if one had not reached the Saint realm, they could still use the laws of heaven and earth. If she really had the Tao flesh, even the first-ranked Huangfu Badian would not stand a chance against her, let alone being ranked 10th. Even the 10,000 demon body might not be able to defeat her. What? This time, Lin Xian was truly shocked. Even if one wasn't a saint, they would still be able to use the laws. This was definitely an incredible matter. One had to know that only saints possessed laws and Tao patterns. But now, there was actually someone below the saint realm who could use them. They could indeed control the power of heaven and earth now, but this power was not laws. The difference between the two was too great. There was even a fundamental difference. A person who used laws could easily kill them. If this Xianxia really had the Tao flesh, then she would definitely be one of the most powerful enemies on the path to becoming a great emperor. However, Lin Xian was also suspicious. Xianxia was powerful, but she was not powerful to the point of defying the heavens. Therefore, he was very suspicious whether the other party had the Tao flesh or not. However, now was not the time for him to think too much because he was about to enter the arena. Lin Xian stood up and walked towards the arena in front. As he stood up, everyone stopped discussing and looked at him. The next moment, exclamations erupted again. Lin Xian was about to make his move. Yes, Lin Xian was one of the dark horses. The power that he displayed previously was not weaker than Xianxia at all. Who knew what rank he could reach this time? He had already defeated Ju Song and was absolutely qualified to reach the top 10. Who knew if he would make a move against Xianxia? Really hoped to see the appearance of the two dark horses exchanging blows. Screams sounded out one after another. Those elders were also looking forward to it. Because previously, they were not optimistic about Lin Xian. But the strength that Lin Xian displayed let these people know that this was absolutely a terrifying heavens chosen. This time, what kind of performance the other party would have, they were also very much looking forward to it. This guy should have the strength to charge into the top 10. Indeed, if it was not the 10th, it would be the 9th. In short, he could enter. Who knew if he would fight with Xianxia? Hard to say. If these two people were to fight, it was really not certain who would win and who would lose. These elders were discussing in the distance. First elder's gaze became fiery. Could he finally see the other party's true strength clearly? This was the final round. He knew that Lin Xian absolutely had to display powerful strength. After all, Lin Xian's ambition was not small. He wanted to comprehend the full moon wordless steel. Let me see just how strong you really are, alright? First elder was looking forward to it in his heart. Countless gazes all looked over. Yu Song, Yuan Kuei, Lu Yanan, Wang Ji, Yi Fei, Shui Ling, everyone's gaze all looked at Lin Xian. Even Xianxia also looked over with a trace of strange energy in her eyes. Lin Xian's gaze swept across these experts and did not stop. It did not even linger on Xianxia. This made everyone curious. Who was the other party going to attack? Not Xianxia, then it should be the 9th place. This kid's strength was too strong. It should be the standard between the 10th and 9th place. It was impossible to go any higher. Yes, the top 5 was basically hopeless. The top 5 were too strong. They were not on the same level at all. These people were fiercely discussing. However, in the next moment, they were all dumbfounded. Even their bodies trembled and almost wet themselves. Lin Xian stood up and said again, "I want to challenge the Onyx Demon." As soon as these words came out, many people directly vomited blood. The corners of those elders' mouths also twitched. There was no end to this. The Onyx Demon was also angry. He suddenly stood up. "Kid, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." He was really too angry. This kid had said more than once that he wanted to challenge him. He did not expect that this time, he actually dared to challenge him again. Previously, the other party might not know his strength. Now that he displayed supreme strength that could instantly kill Wang Ji and the other party actually dared to challenge him. Where did the confidence in the square come from? The others were also dumbfounded. What the F***ck? What did this kid say? He still wants to challenge the Onyx Demon? Does he know what he's talking about? Did he not watch the previous matches? The Onyx Demon is so strong. Other than Huangfu Beidian, no one is a match for him. This kid thinks he's strong? Just because he defeated Yu Song, he's qualified to challenge the Onyx Demon? Not to mention the Onyx Demon, he can't even beat Wang Ji. I think Wang Ji can instantly kill him in one move. Lin Xian was not angry. He said indifferently, "What? You lost to Huangfu Beidian once, are you afraid of losing to me a second time? If that's the case, admit defeat and I can spare you this time. Kid, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." The Black Demon walked up with a murderous aura. He was extremely furious, as he was already feeling extremely displeased when he lost to Huangfu Beidian. There was a murderous intent in his heart that he had yet to vent. Now that Lin Xian had provoked him, he decided to vent his anger on Lin Xian. He wanted Lin Xian to suffer a fate worse than death. What? The Black Demon is going to fight? Everyone was shocked. Even the two judging elders were extremely shocked. They looked at the first elder and asked for his opinion. The first elder shook his head slightly. Don't worry about it. Let the competition proceed naturally. Hearing that, the two elders sighed. Since the first elder had said so, they could not stop him. They merged into the void, but they had already decided to save Lin Xian's life at the critical moment. They definitely could not let this kid be crippled. The judges didn't stop him? The Black Demon is really going to fight. This is going to be interesting. How many moves can this kid block? How many moves can he block? He can't even block one move. The Black Demon could probably kill him with a single glance. No one was optimistic about Lin Xian's chances. The judges also wanted to save Lin Xian's life at the critical moment. Yi Fei, Xue Ling, Wang Qi, and the others had serious expressions. They did not know where Lin Xian's courage came from. The Black Demon walked up with a terrifying aura. Kid, I'll let you know the price of provoking me, I'll torture you to death. After he came up, he did not move at all. Black light burst out from his eyes and pierced forward. Instantly, it turned into two black holes that destroyed everything. It seemed that Lin Xian was about to be swallowed up. The Black Demon was going to kill him with his gaze. Haha, this kid is going to be unlucky. Many people below sneered. Being killed with a single glance was definitely the most humiliating defeat. It seemed that this kid was going to be humiliated today. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He did not dare to be careless. The next moment, his left hand clenched into a fist. He punched out. Boom, a terrifying light flashed, and the entire void trembled before it was completely shattered. The two black holes in the sky also ceased to exist. Not only that, a terrifying fist smashed towards Black Demon, causing Black Demon to be stunned. Black Demon was taken aback. He quickly retreated, but he had been too careless. From the beginning to the end, he had never taken Lin Xian seriously. In his opinion, he could kill Lin Xian with a single glance. But who would have thought that his opponent's punch would be so terrifying? He couldn't dodge at all. He could only take it head-on. His left hand turned into a black firmament and slammed forward. It was as if countless mountains were crashing down, producing rumbling sounds. However, under Lin Xian's punch, the black sky shattered, and thousands of mountains collapsed. The Black Demon was pushed back. He retreated quite a distance before stopping. His armor was in tatters. Everyone was stunned. Even the judges and elders were stunned. They widened their eyes and even rubbed their eyes with their hands. They found that it was true. Lin Xian had actually forced the Black Demon back with a single punch. And Black Demon was even injured. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. One had to know that Black Demon was ranked second in Plenilun Wind. He was second only to Huangfu Beidian. Other than losing to Huangfu Beidian, he had never been defeated. Even an expert like Wang Qi could be killed in one move. But now, he was actually pushed back by Lin Xian with one punch. That was too unbelievable, that was too scary. One had to know that Lin Xian was just a newcomer pushed Black Demon back with one punch. What kind of concept was that? That was even more terrifying than Zhongling Xiao. This was simply a freak, a monster, Unicorn King and Blue Wing King screamed. Damn it, that was impossible. How could he push Lord Black Demon back? Yuan Kui's body trembled. He was actually so strong. Lu Yanan's eyes widened. He did it. He really did it. Wang Qi, Yi Fei, and Xue Ling were all stunned. At this moment, the entire arena was eerily silent. Countless geniuses and elders were dumbfounded, as if they were wooden chickens. The first elder took a deep breath, and a piercing light burst out from his eyes. He did it. That kid really did it. He knew that Lin Xian was not that simple. However, he was also shocked because he did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. How was that possible? I was pushed back. In the arena, Black Demon's body trembled, and his eyes were bloodshot. He did not dare to believe it, but the broken armor on his body and the injuries in his body told him that he was really pushed back. Moreover, he was injured. How could his opponent have such terrifying strength? Damn it, that kid had been hiding his strength. Ah. I'm going to kill you, Black Demon roared. It did not matter if his opponent was hiding his strength or not. He had never been pushed back by anyone other than Huangfu Beidian. He could not accept that. Kid, I'll kill you. Black Demon charged over again. An incomparable light burst out from his body like a black sun that was burning fiercely, illuminating the entire sky. Boundless demonic chi surged like waves that hung upside down in the sky. At that moment, the aura that Black Demon displayed was too shocking and extremely dangerous. Even the elders' faces were filled with fear. It's over. Black Demon is angry. Black Demon was really angry. He did not have such an aura when he fought Wang Qi and Xue Ling previously. That's right. He only displayed such a terrifying aura when he fought Huangfu Beidian. The Black Devil was actually going to use his true strength to fight. Lin Xian was definitely going to die. Lin Xian was not weak either. He was able to push Black Demon back with one punch. His strength was definitely in the top 5. That kid's sneak attack was nothing. Everyone was discussing and arguing fiercely. The scene was very chaotic. Of course, they were retreating while discussing because the aura that Black Demon displayed was too terrifying. They did not dare to get close at all. In the arena, Lin Xian felt the powerful aura of his opponent, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Was he finally going to use his true strength? Well, he could use his full strength to fight. The sword light in his eyes was piercingly cold, and his voice was sonorous. What? Fight with his full strength, everyone gasped. He dared to say such a thing in the face of such a terrifying Black Demon? Could it be that this kid had not used his full strength before? That was really shocking. Fight with his full strength? You have no chance. Kid, I don't care what trump cards you have or what talent you have. You won't be able to escape death today. With a flip of his palm, Black Demon took out his black divine halberd. With a clang, the entire world seemed to be frozen. Boundless black aura rolled and turned into hell. A terrifying murderous aura soared into the sky. Boom, the attack fell, and the entire sky was filled with it. It was like a huge dragon descending. The boundless divine power surged endlessly, causing the spectators' hair to stand on end. At this moment, Yi Fei and the others trembled. Huangfu Beidian opened his eyes. He did not expect Hamo to bring out such strength. He did not know if the kid opposite him would be able to withstand it. Lin Xian's body glowed as a dragon's roar resounded from within his body. He pulled out the blazing Qilin sword and waved it. Terrifying sword chi shot out in all directions. Boom, the sword chi collided with the black demonic aura, producing an earth-shattering sound. The terrifying demonic aura was completely destroyed. It was destroyed. The surrounding geniuses were shocked. The elders swallowed their saliva frantically. Die for me. The Black Demon's face turned extremely ugly when he saw this. The black halberd in his hand slashed down again. The world was collapsing rapidly. The boundless demonic aura transformed into the most terrifying divine ability. It wanted to tear Lin Xian apart. Lin Xian let out a long roar as a sharp sword light burst out from his eyes. The nine-yang sword technique slashed all the demonic aura. He was like a god of war as he charged over quickly. It was destroyed. All of them were destroyed, the surrounding geniuses went crazy. The black demon's face also changed. Damn it. Impossible. I don't believe it. How could you destroy it so easily? Who are you? Who are you? The black demon screamed crazily. It was too unbelievable. With his great ability, he could easily defeat people like Yi Fei and Xue Ling. But now, his divine ability was easily destroyed by the other party. Was the other party a newcomer? He wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Who was this person? Lin Xian actually blocked the black demon's attack. Heavens, he was too terrifying. Not only that, he wasn't injured at all. This kid's strength was definitely not weaker than the black demon's. What kind of divine being was this? Ha 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 ha, kid, well done. The Crimson Dragon laughed in the crowd. Xianxia also clapped and cheered. In the distance, the corners of Qing Wu's mouth twitched. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. This kid was the successor of the Great Dragon Sword. And he was the successor of the Nine-Yang Divine Body. How could he be weak? He set off the 9 heavy waves as soon as he arrived. How could he be weak? Rumor had it that he condensed the power of the moon spirit in 2 hours. I didn't believe it before, but now I'm starting to believe it. At this moment, all kinds of legends about Lin Xian were dug up again. Everyone was originally mocking and disdainful. But now, they were terrified and trembling. Because Lin Xian's strength was too strong. How could the legends of such a person be false? The surrounding geniuses were dumbfounded. Even Yi Fei, Xue Ling, and the rest were no exception. Not to mention them, even the elders were scared silly. Their mouths were wide open. The great elder clenched his fists, his expression agitated. Only one person was incomparably furious, and that was the black demon. He roared crazily, and the sky split open. He was mad with anger. He had never imagined that apart from Huangfu Beidian, there was actually someone who could contend against him. And Lin Xianlin's strength. On the other side, Lin Xian was unusually powerful. Golden blood qi surged into the sky and the sword qi in his hand shone brightly. Lin Xian's sword. Lin Xian's Lin. Lin Xian was very excited because his opponent was an elite that was worthy of him taking seriously. Lin Xian's sword qi slashed across the sky. It seemed to be able to destroy everything. It was very strange and terrifying. Lin Xian's sword qi slashed across the sky. Even time seemed to have stopped. Everyone's bodies stiffened. They felt like they were about to be destroyed. What sword technique is that? It doesn't seem to be the Nine-Yang sword technique. No, what sword technique is that? Even the elders were shocked. The Crimson Dragon was also shocked. That brat's sword technique and sword qi have become stronger. Especially his sword qi. It's much stronger than before. Where has that brat been for the past few days? Lin Xian had devoured many sword spirit beasts in the wasteland. That was why his sword qi had increased. Moreover, this sword technique was restored from the 13 sword scars. He called it the Green Lotus sword technique. He used the first sword technique of the Green Lotus sword technique and slashed forward. Heaven-shattering 8 styles. On the other side, Black Demon roared. His black halberd stirred the void like a mountain. The two collided. A terrifying sword light flashed. Boundless demonic qi shook and shattered the entire world. However, after the first sword strike, the second sword strike followed. Lin Xian's sword technique broke through the void and hit the black halberd. Black Demon's arm went numb and he kept retreating. Damn it. He's so strong. Black Demon was shocked. It was his first time experiencing the power of the Nine-Yang Divine Body. This power caused his expression to change. He snorted coldly. He was unwilling to fight. He used his ultimate movement technique and walked quickly like a stream of light. He instantly charged forward. Buzz, above his head, boundless demonic qi surged and turned into a black moon. It kept spinning. The black moon was like a millstone that could destroy the world, fixed in the void. A terrifying and mysterious aura spread out, pressing down on the skyprides below. This is the power of the moon spirit. It has been trained to such a terrifying level by Black Demon. Brat, let's see how you'll die. Black Demon shouted coldly. At this moment, he displayed his powerful combat strength. Lin Xian's expression was cold. The power of the moon spirit? A golden light appeared in his eyes. However, he did not immediately use the power of the moon spirit. Instead, he used the third and fourth sword of the green lotus sword technique. Two piercingly cold sword techniques streaked across the sky, appearing mysterious and unfathomable, causing the entire sky to tremble. It's useless. You can't beat the power of my moon spirit. Black Demon shouted, and the black moon quickly pressed down. The third and fourth sword chi kept shaking and rolling. Then, they cracked. Seeing this, Black Demon laughed. I've said it before. From now on, I won't be defeated again. Indeed, he had sworn before that he would not be defeated again. Lin Xian snorted coldly after hearing this. Won't be defeated again? You're too naive. There are so many experts in the world. How dare you say that you won't be defeated again? What a joke. As he spoke, the fifth and sixth sword strikes flew out. If one were to take a closer look, they would realize that Lin Xian's sword techniques could already form a lotus flower if they were to be combined. However, it was not a blooming lotus flower. Even so, it was still very terrifying. As expected, under the power of the fifth and sixth sword strikes, the black moon kept rolling. The boundless demonic energy shattered the void. Black Demon's expression changed. He roared angrily and activated the moon soul once again as if he had gone mad. The black moon fell crazily. Humph! Lin Xian sneered. Whoosh! 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 The first 6 sword strikes were used again. They formed a green lotus flower in the sky. With a clang, it blocked the black moon. Not only that, when the 7th sword chi was released, the green lotus bloomed and the black moon collapsed. The surrounding people all screamed. What kind of sword technique is this? It actually shattered the black moon. Heavens, how did he do it? The first elder's eyes flashed. This kid's strength has increased. As a sage, he could naturally see the changes in Lin Xian's strength. Could it be that this kid had some fortuitous encounter in the ruins? Thinking about it, it made sense. The ruins were split open by a peerless powerhouse, so there must be shocking sword intent and sword Dao secrets left on it. Lin Xian was also a swordsman, so he must have had a fortuitous encounter on it. Thinking of this, the first elder became even more excited. I wonder if this kid can defeat Mo. Black Dragon Sky Diagram. Mo roared again, his hair dancing wildly like a peerless demon king. The black halberd in his hand rose into the air and merged into the void. Not only that, Mo opened his mouth and spat out a broken scroll. It merged with the black halberd and turned into a sky. A terrifying aura filled the air, and endless runes fell. It was too terrifying. What kind of ability was this? Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Mo to have such a terrifying ability other than the Black Dragon Annihilation Wave. This ability was not used in the battle with Vhumad previously. It seemed that Mo was indeed terrifying and had many trump cards. Seeing this, the first elder also shouted coldly and activated the defensive formation. Boom boom boom, defensive formations appeared in the surroundings again. Obviously, the combat level had surpassed before and reached the level of Mo and Vhumad. Huangfu Tian's eyes were piercingly cold as he stared at the two figures in the sky. There was also a trace of surprise in his eyes. Because he did not expect Lin Xian to be able to display such strength. To be honest, he had never paid attention to Lin Xian before. Even Zhonglingxiu, he did not take a second look. Because in his opinion, although these two dark horses were strong, they could only make it to the top 10. If they could not even make it to the top 5, let alone fight him. In the entire Full Moon Peak, he had no opponent at all. If there was an opponent, it would be the first place of the other 3 peaks. That was his true opponent. But now, the strength that Lin Xian displayed surprised him. He could actually force Hmo to such a state. He could even activate the defensive formation of the full moon peak. This surprised him greatly. Therefore, he could not help but start to pay attention to Lin Xian. Black Dragon Sky Diagram? Lin Xian looked up at the sky. Endless runes fell from the sky and were split apart by his green lotus sword technique. At the same time, he waved his hand and a black war chariot appeared in front of him. This black war chariot was very simple and unadorned. The black lines on its surface were incomparably dark, as if they were made up of demonic runes. The moment he appeared, he attracted everyone's attention. What was that, a war chariot? Was it a magic treasure? He didn't know. Everyone was puzzled. Lin Xian struck out a spell, and instantly, a fiery dragon-shaped sword chi rushed out and coiled around the black chariot, forming a fiery dragon chariot. Wang, the fiery dragon chariot was activated. Countless runes flickered as it fought against the black dragon diagram in the sky. Then, it defied the heavens and clashed with the black dragon diagram. When the two collided, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The entire sky was blasted apart. Boundless energy surged, causing the surroundings to tremble. Fortunately, First Elder had activated the defensive array formation in advance. Otherwise, Full Moon Peak would have been smashed into pieces. It's useless, you can't block the black dragon transforming heavenly diagram. This was a saint's rune, no matter how strong you are, you won't be able to block it. Black Demon was extremely confident. But soon, his face darkened and even became ferocious. That was because he realized that the other party had blocked it. Not only that, but the other party had even almost shattered his black dragon diagram. How was that possible? What was that black war chariot? Could it be that it also had a saint's rune? He was too shocked that the other party had such a thing in his hands. In his opinion, that was just an ordinary half-step sacred artifact. It could not be compared to his black dragon diagram at all. But now, it was beyond his expectations. Lin Xian's eyes flickered with golden light. He naturally saw Black Demon's expression clearly. Immediately, he sneered. Why? Are you very surprised? To be honest, I really didn't take you seriously. Hearing that, Black Demon was so angry that he vomited blood. Didn't take him seriously? What a joke, even Huangfu Badian might not dare to say such a thing, but the other party dared to be so arrogant. Kid, I'll let you see my strongest attack. Speaking of that, the black halberd flew down from the black dragon diagram again and was caught by Black Demon. In the next moment, Black Demon's right arm suddenly expanded. Countless black runes emitted a terrifying aura. Apocalyptic black dragon wave, Black Demon was going to unleash his strongest attack. At this moment, countless experts looked up at the sky because they knew that the outcome would be decided soon. Lin Xian frowned. World Annihilation Black Dragon Wave? It was indeed very strong. He had seen it before. Its power surpassed the majority of divine abilities and could pose a threat to him. However, he had a way to break the World Annihilation Black Dragon Wave. He had seen it once before. Although the World Annihilation Black Dragon Wave was powerful, it also had flaws. Buzz, golden runes flickered in his eyes. A golden moon floated up and down as if it wanted to pierce through everything. Useless kid, don't even think about breaking my World Annihilation Black Dragon Wave. The aura on Black Demon's body became more and more terrifying. The black halberd in his hand turned into a black dragon. The dragon opened its head and a terrifying energy rushed out. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The terrifying energy completely enveloped a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, forming a huge black hole in the sky. Lin Xian felt a powerful force coming towards him. Buzz, he activated the 9-yang divine body and a powerful force bloomed. The energy of the World Annihilation Black Dragon Wave hit the 9-yang divine body and made an earth-shaking sound. Lin Xian faced the attack like a fiend god. Clang, clang. Clang, clang. Clang. He was under great pressure. There were even many places that became dim. However, the 9-yang divine body was very strong. It forcibly resisted the pressure, allowing Lin Xian's speed to reach the extreme. The long sword in Lin Xian's hand continued to bloom. The green lotus 13 swords were displayed by him, forming huge green lotuses that bloomed in the sky. They destroyed the terrifying world annihilation black dragon wave. Lin Xian arrived in front of Black Demon. How was this possible? Black Demon was stunned. In the distance, the elders were also stunned. Huangfu Baitian's eyes burst out with a biting cold light. It was like a divine blade that pierced through the void. They were too shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. He could actually kill the world annihilation black dragon wave. The others were stunned. They couldn't see. The sky was pitch black and could even devour souls. What had happened? Xue Ling, Yi Fei, and the others also shook their heads. They couldn't see clearly. Perhaps Huangfu Baidian could see clearly. They looked at Huangfu Baidian. They saw Huangfu Baidian stand up from his cultivation posture with his hands behind his back. His eyes were like rainbows that could pierce through the front. The two elders were even more so. The first elder's eyes were like a divine lamp. There was a hint of excitement at the corner of his mouth. He knew that the outcome of the battle was about to be decided. Black Demon shouted angrily. Die, kid. So what if his opponent attacked him? He waved the halberd in his hand and stabbed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian did not dodge at all. His divine body glowed. With a clang, he blocked the halberd. However, the power of the Black Demon bloodline exploded, increasing the power of the halberd. With a pucci, it pierced through Lin Xian's body. In the sky, there was blood that scattered down, mixing with golden light as it scattered down. Someone was injured, although the people below could not see the battle clearly, they could see the blood. It was golden blood, it was not the Black Demon's blood, but Lin Xian's blood. Lin Xian was injured. Seeing this scene, Du Jiao, Lani, and the other prodigies laughed. Ha 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 ha. I knew that Lord Black Demon would not be injured. Of course, Lord Black Demon was so powerful that no one could defeat him except for Huangfu Baidian, brother Lin Xian. Xianxia was extremely nervous, and the Crimson Dragon was shocked. In the distance, Qingwu snorted. That kid lost in the end. The others felt their scalps go numb. Even someone as strong as Lin Xian was defeated by the Black Demon. Could it be that only Huangfu Baidian could suppress the Black Demon? The elders also had the same expression. They sighed. Even though he was defeated, it was glorious. Yes, this kid's strength was beyond our expectations. It seemed that he would become a member of the Full Moon Peak in less than 10 years, they were too excited. In the sky, in the endless flow of darkness, the Black Demon's lips curled into a sinister smile. Kid, you're injured. He was so excited that he finally injured his opponent. So what if his opponent had the Nine-Yang divine body? It was not a greater success divine body, he could shatter it. Lin Xian also smiled. You've lost. A piercing light burst out from his eyes, and the long sword in his hand stabbed out crazily. Red. Not good. The Black Demon felt a powerful threat. His glabella split open, and his soul was distorted as if it was about to be torn apart. He screamed crazily. His soul instantly soared into the sky, abandoning his physical body. There was no other way. That sword was too fatal. If he didn't run, his body and soul would probably be destroyed. In midair, the two judges were also stunned. Who would have thought that Lin Xian would have such a killer move? They wanted to attack quickly, but when they saw Black Demon's soul escape, they heaved a sigh of relief. Boom! Black Demon's glabella split open, and half of his body shattered. Black demonic blood dripped down and fell to the ground along with his body. Below, those people were still discussing. The single-horned king, blue-winged king, and the others were laughing madly. They believed that their great black devil was unrivaled in this world. In the next moment, these people were all stunned. A black shadow fell down and landed on the arena, causing the arena to tremble non-stop. Everyone widened their eyes and looked ahead. Was the outcome already decided? It seemed that Lin Xian had been beaten down. He must have been seriously injured. Even if this kid didn't die, he would be half dead. No, it wasn't Lin Xian. It was black blood, it was Black Demon, someone screamed. The next moment, everyone was stunned. What? Black Demon, they widened their eyes and looked carefully. His glabella was about to split open. It was really Black Demon. Black Demon's body fell on the arena. Black blood dyed the entire arena red. The surrounding void could not withstand the terrifying pressure of the bloodline. How was this possible? Yi Fei, Xue Ling, and the others were dumbfounded. Huangfu Badian retracted his gaze and shook his head slightly. He also had a face of surprise. He did not expect Black Demon to be defeated. The other elders were also shocked. The first elder was extremely excited. He won, that kid actually won, his potential was simply too great. Whoosh, the clouds broke open, and the darkness was torn apart. Endless golden light scattered down. Lin Xian landed powerfully. He held the fire Qilin sword in one hand and the black halberd in the other. Like a god of war, he arrived on the arena. Although his body was injured and his 9-yang divine body was pierced, he still won this battle. Even the piercing wound did not pose a fatal threat to him. At this moment, everyone's mind was still in a daze. Especially the single-horned king, blue-winged king, and the others. Their faces were pale and terrified. That's not right. Why didn't Black Demon move? Could it be that he was killed? Someone screamed. Indeed, they saw Black Demon's body split open. It was very terrifying. However, he did not move at all. In fact, he did not even have any aura. That shocked them. No way, Lin Xian killed Black Demon in front of the judges? They were about to pee their pants. No, look above, Yi Fei's eyes were like a rainbow. He finally saw the state of both sides. Everyone raised their heads and saw a black shadow floating above, as if it did not dare to come down. Was that Black Demon's soul? Heavens, his soul was forced out of his body and did not dare to come down. What did Lin Xian do? No one knew. Just now, it was wrapped in endless darkness. No one saw it clearly. Probably other than those elders, only Huangfu Badian could see it clearly. Everyone looked at Huangfu Badian. Huangfu Badian did not say anything. He did see it clearly. That sword move made him a little moved. What kind of sword was that? If Black Demon did not run fast enough, his soul would have been destroyed by now. This kid was really a sword Dao genius. Huangfu Badian felt pressure for the first time, and it was a heavy pressure. Black Demon could not give him this kind of pressure. Only the number one of the other peaks could give him this kind of pressure. But now, a newcomer of Full Moon Peak actually gave him such pressure. This made him feel incredulous. Winner, Lin Xian. The judge hurriedly announced the victory. Lin Xian threw the black halberd on the ground, put away the flaming war chariot, and turned to leave the arena. After Lin Xian completely left, Black Demon's soul in the sky dared to descend. He merged into his body and instantly erupted with endless demonic energy. Black Demon's face was extremely ugly. He stared at Lin Xian, but he did not dare to step forward. Because he was really afraid. This battle ended with Lin Xian's victory. Everyone went crazy. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so strong. He actually defeated Black Demon. Everyone trembled. Blue Wing King, One Horn King, Yu Song, and the others did not dare to speak anymore. They were even about to kneel down. From now on, they would never dare to provoke Lin Xian again. They were even afraid of Lin Xian's revenge. There was no other way. Even their boss, Black Demon, was no match for him, let alone them. When they thought of how they provoked him so recklessly, they almost fainted from fright. Bang bang bang, One Horn King and Blue Wing King even knelt down and kowtowed to apologize. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. This was the power of Lin Xian. Brother Lin Xian, are you okay? Shen Jingqiu saw the blood on Lin Xian's body and was very nervous. Lin Xian shook his head and swallowed 2 heaven and earth treasures. The 9-yang divine body bloomed with light and began to repair. Beside him, the Crimson Dragon exclaimed. Kid, you actually became so strong. Where did you go? Lin Xian said with a smile, I went to a good place, I'll bring you along next time. While they were discussing, countless gazes were cast towards them. Zhou Lingxiu's eyes were filled with a mysterious aura as if she wanted to see through Lin Xian. The others had a look of horror and awe. In the distance, Qingwu was also stunned, her beautiful eyes wide open. This guy actually won, she really couldn't believe it. Damn it, I have to tell my brother. This kid is a great enemy. Qingwu didn't see any more matches, she turned around and soared into the sky. Not only her, but there were also prodigies from the other 3 peaks who came to watch the battle. They had heard of Lin Xian before. However, they never thought that Lin Xian was actually so powerful. This battle had already caused them to be terrified. They had to hurry back to report that apart from Huangfu Beidian, Lin Xian also came from Full Moon Peak. Next, the competition continued. Although it was also exciting, it was much worse than the battle between Lin Xian and Hamo. It was the 5th Wang Qi's turn. Wang Qi challenged Xue Ling, but he lost to Xue Ling in the end. Xue Ling also failed to challenge Yifei. Yifei took a deep breath and looked at Lin Xian and Huangfu Beidian. He didn't challenge Lin Xian, but Huangfu Beidian. The reason for that was because he wanted to see how powerful Huangfu Beidian was. Previously, he had used his flying dagger technique, but he was directly sent flying by Huangfu Baitian's blade. He didn't dare to take that sharp blade light head-on at all. Just the overflowing aura alone left dozens of blade marks on his body. Therefore, Yifei decisively admitted defeat. However, this was also very shocking. Because they realized that Huangfu Beidian didn't dodge, it was very likely that he couldn't dodge Yifei's blade. Thinking of this possibility, their hearts beat wildly. Even those elders' breathing quickened. If Yifei's strength was a little stronger, his flying dagger would probably be so powerful that even Huangfu Beidian wouldn't dare to take it head-on. Next, it was Hamo's turn. Hamo first stared at Lin Xian, gritting his teeth. To be honest, he couldn't believe that he would lose to his opponent. He wanted revenge. However, he soon gave up. He realized that Lin Xian's recovery was even faster than his. Although he had recovered from most of his injuries, there was still some sword intent left in his body. He was unable to unleash 100% of his strength. And from the looks of it, the other party had already fully recovered. No, he couldn't take the risk. He had to get one of the top 3 spots. How pitiful was the moon-gazing wordless monument. Black Devil didn't challenge Lin Xian or Huangfu Beidian. He challenged Yifei instead. In the end, he defeated Yifei. Yifei sighed. Originally, he had occupied 3rd place and was able to comprehend the moon-gazing wordless steel. However, because of Lin Xian's strong entrance, he was only able to occupy 4th place. Finally, all the matches were arranged. First, Huangfu Beidian. Second, Lin Xian. Third, Black Devil. Fourth, Yifei. Fifth, Xue Ling. Sixth, Wang Qi. Seventh, Lu Yanan. At this point, the top 3 were out. Everyone was astounded. Huangfu Beidian was still the champion for the 2nd time. The Black Devil was now ranked 3rd. The 2nd place was Lin Xian. He was a newcomer who had just joined the moon-gazing peak a few months ago. Everyone was astounded, feeling that it was unreal. At the same time, some became excited. I wonder how this Lin Xian would fare against Huangfu Beidian. Do you think he could defeat Huangfu Beidian? No one knows. It's hard to say, but it might be possible. The crowd discussed among themselves as Lin Xian and Huangfu Beidian had yet to fight. Huangfu Beidian was not required to challenge anyone since he was ranked 1st. Meanwhile, Lin Xian had already used up his 2 chances to challenge someone. He had no chance to challenge someone else. Thus, the 2 of them did not fight. As such, no one knew about it. Hearing this, Lin Xian glanced at Huangfu Beidian beside him. Huangfu Beidian also turned around and glanced at him. Their gazes clashed in the air. Following this, a saber glow and a sword intent soared into the sky and intertwined, tearing the clouds apart. How powerful, the crowd was astounded. Even the Black Devil took a step back. Their auras were too powerful, to the point that even he was shocked. Damn it, the Black Devil clenched his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. He swore that he would never be defeated again. However, he did not expect to be slapped in the face so soon. He was defeated by Lin Xian. Judging from the current situation, these 2 had completely surpassed him. No, I must comprehend the moon-gazing wordless steel. I must surpass these 2, I'm the strongest. The Black Devil let out a furious roar. On the other side, Lin Xian was astounded. This Huangfu Beidian was very powerful, he had far surpassed the Black Devil. I wonder what the outcome would be if I were to fight him. He could not deduce the outcome now. He would only know if he were to fight him. On the other side, Huangfu Beidian was equally astounded. He did not expect Wang Yefeng to have someone who could pose a threat to him. He could not see through Lin Xian's strength. The first elder walked over with a smile. He was very satisfied with the outcome of the battle. Lin Xian's performance gave him a pleasant surprise. He announced the result of the competition and then gave out rewards to everyone. Everyone had a reward. However, there were many rewards for the top 10 and even more for the top 3. Each of the top 3 received a chance to go to the moon-gazing lake again. At the same time, the most important reward was that the top 3 had a chance to comprehend the moon-gazing wordless stele. This was a great opportunity. If they could comprehend the moon-gazing wordless stele, they would soar into the sky. At that time, they might be able to defeat the North Demon and become the #1 person in the House of Prodigy. Next, everyone dispersed to receive their rewards. The moon-gazing wordless stele would open in 10 days. Lin Xian, Huangfu Beidian, and the Black Devil would take advantage of this period to enter the moon-gazing lake and cultivate for half a day. Entering the moon-gazing lake again, Lin Xian felt a powerful force enveloping him. This force made him feel very comfortable. Of course, he was not careless and absorbed it with all his might. Outside, everyone was watching. Heavens! Lin Xian had condensed the 9 heavy waves. Everyone exclaimed. It couldn't be helped. Although Lin Xian was only ranked second on the moon-gazing peak, the scene of him entering the moon-gazing lake was even more shocking than Huangfu Beidian. Not to mention Huangfu Beidian, even the #1 person in the House of Prodigy, the North Demon, couldn't be compared to him. The 9 heavy waves surged between heaven and earth, stunning everyone. At the bottom of the lake, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Half a day of cultivation had greatly increased his strength, which was equivalent to hundreds of years of cultivation in the outside world. His strength had improved to the Mid-9-star realm, and the force in his body was much stronger. After coming out, Lin Xian was overjoyed. He spent the remaining 9 days to consolidate his strength. Huangfu Beidian and the Black Devil also came out. They had both improved and went back to consolidate their strength. The other geniuses were also nervous and waited patiently. There were only a few days left before the moon-gazing wordless stele opened again. This time, would anyone be able to comprehend it? They had no idea. But they knew that the chances this time would probably be much greater than before. After all, there was an additional Lin Xian. And Lin Xian was the same as Yi Guqing back then, stirring up the 9 waves. In fact, Liu Yanan and a few others knew that the other party condensed the moon soul in 2 hours. This kind of talent could be rated as heaven-defying. It was even more terrifying than Yi Guqing. Back then, Yi Guqing successfully comprehended the moon-gazing wordless stele. Wonder if Lin Xian could successfully comprehend it this time. Everyone, including Head Elder and the rest, carried a feeling of anticipation and nervousness. 9 days passed. Finally, the 10th day arrived. The blazing sun rose, sunlight scattered all over Moon-Gazing Peak. On this day, everyone woke up early, everyone was excited. They knew that today was the day the Moon-Gazing wordless stele opened. Yi Fei came, Xueling came, Wang Ji came, those people all came. Black Fiend came out. The aura on his body was even more terrifying than 10 days ago. However, his expression was somewhat gloomy and cold. Very clearly, the defeat previously made him very unhappy. Huangfu Beidian also appeared, carrying a long saber on his back, like a saber god. His gaze looked around. When he saw Black Fiend, he only gave him a glance and ignored him. Because Black Fiend was not his match. He was looking for someone who could give him pressure. That person was naturally Lin Xian. Not just him, Black Fiend was also looking for the other party. Head Elder, Yi Fei, and the rest were also looking. Very soon, their brows raised. They discovered that the other party had arrived. Lin Xian was still dressed in red robes, his face handsome. He was abnormally calm as he walked over. Everyone's gazes fell on him. Black Fiend snorted coldly, his eyes erupting with piercing cold-killing intent. Huangfu Baitian's gaze was deep, Zhong Lingxiu had a mysterious look. However, everyone was stunned. They could not see through Lin Xian's actual situation. Those elders were also surprised. Head elder sighed. This kid was very mysterious. Indeed, if he did not execute law, he could not see clearly. Lin Xian's arrival undoubtedly attracted everyone's attention. One after another, discussions and exclamations fell on him. The void cracked open, and in the sky, there were nomological laws floating. The sage had arrived. Had the Peak Lord come out of seclusion, everyone looked up and saw a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe descending from the sky. It was the Peak Lord of the Full Moon Peak. The Peak Master of the Full Moon Peak looked to be in his 30s, but everyone knew that he was an old monster who had lived for thousands of years. Everyone cupped their fists and bowed, greeting the Peak Lord. The Full Moon Peak Master nodded slightly. The first elder and the other elders also walked over. At the same time, the Grand Elder spoke in a deep voice. Huangfu Beidian, Lin Xian, He Mo, the three of you step forward. Hearing this, Lin Xian and the other two walked forward while the others watched nervously from behind. Yi Fei, Xue Ling, and the others' eyes were filled with envy. Because they were not qualified. Only the three people in front of him were qualified to comprehend it. Stars flickered in the Peak Master's eyes as he scanned Huangfu Beidian and Lin Xian with the power of the laws. He nodded slightly. Although he already knew the results of the competition, he was still surprised when he saw Lin Xian again. He did not expect Lin Xian to be able to make it to the top 3 and even defeat He Mo to obtain a spot to comprehend the full moon wordless steel. It was a pleasant surprise. Let's go. The Peak Master turned around and walked forward. The nomological laws flickered under his feet, forming a great path that carried him into the sky. The first elder and the others also followed. Lin Xian and the others rose into the sky, and behind them, the prodigies of the Full Moon Peak also followed. They were very excited. Although the Full Moon Peak was named after a mountain, its territory was very large. This time, their target was the mountain that was tens of thousands of feet tall. That was the main peak of the Full Moon Peak. Soon, everyone arrived in front of the main peak. Lin Xian and the others raised their heads and looked forward, exclaiming in their hearts. It was also his first time looking at the Full Moon Peak at such a close distance. The Crimson Dragon beside him muttered, "What a mysterious aura." The Full Moon Peak was not simple. As an array formation master, he could naturally feel the terrifying and mysterious power coming from the Full Moon Peak. Buzz, at this moment, there were nomological laws waving between heaven and earth, piercing through the void and reflecting each other. The people of the Full Moon Peak raised their heads. The disciples exclaimed, "Another sage is here." Yi Fei and the others were shocked, and they explained in a low voice that it was the Peak Masters of the other 3 peaks. Indeed, the Peak Masters of the Ethereal Peak, Exquisite Peak, and Divine Tactics Peak were all here. After all, the activation of the full moon wordless steel was also an earth-shattering event in the extraordinary warrior manner. How could they not come? The 3 peak masters stood in the void like god-fiends. In addition to the peak masters of the 3 peaks, the top prodigies and elders were also here. It could be said that the entire extraordinary warrior manor was in turmoil. In the air, a beautiful woman in a green robe attracted everyone's attention. "Fairy Qing Wu!" everyone exclaimed. Next to Qing Wu, there was a demonic man with a slender figure and a handsome face. His eyes carried a mysterious power. He was the strongest person of the ethereal peak, the North Demon. On the other side, at Exquisite Peak, there was a woman in a red robe with a veil on her face, and her aura was exquisite. She was the strongest person of the Exquisite Peak, Yu Linglong. There was another person who was wearing a battle armor with runes flowing on his body, shining brightly like a god of war. He was the strongest person of Divine Tactics Peak. Han Fei, in addition to the strongest people of the 3 peaks, the other top prodigies were also here. All eyes fell on Lin Xian, Huangfu Beidian, and He Mo. Of course, most of them were looking at Lin Xian. That was because they were already very familiar with Huangfu Beidian and He Mo, but Lin Xian was very unfamiliar to them. They knew that he was a newcomer. At the same time, they were surprised that a newcomer could obtain the 2nd place. It was really shocking. In the distance, Qing Wu was fuming. She was very unhappy. This guy really succeeded. "I'm so angry. He definitely won't be able to comprehend the full moon wordless steel. Seeing Qingwu's angry look, the North Demon rubbed her hair and said, "Why do you have to be angry with yourself? He didn't provoke you." "Who said that?" "I can't stand his smug look." Qingwu pouted. The North Demon's eyes flickered as he looked at the young man in red. "This kid is very strong and will definitely be a great enemy in the future. I just didn't expect him to grow so quickly. I wonder if he can comprehend the full moon wordless steel?" Not only him, but Yu Linglong and Han Fei also had the same thought. It couldn't be helped, the full moon wordless steel was too famous. It was rumored that it was the first divine steel of the extraordinary warrior matter. Whoever could comprehend it would be the strongest person of the extraordinary warrior matter. They could even dominate the ancient path of the starry sky. Back then, Yi Guqing had already comprehended the moon-gazing wordless steel. He had not fully comprehended it, but he had already displayed such powerful strength. In the end, he died because of an accident. Otherwise, he would definitely be a supreme sage, or even a great emperor. Therefore, because of Yi Guqing's legend, the moon-gazing wordless steel became even more mysterious. After all, other than Yi Guqing, no one had been able to comprehend the moon-gazing wordless steel for tens of thousands of years. The peak masters of the three peaks also had solemn expressions. Because they knew how special the moon-gazing wordless steel was. The three peaks also had mysterious inscriptions, but that was the Holy Grail, which was left behind by a sage. The moon-gazing wordless steel was different. Its origin was more spiritual, far surpassing the holy steel. That was why it was so difficult to cultivate. And once cultivated, its power was extremely terrifying. Seeing that the peak masters of the other three peaks, elders, and prodigies had all arrived, the peak master of the moon-gazing peak was not surprised. He took a deep breath, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. Endless laws wrapped around him. In the next moment, he struck out one ancient Tao pattern after another, which appeared in the sky, then floated towards the moon-gazing peak. Buzz buzz buzz, as the Tao patterns floated into the moon-gazing peak one after another, the entire peak also changed. The sky was shrouded in light, illuminating the entire world. Not only that, but it also trembled violently. A crack appeared in the middle of the moon-gazing peak, which quickly spread to both sides. Seeing this scene, the surrounding prodigies widened their eyes. The moon-gazing peak was split open. Lin Xian was also shocked. This scene was too shocking. It was as if an invisible divine sword had split the moon-gazing peak from the middle. Shen Fei was even more shocked. He discovered that there was another world inside the split moon-gazing peak. Inside, ancient trees and mountains towered into the clouds. The vines were as thick as pythons. They were like huge dragons, carrying with them boundless strength. A powerful vitality was emitted from inside. The inside of the moon-gazing peak was actually like this. Lin Xian and the others were extremely shocked. It was too mysterious. That should be the moon-gazing wordless steel. They discovered that there was a stone steel inside. It was abnormally large. It stood tall on the earth. The stone monument was surrounded by vines and ancient trees, but the surface of the stone monument was as smooth as a mirror. There was nothing on it. The entire stone tablet was completely black. It was 100 feet tall, and its surface was as smooth as a mirror without any marks. Was this the moongazer wordless steel? Sensing the prehistoric aura coming from the front, everyone began to tremble. Even the peak masters of the four great peaks wore stern expressions. Huangfu Baitian's eyes lit up. He Mo was so excited that he started trembling. Yi Fei, Wang Qi, Xue Ling, and the others' eyes turned red. Zhong Lingxiu's eyes flickered with a mysterious light as she stared at the wordless mountain-gazing steel in front of her. Not only those from the full moon peak, but the geniuses from the exquisite peak, the divine strategy peak, and the misty peak also had fiery gazes. Even the North Yao's eyes shone with a shocking light. Previously, as the #1 person in the outstanding scholar mansion, he had also wanted to comprehend the moongazer wordless steel. However, he had failed in the end. This made him realize that he was not fated to comprehend the moongazer wordless steel. Hence, he could only try to comprehend the misty sacred steel of the misty peak. Lin Xian was equally shocked. Not only that, but there was also a strange movement in his body. This strange movement gave Lin Xian a fright. There were no marks on the moongazer wordless steel. Hence, Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret god eyes to see if there were any secrets hidden within. Golden runes flickered. Lin Xian looked in front of him. However, he realized that the moongazer wordless steel was too mysterious. It was as if there was a strand of heavenly secret blocking everything. It was indeed mysterious. Was this the moongazer wordless steel? Even the heavenly secret god eyes could not see through it. Lin Xian was shocked. However, at this moment, the mysterious small sword in his body vibrated. Not only that, but the great dragon sword soul was also operating rapidly, trying to soar into the sky. What was going on? Lin Xian was shocked as he suppressed the great dragon sword soul. It seemed like the great dragon sword soul was targeting the moongazer wordless steel in front of him. How could this be? And this mysterious small sword had caused the moongazer wordless steel to vibrate again. It even produced a sense of hostility. What was going on? Lin Xian had no idea. He guessed that it might be because Yi Guqing had once comprehended the moongazer wordless steel. Hence, when the great dragon sword soul came before the moongazer wordless steel again, there would be a special change. However, he had no idea if this was the reason. Apart from Lin Xian himself, no one else knew about the change in Lin Xian's body. Even the peak leaders of the 4 peaks had no idea. The full moon peak master turned to Lin Xian and the other 2 and said in a deep voice. The 3 of you, go ahead and comprehend it. Huangfu Badian nodded solemnly. He Mo's eyes were red as he trembled in excitement. On the other hand, Lin Xian's heart was heavy. At this moment, the full moon peak master reminded them once again. The moongazer wordless steel had a mysterious origin and contained heavenly secrets. Whether they could comprehend it or not depended on their luck. Just do your best and don't force it. Lin Xian and the other 2 nodded. They also understood this principle. Subsequently, the peak master did not say anything else. The entire place fell silent. All eyes fell on Lin Xian, Huangfu Badian, and He Mo. Huangfu Badian soared into the sky while He Mo roared and turned into a black lightning bolt, rushing forward. Both of them were extremely fast and arrived in front of the moongazer wordless steel in an instant. Lin Xian also took a deep breath and strode forward. Soon, he arrived as well. He realized that the great dragon sword soul in his body was trembling even more violently. Fortunately, he had merged with the great dragon sword soul and could suppress it. Lin Xian stood in front of the moongazer wordless steel. He did not sit down to comprehend it immediately. Instead, he reached out and gently touched the black surface of the steel. The surface was shiny and smooth. However, when he touched the black steel, the great dragon sword soul in his body roared. The mysterious little sword shuddered slightly. A peerless aura was released. However, it soon disappeared. The great dragon sword soul's roar sounded in Lin Xian's body, but it was blocked by Lin Xian and did not come out. However, he could not block the aura released by the mysterious small sword. Buzz, he turned his head slightly and looked behind him. Previously, those people behind him did not seem to notice anything unusual, as if they did not notice this peerless killing intent. Only the peak masters of the 4 peaks raised their brows. What's going on? Why do I feel a mysterious aura flowing out? When they checked again, they found that the mysterious aura had disappeared without a trace. No one noticed it. Lin Xian was stunned. At the same time, he was even more puzzled. Why would the great dragon sword soul and the mysterious small sword in his body change like this after encountering the moongazer wordless steel? Could it be that they had crossed paths before? After all, whether it was the dragon sword soul or the mysterious small sword, their origins were too mysterious. Perhaps he had encountered the moongazing wordless steel before. Seeing Lin Xian standing in front of the moongazing wordless steel, the elders and geniuses behind him began to discuss. What is this kid doing? Why isn't he comprehending? Is he scared out of his wits? That shouldn't be the case. Could it be that he discovered something special? Everyone was puzzled. At this moment, Huangfu Badian and He Mo had already sat down cross-legged, found a place, and began to comprehend. Is brother Lin Xian alright? Xianxia was a little worried. The dark rainbow divine dragon nodded and said, Don't worry, this kid will definitely be fine. Although he said that, he was still a little worried in his heart. After all, the aura from the moon-gazing wordless steel was too mysterious. In front, Lin Xian retracted his palm, found a place, and slowly sat down. He closed his eyes and began to comprehend. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Time passed slowly, but no one left. Instead, more and more people gathered here. Everyone was waiting silently. They knew that comprehending was a long process. Brother, how magical is the moon-gazing wordless steel? Why can't you comprehend it? In the distance, Qingwu asked softly. The North Demon shook his head. I once tried to comprehend it. At that time, I closed my eyes and seemed to have entered a strange world. Everything around me was gray as if there was nothing at the beginning of the chaos. I tried to search inside and kept walking in one direction. After walking for a month, I still couldn't find anything. That kind of despair had already filled my heart. So, I was forced to retreat. What? There's nothing at the beginning of the chaos. Then how can I comprehend it? After hearing that, Qingwu's eyes widened. I don't know. Maybe they have a way. Maybe they can't comprehend it either. Indeed, Huangfu Badian and He Mo also encountered a similar situation. They seemed to be in a strange world, and everything around them was like the beginning of the chaos. The two of them seemed to be exiled in the universe and began to search. On the other side, Lin Xian was the same. He felt that his surroundings were gray and there was no sound or light. There was no one, not to mention any runes or secrets. He seemed to be the only one left between heaven and earth. Was this the moongazer wordless steel? Lin Xian frowned. He carefully tried to sense it, but he couldn't sense anything. How was he supposed to comprehend it? Previously, Xiaoqian had already learned about the heaven steels of the other 3 peaks. The Tao patterns of the saints were engraved on it, so it could be comprehended directly. This moongazer wordless steel was much more mysterious and strange compared to the others. Lin Xian took a deep breath and decided to take a risk and try using the Great Dragon Sword Soul. After all, the Great Dragon Sword Soul had already tried to rush out to attack him before he had even comprehended the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Now that he had used the Great Dragon Sword Soul, it was very likely that it would cause unexpected consequences. However, he had no other choice. He could only give it a try. Lin Xian used the Great Dragon Sword Soul to destroy the surrounding chaotic nothingness. The Great Dragon Sword Spirit was an offensive saint technique that could destroy everything. As expected, the surrounding chaotic void was slashed apart. Lin Xian felt that his vision around him had become clearer. He decided on a direction and moved forward. His body and sword merged into a sword light and rushed forward. He would destroy all the chaotic nothingness along the way. He didn't believe that there was no end to this world. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. Everyone was still waiting silently. Suddenly, the peak master of the moongazer peak's eyes lit up and became sharp. The peak masters of the other 3 peaks also turned their heads and stared down. Under the moongazer wordless steel, Black Demon's body trembled slightly. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his tightly shut eyes were tightly knitted. It was as if he had encountered something painful. Oh no, Black Demon was going to fail. The North Monster was no stranger to this situation. He knew that Black Demon's will was about to collapse. He couldn't withstand the chaotic nothingness at all. That was because there was only one person in the world. There was no hope. There was nothing. He would definitely despair. It was already very difficult for Black Demon to hold on for 10 days. Moreover, the North Monster had comprehended it once before. He knew that the flow of time inside was different from outside. 10 days outside might be 100 or 200 years inside. No matter how strong a person was, they would collapse. As expected, Black Demon suddenly opened his eyes and roared at the sky. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, twitching non-stop. Seeing this, the surrounding prodigies and elders were in an uproar. The first elder sighed, his face full of disappointment. Did he fail? The peak master of the moongazer peak also shook his head slightly. With a flip of his hand, the wind and clouds in front of him tumbled and wrapped around Black Demon, then sent him out. Treat his injuries. The moongazer peak's peak master said in a low voice. The surrounding elders went forward to treat He Mo's injuries. As for the others, they shifted their gazes away from Hamo and looked to the front. Now, only Huangfu Beidian and Lin Xian were left. They wondered if the two of them could comprehend it. Another 5 days passed. Huangfu Baitian's body also trembled slightly. Large beads of sweat flowed down her forehead. Seeing this, the first elder and the others became nervous again. The elders and prodigies of the other peaks were also paying close attention. Could it be that Huangfu Beidian couldn't hold on anymore? It seemed like that was the case. Huangfu Baitian's talent and strength both surpassed Black Demon's, but he only lasted 5 days longer than Black Demon. As expected, around an hour later, Huangfu Baitian's eyes sprang open as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was completely pale. It was obvious that he was on the verge of losing his mind. The elders and the prodigies of the Moongazer Peak let out sighs. Failed, even Huangfu Beidian had failed. Could it be that there was really no one left with money? In their hearts, Huangfu Beidian was a godlike existence. No one dared to challenge him due to his outstanding strength. Even against Black Demon, Huangfu Beidian could easily defeat him. Such a person was definitely a lot-defying genius. But now, Huangfu Beidian had failed too. It was a great blow to the Moongazer Peak. The peak master of the Moongazer Peak shook his head and waved his hand. The clouds encapsulated Huangfu Beidian and sent him out too. Huangfu Beidian wore a wry smile as he glanced at Black Demon, who was sent out in advance. Black Demon had failed too? He had failed too. Wait, where's Lin Xian? He scanned his surroundings. Only he and Black Demon were resting. Lin Xian was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that the kid had not failed yet? Upon having this thought, Huangfu Baitian's eyes widened. He glanced at Black Demon. Black Demon wore an unpleasant expression as he realized that Lin Xian had not failed yet. He had failed, and so had Huangfu Beidian, but Lin Xian was still holding on. Black Demon could not believe it. At the same time, his figure began to tremble slightly. Could it be that his talent had surpassed Huangfu Baitian's? This caused him to feel extremely jealous. Huangfu Beidian was astounded too. In his opinion, Lin Xian was already defeated, but that was not the case. This guy was still holding on. Huangfu Baitian's figure began to tremble too. Meanwhile, everyone's gaze was focused on the red-shirted young man ahead. The first elder's eyes were filled with excitement and nervousness. He had no idea what this kid was thinking. Would he succeed? The peak leader of the full moon peak had a hint of anticipation too. The peak leaders of the other peaks discussed in whispers as their eyes flickered. This kid was holding on even longer than Huangfu Beidian. He must be the successor of the Dragon King, as expected of the rumors. That's right, Yi Guqun was also the successor of the Dragon King. Perhaps this kid could really create a miracle. Not necessarily, as Yi Guqun was only able to comprehend it by coincidence. Even though this kid was the successor of the Dragon King, it would still be extremely difficult for him to comprehend it. The peak leaders discussed in whispers. Meanwhile, the geniuses and elders of the 4 peaks were dumbfounded too. Lin Xian had no idea what was happening outside. He was still one with the sword, maintaining the same posture as he pierced through the void. Anyone else would have lost their mind by now. However, as a swordsman, Lin Xian had a firm will. On top of that, it had been extremely difficult for him to reach this point. Thus, even at that moment, when faced with the primal chaos void, a scene that could cause one to despair and collapse, he was still able to forcibly endure it. After flying for an unknown period of time, perhaps hundreds or even thousands of years, Lin Xian's brows suddenly twitched as he realized that there was finally a change in front of him. That's great, Lin Xian was overjoyed as he increased his speed. Buzz. He arrived at the front. Although his surroundings were still filled with chaos, there was something in front of him, something black. A black lotus emitted an eerie glow. What was that? Lin Xian's eyes widened as he saw the black lotus, causing his expression to turn unpleasant. He couldn't be more familiar with this thing. Previously, there was a black lotus in his body that sealed his spirit meridians, preventing him from cultivating. At that time, if not for the sword-shaped pendant, Lin Xian might not have been able to cultivate for the rest of his life. Therefore, how could he possibly forget about this black lotus? However, he hadn't expected to encounter the black lotus that sealed his spirit meridians here. What's going on? Why was it like this? Lin Xian was extremely shocked. To be honest, he never knew why there was a black lotus in his body. Why did the lotus seal his spirit vein? No one had ever told him that. Lord Alcohol hadn't, and neither had his father, Lin Zhan. Furthermore, Lin Xian had gradually forgotten about this matter. After all, ever since he had obtained the mysterious little sword, the black lotus had been destroyed. From then on, such a thing never happened to her body again. Furthermore, he had never seen that kind of black lotus again. But now, he actually saw it again in the Plenilun wordless stele. Could it be that this black lotus flower existed in the Moongazer wordless stele? Was it the Moongazer wordless stele that sealed him? But why? The Moongazer wordless stele was the most mysterious inscription on the Moongazer peak. At that time, he was just a weak creature in the dust. Why would the Moongazer wordless stele seal him? Lin Xian couldn't understand at all. This didn't make sense. Could it be because of his father? Lin Xian had always felt that his father, Lin Zhan, was very mysterious. Now, he was already a super saint like Xiaojiu. One had to know that super saints were extremely rare. There weren't many of them in the world. Moreover, it could be said that it was extremely difficult to cultivate. And his father was one of them. He didn't know if his father had obtained some kind of great opportunity after coming to the True Spirit continent, or if his father had hidden his strength when he was in the Sword Pool mansion. All of this was a mystery. Could it be an illusion? Is it a test for me? Suddenly, Lin Xian had such a thought. After all, the Moongazer wordless stele was incomparably mysterious. Perhaps it had created an illusion to make Lin Xian face the thing that he feared the most in his heart. To Lin Xian, the thing that frightened him the most was being sealed again. However, just as Lin Xian thought that this was an illusion, the black lotus flower in front of him suddenly moved. Countless lotuses surged toward him, densely packed and shrouding him. Lin Xian could feel a sealing power surging toward him, as if it was trying to seal him once again. Not good, Lin Xian was shocked, and a biting cold light burst out from his eyes. Get lost. At this moment, he used the great dragon sword soul again. A dragon image rushed out, turning into a divine sword and sweeping in all directions. These black lotuses were simply too bizarre. The great dragon sword soul's powerful attack had only managed to push them back. It hadn't managed to cut them into pieces. What was this thing? Lin Xian now suspected that all of this was a dream. More and more black lotus flowers kept spurting out, but fortunately, Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul and could still resist. However, it was only for self-defense. However, at this critical moment, the mysterious small sword in Lin Xian's body trembled slightly. A sword light illuminated the surroundings. Buzz, many black lotus flowers were completely destroyed, and a bloody path was opened between heaven and earth. Buzz buzz buzz, the surrounding black lotus flowers quickly retreated and returned to their original places. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. What was this lotus flower? Even the great dragon sword soul couldn't do anything to it. Fortunately, he still had the mysterious small sword in his body. Otherwise, this time, he would really be in danger. Lin Xian withdrew his thoughts and looked ahead carefully. The next moment, he was extremely shocked. He finally saw the black lotus flower and the surrounding scene clearly. In front of him, there was also a black stone tablet. There were no words on it, and it was as smooth as a mirror. This scene was like the Moongazer wordless stele in the outside world, it was just that its appearance and shape were much smaller. However, the aura on it was even more terrifying. However, this Moongazer wordless stele was covered with black lotus flowers. Could it be that this Moongazer wordless stele was sealed by the lotus flowers? Such a thought suddenly popped up in Lin Xian's mind. Moreover, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Damn it, what was going on? This lotus flower didn't belong to the Moongazer wordless stele. It grew here. It was specially used to seal the Moongazer wordless stele, but why did it seal the Moongazer wordless stele? Moreover, this black lotus had sealed him before. Was there any connection or similarity between it and the Moongazer wordless stele? Lin Xian didn't know. Buzz buzz buzz, in front of him, the Moongazer wordless stele emitted a primitive aura and a wave of fluctuations. You are here. Although it wasn't a sound and was just a wave, Lin Xian could clearly feel the meaning behind it. You are conscious. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He didn't expect that the Moongazer wordless steel was actually a living thing. End of chapter 3055. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.